As a valiant soldier of the Empire, I wield this small longsword, facing every battle with a smile amidst chaos. System issues mission. Eradicate the green-skinned creatures? Chop. Dismantle the Skaven ratmen's lair? Chop. Purge the Beastman warbands? Simply chop. Pointed-eared elves? Obsolete. Short-statured halflings? Stubborn. Knights of the Holy Grail? Kislevite bear cavalry? Taste the exhaust of my imperial half-griffon cavalry. Chapter 1. The Beg Outpost. Clang, 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 the persistent sound of lumberjacking echoed through the dark forest. Creak, the axe swung down once more, and the hollow trunk could no longer bear its weight, crashing down to the ground. The man beside the tree wielded his axe with fervor, chopping branches to gather firewood, a daily task he must accomplish as autumn approached. Resources in the duchy grew increasingly scarce. The direct territories of the elector counts, down to the baronies and even the lands of lesser knights, could not provide timely supplies for the soldiers stationed at defense. Outposts, particularly this spring, the northern Norse longships descended southward, and a massive invasion of marauders severely weakened the northern duchies. Countless souls were captured, villages were set ablaze, and the strength of the empire in the north diminished significantly. Ordinary folks struggled to secure even a day's sustenance, let alone weapons and armor. The shortage was palpable, especially regarding coal and firewood for heating. The Midden Territory, located in the Northern Empire, boasted temperatures 10 degrees lower than the southern electorates, particularly near the outpost bordering the Dracovald forest, where the chill permeated day and night. Failing to keep warm during the night while alone meant that, aside from the perilous chaos creatures lurking in the darkness, the cold could incapacitate even a full-grown man. After finishing his tasks, Lurin stood tall, exhaling deeply, his gaze drifting toward the dense forest in the distance, his eyes instinctively narrowing. He arched his back, momentarily relaxing to invigorate his spirit. What lay before him was starkly different from the familiar urban prosperity of the past. Nature thrived unrestrained, with the boundaries of civilization dancing with the wild. This was the medieval world, a realm filled with despair and sorrow. Before us stood Lurin. Though his body was but a part of the human empire, his soul and will transcended the dimensions of this medieval realm. In simpler terms, Lurin's spirit was that of a transcendent outsider, possessing the body of a common soldier stationed in this human empire. Strangely, while his memories from the past remained intact, his name was lost to time. Upon his arrival, Lurin initially thought this was merely a deep slumber, a dream from which he could not awaken. Yet on the third day, during a night raid by Beastmen, he witnessed a massive horned beast seize one of his comrades and tear him asunder, the scent of blood overwhelming his senses. In that moment, he fainted without warning. Such inexplicable occurrences defy explanation, and Lurin had no opportunity to unravel the enigma surrounding him. The fear of inexplicable events was universal, and Lurin was no exception. Fortunately, he had trained his mind well, possessing a resilient mental fortitude. Upon awakening after the battle, he found himself lying dazed in a sick room, the air thick with dampness and an unpleasant odor of decay mixed with the acrid scent of urine. Lurin pondered the meaning of life and contemplated his future. Crouched in a corner of the sick room, he turned his back to the others at the outpost. The other soldiers assumed he was simply grieving, a common occurrence in the military. In this medieval world, the struggle against the darkness was fraught with despair. Every victory was but a fleeting respite, a prelude to the next life-and-death struggle. A week later, Lurin gradually accepted his reality, aided by the memories of the body he inhabited, which helped him understand his circumstances and location. He found himself within the Midden Territory, one of the 12 electorates of the human empire. This land housed the grandest temple of the White Wolf war god, Uruk, extending from the southern Rook River and the western Westland to the eastern Marienburg Free City and the northern Middenheim. The vast borders rivaled those of the southern Talabek territory. Lurin was well acquainted with this land. The former emperor of the empire, Sigma, had once fought a divine battle atop the White Wolf Mountain in Middenheim against the formidable Alpha Wolf chief of the Thuringians, a battle that would shape the future of the great human empire. After ascending to the throne, Sigma made a pivotal decision to return the governance of the 12 settlements to their respective chieftains, demanding their allegiance to the singular human empire. In times of crisis, each electorate was obligated to lend aid. Thus, the chieftain class faded, replaced by the title of elector, inherited by the families of the former chieftains. The operations of each territory resembled independent duchies, convening only during significant crises or major meetings called by the emperor to discuss matters or recruit soldiers for resource coordination. In the year 2502 of the empire, in September, the new emperor, Karl Franz, ascended the throne. Lurin also celebrated his 20th birthday and warriors' ceremony that month, a tradition passed down from the Thuringians, signifying the emergence of a warrior worthy of bearing the name Uric. Despite arriving in this medieval world, a flicker of excitement stirred within Lurin. Countless epic battles and legendary heroes converged. Every race bore witness to glory and decline, and most importantly, strength and power reigned supreme in this realm. Yet, ideals aside, reality remained suffocatingly cruel and despairing present. Lurin was merely a soldier stationed at the outer outpost of the Dracavold Forest, a seemingly insignificant figure within the vast empire. His unique appearance and timid demeanor made him a target for ridicule, his dignity trampled without restraint. After being possessed, Lurin became taciturn, appearing less vulnerable to bullying. However, except for the kind-hearted Captain Hanny, who occasionally showed concern for his well-being and training, the others treated him as invisible, relegating him to the most arduous tasks, from chopping wood to feeding horses. Lurin remained indifferent. After all, does a great achiever not endure temporary hardships? Moreover, he relished the anonymity. The woodcutting area lay deeper within the forest, where no trees were permitted within a 100-meter radius of the outpost, both to guard against beastmen and to enhance defensive visibility. The river meandered southwest, with the central mountains nestled within the heart of the northern electorates Midden, Hock, Nord, and Oster, nearly 90 of the rivers relying on the melting snow from these peaks. Only 2 months prior had Lurin been transferred from the southern electorates to the north, missing the scenes of summer floods. As the months progressed, the river's water level had significantly receded, revealing muddy banks along its banks. The vast human empire was not short of land, yet arable land secured for serfs and self-sufficient farmers was scarce. Due to the empire's sheer expanse, millions of inhabitants scattered across its territory, forming countless villages and towns. Likewise, every forest within the empire teemed with innumerable beastmen, and the valleys brimmed with green-skinned encampments, while a corner of the southeastern empire was threatened by midnight nobility. Lurin possessed the most distinctive traits of the Thuringians: a towering stature, in an era devoid of iron weapons. Thuringian ancestors had relied solely on their physical prowess to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the brutish beastmen. However, the individual possessed by Lylin, though robust in physique, had previously exhibited a lamentable weakness in character, rendering him a target for ridicule among the sentinels. Distinctively, Leyland's hair was ebony, and his irises were not the commonplace brownish-yellow typical of the Midden folk. Beyond mere physical attributes, as time progressed, Lylwin discerned the emergence of unique capabilities within his being. After recuperating his strength, he fixed his gaze ahead with a mere thought. An ethereal panel materialized before him, adorned at its apex with a pristine skull embellished with a golden double-tailed comet. Host: Lylwin. Race: human. Level: LV1. Equipment: none. Lucky favor: 94100. This panel, conjured at will by Lylwin, was reminiscent of the golden finger often bestowed upon many who traverse into alternate realms. Yet, 2 months had elapsed without any significant event transpiring. Lylwin noted the smaller text beneath the level indicator. Experience points: 487500. I've gained 3 experience points. My efforts have not been in vain, he sighed. Through over a month of observation, Lylwin gradually comprehended the significance of the values displayed on this panel. Experience points function similarly to those in role-playing games, accumulating through daily training in various skills such as swordsmanship and combat, ultimately correlating with his level. Only upon amassing sufficient experience could he ascend a level. Before he could examine it further, a pale gray flash flickered and another panel appeared. Minion task: reach level 212. A minion task? Does the system truly grasp his current predicament? A mere pawn, destined for sacrifice on behalf of the Empire. In an instant, Lylwin felt an impulse to vociferously chastise the system. Why could he not have been transported as something more dignified? Even a nondescript knight in neighboring Britannia would suffice, living a mundane life with land and serfs to sustain him, drifting through existence without care. Perhaps fortune would favor him one day, allowing him to sip from the divine's discarded water, thus becoming a sycophantic knight. After inhaling deeply, Lailuin patted his forehead, striving to dispel the humiliation that surged within him, and meticulously read the descriptions of the rewards. Reward 1. Unlock personal attribute panel. Host may utilize skill points. Reward 2. Luck increases by 3 points. Skill points? Who knows what options the system shall provide for allocation. Overall, it seemed a fortuitous development. However, the second reward an increase in luck puzzled Lailuin. Since his arrival in this world, his greatest conundrum had been the luck value displayed on the panel, devoid of any descriptive text or daily reminders, rendering it quite enigmatic that he had presumed it to be a form of luck enhancement, as luck deities were among the most revered in this medieval realm. The system's luck value would increment by 1 point daily, and gradually, Lailuin allowed it to go unexamined, letting it evolve as it would. If I am to be here, I might as well accept it. I shall soon level up. If I gather 3 more points of luck, I may reach 100. I wonder what treasures await. Lailuin mused, clearing his mind and hastening his pace towards the outer sentinels of the forest. The afternoon forest was fraught with peril, and to avoid drawing attention, he deliberately ventured deeper into the woods to gather firewood. Clad in a tattered blue and white soldier's uniform, the once vibrant colors had nearly faded into obscurity. A grimy black felt hat adorned his head, and his cracked leather boots were hardly distinguishable for being barefoot. Although his attire might be deemed shabby, the uniform remained surprisingly clean, as Lailuin made it a point to wash his garments in the nearby stream whenever time allowed. Maintaining hygiene was paramount. He could not rely on the renowned physicians of the medieval world should he fall prey to some malady. For the impoverished, facing a serious illness meant either waiting for death or seeking treatment from the merciful goddess Selena's clergy, who would only appear in larger towns. Due to resource scarcity, most soldiers' weaponry had long gone unmaintained, but the direst concern lay in the diminishing supplies at the garrison's granary. The short sword at his waist jostled with each step a standard-issue weapon amongst provincial or conscripted soldiers. This seemingly insignificant armament was the cornerstone of survival for countless imperial soldiers. In a world rife with conflict, where myriad threats loomed, survival was anything but guaranteed. Lailuin trudged eastward with his load of firewood. Though his physique was not particularly imposing, he was sturdy enough the young adult felt little strain despite carrying several bundles of heavy wood over a considerable distance. Eventually, he emerged from the Dracoveldt forest as the sun dipped toward the western mountains, casting a warm orange glow upon him. The outer forest yielded to cultivated flatlands, and he surveyed the expansive terrain, where rich black soil stretched vast and interconnected. In another realm, the mere presence of fertile soil along the riverbanks would suffice to cultivate extensive fields in this medieval context. Such a notion remained a distant aspiration. To the river's end, he glimpsed a prominent hill, upon which a watchtower, standing 6 meters tall, loomed regally over the station's interior, which was configured in a semicircular layout. The outer perimeter of the station spanned over 70 meters, constructed with round logs to form a 2-meter-high wall, particularly formidable on the northern side where it bordered the water, reaching a height of 3 meters. Surrounding the station was a trench, bristling with sharpened stakes. Only the suspension bridges on the east and west sides provided access. A misstep could lead to a swift fall, rendering it a fortress that was easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. This was Leyland's bastion, the Beggar Station, one of 4 outposts under the jurisdiction of Baron Draven in the southwestern region of the Min Territory. Here, 23 Imperial soldiers were stationed, comprising 11 melee, sword and shield fighters and spearmen, 8 archers, and 4 mounted scouts, with Lailuin serving as one of the melee combatants. The majority of the northwestern expanse of the Midden Territory was enveloped by the Dracoveldt forest, where the threats posed by wild beasts and greenskins compelled the northern elector to construct numerous outposts for defense. That a station could be found every 5 miles, with certain strategic locales housing 1 or 2 hereditary baronial castles, significantly bolstering their defensive capabilities. The garrison of a baronial castle alone could exceed 100 soldiers, not to mention the conscripted forces dispatched by the elector, which could number over 600. The station occupied the entirety of the hill, its elevated position providing a strategic advantage. Although situated in a perilous border area, soldiers were still assigned to cultivate a modest plot of arable land within a 50-meter radius, growing essential vegetables such as greens, carrots, and chickpeas, all enclosed by a fence. With a nearby water source, irrigation of the station's fields was relatively convenient. However, they could only tend to this limited area, leaving vast stretches of fertile land fallow beyond the station's watch. Liluin quickened his pace, soon arriving at the trench adjacent to the outer wall of the Bella station. Facing the Dracoveld forest, a wooden gate towered 4 meters high, with the highest point of the central watchtower displaying a shield emblazoned with a white wolf, the emblem of the Midden territory. Typically, the garrison at Bella Station relied on the suspension bridge for ingress and egress. Liluin recognized the individual as the nuisance Maz, who often trailed behind Captain Toma, exuding false bravado, displaying a congenial demeanor towards the captain while adopting a more sinister attitude toward the other soldiers. Having endured ridicule from him since his arrival, Liluin harbored no fondness for Maz. Ignoring the taunts, Liluin simply called out, "Lower the drawbridge." Maz found the situation rather dull. In the past, Lurin would often appear flushed and speechless, a sight that was quite amusing. However, he seemed to have transformed lately. Just as Maz was about to express more, he caught a glimpse of the stern-faced veteran Abate, who was striding towards him from the other side of the wall. Maz twitched his lips, let out a cold snort, and retorted sharply, "What's the rush? A wretch like you is only fit to feed the horses." Soon, the watchtower was filled with a cacophony of voices. 4 raggedly dressed individuals gathered at the entrance, one of them calling out loudly, "This Lurin fellow disregards the veteran's advice. It seems he believes he can shoulder the world. Is it really him? The one who fainted before even reaching the battlefield?" "Ha ha!" Maz sauntered down from the gate, mocking him further. The others joined in, laughing unabashedly as they gazed at the figure outside. Lurin, burdened with firewood, traversed the creaking suspension bridge, his expression dark and resolute as he moved forward, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 2. Outrage in unison. Upon entering the confines of the outpost, an acrid stench assaulted the senses, its source indeterminate, whether that of livestock or human excrement. In a nearby fodder shed, a few wild boars were rooting about in the muck, while the stables, long neglected, were filled with accumulated filth, unattended and ignored. A corner of the wall resembled a small mountain of refuse, exuding a noxious odor. In summary, the entire outpost could only be described as filthy. Occupying a modest area, the outpost housed 23 individuals, with limited resources for sustenance and sanitation. The station soldiers were predominantly uneducated and illiterate. One could scarcely find a soldier capable of writing his own name. This lack of literacy could be attributed to the pervasive corruption of knowledge in the medieval world, where ignorance of the written word often preserved the purity of one's beliefs. Fortunately, it was not summer. Otherwise, the incessant buzzing of flies would have been unbearable. As an individual from a different dimension, Liluin found himself somewhat disoriented by the environment of the outpost. Along the semicircular wall lay a row of soldier accommodations, a communal sleeping arrangement devoid of any partitions, leaving no room for personal privacy. Flanking either side were large wooden barrels, which the soldiers would fill with water each dawn to ensure they did not run dry. The soldiers' water supply relied entirely on these 2 barrels. At the innermost side of the wall stood a 2-story wooden cabin, serving as the private residence of Captain Toka and a few close aides. It was also where they conducted their daily inspections and compiled reports. A designated scout was responsible for delivering these reports to the knights stationed several kilometers away in Burii town every evening. This task was regarded as a coveted opportunity for the soldiers, a rare chance to escape the confines of the border for a brief respite. As Liluin made his way towards the firewood storage, he had just set down 3 bundles of wood when someone entered behind him. He paused momentarily before resuming his work. "Hey, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? Not following orders, huh? Hand over last month as copper coins. And this month you'll just have to do an extra chore feeding the horses. If you refuse," while Maz smirked, his tone laced with insolence. Liluin continued to untie the ropes binding the firewood, seemingly unperturbed. 5 seasoned soldiers, noticing Leyland's defiance, closed in, blocking the exit to the storage. Outside, 2 more soldiers glared menacingly at the new recruits who dared to observe. Most of the newcomers had already been intimidated by such veterans, lowering their heads in submission. Though they felt a desire to resist, Maz's group flattered Captain Toka daily, who turned a blind eye to their antics. The fear of repercussions kept them in check, emboldening Maz and his cronies. "Hey, are you deaf? Did you not hear your superior addressing you?" Maz shouted, his irritation boiling over as Lylan remained silent. With a shove, he continued, "You'll hand it over today, whether you like it or not. You'll have plenty of opportunities to regret this." Lylan turned, his expression impassive as he locked eyes with Maz, who appeared significantly shorter in stature. The intensity of Leyland's gaze unnerved Maz, who wondered why the usually timid recruit seemed so resolute today. Despite his years of experience, Maz showed no mercy as he pointed a finger at Lylan, shouting, "Was the lesson I taught you the other day not enough? Are you looking for another fight?" The other soldiers in the cabin watched with a mix of schadenfreude as a glint of cold fury flashed in Leyland's eyes. He had a notoriously short temper. He was not one to be bullied. In past confrontations, he would have thrown a punch without hesitation. Yet, the laws of Midden were clear. Any violent altercation between soldiers would be submitted to the local nobility for judgment, resulting in 20 lashes and a forfeiture of that month's copper coins. A single brawl could lead to half a month of starvation and corporal punishment. The outpost was not like a town barracks. Captain Toka wielded absolute authority and would undoubtedly side with Maz and his gang. As Maz continued his taunts, his words grew increasingly degrading, his finger nearly touching Leyland's nose. Just then, a transparent panel illuminated before Lylan. Host guide. Task issued. Provocation of veteran soldiers. Task requirement. Knock him down. Reward. 30 experience points, 1 skill point added. The system seemed to thrive on chaos, but Lylan found it exhilarating. As a person who required incentives, he was eager to comply. Was it merely provocation? A simple task. Leyland's eyes narrowed with disdain as he regarded Maz, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The veterans were taken aback. Was this truly the same timid recruit they had bullied? Maz was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting dramatically. To his shock, Lylan spat on Maz's foot, a defiant act of disrespect. With a derisive tone, Lylan declared, "Get lost, trash." At that moment, the room fell silent. All jaws dropped in disbelief. Maz, seething with rage, shouted, "You dare speak to me like that, Lylan? You really want to die?" With that, he swung a punch at Lylan, who anticipated the move, seizing Maz's wrist and delivering a resounding slap that sent Maz stumbling backward. In a swift motion, Lylan struck Maz squarely on the nose, sending him tumbling out of the storage. All eyes in the outpost were riveted on the fallen Maz, who struggled to rise. His nose crooked and bleeding, a red handprint vividly etched upon the left side of his face. Maz howled, "You coward! How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay." As he spoke, Lylan charged forward, forcefully pushing aside the obstructing soldiers and delivering a brutal kick that sent Maz sprawling onto his back. A swift kick to Maz's abdomen followed, and a sideways sweep to his shoulder completed the onslaught. The fluidity of Leyland's movements was striking. Maz was left gasping for breath, covered in dirt and blood, writhing in agony. Lylan dusted off his clothes, the blood on his hands lending him an air of menace, and turned to the remaining soldiers, addressing them nonchalantly, "What about you?" As his words hung in the air, he seemed to grow even more formidable. A notification flashed before him. Temporary task successful. Reward, 30 experience points. Host level, LV2, 17800. Host has unlocked the personal attribute panel. Would you like to allocate personal points? Current available points. 1. Seeing the hesitation among the veterans, Lylan chose to allocate his points immediately. Aware that he had shattered the illusion of invulnerability that the veterans had held, the new recruits would no longer be easily extorted. The veterans were undoubtedly seething with rage at him now. A personal attribute panel emerged, revealing a skill tree densely populated with various attributes. Lylan scrutinized the options available for allocation, which included Swordsmanship Apprentice, Melee Attack 3, Defense Apprentice, Melee Defense 3, Reckless Charge, Charge Power 10. What he needed most was a means to intimidate these veterans, to instantaneously showcase a disparity in strength. The options for Melee Mastery and Defense Mastery leaned towards weapon enhancement. However, even grasping a mere stick could escalate the situation from a simple brawl to armed rebellion, leading to unnecessary complications. Without hesitation, Lylan opted to increase his charge power. Confirm allocation, Reckless Charge, Charge Power 10. A warm sensation coursed through Lylan's body, his thigh muscles swelling with newfound strength. At that moment, had there been a wall before him, he would have shattered it effortlessly. The veterans exchanged glances, bewildered by the transformation before them. Lyland seemed to tower over them, exuding an aura strikingly different from before. They noticed that the recruits, once subjugated, now observed them intently, their eyes brimming with latent defiance. Lylwyn could not allow the situation to unfold in such a manner. A sense of impending crisis invigorated the soldiers, and one of them, with an outburst, charged forward, intent on teaching a lesson to the oblivious individual before him. Others followed suit, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. The system interface reappeared. Temporary Mission 2 initiated. Defeat them. Reward: 100 experience points. Additional reward: 1 lucky draw. Truly, the spectacle was too enticing to ignore. It presented an excellent opportunity for Lylwyn to witness the efficacy of a charge firsthand. Remaining composed, Lylwyn steadied his stance, slightly bending his knees, and then, with a sudden burst of power from his legs, he propelled himself forward, using his shoulder as a shield in a brutal collision. Bang! In an instant, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. A soldier at the forefront was sent tumbling away with a cry. The impact astonished everyone present, leaving the advancing soldiers wide-eyed and momentarily frozen, their fists poised but slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Lylwyn grasped the wrist of a soldier to his left, who stumbled as he was yanked forward, only to see a fist rapidly approaching. With a resounding smack, he was knocked to the ground. In the chaos of a brawl, the key was to capture one opponent and unleash a relentless assault. Inflicting damage on 10 foes is less effective than incapacitating one. Before his journey into this new realm, Lylwyn had honed his skills in close combat. Now, with a physique even more robust, he was undoubtedly a formidable contender in any arena. Lylwyn pivoted to confront another bald soldier, moving with such swiftness that the latter was caught off guard. With a powerful shout, he struck with his right fist aimed squarely at the soldier's face. The soldier, startled, raised his arms to shield himself, but Lylwyn capitalized on the moment, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. Out of nowhere, another soldier brandished a wooden stick and, with a reddened face, swung it towards the back of Lylwyn's head. Lylwyn, with a fierce shout, declared die. On the periphery, a slightly shorter soldier observed Lylwyn's evasion of the attackers with growing excitement. Having often been bullied by Maz and his ilk, he felt compelled to assist the one who stood up against them. The shorter soldier yelled to the others, "Let's take down these bastards." With that, he seized a wooden stick, his face flushed with adrenaline, and charged into the fray. The remaining soldiers, previously accustomed to being the targets of bullying, were similarly emboldened, rushing in to join the fight against the soldiers. The sound of fists meeting flesh and the cries of pain resonated throughout the area, as the new recruits unleashed their pent-up frustrations upon their aggressors with tenfold intensity. The soldiers, outnumbered and accustomed to exploiting the disunity of their foes, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage now that Lylwyn had taken the lead. Each soldier faced 2 attackers, creating a decidedly one-sided conflict. Suddenly, the rapid sound of hooves approached, corroborating the earlier commotion. The open space of the outpost quickly emptied as soldiers scattered, leaving several attackers writhing on the ground in agony. Some soldiers, still fueled by their triumph, could not resist delivering a few extra kicks for good measure. In just a few minutes, Lylwyn bore the marks of battle. A punch had landed squarely on half of his face, and his stamina was nearing its limit. In the next moment, a notification from the system appeared. Temporary Mission 2 successful. Reward: 100 experience points granted. Additional lucky draw, 1 time. Bonus reward: 1 skill point. Acquired trait: Majestic Presence, Leadership Radius, 4, Leadership. Akin to morale, determines a unit's resilience to heavy losses. Some legendary forces are even deemed invincible. The personal trait of possessing a majestic presence seemed promising, at least on the surface. Following this encounter, Lylwyn felt the long-suppressed tension within him dissipate, instilling confidence in his abilities. At least he could hold his own on the battlefield. He glanced at the soldiers who had fought alongside him, recognizing only the shorter soldier, Raven, a mere 19 years old, who hailed from the same barony of Draven as he did. No wonder Raven had rushed to his aid. For days, he had been tasked with menial chores and often ridiculed by Maz and his associates. Leading the group was the outpost officer, Toka. As an officer, he enjoyed far superior privileges compared to ordinary soldiers like Lylwyn, especially with the flattery he received from Maz and his cohort. While the other soldiers bore weary expressions, Toka's face shone with oily smugness, his hawkish nose and narrow eyes occasionally revealing a cruel glint. Dressed in a deep blue long coat complete with chest armor, leg guards, and a neck protector, Toka sported a half-open steel helmet adorned with blue and white feathers, with a finely crafted wooden insignia at his waist. Amid the silence, Toka surveyed the fallen, all of whom were soldiers, particularly Maz, who lay convulsing and foaming at the mouth, clearly defeated. Even the standing soldiers bore injuries. He keenly sensed the complexity of the situation. Habitually narrowing his eyes, Toka spoke in a dark tone. What audacity! Who is responsible? Step forward. As he spoke, the officer unsheathed his sword, and the two guards behind him followed suit, weapons drawn and eyes locked menacingly on Liluan and his companions. Taking a deep breath, Liluan stepped forward but halted as someone emerged ahead of him. It was me, Raven declared, stepping out from the crowd, standing tall and forcing himself to meet Toka's gaze. From the moment the chaos began, an inexplicable force had inspired his courage and resolve. No longer willing to endure humiliation, he was determined to stand his ground. The other soldiers rallied behind Raven, declaring, "It was me. Raven is not to blame. I alone should face the consequences." Toka's expression darkened. The insubordination had clearly struck a nerve, an all too familiar issue among imperial officers. It seemed necessary to reassert his authority. He raised his sword, its tip aimed at Raven, and hissed ominously, disturbing military order, inciting chaos at the outpost, disregarding the law and engaging in violence against comrades. I, in the name of Count Wendell, shall escort you to the garrison for judgment. However, in a sudden twist, Toka lunged forward, shouting, "I'll deal with you first." The situation escalated unexpectedly, shocking the soldiers as they witnessed Toka's ruthless intentions. Faced with the officer's blade, Raven stood his ground, his body taut with tension. Clang! The two swords clashed, and Raven, astonished, gazed at the imposing figure before him, who had thwarted the impending strike. Chapter 3. The fortuitous lottery. Toka, having sheathed his sword, confronted Laren with a mixture of astonishment and fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at the soldier before him, exclaiming, "Laren, do you dare to draw your sword against me? Do you seek rebellion?" The air in the watchtower was so tense that one could hear a pin drop, as disbelief painted the faces of all present. Maz, recently jolted from his stupor, sat on the ground, gaping at the scene, his mouth agape as he forgot to wipe the blood from his lips. On the parapet, veteran sentry Abate crouched at the edge, his demeanor transformed from the usual nonchalance to one of acute vigilance, his gaze locked onto Laren. Even the two vanguard knights behind Captain Toka were rendered speechless. Was this individual before them the same cowardly figure they had encountered just days ago? Although they had noted a change in Laren recently, none had anticipated such audacity. Was he possessed by the spirit of a white wolf? Someone exclaimed wide-eyed. He has lost his mind. Laren must be mad. Despite wielding a sword, Toka's presence paled in comparison to Laren's, who emanated a palpable aura of danger. The soldiers who had previously clashed with him instinctively stepped back, wary of the new threat. "Captain, the situation remains unclear, and yet you act rashly. One has perished, which can be attributed to the Beastmen's attack. 2 dead can similarly be justified," Laren stated coldly, enunciating each word. "Should more lives be lost and a significant conflict arise among the stationed troops, you will find it difficult to account for it to the border camp." As his words hung in the air, all eyes shifted back to Toka, who remained fixated on Laren, paralyzed by the gravity of the moment. Toka felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The force of their previous clash had nearly caused him to lose grip of his sword. Such strength was unfathomable. Laren turned to Maz, who remained seated, and spoke in a somber tone. "They attempted to forcibly seize my money and assaulted me." Raven and his companions intervened, unable to bear such bullying. "I implore you, Captain Toka, to discern the truth and render justice." Maz's face, previously flushed with anger, drained of color. In ordinary circumstances, no one would dare to confront them so openly. Laren's boldness in exposing such matters in public was tantamount to a public execution. The soldiers were shrewd enough to recognize the precariousness of their situation, and Maz, with tears streaming down his face, crawled toward Toka, clutching his leg in desperation. "Please, my lord, help me. Laren struck me without cause. I merely offered to assist him in untying the firewood, yet I never expected him to slap me away." He pointed at Raven and the others, wailing, "My companions merely intended to help, But Raven and his crew sided with that scoundrel Laren. They assaulted us, claiming we sought to rob them. As he spoke, he raised his left cheek toward Toka, pleading, "My lord, this is evidence. You must intervene on our behalf." A few other soldiers mimicked Maz, wailing as they crawled to Toka, their antics comical yet pitiful. In their minds, since the captain had been absent from the watchtower, the most pitiful among them had the most justification. Raven, his face flushed with anger, could no longer contain himself. "You're talking nonsense. You were the ones who initiated the violence first. How dare you accuse Laren of striking you?" The soldiers, who had long suffered at the hands of the bullies, rallied behind Laren, considering it no great loss if Maz and his companions were to be dealt with. Toka found himself caught in a dilemma, both overtly and covertly. Maz had provided him with numerous benefits. Each time they extorted money, a portion found its way into Toka's hands. Without such income, maintaining his lavish lifestyle in Burii town would be impossible. Accustomed to turning a blind eye while reaping substantial rewards, Toka had long accepted the exploitation of ordinary soldiers at the watchtower. However, with Laren now exposing these dealings, he could no longer ignore the situation, especially as the soldiers had united, threatening to incite a mutiny. If he spared Maz, Laren's faction would undoubtedly rebel on the spot. If he punished Maz, what would remain of his authority? Toka observed Maz's pitiful pleas with disgust. Within moments of his absence from the watchtower, they had concocted a scandal of monumental proportions. In the past, any resistance had been swiftly dealt with. Why, then, were these soldiers unable to subdue even one Laren today? How little had they contributed to his monthly earnings? The uproar from below hinted at how much more coin they had pocketed privately, and now they wished to pin the blame on him. Enraged by these thoughts, Toka shoved Maz away from his leg with a kick to his abdomen, shouting, "You worthless fool! We must clarify our positions. If I'm implicated, I'll be in danger myself." An idea struck him, and he declared loudly, "This matter requires investigation from all parties involved. First, send the injured to the infirmary. All soldiers implicated in this affair will receive 10 strokes of the rod and be confined to the holding cell. We will report back to the barracks once the facts are established." Toka's response astonished all present. Such a widespread violent altercation warranted only 10 strokes of the rod for each participant. Laren had struck with such ferocity that the soldier he had thrown aside was still unconscious. Would he truly be let off so easily? Reactions varied. Those who had suffered at the hands of others, led by Laren, breathed a sigh of relief, while Maz turned pale, realizing Toka's intentions were to disregard their plight. The situation at the watchtower had subtly shifted. Hours later, darkness enveloped the sky, with a cloudless expanse filled with twinkling stars. The bright moon, Manasubri, and the sinister moon, Morsubri, hung high, illuminating the vast earth and majestic mountains. Under the silvery moonlight, the Beg watchtower stood like a solitary sentinel at the edge of the Dracovold forest. By night, the watchtower was illuminated only by torches atop the watchtower and at key points along the walls. Following dinner, aside from the soldiers on patrol, all others were required to sleep, with no light permitted in the shared quarters. The unrest instigated by Laren had subsided, and the usual bullies were now crammed into the watchtower's sole infirmary, sprawled on hay bales, lamenting their fate. Their cries would likely persist until the early hours, until exhaustion overcame them. Having engaged in the skirmish, Laren himself had emerged relatively unscathed. The 10 strokes of the rod were more of an inconvenience than a punishment, especially since those administering the punishment were fellow soldiers. The strength he had displayed today left the soldiers responsible for the punishment hesitant to be too severe. Maz's behavior was universally disdained. Anyone witnessing it would feel repulsion. Laren's intervention had paradoxically bolstered his status among the soldiers. However, Raven and the other new recruits did not share in such leniency, each receiving a thorough 10 strokes, leaving them groaning in pain as they lay in bed. Laren reclined comfortably on the hay bed, unfazed by the discomfort of the straw, having leveled up to level 2 and earned a chance at a fortuitous lottery. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction after the day's events, his confidence in his combat prowess bolstered. A faint voice called to him, "Laren, Laren." Upon hearing his name, Laren turned to see Raven and 2 other new recruits standing at his bedside, their expressions indicating they had something to discuss. "What is it?" Laren inquired as he sat up. Raven, with an apologetic smile, scratched his head, glancing at Laren, hesitating to speak. The 2 new soldiers beside him mirrored his demeanor, their faces a mix of embarrassment and anticipation. Noticing their expressions, Laren surmised the reason for their reticence and smiled. We are all comrades here. Feel free to speak candidly. Upon hearing Laron's words, Raven nodded and retrieved a cloth pouch from the tattered pocket of his jacket, handing it to Laron with a conflicted tone. Brother Laron, please accept this. It is a token of our appreciation. A token? Laron was somewhat perplexed as he accepted the pouch, which felt heavy in his palm, faintly ringing with the sound of metal clinking. As he opened the drawstring, he discovered around 40 copper coins inside. A regular soldier earned a maximum of 5 silver coins per month, with a conversion rate of 10 copper coins to 1 silver coin. This meant a soldier's monthly earnings would not exceed 50 copper coins. Given that soldiers had to pay for weapon maintenance and clothing, the sum in the pouch likely represented a month's wages for the 3 before him. You. Laron hesitated, pinching a copper coin between his fingers. You're giving me money? Why? The 3 new recruits exchanged glances, fumbling for words, until Raven finally spoke up. Every month, those fellows from Mars take away more than half of our salaries. Today, you stood up to them, so we wanted to thank you. Understanding dawned on Laron, softening his heart. Raven's eyes brimmed with gratitude as he added, Brother Laron, I used to mock you with the others. You, aren't angry? Are you? Mocking? What does that have to do with me? Laron mused internally. Gained 3 faith points. A system notification appeared abruptly. After the 3 of them settled in for the night, Laron hastily accessed the system panel, questioning, System, what are faith points? A few lines of text materialized on the panel. Faith points increase when the host is revered by others. Upon reaching a certain threshold, random battle bonuses, special skills, and unique equipment are awarded. Special skills? Unique equipment? Battle bonuses? Laron was taken aback. Ironically, by refusing the trio's gratitude, he had inadvertently deepened their respect for him. Just as he felt elated, he was disheartened to find that the minimum reward for faith points required 50 points. 50 faith points meant at least 50 people had to revere him to attain even the lowest reward. However, there were only 23 soldiers in the entire Beak Station, and even if they split into 2, it would still fall short. It was clear that accumulating 50 faith points in a short time was impossible. A prompt popped up on the panel. The host has 1 skill point and 2 lucky draws available. Would you like to use them now? He chose to use them, starting with the skill point. Laron invested it in Rash Charge, and the improvement was substantial. He could now knock over regular soldiers in a single charge, and his leg strength saw a slight increase. The options available for skill points were limited to 2, Melee Apprentice, Melee Attack 3, and Defense Apprentice, Melee Defense 3. Confirm selection, Melee Apprentice, confirmed. This is remarkably powerful. Laron couldn't help but anticipate what the system's lucky draw might yield. The attribute panel faded away, replaced by a spinning wheel divided into 8 sectors, each further divided into 3 smaller sections. Laron felt invigorated and eagerly prepared to spin the wheel. There were a total of 24 slots, 6 for special items, 6 for weaponry, 6 for resources, and 6 for magic. Among these, for slots were purple tier, 8 were blue tier, and the rest were green tier. The rewards categorized by color often offered far superior effects and attributes compared to those of blue or green tiers. Laron glanced at the resource slots, which contained a plethora of items, mostly physical goods, all with a green background, indicating their low tier. One resource on the wheel was 30 silver coins, which, in Laron's current situation, was the least useful, suggesting that resource slots served merely as embellishments rather than enhancing his strength. Without lingering, Laron turned his attention to the special slots. True to their name, the 6 special slots featured 2 building construction orders for the Sacred Grove and the Wooden Watchtower, while the remaining 4 contained unique attribute entries: a blue-tier nemesis to oil, a green-tier small leader, good reputation, and the most perplexing, a purple-tier forest friend. What kind of nonsensical rewards is the system offering? Laron inwardly scoffed. Looking at the magic and weapon slots, he was pleasantly surprised to find them to be the most rewarding. The magical options included the green-tier Radiance, Divine Blessing, Forest Shield, and Gale, alongside the blue-tier Combat Zeal and the edge-tier purple spell, Eagle Eye. As for the weaponry, there were excellent items, including a complete set of blessed White Wolf Knight armor and a blue-tier Imperial Warhorse. Yet, what Laron desired most was the highest-tier Eagle Eye spell. The ability to see all characters and structures within a 100-meter radius from a divine perspective was simply incredible. It would prove invaluable for future escapes and pursuits. Rubbing his palms together, Laron silently chanted, "No resources, no attributes. I want magic. I want Eagle Eye, I want Eagle Eye." He kept murmuring to himself, gathering courage as he reached out to spin the wheel. A light appeared at the top of the wheel, spinning rapidly. He held his breath, fearing the light would land on an undesirable slot. Finally, the wheel began to slow, the light moving from one slot to the next. 30 silver coins. Passed. Sacred Grove construction. Passed. A complete set of blessed white wolf knight armor. Damn it. That passed too. The double-tailed comet warhammer. Also passed. The wheel continued to slow, with only 3 or 4 slots left before it would stop. As it neared the eagle eye spell, Laron tightly shut his eyes, fervently praying to Lady Luck. At last, the light halted, settling on a slot. Laron kept his eyes closed, taking deep breaths before slowly opening them. Damn it. How did I end up with this? Chapter 4, The Second Lottery. The Helam Warhammer. What one envisions often diverges significantly from reality. Fate delights in playing tricks, withholding what is desired and presenting instead what is least wanted. A luminous point landed squarely upon the radiant light magic of Green Tier. In a mere breath, the spinning wheel vanished. A stream of light surged into Laren's mind, leaving no room for reconsideration. Laren's mood was decidedly gloomy. Receiving what he did not wish for was disheartening. Although the light magic was not entirely devoid of merit, its utility paled in comparison to 30 silver coins. A line of text materialized in his mind. Radiant light, a spell of the light school, creates a source of illumination equivalent to that of a torch. The source can manifest in your palm, staff, or other parts of your body. Each source lasts for 5 minutes, consuming 1 point of magical essence. Laren let out a long sigh. What use is a free torch? A mere means of saving a few coins? However, upon reflection, the radiant light spell was not without its applications. It could generate light in various parts of his body, such as above his head or behind. While it could not inflict tangible damage, envisioning a sudden burst of light behind his head in certain situations was amusing. Perhaps it could even lead people to regard him as a chosen one of Sigma. After acquiring the radiant light spell, Laren closed his eyes and discovered a framework in his mind, which contained approximately 13 points of magical essence for his use. The system was remarkably efficient. Within a few breaths, Laren realized he had fully mastered the radiant light spell, reaching a level of proficiency that bordered on expertise. Had he truly become a master of magic? Moments later, Laren opened his eyes, ready for the second lottery. With a slight movement of his consciousness, the system's lottery wheel reappeared. The wheel still held 24 segments, though the options had shifted somewhat. The complete set of blessing of the White Wolf Knight armor had vanished, as had 2 hammers, suggesting that the offerings were indeed random. Upon closer inspection, Laren was pleasantly surprised to find that the purple tier eagle eye remained. During the previous lottery, the radiant light spell and eagle eye were merely 2 segments apart. His heart sank at the thought of the eagle eye spell. He yearned for it this time. The weapon equipment section at the bottom had transformed into the Helam Warhammer, a weapon that appeared exceedingly ancient. Its handle adorned with a small, oval crystal. Oh, benevolent god of fortune, have pity on me and grant me a purple tier spell. Laren rubbed his hands together in excitement, his spirits soaring, resolved to secure the eagle eye in this second chance. After calming himself for a moment, he began to spin the wheel. This time, he aimed carefully for the eagle eye's position, exerting less force during the spin. The luminous point slowed in its movement, and Laren estimated it would stop within 5 segments, with the purple tier eagle eye sitting in the 3rd segment. His luck was surely about to turn. The point moved 1 segment, landing on the minor leader trait. Laren regarded traits with disdain. What reward was this? The earlier trait, majestic presence, had shown no tangible benefits. The point advanced once more, and just ahead lay the coveted eagle eye spell. Stop. Please stop. Laren's eyes widened, his face flushed, hands clenched tightly. The point trembled and finally settled within the eagle eye segment. Just as he felt assured and began to relax, a faint sound echoed, a soft pop. The point surged forward, advancing 3 segments. What? Laren stared in disbelief, his body tense with anxiety, nearly gasping for breath. System, are you jesting with me? After experiencing such emotional highs and lows, Laren felt his mind go blank, collapsing onto his bed as the silvery moonlight streamed through a hole in the ceiling, illuminating his despondent face. He truly dared not look at what the luminous point had awarded him. Beyond the eagle eye spell lay a sea of green, mostly traits or materials as useless as the radiant light. I resigned myself to fate. Laren lay on the bed with a deep sigh, surrendering to destiny. Sitting upright, he scanned the segments one by one. Green tier traits, none. Green tier spells, none. Blue tier weapons or equipment, neither. Was it a construction token? Still nothing. As his gaze settled on the segment occupied by the luminous point, Laren's mouth gaped wide enough to fit 3 eggs. By Sigma above, a purple tier weapon, the Helam Warhammer. The lottery wheel vanished, the selection complete, and the Warhammer materialized before Laren. It was exceedingly heavy, almost slipping from his grasp and thudding heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, the soldiers in the room were all asleep, snoring resoundingly. Had they awakened, Laren would have struggled to explain. As Laren caught the Warhammer, the moment he gripped the handle, a profound connection formed between the weapon and its wielder. Visions of brutal battlefields flashing through his mind like a cinematic reel. Weighing the hammer, he realized it was perfect for shattering the skulls of foolish creatures. Swinging it with abandon would surely be exhilarating. The introduction of the Helam Warhammer appeared in his mind. Armor-piercing damage, effective against heavy armor in close combat, anti-large, imbued with the effect of soul fire during battle. Armor-piercing damage, anti-large, soul fire? Such was the formidable nature of purple-tier equipment. Consequently, Laren's prowess in close combat had significantly amplified. In this medieval world, wielding a warhammer on the battlefield signified true manhood. Those effete southerners, brandishing their rapier swords, dare not confront chaos head-on. They lacked the capacity. Though he had not drawn the Eagle Eye spell, he could only hope for greater fortune in the next lottery. Having acquired a purple-tier warhammer was not a loss by any measure. It was unrealistic to keep such a large hammer by his side. He would need to find an opportunity to reveal it judiciously. Laren conceived a plan. Not far from here lay a Sigma church in the town of Bray. Before that, he first stowed the Helam Warhammer into the System S repository. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Laren lay down on the straw bed, lulled by the rhythmic snores of the soldiers, and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 5. Piety from a Humble Breakfast? The first glimmer of dawn had barely pierced the receding darkness when the assembly bell shattered the stillness of the outpost, igniting a cacophony of groans and rustling within the soldiers' communal quarters. Some, still adrift in slumber, blinked open their eyes with a dazed incomprehension. Laren, roused from a fitful sleep, was among them. The elation of the previous night's lottery had kept him tossing and turning for what seemed an eternity. Hearing the morning assembly summons, Laren swiftly donned his uniform and boots before emerging from the barracks. Good morrow, Laren, greeted Raven, accompanied by 2 fresh recruits. Did you find solace in slumber? Laren vigorously scrubbed his face, shaking off the water before rising to his full height. Morning. My shoulders ache a bit. It wasn't the most restful night. He arched an eyebrow, retorting, and you? Those 10 lashes must have made for an uneasy rest. Raven shrugged. You speak truly. The welts throbbed relentlessly. I tossed and turned, unable to find respite. It will be 2 months before I recover, I fear. My frame lacks your robust constitution, Laren. You dispatched those ne'er-do-wells as if they were mere chicks. And yet, your snores were the loudest of all, Laren chuckled. Eat heartily, toil diligently, and strength shall be yours. Then, none shall dare to trifle with you. Indeed, Laren speaks wisely, one of the recruits chimed in, offering a silent smile. Raven, struck by a thought, turned to Laren. Laren, I overheard about and some of the veterans saying your duties have been curtailed today. It seems you are only tasked with chopping wood, while the rest falls to others. Lighter workload? It seemed Taka had been profoundly affected by yesterday's events. He wouldn't dare obstruct him openly, but that didn't preclude clandestine machinations. Assembly! Assembly! Everyone, gather around. A voice boomed from the watchtower. Let's go, Laren gestured, striding purposefully toward the sound, Raven and the others trailing behind. As was customary, Taka, clad in his armor, stood on the platform before the watchtower. The 23 soldiers of Berg Outpost were arrayed in 3 ranks, the 3 vanguard knights in the front, followed by sword and shield infantry and spearmen, and finally, archers, crossbowmen, and support personnel. Taka, hands clasped behind his back, cast his gaze across the formation, his somber eyes lingering for a fleeting moment on Laren. Only when the soldier who had rung the assembly bell scurried down from the tower and took his place in the ranks did Taka clear his throat and boom. Listen closely. This week's patrol rotation sees the 2nd squad replacing the 1st. Kolo and Marlin, you're on stable duty and latrine cleaning. You 2 will scour those stables and latrines until they gleam. A speck of dirt, and you'll consume it in plain sight. The 2 men singled out were known associates of Maz, the Barak bullies. Taka was clearly venting his ire from the previous day by assigning them Laron's former odious tasks. Kolo and Marlin exchanged grim glances, daring not voice their resentment, and bowed their heads. The rest of you, carry on as usual. After breakfast, get to work. Dismissed. With those final words, Taka shot Laron a venomous look before turning on his heel. The soldiers dispersed, making their way to the mess hall for breakfast. The bullies huddled together, avoiding Laron's gaze, and hurried away. Other soldiers, heartened by the sight, jeered and mocked them. Laron, unperturbed, paid no heed to the onlookers and strode toward the mess hall. The quartermaster, seemingly eager to curry favor, bestowed upon Laron an extra measure of kindness, slipping him 2 hunks of black bread and a roasted potato. While others received only a spoonful of stew, Laron's bowl was overflowing, topped with 2 small chunks of meat. The Empire's culinary habits were akin to those of the medieval era, characterized by a limited selection of ingredients and simple preparation. Vegetables were either tossed into salads or boiled into a stew. For the common folk, meat was a rare indulgence, enjoyed perhaps once every few days. The mess hall's worn tables and benches had seen years of service, their surfaces smoothed by countless meals. Laron, cradling his brimming bowl and balancing the bread and potato, settled into a corner seat near the entrance. Yesterday morning, some had dared to claim Laron had stolen their spot. Today, they approached with smiles, their gazes making Laron's skin crawl. A dish of pickled bamboo shoots, pungent yet appetizing, graced the table. Pickled provisions were commonplace throughout the northern elector count principalities of the Empire, a staple on the tables of both electors and the impoverished denizens of the deep woods. Setting down his bowl, Laron realized he had forgotten a spoon. Raven suddenly materialized, plopping down across from him and presenting him with a utensil. Laron, Raven grinned. I noticed you lacked a spoon, so I procured one for you. Thank you, Laron replied with a smile. Raven was one of the few with whom he could converse freely, and the 3 recruits readily joined them at the table. Observing their meager rations of stew and a single piece of black bread, Raven smacked his lips contentedly, savoring every drop. With resources scarce at the outpost, the soldiers' daily fare had been drastically reduced. While they once ate their fill, the current portions were woefully inadequate. Laron rose to his feet and divided his 2 hunks of black bread into smaller portions, distributing them along the table. He then fetched 2 more bowls and portioned out the majority of his stew, including the 2 pieces of meat, placing them in the center of the table. The recruits, eyes fixed on the bread, paused in their chewing and looked up at Laron. Laron, what is this? Raven stammered, licking his lips. Laron smiled wryly. I can't possibly eat all this myself. Share it. Let's not waste it. Seeing their hesitation, he urged, eat up. We have duties to attend to soon. Raven, delighted, seized a piece of bread and exclaimed, Thank you, Laron. I won't refuse your generosity. He devoured the stew with gusto, scooping additional helpings from the communal bowls. Emboldened by Raven's example, the others chimed in. Thank you, Laron. Soldiers at neighboring tables, their mouths watering at the sight of meat-laden stew, hesitated to approach. System notification. 4 piety points. Piety from this? Laron was taken aback. Raven and his companions had bestowed 3 piety points upon him the previous evening. Its reoccurrence suggested that piety could be repeatedly accrued from the same individuals. He didn't need 50 devotees. A few recruits could repeatedly offer their reverence, and his piety would increase. With 7 piety points in hand, he was only 43 points away from a reward. Such fortune from sharing a meal. Laron could barely suppress his grin. This breakfast was a resounding success. Chapter 6. A conversation before departure. The Berg outpost operated on a weekly rotation, with each team consisting of 3 sword and shield soldiers, 2 spearmen, for archers, and 2 vanguard squires. In the event of increased enemy presence or unforeseen circumstances, the 2nd vanguard squire of the patrol would be dispatched immediately, alternating back and forth to ensure continuous intelligence updates during combat. Having experienced numerous wars, the Imperial Army possessed a systematic approach to military coordination. However, the deceit and concealment of Imperial officials often led to errors in army operations, such as untimely dispatch. Layan stood at the edge of the outpost's drawbridge, watching a group of people pull a carriage along the distant road, heading quickly towards the Drakewald forest. From afar, Little Raven waved to him. Minutes later, the patrol disappeared into the forest. Each patrol was fraught with danger, with a constant threat from beastmen and forest goblins, and any misstep could mean death in the Black Forest. The reason Layan and several other recruits were transferred to the Berg outpost was that during the Norscan invasion in the spring, the Beastmen of the Drakewald Forest took the opportunity to pillage and plunder, causing severe casualties at various outposts. Rumor had it that on the night of the evil moon, some peripheral villages in the north were destroyed, livestock and villagers vanished, and even houses were reduced to dust. A survivor claimed to have seen a giant spider as large as a church, but he was later burned at the stake by witch hunters for publicly spreading chaos rumors. For a month, Leon had also noticed a bat's distinctiveness. He spoke little, only did what he was supposed to do, was nonchalant about everything, and was fearless. Moreover, Maz seemed to have a natural animosity towards a bat. The two never exchanged a word, and the other soldiers avoided provoking him. It was said that Abat was the most veteran soldier at the Berg outpost. While Captain Toka was previously a guard under a military noble and had only arrived here after the Norscan invasion, having been recently transferred, Leon didn't care who paid attention to him. If it didn't affect him, he ignored it. He was more concerned with how to legitimately unveil the Helam warhammer he had drawn last night. To conjure a warhammer out of thin air and claim it was a blessing from Sigmar? If Leon did that, witch hunters would probably arrive from afar the next day to take him away. Especially the radiant magic, it was a hot potato. The Empire's prohibition on magic was incredibly strict. If a child from a common family awakened magical abilities one night and playfully manipulated a ball of fire in front of their parents, they would surely be captured and burned to death. Leon didn't want to be killed by the system, without a reasonable explanation. The things the system gave him were bombs that could explode at any time. One wrong move, and he would be socially dead in the Empire. I have an idea. Leon thought of a plan. He would find an opportunity to go to Bree Town and use the Sigmar Church to stage a divine grace. Wouldn't that solve the problem? If he was lucky, he could even gain a large number of piety points. With this idea, Leon prepared to leave the Berg outpost. Outpost Captain Toka was fretting in the wooden house on the second floor. The weather in the north was cold, even though it was only autumn. Frost covered the wilderness in the morning. The only wooden window was dilapidated, patched up with several pieces of wood to barely keep it from falling apart. Light shone into the gloomy room from outside the window. In the fireplace at one end of the room, a roaring fire crackled. Toka leaned against the wooden chair and slammed the paper in his hand heavily on the table in front of him. Several drafts and a large number of receipts scattered, and a bottle of imperial beer on the table rippled. Among the scattered drafts were documents about the outpost's military expenditure, food reserves, and, more importantly, Toka's own bonds. Damn you, Artlofran. You want me to make up for that 50 silver coin deficit in just a few days? You swindled me out of 40 silver coins and want me to send someone to pay off your debt? Dream on. Toka slammed the table again in frustration. Most of his wealth was invested in the carriage business. In the Northern Empire, the most popular profession, besides the priests of various churches, was carriage merchants. The climate in the northern provinces limited economic development and the variety of goods. The people in the north struggled to make ends meet, while the people in the south lived more prosperously and safely. The Royal Academy of Altdorf had ranked the cities of the empire, and all the cities except the Elector Count's capital in the north were in the south, which showed the gap between the north and south. Carriage merchants controlled large caravans, transporting goods and selling merchandise between the north and south, while also bringing new events and stories. They formed guilds to divide the profits. The huge profits attracted countless nobles to join, and ordinary people with a little wealth would invest in a guild as soon as possible. Toka was one of the mindless followers, bearing the greatest risks. The last caravan he invested in was attacked by ogres in the wilds of the Averland, and the goods were lost, and the guards were all killed. Sir, what's wrong? A vanguard squire pushed the door open and asked hesitantly. None of your business. Get out. Toka waved impatiently. He was feeling irritable. He picked up a piece of paper and noticed that the vanguard squire was still standing there. What are you still doing here? Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? Sir, Leon is here, the vanguard squire said. Leon? What's he doing here? Toka frowned. That guy was so impressive yesterday. Why would he come to me today? The vanguard squire continued. He said he has something to discuss with you in person. Toka shouted. Tell him to get lost. Tell him I'm busy. Just as he finished speaking, Toka suddenly stopped the squire at the door. Wait. Did that guy say what it was about? Toka narrowed his eyes and tugged at his neat mustache. Let him in. Yes. Soon. The sound of creaking wooden boards echoed outside the room. A moment later, Leon pushed open the door and walked in. Leon nodded slightly. Captain Toka. Toka glanced at the vanguard squire outside the door, who understood and closed the door quietly. What do you want to do in Bree Town when you leave the outpost? Toka stared at Leon's face with a gloomy expression. Leon didn't flinch and said calmly, personal matters. I don't think the superior has the right to know the reason, right? Umph. Toka smirked, reached out to pour himself a beer, white foam spilling over the rim of the glass, and the aroma of malt filled the room. He took a big gulp, leaned back comfortably in his chair, and rested his elbow on the armrest. It's normal for young people to be arrogant. Every imperial general made mistakes when they were young. Marshal Kabur disobeyed a military order once, didn't he? Leyen frowned, understanding the implication, and said lightly, I just can't stand being bullied. Maz is lying in bed now, and he brought it on himself. I will handle Maz's matter properly, fairly, and justly. Similarly, I can let you go to Bree Town, but there is one condition. Toka stood up, poured a glass of dark beer, and handed it over. Leyen took the wooden glass, glanced at the beer foam in the glass, and said, Tell me, accepting or not is my business. I like communicating with smart people, Leyen. Toka smiled and said frankly, There is a carriage merchant in Bree Town. I owe him a little silver. Your condition is to let me kill someone? Forget it. No, Leyen, you misunderstood me. Toka interlaced his fingers and said slowly, Help me deliver a letter to him, and I'll give you a small reward. 10 silver coins. What do you think? Too much money. I don't feel at ease. Leyen asked vigilantly, Is it dangerous? Human inclinations are invariably peculiar. Rich individuals often indulge in eccentricities, Leyen remarked casually. Some of these behaviors border on the bizarre. He scratched his head, pausing for a moment. The merchant I need you to find is temperamental and capricious. The last fellow who delivered a message for me had his legs broken and was tossed into the sewer. I searched for him for over a month. Eventually, I learned that poor soul was left helpless, moaning in the sewer until he finally succumbed. Tokar shrugged. Leyen's brow furrowed deeper. Aren't you going to intervene? Intervene? Why should I? Tokar replied, as if he had heard a most amusing jest. Had he not delivered that message? Securing over 200 gold coins worth of supplies for more than 100 soldiers at the 4 outposts. All our men at the Beg outpost would have been slaughtered in that damned Beastman raid. The outpost officer sat down, took a sip of beer, and lamented. That unfortunate man was our savior. Leyen's expression darkened, his fists clenched. He could scarcely fathom such a heinous act occurring on the Empire's frontier. You shouldn't be sitting here, comfortably warming yourself by the fire, Tokar. The gallows seemed tailor-made for your kind. Leyen's voice was low and intense. Gallows? Huh? Tokar burst into laughter, his amusement evident as he regarded Leyen with a playful glint in his eye, saying nothing further. Do you have any idea how little compensation a common fallen soldier's family receives? I'll tell you, it's a meager sum. With that, Tokar extended 3 fingers and continued, 30 silver coins, assuming the higher-ups don't greedily take more. If they do, the families of the deceased may only receive 15 silver coins, and they'll have to thank Sigmar for it. Do you know how much I gave that unfortunate man's family? Tokar paused, fixing an intense gaze on Leyen as if urging him to guess. Silence enveloped the moment, prompting Tokar to raise 4 fingers, speaking deliberately. 40 gold coins, equating to 400 silver coins, or 4,000 copper coins. Is a human life worth merely 40 gold coins to you? Leyen was at a loss for words, struggling to contain his urge to seize and chastise the well-dressed man before him. I provided that man's family with what they could never earn in a lifetime. 2 lifetimes, or even 3. Is that not enough? Tokar tilted his head, questioning him. The fireplace crackled warmly, yet the chilling dialogue dissipated its heat. Leyen, you are still young and have encountered too little power, Tokar remarked, glancing at Leyen. He waved a hand and poured 2 more mugs of beer. When you rise to my position, you will perceive many things differently. Everything has a price, faith, honor, even human lives. Deliver this letter for me, and I shall permit you to go to Brea Town. Do we have a deal? I will add 5 silver coins to your payment. This is my final offer. Tokar paused. As for Maz and his companions, I will handle them. Once you depart, I will ensure they compensate and publicly apologize to the other recruits. To be candid, Leyen was reluctant to deliver the letter, fully aware of the substantial risks involved. Yet refusing Tokar's request would mean he could not leave the outpost. Escaping without permission was a capital offense. Now, give me 20 silver coins, or I shall forfeit the journey to Brea Town. Tokar hesitated, then grinned. Everyone has their price. We have a deal. As Leyen grasped the letter and stepped out of the room, the system interface immediately appeared. 30 points of experience. Tokar's assertions could not be entirely dismissed. The insights of a lower-ranking imperial officer who had spent decades navigating the complexities of life held a certain validity. Should he face a similar choice in the future? Would he prioritize profit over human life? Laren found himself uncertain. Having Maz and his companions apologize to the recruits would undoubtedly yield him a significant amount of piety points, bringing him closer to the coveted 50 points reward. With all his funds gathered, dressed in his military uniform and armed, Laren set forth from the Beg outpost, heading east. The sentry soldiers atop the walls received the news and lowered the drawbridge. As he surveyed the landscape, he spotted distant settlements interspersed among vast tracts of desolate land. Dense forests, marshes, and hills. Not long after setting out, a soldier approached, leading a travel horse and handing the reins to Laren. Is this for me? Does Abat have such authority? Laren was taken aback. In the distance, a figure stood atop the outpost walls, and Laren sensed that he was being watched. Everyone harbors their little secrets. He mounted the horse, settling into the saddle, and rode along the eastern path. Chapter 7. Breton admittedly. Equestrianism proves to be a rather taxing endeavor. After an extended period of riding, Leland felt a chafing discomfort in his inner thighs. The scenery along the route was unremarkable, as the Empire's rural infrastructure was quite underdeveloped. Most of the villages he encountered were merely surrounded by fences, and the conscripted militiamen stationed there were largely listless and pallid, rendering them practically useless against Beastmen attacks. Given the perilous geography surrounding Breton, arable land was exceptionally precious, and the number of villages was significantly less than in the eastern heartland. The economic vitality of Breton hinged entirely on a stone quarry and an iron mine. Where there are mines, there are dwarfs. It was rumored that the number of mountain dwarves residing in Breton exceeded 70. While the total population of this frontier town was only around 1,300, due to its proximity to the Dracwald forest. The lumberyards on the outskirts of Breton also fared reasonably well, as the abundance of raw timber resources kept wood prices perpetually low. Merchants would invariably choose to procure large quantities of inexpensive timber from here, transporting it to other cities to profit from the price difference. After several hours of relentless riding, Leland finally arrived at Breton, the only imperial city the native Leland had ever seen. Compared to the ancient cities in Leland's memories, Breton was considerably smaller. From a distance, plumes of black smoke ascended into the sky, clearly indicating the city's layout. Wooden walls obscured Leland's view, and the stone-built city gate, standing over 4 meters tall, had its massive door swung open. The equipment of the soldiers guarding the city gate was worlds apart from Leland's meager military attire. The sentry soldiers were clad in full-scale armor, with chainmail coifs and steel helmets protecting their heads and necks. They wielded sharp spears and halberds. Unlike the sallow-faced village militiamen, the soldiers of Breton appeared healthier. A guard commander, gripping a sword in one hand, stood inside the checkpoint within the Chevaux de Frise, his eyes sharply scanning the passers-by. 2 long lines of people had formed outside the city gate. Leland dismounted, grasped the reins tightly, and joined the end of one of the lines. Just as it was about to be Leland's turn, a clamor erupted from inside the city gate. It seemed that a group of mercenaries and a merchant caravan had come into conflict. The leader of the mercenaries, a typical Norscan in appearance, stood over 1.90 meters in height, with bulging muscles on his bare arms and 2 sharp short axes on his back that constantly reflected a cold light. The 2 sides were arguing incessantly. Mercenaries are the most likely group to cause conflicts. They risk their lives for profit. And they are equally adept at gambling with their lives when it comes to matters of pride. Your caravan's goods have always been escorted by my bearskin mercenary company. How many good lads did we lose when we encountered those greenskin bandits last time? Not even half a copper coin in compensation. And now you're switching to someone else without a word? You'll have to ask my axes for permission first. Several guards rushed over upon hearing the commotion, and the city gate descended into a brief period of chaos. The conflict between the 2 sides escalated, and as the Norscan mercenary leader brandished his axes in threat, both sides drew their weapons. As the voices grew louder, the leaders of the 2 sides stood face to face, arguing heatedly. Many of the city gate guards' spears and halberds gradually tilted from an upright position, and several archers on the city wall knocked their arrows. Drop your weapons immediately. Leave the city gate at once. Otherwise, you will be dealt with according to the laws of the duchy. The guard commander shouted at the 2 factions. Disperse. Disperse. Step back. The pedestrians waiting in line outside the city were also forced to retreat. Leland became interested and, holding his travel horse, simply stood there, gazing into the city gate with great interest. Thwack! An unexpected event occurred. From within the opposing caravan, a caravan guard drew his longbow, seemingly intending to intimidate the mercenaries, and fired an arrow at the cobblestones in front of one of them. Perhaps due to poor aim, the arrow struck the mercenary in the upper thigh. Norscans are known for their willingness to risk their lives and their extremely volatile tempers. This unexpected development undoubtedly enraged the entire Bearskin mercenary company. The Norscan mercenary leader was instantly consumed by fury. He rushed forward and landed a straight punch on the guard's face, sending the latter flying several meters like a kite with a severed string. The other members of the Bearskin mercenary company followed closely behind. The defensively postured members of the caravan were instantly at a disadvantage, as the guards were knocked over and the two sides engaged in a chaotic brawl. The guard commander's face was grim. He immediately ordered the guards, "Subdue them." He could only shout in vain, "Stop it at once! Stop it at once!" While dispatching soldiers to inform the liege, the guard commander also deployed the city gate guards to surround the brawling parties, preventing them from involving innocent civilians. Lylan raised an eyebrow. Such events were rare, especially involving mercenary companies composed of Norscans, which were exceedingly rare. As the guards outside the city gate rushed inside to control the situation, no one was left to prevent people from entering the city, and the gathered crowd surged forward, eager to get a clear view. Bloody conflicts were a welcome sight for the people of the Northern Empire, especially in Middenland and Nordland, where the martial spirit was at its peak. As an imperial soldier, Lylan was obligated to cooperate with the city gate guards to stabilize the situation, maintain order, and uphold the laws of the duchy. However, rashly entering the fray would only bring unnecessary trouble, especially since the conflict was limited to fisticuffs. Lylan suddenly recalled that the system had several tasks, one of which was to discover one hero unit. He quickly brought up the system panel, a trick he had never used before, and focused on the Norscan mercenary who was proving unstoppable in the crowd. Name: Hrothgar Bearskin, Elite. Race: Norscan. Class: Berserker. Equipment: Great Axe, two-ended weapon. Trait: Combat Zealotry, grants 5 melee attack to self and 3 melee attack to allies within range in melee combat. Potential: 610. Well, a combat zealotry trait? Not only does it grant a melee bonus to himself, but it also grants a melee bonus to allies within range. With the system's assistance, Lylan could see a faint red glow emanating from the mercenary's skin. No wonder the mercenary company was stalemated, outnumbered but not at a disadvantage. Hero task: discover one hero, completed. Reward: Heroes pack, please check your inventory. Hero task 2: discover 3 heroes, 1-3. The Norscan, Hrothgar, fought with increasing ferocity, causing the surrounding gate guards to retreat in alarm. Under the commander's loud orders, the gate guards reluctantly leveled their spears and tentatively tightened their circle. Inside the city gate, a commotion erupted in the crowd, and someone shouted, "Captain Creel is coming! Captain Creel is coming!" Accompanied by a series of uniformed footsteps, a squad of imperial swordsmen, all clad in scale armor, quickly cut through the crowd, which swiftly parted in the middle. Leading the imperial swordsman was a military officer riding a Middenland warhorse. His chiseled features were sharply defined, and he appeared to be under 40 years of age. He wore heavy half-plate armor, a long sword at his waist, and 2 war shields hung from the warhorse. He was clad in a black combat robe. This was Creel Anlahin, the highest-ranking military officer in Breton's city defense, and the younger brother of Breton's liege lord, Leif Anlahin. "In the name of Lord Leif, I order you to lay down your weapons." Creel drew his longsword, his deep voice resonating throughout the area. Lylan felt as if the shout was right next to his ear, causing his eardrums to ache. Another elite-level powerhouse, and far stronger than the Norscan mercenary leader. The guard commander, seeing his main support, felt a surge of morale, no longer worried that the mercenaries would run rampant. More city gate guards gathered and pressed forward. The Norscan mercenaries were stunned by the shout, and the two sides in the conflict ceased fighting and slowly separated, clearly wary of the formidable Captain Creel. Many mercenaries wore expressions of vigilance, while the mercenary leader, Hrothgar, gripped his axes behind his back, his eyes fixed on Creel with ill intent. "Confiscate their weapons. All gate guards, bind them. Hand them over to the Lord for judgment," Creel declared resolutely, his gaze shifting between the leaders of the opposing factions. The gate guards advanced to confiscate the mercenaries' weapons. Most of the mercenary group comprised the northern barbaric Norskar, who naturally resented this treatment. However, upon witnessing Halleck's cold snort as he surrendered his twin axes, the mercenaries reluctantly complied. After assessing the situation, The highest-ranking military officer determined that the merchants were primarily at fault for instigating the conflict, while the barbarian bear mercenary group bore secondary responsibility for obstructing the road and disturbing the order of Blaytown. The crowd agreed to compensate the injured gate soldiers with 20 silver coins, primarily funded by the merchant caravan, with the remainder allocated to Halleck and his group. Further matters would be referred to Lord Leaf for resolution. The crowd outside the gate was dispersed by the guards, who reformed them into an orderly line. Following the recent disturbance, the soldiers were more stringent in their scrutiny of passers-by. When it was Lurin's turn, the gate captain scrutinized him several times. Seizing the moment while the examining soldier was preoccupied with Lurin's badge, he discreetly slipped out a silver coin, leaning in to whisper, "Is the flying carriage in fully booked?" The soldier glanced around nonchalantly, accepted the coin, rubbed it between his fingers to confirm its authenticity, and grinned, leaning in to say, "There are a few rooms left. Filda has brewed some fresh honey mead. You should go and taste it." Subsequently, the gate's soldier raised his spear, granting Lurin passage. Blaytown boasts numerous inns and taverns. The northern duchies of the empire are perpetually cold, prompting free folk and a handful of peasants to gather in lively taverns, indulging in cheap barley ale. Under the influence of alcohol, their conversations would often veer towards women, a favored topic. The flying carriage inn is a favored haunt for imperial soldiers and some mysterious rangers. It offers beverages that are typically a couple of copper coins cheaper than elsewhere, with a reasonable dilution of drinks. However, these factors were not the primary allure for the patrons. The inn doubles as a fencing establishment, colloquially known as a den for stolen goods. Daily, individuals of dubious origins arrive at the inn, bearing equally questionable wares. This was not, however, Lurin's motivation for visiting. In his previous memories, the timid Lurin had often frequented the flying carriage inn, drawn to the enchanting barmaids clad in alluring, form-fitting dresses, their figures reminiscent of ripe peaches. He would often find himself lingering at the entrance, reluctant to leave. Other memories were hazy, but this particular detail remained etched in his mind. Lurin, in his native persona, was not particularly remarkable. Having intended to find a place to stay for the night, Lurin pondered why he should not seek a venue that would delight his eyes. Upon entering the city walls, the architecture of the Midden region was distinctly unique. The low-lying homes of Blaytown were arranged in orderly blocks. Lurin mounted his travel horse and swiftly made his way to the buzzing inn. The main thoroughfares crisscrossing Blaytown were lined with numerous shops and two-story buildings. With only a handful of elegantly dressed individuals riding horses ostentatiously, while the streets bustled with merchants transporting goods to and from the town. The buzzing inn resembled a fortress from a distance, situated at the southern end of the main road. A 2-meter-high black stone wall enclosed the inn, complemented by a wooden watchtower. The guards employed at the inn could observe approaching carriages and arriving guests from within the tower, as well as patrolling soldiers. The inn is divided into 2 levels, the lodging area and the tavern. 2 grand doors welcomed travelers and patrons, leading from the outer courtyard to 2 inner courtyards and the inn's main building, which provided safety and warmth. Between the doors, a bustling kitchen and food storage area connected the 2 sections of the inn. Inside the guest entrance, overseen by a doorman, lay the bar and a private room for exclusive gatherings. When devoid of visitors, the bar appeared spacious and empty. However, during busy holidays, it became overwhelmingly crowded. Adjacent to it was a storeroom leading down to a well-equipped cellar, which could also be accessed via a sloped entrance from the brewing room behind the inn. The buzzing inn was renowned for its honey mead, crafted from honey collected from 3 beehives in the back courtyard. The fusion of barley and honey created a delightful brew, often gracing the table of Lord Leaf. The carriage entrance led to an inner courtyard featuring 3 stables for guests, private patrons, and caravan horses. Stepping into the hall, Lurin found that nearly every available seat was occupied, the lively atmosphere rendering the inn's first floor quite boisterous. Guests reveled in their drinks, while 3 barmaids flitted like butterflies through the crowd. Occasionally, a bold patron would attempt to grope them, only to be met with laughter and rebuke as they swatted away the offending hands. Chapter 8. The buzzing tavern. The wooden tables and chairs were haphazardly arranged, creating an aura of chaotic congregation on the first floor of the inn, which was teeming with a myriad of patrons. The guests engaged in lively conversations, indulging in copious amounts of imperial beer, while the bar was filled to capacity. They frequently lamented the recent instability in the northern territories of the empire and the difficulties of trade. The establishment was managed by Phil de Gretz and his wife, Jolie. In the bustling kitchen behind a curtain, two chefs were fervently preparing meals. With a roaring fire in the hearth and steaming pots of rich meat broth being continuously delivered to the main hall, no one could refuse a chance to unwind. And in the center of the inn, a group gathered around a bonfire, dancing the distinctive northern tap dance to the strumming of a lute, while fellow patrons cheered and raised their mugs in joyous celebration. Noticing an empty table in the corner, Laren discreetly approached and placed his pack down. Soon a waitress, clad in revealing attire and possessing an alluring figure, approached him. She glanced at Laren's military uniform without much concern. The buzzing tavern was no stranger to soldiers, and some guests had seen Captain Creel occasionally retreating to a private corner for solitary drinking. "How may I serve you, brave warrior?" the waitress inquired, bending her slender waist and deliberately revealing a hint of decolletage, her voice sweet and inviting. Laren merely glanced at her before turning his gaze away, resting his hands on the table and smiling at her. "I require a fourth-class room and a dinner, please." Seeing Laren's disinterest in her allure, the waitress became intrigued by the soldier in worn-out attire. She presented him with a parchment menu and asked, "Are you dining alone? We have limited rooms available." In the past, her flirty demeanor had often led to generous tips from guests who appeared entranced by her charm. "Just myself," Laren replied, ordering 2 pieces of black bread, a large mug of rye beer, and a serving of meat broth. He then retrieved 2 silver coins from his pocket, offering them to the waitress. "This should suffice, and the remainder is for you, lovely miss." "Oh, thank you." The waitress smiled seductively at Laren, realizing that after covering her expenses, she would still have at least 1 silver coin left, a rare stroke of fortune. As she turned away, a mischievous smirk danced on her lips. Another lecherous fellow, she thought. Unaware of the waitress's judgment, Laren busied himself unwrapping his package, securing the letter close to him. He was well acquainted with temptation. If one could not resist such trivial allure, it merely indicated a lack of experience. Only youthful, impetuous lads succumbed to such impulses, while Laren, having experienced much over his 30 years, felt no such hunger. His generous tip was a ruse to divert attention. From the moment he entered the tavern, he sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. No one would believe that a young imperial soldier could remain unfazed in the presence of a provocatively dressed woman. He either concealed his desires exceptionally well or was simply not a man. Meanwhile, his ostentatious display of generosity made him appear like an inexperienced fool. As anticipated, the scrutinizing gaze soon vanished. Shortly after, the waitress returned, presenting Laren with a wooden token, a voucher for his stay, inscribed with his room number. She then went to fetch his dinner and, after delivering the utensils, departed. The black bread was freshly baked, still warm and soft. Laren tore it into pieces, dipping 1 chunk into the steaming bowl of broth. To his right, a group of adventurers animatedly discussed the recent war in the northern Nordland during the spring of this year. The medieval world had poor communication between towns, and information was hard to come by. The common folk were filled with curiosity about the outside world. One adventurer, noticing the attention of those nearby, boisterously exclaimed, "The fellows in front of me nearly wet their pants upon seeing that massive war mammoth. Indeed, when those northern beasts charge, it's a matter of life and death." Another chimed in, "The northern longships are at least as large as 2 Belgar castles." The rest of the table nodded in agreement. Laren listened quietly, savoring his meal. He was well aware of the events unfolding at this time. In the spring of 2502 of the Empire's calendar, over 20,000 Nosker raiders invaded the northern Nordland and Ostland, leading to a disastrous conflict. Even now, the rural paths of Nordland were still rife with the presence of Nosker marauders. The Empire suffered severe losses, while the Nosker emerged victorious. It wasn't until a year later that the Emperor of the Empire led a campaign northward to support Nordland, ultimately driving the raiders away. As the adventurers' discussion shifted, Laren noticed a group of Nosker mercenaries at another table, glaring menacingly in their direction. The adventurers redirected their attention to the alluring waitresses weaving through the crowd, engaging in mundane chatter. Just as some in the Empire practiced heresy, not all Nosker were devoted to the chaotic dark gods. A small portion diverged from such beliefs. 2 centuries prior, Emperor Ludwig the Redeemer had shown considerable tolerance towards assimilated Nosker. They could often be seen along the northern coastal regions of the Empire. Their reasons for rejecting the chaotic gods often boiled down to the simple notion that the 4 deities were rather foolish. After finishing his dinner, A smirk appeared on Laren's lips as he prepared to ascend the stairs with his pack. However, he spotted Jolie, the tavern's proprietress, approaching him with a glass of freshly brewed honey mead in hand, her yellow-green dress swaying gracefully. Though she appeared to be over 40, she was remarkably well-preserved. "Brave soldier, would you care for a taste of this exquisite honey mead? It is rich and sweet, sure to please your palate," she offered, extending the tray towards Laren. Her smile widened as she continued. "Oh, as an esteemed second-class guest, you may sample this drink free of charge." "Second-class guest?" Laren hesitated momentarily before his gaze landed on a waitress in the crowd, suddenly comprehending the implication. The waitress, having just served a patron, caught Laren's eye and responded with a flirtatious smile. "What? Did you not reserve a second-class room?" Jolie inquired, her smile unwavering. "You are the first to call me madam, and such flattery is appreciated. May your stay be pleasant, esteemed guest," she said, turning to leave. "Madam, may I ask a question?" Laren called out to Jolie. "Of course, speak freely," she replied. "Do you know the merchant at Luafren?" Jolie fell silent for a moment, her demeanor shifting to one of caution. "What do you seek him for?" "I have a letter to deliver to him personally," Laren said, raising his eyebrows and feigning ignorance. Jolie scrutinized him, her gaze lingering on his military garb before abruptly asking, "Are you a soldier from the western Delacoval Forest garrison? Captain Toka is not your commander, is he?" Laren hesitated, appearing conflicted about revealing too much. "Offren is not as benevolent as I am. Trust me, you would not wish to make his acquaintance." Lowering his head in disappointment, Laren replied, "But I must deliver this letter, otherwise my superior will withhold my pay for the next 6 months. Spend a comfortable night here and leave Braytown promptly in the morning. Your life is worth far more than half a year's wages, young soldier," Jolie advised, choosing not to elaborate further as she swayed her hips and departed. Laren instinctively narrowed his eyes, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The buzzworthy and welcomed a diverse array of guests, both in shades of black and white, and incidents of varying magnitudes were a common occurrence. Logically, the proprietress would not harbor such apprehension towards a merchant unless the latter wielded immense financial power, capable of intimidating others solely through influence. This offering piqued my curiosity. I would truly like to pay him a visit. Lylan stroked his chin, formulating a plan in his mind. On the 17th of September, 2052, in the Empire. "Good morning, esteemed guest. Your breakfast is ready. Shall I bring it in?" A gentle knock resounded at the door, a courtesy reserved for patrons of the second-class rooms. The morning sunlight streamed through the sunlit window, illuminating the man on the plush bed. His sharply chiseled features exuded an air of vigor as he inhaled deeply and opened his eyes. Beside the bed, a small cabinet held his belongings and a wooden goblet. It must be said that the honey wine at the Buzzworthy Inn was indeed delightful. The amber liquid was sweet, imbued with a malty fragrance, and conducive to sleep. This was the most restful slumber Lylan had experienced since arriving in this medieval world. However, the soundproofing of the room left much to be desired, as the sounds of male gasps and female moans from the neighboring rooms slightly disturbed his peace. "Thank you for your service. Please bring it in," Lylan said, stretching comfortably before tossing aside the covers and swiftly donning his attire. Wearing a soldier's uniform in Blaytown was too conspicuous. The blue and white colors clashed with the town's predominant hues, so he opted for a more subdued outfit made of cotton and linen. As he opened the door, a somewhat clumsy attendant stumbled into the room with a tray, nearly losing his balance, but fortunately, the tray remained upright. After placing the prepared breakfast on the wooden table, the attendant bowed slightly and was about to leave when Lylan inquired, "What time is it now?" It's around 6:30, guest," the attendant replied. 6:30. Lylan pondered, then asked, "Is the pastor at the Sigma Church in Blaytown still Old Zeiss?" "Yes, it's him. Our boss says that fellow has little influence and will only serve as a small church pastor in this area." The attendant finished his statement and exited, closing the door behind him. After the attendant departed, Lylan opened the sunlit window, gazing outside. The street opposite the inn was still somewhat dim, but the throngs of people were gradually increasing as the town awakened to a new day, with individuals laboring for their daily sustenance. Following his breakfast, Lylan descended to the lobby of the inn, his belongings slung across his back. Several attendants and maids were busy cleaning the tables and floors, accumulating refuse in one spot before two robust men lifted a barrel filled with garbage and carried it out through a small door. "You rise early, young soldier," remarked Jolie, the matronly proprietress, as she sat alone behind the bar, polishing wine glasses. Upon seeing Lilan, she smiled warmly. Lilan nodded politely, requesting a mug of ale as he settled onto a bar stool and casually asked, "Where's the owner? Filda? I haven't seen him." The proprietress rolled her eyes, complaining as she retrieved a bottle of ale from behind the bar, filling a glass before handing it to Lilan. "That lazy man is busy restocking. There have been more guests lately, and the kitchen supplies are running low. Filda has been dragging 2 attendants around to gather supplies while I'm left to handle all the dirty work." "Your business seems to be thriving," Lilan remarked, taking a hearty gulp of the ale, its rich malty flavor lingering on his palate. "There's barely enough for a meal. Running an inn is a constant hustle, and it's just a few loaves of black bread. Plus, I have to deal with those soldiers under the lords. Losing even 1 coin is significant." Noticing Leyland's glass was empty, Jolie inquired, "Another drink?" "Best not. I scarcely have a few copper coins left. If I drink more, I'll be left to feast on the north wind," Lilan jested, pulling 2 copper coins from his pocket and placing them on the bar. The proprietress accepted the coins, placing them in the cash box before leaning closer to Lilan. He could catch a whiff of her perfume. Jolie leaned over the bar, her arms resting on the counter, her fitted attire accentuating her figure. "Will you still deliver that letter?" She tilted her head, exposing her fair neck, her tone playful. "Of course," Lilan replied, meeting her gaze without flinching. After a moment, the proprietress spoke again. "Your demeanor reflects an uncharacteristic maturity for your age, young soldier. You intentionally tipped the maid generously yesterday to divert attention. Am I correct?" Lilan remained silent, nodding slightly, one hand slowly reaching for the dagger at his waist. Many had vanished within the confines of the buzzworthy inn. Raising her hands in a gesture of peace, the proprietress smiled gently. "Guests are welcome, and I have no desire to meddle in your affairs. Managing such a large inn keeps me occupied enough. Should I take on more responsibilities, my mind might falter." She leaned closer, her voice dropping. "Just a word of caution. It would be wise to leave before Offren erupts in anger. It may save your life." Another mug of ale. Lilan placed the 2 copper coins on the counter, his expression unchanging. Soon, another mug was placed before him. After receiving the drink, Lilan tilted his head back to down it in one go, then turned to exit the inn, saying, "Thank you for your advice, Lady Jolie." Chapter 9. The legendary hero worth 10 silver coins in the town of Blay. There exists a place that stands apart, namely the Sigma Church, which is nestled against the eastern cliffs of Vulture Mountain. This church is situated far from the clamor of the town center, allowing visitors to experience a profound sense of tranquility. Constructed from countless stones, the church boasts a golden semicircular dome that reflects sunlight, glistening brilliantly. At its center hangs an emblem, a symbol of imperial authority, representing the weapon wielded by the founding emperor, Sigma himself, the golden warhammer, Galmaraz. Although the Northern Empire predominantly venerates the god of the White Wolf, Ulrich, and a White Wolf temple stands to the west of Blay. The two faiths coexist without overt conflict. Each Sigma church is typically staffed by at least one secular priest, with a stable number of acolytes and apprentices. The sole duty of the clergy is to uphold the doctrine of the Church of Justice, rigorously punishing all crimes, rectifying all wrongs, and uncovering every truth. Guided by justice and law to maintain human righteousness and to administer punishment to those who violate the established order, while spreading civilization and rational enlightenment in a lifelong pursuit of justice and equity. The current resident priest of the Sigma Church in Blay is Ziz, a man in his 50s. The church is home to approximately 20 clergy members and 10 Templars, with over 600 faithful congregants in Blay, fostering a subtle competitive spirit with the White Wolf Church. Riding his travel horse, with a bundle containing military attire and other sundries strapped to his back, Lilowen dismounted before the church. He lifted his gaze toward the central emblem of the building, noting the long queue stretching 100 meters, reaching toward the nearest district. "Acolyte, could you kindly relay a message to Priest Ziz for me?" Lilowen approached the stationed acolyte. The acolyte scrutinized Lilowen from head to toe and nodded. "What message?" "Just say Lilowen has come to see him." "Understood." The acolyte gestured for Lilowen to wait a moment before turning to enter the church. In the interim, Lilowen observed the Templars, most of whom were orphans or foundlings, sent to the church at a young age to be raised by priests and Templars until adulthood, thus becoming the armed forces of the church, playing a significant role in defending the faith and combating evil. The White Wolf Church also nurtures foundlings, with their fiercely brave warriors often proving more ferocious in battle than the northern men. However, such practices may lead witch hunters to suspect one of being a heretic. "Oh, Liloan, my boy, it's been ages since you last visited." A voice brimming with joy and surprise resounded as Priest Ziz emerged from the church. His bald head was striking, and his weathered face bore a sincere smile as he grasped Liloan's arm, inspecting him closely. "Ah, you've grown quite robust. In a couple of years, you'll rival the honor guard. What brings you back to see me?" The elderly Ziz donned a simple white robe, with a pendant of holy symbols and a cross adorning his chest, signifying his piety. "I received leave from the commander. I used to come here often, thinking to attend a morning service to make amends." Liloan chuckled, giving the old priest's shoulder a friendly squeeze. "Have your injuries healed? You look as sturdy as ever. You could easily serve another 20 years in your position." Ziz's expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of despondency passing through his eyes before he returned to his beaming smile. "All is well. It would be even better if you came here as an apprentice priest." Ziz gestured for an acolyte nearby to take Liloan's travel horse to the stable, and then Liloan followed the old priest into the church. As they walked, Liloan recounted the events at the beg station, emphasizing how he had thoroughly defeated a group of soldiers. Upon hearing how Maz had fled in panic after being bested by Liloan, old Ziz laughed heartily. "Huh? You were always timid, but it seems my teachings have not gone to waste." Once, Liloan and Ziz shared a bond akin to that of old friends, growing familiar over time, with Ziz having taught Liloan to read. The old priest, well liked by the local congregants for his kindness, had become a stable presence in Blay. "Let us not dwell on such matters." The old priest waved his hand dismissively. "There have been too many conflicts in Nordland and Ostland over the past 2 years. Northern churches have been razed to the ground, and the Norska raiders have plundered everything they could." Ziz paused along the corridor, gazing toward Vulture Mountain. "The church's wealth has diminished, tithes have drastically reduced, yet the number of clergy has only increased. In the past, a village would have 1 apprentice priest. Now, it requires 3 or even 4. The clergy in my parish has doubled within a year, and the already strained north is bearing the brunt of our burdens. While we can endure a lack of funds, as long as the morning services continue, the significant gap in food supplies is insurmountable. If we cease the Holy Communion, I shudder to think how many will starve come winter or even deep autumn. Yet if we do not cease the communion, our clergy, Templars, and acolytes will go hungry." I suggested sending some to the southern parishes to alleviate the pressure, but there has been no resolution from the church. The old priest sighed, knowing he could share these burdens only with a few, as he usually kept such concerns locked within. Liloan could only encourage him to remain calm, emphasizing the importance of handling immediate matters first. Despite the enormity of the issues, he felt powerless to assist. As they strolled along the exterior corridor of the church, they discussed various topics, including the relocation of Blay's garrison soldiers to the western military camp. The old priest speculated that a new wave of cleansing the Beastmen might arise in autumn and advised Liloan to prepare early. At that moment, Liloan noticed a figure crouched in the nearby underbrush, a black-robed acolyte, difficult to spot unless one looked closely. The acolyte was engrossed in a large book, turning its pages, with 2 bound volumes tucked beneath his arm. Liloan exchanged a glance with Ziz, who stood still as Liloan cautiously approached the thicket. The black-robed acolyte, remarkably perceptive, seemed to sense Liloan's approach, swiftly closing the book and spinning around to deliver a punch. An acolyte neglecting the morning service to hide here with a book could either be a thief or harbor ulterior motives. Liloan reacted swiftly, sidestepping the punch and gripping the acolyte's wrist tightly. "I didn't tea." The black-robed acolyte protested loudly, judging by his youthful features. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Seeing his hand restrained, the black-robed acolyte immediately raised his leg to strike Liloan in the waist. Liloan's close combat skills had been systematically enhanced. The abilities of melee apprentice and defense apprentice rendered him more than capable of fending off ordinary physical attacks. He yanked the acolyte toward him, exploiting the imbalance in his stance, and swept his leg, sending him tumbling to the ground. The acolyte, unwilling to concede, attempted to rise and retaliate. "Stop!" Old Priest Ziz commanded sternly. The black-robed acolyte nimbly stood up, immediately turning to face Ziz and bowing deeply, remaining motionless thereafter. "Luther Huth, why are you not attending morning service at this hour?" Ziz recognized the black-robed acolyte, and upon seeing the 3 books on the grass, his brow furrowed. "These books, did you steal them from the church again?" Huth merely bowed his head in silence, tacitly acknowledging the accusation. The old priest approached the grass, picking up the 3 books, entirely oblivious to Liluan's astonished expression. The old pastor read the titles, The Sigma Chronicle, Reflections on the Essence of Faith, and The Significance of the Church's Existence and the Empire. His forehead furrowed deeper as he perused the marked passages and the numerous questions scrawled across the blank pages. Luther Huss, how many times must I repeat myself? The pastor held a deep reverence for books, ensuring that every volume in the church remained intact, promptly mending any torn or missing pages. Luther Huss appeared somewhat conflicted, yet he remained silent. Repeat what I previously stated. Immediately, the pastor, frustrated, was not inclined to delve into these matters. The squire before him, a diligent student, often disregarded the importance of order, frequently circumventing so-called tedious procedures. For instance, when taking books from the church, Luther Huss never consulted Zeiss in advance, let alone scribbled in the margins without a second thought. The squire recognized his misstep, unable to raise his gaze. If you take another book from the church, I shall cast you out. Leland stood by, utterly astonished. This was Luther Huss, a singular figure in the tumultuous history of the empire. A man who would later, with unparalleled faith, dismantle countless chaotic sects, safeguarding innumerable citizens of the empire, and ruthlessly eradicate heresy with unwavering resolve. Such a diminutive, bald-headed figure had even kicked corrupt pastors to their demise. His resolute actions against his peers had prompted more than one bishop to demand his expulsion from the church, yet he was unconditionally protected by the formidable Walker the Ruthless. You wish to expel him from the Sigma Church? Such an act is tantamount to ousting a minor pope from the British Catholic Church, banishing either the Queen or God. Leland hastily summoned the system panel, scrutinizing the squire to ensure he was not an impostor with a similar name. Name: Luther Huss, legendary. Race: human. Class: Sigma Church Squire. Equipment: none. Traits: faith barrier, 5 melee defense, for morale within range, unawakened. Indomitable faith, for corruption. 2 order, unawakened. Potential: 8-10. Affection: 5-10 neutral. Congratulations, host has discovered a rare hero. Hero Quest 2-2-3, a rare hero. Legendary quality. Just yesterday, Leland had encountered the elite mercenary Halfling of the Norse God, but Luther Huss had surpassed the ordinary, elite, and meticulous tiers in one leap. He absolutely could not let this young man escape. Whatever it took, he must remain. Leland understood the old pastor's stubborn disposition. Once he set his mind on something, he would see it through to the end without persuasion. The old pastor's beard trembled with fury as he exclaimed. The 3 books he perused are reserved for apprentice pastors, intended for advanced theological studies. At such a tender age, how can he comprehend them? Leland, aghast, turned to Luther Huss, who kept his head bowed, unresponsive. A diligent squire like him, devoted to learning, could greatly benefit the church in the future. Illuminating the path for the Empire's people, wouldn't it be far better than sending him away? Reflecting on Luther Huss's future, which would blaze as brilliantly as the sun, Leland could only think of the phrase to shine and radiate. The old pastor remained sternly silent. How about this? Leland pondered, formulating a plan. I will vouch for him. If such an incident recurs, I, Leland, will compensate you with 10 silver coins. Leland had merely 17 silver coins to his name. Losing 10 would leave him impoverished before he even delivered that letter. Yet, he gritted his teeth, for Luther Huss. For this heroic figure of legendary quality, 10 silver coins are worth it. Chapter 10. The Hidden Cult of Chaos. Reluctantly, Laren extracted a handful of silver coins. Meticulously counting out 10 pieces, he averted his gaze and handed them to the old priest. Maintaining the upkeep of books is quite costly, and this lad has already squandered several of mine. I felt compelled to accept some recompense. Ziz, with his grizzled white beard quivering, wore a broad smile. He turned to the nearby gray-robed acolyte with a grave expression and declared, "This time, Laren has spared you. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. Do you understand?" "Yes, master," replied Luther Huss, visibly relieved. "Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Have you forgotten the code of conduct befitting an acolyte?" The old priest grumbled, reminding him. "Not necessary, not necessary," Laren chuckled, waving his hand. "Hurry along to morning prayers, the time is upon us." To have any association with such a future legendary hero filled Laren with delight, even in his dreams. The gray-robed acolyte did not depart, fixing a determined gaze upon Laren. He bowed solemnly and proclaimed, "Thank you, my lord Laren." The old priest, standing aside, gestured for him to leave. "Hurry now. Today you shall copy the doctrines 10 times as punishment." "Yes," Luther Huss replied, his eyes widening in astonishment, as if he had received a tremendous reward. Indeed, Luther Huss, as an acolyte, exhibited a steadfast demeanor, revealing a composure that foretold his future as a prophetic figure within the Sigma Church. The character of a hero always diverges from that of ordinary folk. With their innate charisma, they are born leaders. "What troubles you, Laren? Are you pained by the loss of those coins?" The old priest jested, patting Laren on the shoulder. "Consider this money as a loan. I shall return it upon my next visit." "Not necessary," Laren shook his head. "If it is a deposit, then it shall remain so. I have a hunch that this acolyte will prove to be quite formidable in the future." "How do you discern that?" Ziz inquired, perplexed. Laren nearly divulged the secret of the system, but was fortunate that the old priest was not particularly concerned. He quickly rephrased. "It was merely my gut feeling upon seeing him for the first time, and his name seems familiar." "Ah, his name, indeed." Ziz nodded as they continued along the corridor toward the church. "When I asked him what he was doing at the church entrance, he simply replied that he wished to read. I have never encountered a child of 16 or 17 whose eyes radiated such intensity, so I allowed him to stay as an acolyte." The old priest chuckled softly to himself. "In hindsight, I should have sent him to the White Wolf Church to become a White Wolf monk." "What about his name?" "Luther Huss, did you name him?" Laren inquired. "Of course not. He chose it himself." The old priest pushed open a small door at the end of the corridor and continued. "It was not convenient to call him simply acolyte, so I permitted him to select a name. Who would have thought that this little rascal would combine the names of the 2 reformers of the state church, Pope Adalric Luther and Boris Huss, from my bookshelf?" "Reformers?" Laren pondered the future deeds of Luther Huss. Fate truly enjoys playing tricks. A long queue at the entrance systematically filed into the church, each person receiving a small piece of bread and a bowl of thin porridge. These were the church's free offerings, demonstrating the state church's care for its people. Other churches practiced similar charitable acts. For instance, the Church of the Compassionate Goddess Selena in Braytown provides free medical treatment to a few impoverished and sick individuals each month. Upon entering the church, one was immediately greeted by the towering statue of the Emperor Sigma, standing 5 meters tall, adorned with a golden laurel crown. His muscular arms raised the divine Hammergale Malice, instilling fear in all who dared to threaten the empire. Before the statue lay countless holy relics and offerings. Every year on Sigma Day, the citizens of the empire would make their way to the nearby Sigma Church, immersing themselves in a baptism of spiritual renewal through their devout faith. Laren stood at the farthest end of the aisle, observing the old priest Ziz as he spread his arms wide, reciting scripture and praying for all present. Surrounding him were acolytes and clergy, bowing their heads in reverent recitation. Laren noticed Luther Huss in the inner circle, his expression resolute, each movement conveying a profound sense of reverence and belief. With the old priest concluding words, "For Sigma, for the Empire," the daily prayer service came to a close. The congregation gradually dispersed, and Laren followed the throng out of the church doors, standing upon the steps. The paladins were training in the square before the church, wielding primarily 2-handed hammers or single-handed spikes. In terms of will and combat prowess, the paladins often surpassed the local town guards. Some churches were situated in perilous locales, and the paladins stationed within were seasoned warriors. Their valor left behind a legacy of tragic epics in the hearts of the common folk. "Laren, you seem rather indifferent toward prayer these days. That's unlike you." A familiar voice chimed beside him. The old priest, draped in a white ceremonial robe that signified his rank as a bishop 4th tier within the Sigma Church, stood there. Above him lay the black, red, and gold robes representing cardinals, archbishops, and the pope, respectively. "Not at all. My reverence for Sigma remains unwavering," Laren shrugged, fabricating a lie without a hint of remorse. Though divine beings indeed exist in this medieval world, Laren felt their aid paled in comparison to the support offered by his own system, and he had no need to delve too deeply into faith. Yet, wielding the power of religion could serve as a double-edged sword. The old priest perceived Laren's casual demeanor and cautioned, "Half-hearted devotion is no devotion at all, young Laren. This is no jest. Some who fell into chaos once spoke as you do. Come with me to the prayer room, Laren. There is something I need to discuss with you." Ziz beckoned, indicating for Laren to follow him. The sturdy Sigma Church was also designed with defensive considerations in mind, featuring a complex interior layout. Without a priest to guide them, one could easily lose their way. On the third floor of the church, Ziz opened a wooden door. His private prayer room was quite modest, furnished with a single bed, a wardrobe, a desk, a table with chairs for guests, and a prayer mat. In the corner hung a set of battle priest plate armor, scarred with cuts and axe marks. Beside it, a weapons rack held a hammer, its head coated with protective oil, indicating the old priest's care for this weapon. It dawned on Laren that Ziz had once been a battle priest of the Sigma Church. Like that battered armor, war had left numerous scars upon him, leading to his inability to return to the battlefield and forcing him into the role of a missionary, a profound regret for him. Ziz, if there's something you need, please speak. I will do my utmost to assist, Laren declared, taking a seat across from the desk in the prayer room and addressing him directly. There is indeed something I require your assistance with, Laren. Go on, Laren urged. The old priest pondered for a moment before continuing. Laren, you are aware of Lord Leaf of Braytown, correct? Leaf Anrose. Laren nodded, his demeanor becoming serious. This matter does not concern him, does it? It does indeed. The old priest revealed candidly. Tomorrow, I must visit the Lord's castle. Why? The entire situation is quite peculiar, and I possess scant information. It seems to involve chaos worshippers. The old priest stated with gravity. Chaos worshippers? Now, that piques my interest, Laren replied, intrigued. When it comes to the Empire's chaos worshippers, they are a motley crew indeed. Beneath the surface, the insidious influence of the chaos cults has permeated every corner of the Empire. From the debased and decadent cult of Aldorf to the terrifying secret altars hidden beneath the military encampments of the Nuln Empire, the insidious faith of Nagaroth spreads among grateful survivors of the plague. Those who yearn for power offer sacrifices to the twisted entities, and nearly every social class is tainted by the corrupting power of destruction. These dark forces can provide gifts to any discontented soul, essentially all of humanity, whether they dwell within the Empire or beyond its borders. The scale, strength, purpose, and membership of the various chaos cults vary greatly, ranging from conspiracy groups in the heart of the Empire to entire villages secretly devoted to chaos. Scholars, politicians, priests, artisans, farmers, soldiers, and practically every other profession are susceptible to corruption, frequently recruiting companions to expand their influence. In fact, many chaos cults boast well-regarded public representatives who operate within society while manipulating events from the shadows. Numerous individuals unwittingly join chaos cults disguised as legitimate organizations, oblivious to the horrors they are entering. Some cults are dedicated to overthrowing the socio-political structure of the Empire, luring revolutionaries and agitators with grand slogans, while others simply seek to satiate their lust for power or indulge in the endless pleasures of depravity. Once followers coalesce into a cult, predicting their subsequent actions becomes an impossibility. These malevolent sects strive to preserve their existence, yet they also welcome the influx of new blood. A few cults may exert complete control over a town or village, enticing local noble powers into clandestine collusion, effectively turning them into pawns in their dark schemes. When a cult reaches this level of influence, it becomes extraordinarily dangerous, as it holds the lives of many citizens in its grasp, ensnaring them in a fate of corruption. Under such circumstances, the chaos cults can act with impunity, kidnapping individuals in broad daylight for dark sacrifices and establishing numerous blasphemous altars under the very noses of the authorities. 3 days prior, Lord Leaf's brother, the commander of the city's guard, Krill and Rosen, secretly visited the church late at night, requesting that I send the sacred relics and holy water to Lord Leaf's castle the following day. The old priest recounted this slowly. Chaos demons? Are they not barred from manifesting in the mortal realm? Laren squinted, extending his hands. So, you wish for me to accompany you to the castle tomorrow and slay a demon at night? Ziz, you overestimate my abilities. Facing a large horned beast would already be a challenge. To slay a demon would be tantamount to courting death, he replied. The old priest shook his head, his tone grave. No, I do not require you to slay the demon. Regardless of the truth of the matter, merely witnessing it tomorrow will suffice. However, the sacred relics and holy water cannot be delivered to the castle openly. Why? Based on my years of experience, this situation involves many complexities. Delivering the church's sacred items openly would signal to those lurking in the shadows that we are aware of their plans, thus escalating the situation into something far more perilous. Ziz continued, of course, this is merely my assessment. It may turn out to be a false alarm, but it is prudent to exercise caution. I cannot guarantee that there are no fallen among the acolytes and clergy, and likewise, the paladins cannot be entirely trusted. Thus, Laren, you are the most suited to deliver the sacred items. This is why I sought your assistance. Laren regarded Ziz for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Though his schedule was relatively flexible and he could afford to take his time with the message, becoming embroiled in an unnecessary threat ultimately posed a significant inconvenience. Taking a deep breath, Laren replied, "Very well, I shall assist you." Residing in the church, with paladins on duty, Laren felt less inclined to worry about such matters. His agreement stemmed from the presence of Luther Haas. Fostering a relationship with this legendary hero was essential for future recruitment, thus necessitating regular contact to strengthen their rapport before considering subsequent actions. Following this, Laren spent the entire day at the Sigmar Church, training alongside the paladins. Chapter 11. The Chosen of Sigmar. Nightfall in Breton, at the Sigmarite Chapel. From the second-story balcony of the chapel, Laren gazed out at the town. These individuals were often the dispossessed, their families defiled. Left with nothing to cling to but the last lifeline offered by religion, sacrifice. This unique spirit of self-sacrifice within the Order faction forged the flagellants of the Empire, the guardians across the Grey Mountains, and the sorrowful Slayer dwarves. Whether initiated by the Church or the Elector Counts, wars invariably saw flagellants joining the fray en masse, fearlessly charging into the vanguard, flails in hand, delivering fatal blows and cleansing their sins in the blood of their enemies. In times of peace, these pitiable souls wandered the Empire in packs, employing their zealotry and violence to rectify perceived wrongs. They believed in the imminent arrival of the end times, the ultimate destruction of all things, and that the only path to salvation lay in penance and self-mortification. Laren watched them, a sense of unease stirring within him. Across the vast expanse of the Empire, many, driven to despair, succumbed to antisocial behavior, embracing the chaos gods, perpetrating acts of bloodshed, or even turning traitor to the Northmen. The flagellants, however, relinquished all possessions, dedicating themselves to ceaseless austerity and prayer, clad in tattered garments, subsisting on meager rations of bread and water, their entire being devoted to their faith, imploring the gods for mercy upon mankind. Drawing the curtains, Laren collapsed onto the bed, unable to find sleep, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. The thought of venturing into the Lord's castle the next day, possibly encountering chaos demons, filled him with dread. Dismissing these anxieties, he rose, redressed, and stepped out of his room. A few torches illuminated the corners of the main hall. Aside from patrolling priests and paladins, the chapel was off-limits at night to prevent theft of its valuable artifacts. Yet, this regulation often proved ineffective. Within the grand hall of the Sigmarite Chapel, a colossal statue of the god of justice radiated a gentle light. The divine power of justice shielded the entire chapel from the corruption of chaos, influencing the very atmosphere of Breton. After a few paladins patrolled from one side of the hall to the other, the hall was empty. Laren moved quietly along the corridor, mindful of disturbing others, even though he had been placed there by the old priest Ziz. From a room along the corridor, a rustling sound emerged, amplified in the stillness of the night. Laren crept toward the door, hand on the hilt of his sword, drawing the weapon as he gently pushed the door open and slipped inside. He bent low, holding his breath as he advanced. The figure, holding a candle, was engrossed in a book, oblivious to Laren's approach. Could it be Luther Haas? Laren ignited a torch on the wall, flooding the room with light. The gray-robed figure started, whirling around, fumbling to conceal the book behind his back, his voice trembling with agitation. "Priest Ziz, I wasn't taking your book." "Luther Haas." Laren raised an eyebrow, sheathing his sword, and grinned. "I'm not that old codger Ziz. He's long asleep by now." "You are, Lord Laren?" Luther Haas recognized the man before him and exhaled in relief. Laren waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "No need for titles. Just call me Laren, and I'll call you Haas." "All right." The gray-robed acolyte paused, nodding in agreement. Laren noticed Haas instinctively shrinking back. Another clandestine borrowing from Ziz's bookshelf? The gray-robed acolyte shook his head, handing the book to Laren. "These are the ones Priest Ziz allowed me to read this morning. The acolyte's dormitory is too noisy with snoring, so I came here to read in peace." "That makes sense." "Oh, almost forgot." The gray-robed acolyte fumbled in his robes and presented Laren with a small wooden Sigmarite holy symbol, about the size of a palm, unlike the usual iron ones. It was crudely carved, with rough lines and patterns. Apparently, the acolyte had crafted it himself. Luther Huss scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I carved this in my spare time. It took me over 2 months, and it's not very good, but I hope you'll accept it. Acquired item. Luther Huss's holy symbol, fine, item effect. Grants 5 immunity to physical attacks, 5 immunity to ranged attacks, and negates chaos corruption while equipped. Huh. Liren stared at the holy symbol, dumbfounded. This is so good. Is this a blue quality item? A windfall. Does the quality of equipment depend on the craftsman? Seeing the man's silence, the gray-robed acolyte assumed that Liren found the holy symbol worthless. He took a deep breath and said firmly, I know this item isn't worth 10 silver coins, but I will repay the kindness you showed me this morning, Lord Liren. Liren, still ecstatic about acquiring a blue-quality item, was grinning from ear to ear, oblivious to the acolyte's words. Huh. After a few seconds, he snapped back to reality and waved his hands. No, you misunderstand, Huss. I'm just overjoyed. This holy symbol is wonderful. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Seeing Liren's smile, Huss's dark brown eyes lit up with joy, and he nodded earnestly. I really want to give it to you, Liren. I hope you like it. Piety one like it? I love it. How could I not? Liren caressed the wooden holy symbol, delighted with his unexpected acquisition. Huss. Yes? Liren smiled and asked in a conciliatory tone. Would you mind making more of these holy symbols for me in the future? I'll pay you. Huh. Okay. Just as the door was being pushed open, a muffled thud echoed from the end of the corridor. The latter shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. The room was pitch black, and the corridor was quiet. As if nothing had happened, the silence was strangely eerie. Another dull sound. Thump, thump. Thump. A flurry of footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor, hurried and chaotic, yet moving in unison. In the absence of light, Liren could not discern the situation. The footsteps faded into the distance. Liren determined that the group had turned right. He asked the gray-robed acolyte, What rooms are at the end of the corridor? A storeroom? A repository for holy relics and artifacts? Liren pondered, then his eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Lord Leaf. Chaos cultists. Demons. Lord Liren, what's wrong? Luther Huss asked hesitantly. Liren took a deep breath, his Adam's apple bobbing, and glanced at the gray-robed acolyte. Huss, you know the chapel well. Go find the patrolling paladins and guards immediately. If I'm not mistaken, those who infiltrated the chapel are likely chaos cultists. Chaos cultists? Luther Huss clenched his fists, his voice laced with apprehension. This is a Sigmarite chapel. How could they infiltrate it? To thwart some plan. Liluin moved with deliberate grace as he pushed open the wooden door, stepping out first and slowly drawing his long sword. Follow me, he instructed. The torches lining the corridor flickered out, plunging the surroundings into profound darkness, enveloped by a faint, blood-colored mist. Deep within, Liluin silently invoked the radiant spell. Suddenly, with his left palm raised skyward, a halo of light materialized, illuminating a 3-meter radius around him. Luther Huss's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the halo, then fixed his intense stare upon the man before him. You are a spellcaster? No. Liluin replied in a calm tone. This is the power of the comet's twin tails, the strength bestowed by my lord, Sigma. Liluin had meticulously crafted his words and strategy regarding the radiant spell. After all, no one truly knew the precise manifestation of the comet's twin tails. The church's extensive records documented how battle priests wielded the milky white power of the comet's twin tails to banish evil. The glow of the radiant spell happened to be milky white as well, so he seized upon this detail, boldly claiming it to be the comet's twin tails. A blessing from Sigma, much like pointing at a giraffe and calling it a chelan, a feat easily accomplished. You are the chosen one of my lord? Luther Huss's mouth gaped open wide enough to accommodate a hammer. One might say so. Chapter 12. The blood battle in the church. Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the sanctuary of our Lord? The voice of the paladin resonated through the church hall, immediately followed by a blood-curdling scream. Luther Huss felt an involuntary tension grip him. Had they begun to kill? He cast a desperate glance at Liren, hoping this chosen one could provide guidance. Liren was taken aback by the audacity of the chaos worshippers, who had brazenly disregarded the church's protective sanctity to force their way in. The crimson mist that enveloped the corridor revealed that these chaos followers were indeed prepared, and it was evident that no fallen beings resided within the church. Yet, the surrounding streets were likely home to those who worshipped chaos. A radiant light emanated from Liren's left hand, forming a protective circle around him. The blood-soaked fog seemed to have a corrosive effect. Whenever it collided with the light barrier, a noxious, charred scent filled the air, akin to decayed wood being purified by flames. Laren sensed his magical energy rapidly depleting, diminishing from a reserve that could sustain spells for 20 minutes to a mere 10. Laren, brother, Luther hushed beside him, feeling the miraculous power of the aura. Within its embrace, warmth enveloped him, calming the anxious heart of the gray-robed acolyte and emboldening his spirit. We must move swiftly, Huss. This barrier will not hold for long, Laren urged. We cannot linger. My magical reserves are limited, and the crimson mist continues to seep in from the corridor. Nodding in agreement, the duo hastily maneuvered along the wall. As time elapsed, the sporadic sounds of clashing swords filled the hall. The patrolling paladins had evidently discovered the intruders. Expel them from our Lord's church. For Charlemagne. For the Empire. The clamorous shouts intensified, and the hall erupted into fierce combat. Laren and Luther paused, crouching at the corner of the staircase leading to the upper levels. The vast, empty space of the Sigma Church was dimly illuminated by a few paladins wielding torches, barely dispersing the surrounding mist, which remained shrouded in blood-red hues. Shadows darted toward the upper floors, with only a handful of invaders, cloaked in black, still clashing with the paladins. Perhaps the intruders have been repelled? Luther whispered. Boom, boom, boom. The church trembled under the footsteps of a monstrous entity, as if in response to Luther's words. Before all eyes, a blood-red portal opened, summoning a fearsome minotaur into the hall. It stomped forward with its massive, twisted hooves, brandishing bloodied axes, roaring fiercely, the acrid stench of sulfur permeating the air. It's a bloodthirsty demon. A bloodthirsty demon. A voice cried out in despair, and the faces of the paladins turned ashen. How could a demon appear here? Help! Save me. The Minotaur, with its crimson eyes filled with bloodlust, wielded its grotesque weapon with unparalleled strength, cleaving through any paladin that dared to stand in its path. It snatched two unfortunate souls, tearing them asunder with its claws, reveling in the consumption of human flesh. The demon's roar awakened all the acolytes from their slumber. Chaotic footsteps echoed from all directions, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Form a tight formation. Do not scatter. A seasoned paladin shouted. No sooner had he spoken than the Minotaur charged, shattering their defensive line. The veteran soldier fell victim to the axe, slain beyond any hope of revival. We're doomed. We're doomed. Lord, save us. Simultaneously, several lesser blood-sucking demons burst forth from the portal, their inhuman shrieks instilling terror as they wielded hellish swords. Surging forward in a frenzy of slaughter, determined to claim skulls for their dark deity. The statue of Sigma in the hall appeared dim and forlorn, enveloped in an atmosphere of despair that clouded the paladin's spirits. The church doors swung wide open, allowing more torchlight to briefly disperse the mist. Roar. Blood sacrifice. Blood god. For Emperor Charlemagne. The chaos intensified, not only in the hall, but throughout the second and third floors. Screams erupted as chaos worshippers wreaked havoc among the vulnerable acolytes, cold blades snuffing out life after life. Listening to the agonizing cries of his former companions, Luther Huss felt a surge of rage. He yearned to wield a war hammer and confront the Minotaur in a fight to the death. Yet, blind impulsiveness would yield no solutions, only sacrifice without purpose. The situation spiraled downward as the gray-robed acolyte, bewildered, murmured, Laren, brother, what should we do? The demon summoning circle, the lesser blood-sucking demons, and that bloodthirsty Minotaur suggest a medium-sized chaos cult, far beyond our capacity to handle, Laren replied quietly, gathering his light barrier and signaling for the acolyte to remain calm. Are we to simply watch them perish? Luther's expression reflected profound sorrow. Save them, Laren. You are the chosen one of our Lord. Calm down, Huss. Calm down. Hearing the desperate cries from the hall, Laren recognized that the morale of the paladins had plummeted to its nadir. Should any further misfortune befall them, they would collapse entirely. Yet, Laren was limited to a single spell of brilliance. What could he do? The paladins were nearly decimated, having inhaled too much of the crimson mist, becoming as savage and warlike as the demons themselves. Let it be. Laren gritted his teeth, reflecting on how he would perish under a demon's axe just days after arriving in this world, marking him as perhaps the most disgraceful of all transgressors. Huss, follow closely behind me as we charge out of the church. Seek the town patrol. Do you understand? Laren commanded, veins bulging in his hand gripping the sword. Prepare yourselves. After silently counting to 3, Laren launched himself and Luther down the staircase. A figure cloaked in black lunged at him, eyes blood red, swinging a long sword with the ferocity of a cornered beast. Laren raised his sword, parrying the attack, and with deft precision, he countered, drawing a crimson arc through the air. In the instant of their collision, blood sprayed forth. The assailant's strike was deadly, grazing Laren's side, while Laren retaliated, severing the man's neck. Half of his face now smeared with blood. Laren did not forget to deliver a fierce kick. What pretense is this before me? Empowered by the system-enhanced skill of melee expert, Laren's combat prowess surged, allowing him to deftly handle the chaos worshippers. After dispatching 2 more foes, he felt a deep gash on his chest, the mist in the church thickening, the roar of the beast seeming to echo in his ears, intermingled with the cries of the dying. Too many, far too many, Laren thought, feeling a chill as he pressed against the wall, gazing at the shadows weaving through the blood fog. He sighed deeply. Relentless, black-cloaked figures continued to charge at him, intent on his demise. Despite his swordsmanship, sweat dripped from his brow. This felt like a hellish arena of slaughter. Suddenly, a bloodsucker leapt out from behind the gray-robed acolyte, its voice shrieking, "Blood sacrifice." Blood god. The sight of the demon startled Luther, prompting him to instinctively throw a punch at the descending hellish sword. Clang. The clash of swords reverberated through the air, the piercing sound penetrating the eardrums of the gray-robed monk, causing him immense discomfort. With a sudden surge of strength, he was pulled away. "You truly dare. Do you still wish to strike the demon?" Laren gritted his teeth, straining to withstand the blow, while not neglecting to voice his sarcasm. Fortunately, his reflexes were timely. Otherwise, the future prophet of Sigma would have met an untimely demise. After a brief stalemate, Laren exerted all his strength, flicking his wrist to unleash a spray of sword blossoms aimed directly at the demon dog's eyes. Yet, the sword he wielded was merely an ordinary weapon. During their previous clash, it had already been pushed to its limits, and as it struck the demon's hard hide, it unexpectedly snapped in the middle. "Damn it! Damn it!" Laren cursed, using the hilt of the broken sword to strike the bloodsucker, before yanking the gray-robed monk closer. Amidst the chaos, he seized a long sword from a nearby mangled corpse, spinning it in a defensive flourish as he charged towards the church's entrance, initiating a reckless assault. He had decided to take a gamble, the only chance to save everyone in the church. Laren had no alternative. For Charlemagne. For humanity. A despairing lament echoed from the opposite side of the hall, as the few remaining paladins and scourgers made a final desperate stand, determined to bite and kill the demon at all costs. Laren and Luther Huss burst through the church doors, wielding their swords to fend off the encroaching dark-clad figures. Laren shouted to the gray-robed monk, "You must find the patrol. Our survival hinges on you." Of course not. A chaotic devotee's blade grazed Laren's back, and with a furious roar, he turned to confront it. His sword crashed against the masked figure's face, and he deftly dodged an incoming axe strike, his blade leaving 3 glimmering marks. "I am the chosen one. I must save them." Laren grinned through the agony of his wounds, glancing one last time at Luther Huss before plunging into the church. Inside, the hall had transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Upon entering, Laren quickly barred the doors to prevent the demon from escaping. Roaring, he charged forward, his sword dancing as he severed the necks of 3 dark-clad assailants. The thick, nauseating stench of blood assaulted his senses, while the resistance of humanity weakened, many scourgers and monks succumbing to blood loss, their heads growing heavy. "This cannot continue. I will surely perish." Moo! Laren had just reached the center of the hall when a colossal figure loomed before him. The terrifying Minotaur. Its hide bore countless marks from sword strikes, yet it remained unscathed, growing ever more formidable as the summoned demons persisted. A mass of blood energy coalesced around the monstrous creature, invisibly binding all bloodsuckers to it. Could it be? Laren's eyes widened as realization struck. But the Minotaur wasted no time, swinging its axe downward with a powerful gust. Laren stumbled, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow, and retaliated by striking its hoof, only to feel a jolt of pain shoot through his hand. The demon's hide was harder than steel. As Laren regained his balance, he was met with another strike from the Minotaur's axe. Bam! He was sent flying, crashing heavily against the base of the Sigma statue. Ugh! Laren's linen shirt was tattered and riddled with holes. He tasted blood in his throat, seeping from the corners of his mouth. his insides feeling as though they were being torn apart, excruciating pain electrifying his nerves, and he feared his arm was broken. The remaining humans huddled around the Sigma statue, their backs pressed together, clinging to their last vestiges of will against the oppressive force of the demon. The ground trembled once more as the Minotaur charged towards them. The bloodsuckers emitted a brass-like sound, charging in the name of the blood god. The paladins cried out in despair, while the monks trembled but refused to abandon their fight. The system seemed to observe this chaos with indifference, offering no response. Lyran struggled to rise, leaning against the Sigma statue, his hand trembling as it grazed the statue's feet. Gazing up at the Emperor's visage. "Sigma, they are all your people, your faithful." Lyran's eyelids drooped, feeling a chill in his limbs, murmuring, "One last time. I beseech you, save them." Radiant light, an unprecedented manifestation. A milky white glow emanated from Lyran's head, like a full moon, dispelling the sanguine mist in the church hall. The towering 5-meter statue appeared almost lifelike, erupting in golden flames, while a faint golden aura enveloped Lyran. Mission accomplished. Sacrifice. Acquired consumable trait. Merciful One. Revives host when near death. The Minotaur halted its charge. Its crimson eyes filled with fury as it beheld the small figure bathed in golden light, suddenly surging with power, evoking terror and rage within the beast. The Holy Hammer. It is the Holy Hammer. Our Lord has manifested. Our Lord. The paladins and monks gazed upon Lyran, enveloped in golden sanctity. As an ancient war hammer materialized in his grasp, the Hellram hammer, won in the second lottery. The same radiant light enveloped them, soothing their troubled hearts and uplifting their spirits. Faith value, 43. Thus, Lyran gripped the war hammer with both hands, his eyes glistening with brilliance. For the Empire. Chapter 13. 13 Saint Hammer Lyran. The sudden miracle infused a potent surge of courage into the hearts of the assembled humanity. The blood-red mist dissipated under the radiant light emanating from Lyran. Within the protective barrier, the paladins and scourgers felt an inner tranquility, a profound solace for their souls. Lyran himself had not anticipated that a gentle yet extraordinary power was rescuing his nearly shattered form. Within his severed right arm, he could distinctly sense the flesh writhing, reconnecting. An irreversible revival unfolding before him. Clutched tightly in his hands was the Hellram warhammer, the twin-tailed comet's tail engraved upon its head, emitting a milky white flame. The entire warhammer gleamed brilliantly, the faceted crystal handle radiating in harmony with the light source behind Lyran. A new prompt echoed in his mind. Temporary quest issued. Banish the demon. Quest reward. 40 luck points, 1 skill point. With a swift motion, Lyran tore away the tattered strips of cloth that clung to him, revealing a muscular torso, rippling muscles from abdomen to neck. The contours of his arms both taut and relaxed. The end of the demoness' reign was at hand. It was the power of the twin-tailed comet, the strength of the Saint Hammer. He was the chosen of the Lord. Our Lord has not forsaken us. The paladins reignited their fighting spirit, while the scourgers gazed at Lyran with awe and fervor. Even those meek acolytes gathered around the statue, previously powerless, summoned their courage to face the demons alongside their brethren. Despite the suffocating stench of sulfur that filled the cathedral's hall, the terror of the bloodletting fiends whispering madly in rage, they remained undaunted. Lyran resolutely stood at the forefront of humanity. He raised the Saint Hammer, and in an instant, the hall was illuminated with blinding light, searing the skin of the demons. The acrid scent of charred flesh overwhelming the metallic tang of blood. The demon portal within the church crumbled to dust under the radiant brilliance, vanishing into thin air. Surrounding demons began to lose their corporeal forms, becoming increasingly translucent as the chaotic energy sustaining them dissipated, insufficiently supported by the scant winds of magic in the mortal realm. For the Empire, Lyran roared, the first to charge forward, his figure wielding the Saint Hammer reminiscent of a once legendary emperor. In but a fleeting moment, 2 bloodletting fiends fell beneath the weight of his hammer, the soul fire imbued within it a sharp blade against evil, effortlessly shattering the skulls of the demons. For the Empire, for Charlemagne. Behind him, humanity surged with fervor, the paladins gripping their weapons tightly, shouting the names of the Empire and Emperor Charlemagne, fighting valiantly alongside the radiant figure before them. Following closely, the scourgers and acolytes joined the fray amidst their clamor. Slaughter. Humanity. The grotesque visages of the demons. The blood goddess followers thirsting for each conflict. Humanity's courageous onslaught accelerated the pace of the demon's banishment. With each passing moment, brave warriors fell beneath the blades of hell, the cloaked adherents of chaos revealing their repulsive, mutated forms, yet not a single human regretted their actions. They understood that retreat was not an option. The horde of bloodletting fiends rushing forth was a terrifying sight to behold. Their slaughter would pour the victims' blood and wails into the blades of hell, fueling their own power. To confront evil, one must either triumph or perish. A few acolytes seized fallen benches to brace against the charging fiends, but the bloodletting demons swiftly dispatched them with lethal strikes. Courage is the anthem of humanity. Faith the shield of the empire. Yet under the overwhelming disparity of power, humanity's counterattack began to crumble. Laren fought valiantly amidst the throng of bloodletting fiends. His warhammer drenched in foul blood, the soul fire effect safeguarding him from chaos as corruption. Despite his fearless struggle, he was engulfed by the tide of demons, with only 2 paladins remaining by his side. With a swing of his hammer, one bloodletting fiend fell before him, its body convulsing on the ground, desperately attempting to gnaw at flesh in its final moments. Stepping forward, he crushed its skull beneath his foot, putting an end to the abominable creature. Casting a glance around, Laren realized he was encircled. The luster of the Sigmar statue at the cathedral's center waned, the dispersing mist's brilliance dimming. The protective barrier, worn from the prolonged struggle, had become a mere thin veil. Laren felt his heart racing, gasping for breath, his mouth parched. The intensity of the battle had drained him to the brink of exhaustion. This was Laren's first encounter with demons. Physical fatigue mattered little compared to the mental strain that left him vigilant. He understood he could not falter, for his existence symbolized the morale of humanity, his life and death determining the course of the entire conflict. Forcing down the metallic taste in his throat, he beheld the most formidable foe in the hall. A fearsome, bloodthirsty, bull-headed monstrosity, its piercing crimson eyes fixated on his every move, drawing closer. Converge towards the center. Do not fight alone. Behind him, fewer than 10 remained. Amidst the blood-soaked ground, demons and humans fell entwined, not reconciled in death, but gnashing their teeth in the final moments, unwilling to relent. Humanity's morale was crumbling, leaving only reason to sustain them. They fought while retreating, evading the encirclement of demons and chaotic adherents, distancing themselves from Laren. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Time was of the essence. Then let us charge forth. The beast roared, its thunderous bellow reverberating as its massive hooves clawed at the stone floor. Charging towards Laren. Die. Golden light surged in Laren's eyes, squeezing out the last remnants of his strength. He summoned every ounce of power from within, the soul fire of his warhammer igniting like a torch. The bull-headed demon lunged forward, and Laren swiftly sidestepped, rolling to the side as the forceful wind pressure surged past him. A paladin behind him was caught off guard, sent flying like a severed line, warm blood erupting in the air with a sickening sound. The beast charged forward with relentless ferocity, lowering its head and thrusting with its horns, delivering fatal blows to the ill-fated paladin. The monstrous bull, with its spiked claws, seized the paladin, tearing flesh apart, devouring the still warm meat to quench its thirst. Surrounding bloodletting fiends swarmed in, tearing off chunks of flesh and bone, gorging themselves. Die! Laren surged forward, attacking from the side. The warhammer striking fiercely against the demon's ribs, the acrid scent of burning flesh filling the air. The soul fire seared the bull-headed monstrosity, infuriating it further as it swiped at the hammer's handle. The mighty weapon withstood the overwhelming force, sending Laren staggering back several steps. Thick jets of air erupted from the demon's nostrils, its blood-red eyes signifying its complete rage. Roar! The bull-headed demon's hooves shattered the stone floor, sending debris flying. Laren forced himself past the numbing pain in his arm, drawing a deep breath, his face flushed with exertion, charging head-on. Laren extracted the last remnants of magical winds, the radiant winds of light swirling around him, the light source behind him bursting forth with blinding brilliance, momentarily blinding the demon. He needed to create an opportunity for himself. In that brief moment of blindness, both surged forward, Laren ducking beneath a sweeping war axe, the powerful wind pressure striking him as if the axe blade itself had made contact. Yet he paid it no heed, and with his warhammer, he aimed for the bull-headed demon's head. The demon, honed by endless battles in the blood realm, possessed an acute sense of danger. The demoness' other claw swung toward him, a clash of hammer and axe igniting sparks, the warhammer veering off course, crashing down heavily against the demoness' shoulder. Laren seized the moment, retreating a few steps, fixating his gaze on the demon. His hands trembled slightly, the skin of his palms already torn. The offensive was not without effect. The flames of the soul clung fiercely to the demon's shoulder, hastening its expulsion, causing the Minotaur's form to waver unsteadily. Almost there. Lylan gritted his teeth, gathering the final pearlescent radiance in his arms to unleash the skill, reckless charge, crashing forward. A dazzling white light enveloped his body, and a protective barrier manifested. Die, demon! Roar, roar, roar! Hurry, hurry! In the streets of Burii town, the gray-robed monk shouted fervently as he raced towards the nearby church. It's just ahead. Quickly! Several squads of Imperial soldiers followed closely behind him, their spears and halberds glinting with the pale green sheen cast by the sinister moon. Fortunately, tonight the city defense commander, Creel, was personally patrolling, and thankfully, Captain Creel chose to trust the frantic, gray-robed monk who approached him, nearly incoherent with excitement. The crowd arrived outside the church's walls. Before them stood a towering edifice, enveloped in utter darkness, devoid of any light. The outer square was deserted, and a sickly sweet scent lingered in the air, sending chills racing down the spines of many soldiers. Inside the building, an eerie silence prevailed. An Imperial officer accompanying Creel, initially skeptical of the monk's wild claims, questioned how chaotic worshippers could force their way into the Sigma Church. Had they lost their minds, seeking death? Yet, the scene before him compelled belief. Donning his iron helmet, he barked, sword and shield soldiers and halberd troops, advance in formation. Archers, cover the flanks. If any figure emerges, eliminate without hesitation. Yes. A squad of sword and shield soldiers and halberdiers raised their torches, cautiously entering the church. Meanwhile, Luther Huss stood alone, frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. He had anticipated the worst, but found himself unable to accept the grim reality. Had everyone perished? What of Priest Z's? What of the other monks of his age? Lord Lylan, he wouldn't have. There are still survivors. A soldier emerged, calling out loudly. There are still living souls. Ripples of hope stirred in Luther Huss's heart. Ignoring the soldier's attempts to restrain him, he trembled and dashed into the church hall. Inside, the ground was littered with human corpses, yet more demons and cloaked figures lay in pools of blood, the cloying scent overwhelming the gray-robed monk's senses. Huss fought against the nausea, anxiously scanning the surroundings. In the center, before the statue of Sigma, several humans lay motionless, having endured a brutal battle that had pushed their minds and bodies to the brink. In the end, they had seen a flash of white light. At that moment, the man wielding the holy hammer stood beside the corpse of the raging Minotaur. As more soldiers entered, the torches illuminated the entire hall. Broken wooden chairs and shattered stone slabs were scattered everywhere, reminders of the fierce conflict that had transpired here. Lylan! Luther Huss desperately sought the figure of someone he could not believe would perish here. Lylan! Tears streamed down the resolute and youthful face of the gray-robed monk. He stifled his sobs, his voice choked. Lylan! I'm not dead yet. A weak voice emerged from the shadows of the hall, sounding exasperated. Huss! Why are you so slow? Following the voice, Luther Huss discovered Lylan leaning against the stone wall, head bowed. There is still someone alive. He called out to the soldiers, and soon, Lylan was illuminated by the torchlight. A horrifying gash stretched from Lylan's left shoulder to his right rib, blood gushing from the wound, wisps of smoke rising from it. His arms and calves bore countless lacerations, a clear trail of blood marking his path. The rewards of the bloody battle left Lylan astonished. Battle evaluation, narrow victory, gained experience points, 1800, host level, LV3, rewards, 40 luck points, 1 skill point. Title acquired, Holy Hammer Lylan, Lord Panel. Though his body was fatigued to the point of speechlessness, Leyland's heart was already overwhelmed with astonishment. Was he on the brink of embarking on a glorious journey as a lord? Chapter 14. The revelation of the Chosen One. A particular term aptly describes the current state of Luther Huss beside him, a muscular man in tears. Before Lylewin could thoroughly examine the Lord's panel of the system, a choked sob reached his ears. The surrounding bright flames were somewhat blinding, and Lylewin irritably exclaimed, "Why are you crying? I'm alive, aren't I?" As he attempted to lift his hand to pat the shoulder of the gray-robed monk, a sharp, tearing pain surged through his chest. Had the light been sufficient, those nearby would have observed the pallor of Liluin's complexion, with beads of cold sweat trickling from his forehead. "Brother Liluin, let me bandage you first." Taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, Huss tore his white robe into several strips. During the bandaging process, Liluin felt an agonizing pain radiate through his very core. The numerous wounds were ghastly to behold, particularly the immense gash across his abdomen inflicted by the brutal, bloodthirsty bull, which perpetually burned with a searing sensation. More and more soldiers from the town of Burii entered the church. Some younger soldiers, who had yet to witness the horrors of war, turned pale at the sight of the hall resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with a few even bending over to vomit. By the time Captain Creel, the highest officer of the Burii garrison, arrived, the stench of blood had considerably dissipated. The soldiers who had entered the church earlier had already cleared the bodies of the paladins and flagellants outside, awaiting cremation, while the demon's corpse lay unmoving, as touching it without a priest's assistance would be akin to confronting chaotic corruption. No one could fathom that such a multitude of bloodthirsty demons would appear in an imperial church. Upon seeing the bloodthirsty bull clad in brass armor at the center of the hall, he instinctively tightened his grip on his sword, internally questioning whether such a monstrous creature could be slain by mere human strength. Fortunately, the demon had been banished from the mortal realm. "Are there any survivors?" Creel exhaled quietly, turning to his adjutant with a serious tone. "Only 4 paladins stationed at the Sigma Church remain, along with 7 flagellants and 6 monks." The adjutant lowered his head slightly, lamenting, "Just now, for more succumbed to their injuries. The remaining individuals are in poor condition. If we delay any further, I fear immediately send them to the Church of the Lady of Mercy in town for Bishop Chiat to attend to personally, with all expenses borne by the Lord." The highest officer commanded promptly. "Also, notify the city defense barracks to dispatch an additional 50 men to monitor all movements in town. Curfew." "Yes, sir." The adjutant organized the soldiers to execute the orders. With a stern expression, the highest officer observed as soldiers lifted a blood-soaked paladin, who raised his hand as if to speak. He hurried forth, saying, "Wait." The soldiers halted, gazing at their commander. The paladin on the stretcher appeared exceedingly weak, grasping Creel's sleeve, his lips moving soundlessly as he murmured, "The Chosen One, my Lord's Chosen One, is here, the Chosen One with his last ounce of strength." The paladin pointed toward the wall of the hall before his head drooped, unconscious. "The Chosen One?" Creel furrowed his brow in confusion and, after signaling the soldiers to expedite the evacuation of the injured, turned to follow the direction indicated. The gray-robed monk, who had previously informed him of the demons in the church, stood there, assisting 2 soldiers in supporting a bare-chested man. The latter was encased in thick bandages, with traces of blood seeping through the white wrappings. Creel approached, regarding the exceedingly frail man before him, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him not long ago. He inquired of the gray-robed monk, "Who is he?" "A flagellant." Before Luther Huss could respond, the man raised his head weakly, a pained smile gracing his lips. "Hello, Captain Creel. I am grateful you and your soldiers have arrived," Liluin managed to say. "I am a friend of Priest Zeiss, temporarily residing in the church for the night, not a cleric." The sound of something heavy falling? Creel queried, perplexed. Did these demons force their way in from outside the church? No, these demons emerged through a portal. It is likely that the chaotic cultists had prepared a spell array in advance, Liluin quietly cautioned. Perhaps the demons Lord Leaf witnessed are also the result of these chaotic cultists. They belong to the same chaotic sect. Lord Leaf chaotic sect. Captain Creel pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something, his gaze fixed on Liluin as he asked sternly, "How do you know of that matter?" "I have stated, I am a friend of Priest Zeiss. He entrusted me to deliver the sacred relics from the church to the Lord's castle tomorrow." But now Liluin shook his head. The incident occurred abruptly. "Our immediate priority is to locate Priest Zeiss and ensure the relics remain untouched." Creel acknowledged, feeling an inexplicable trust toward the man before him. He promptly summoned the church soldiers to search every room for the priest and other survivors, while also establishing lookout posts outside the church to prevent another assault by the chaotic cultists. "The injuries you bear, I presume the experience of battling the demons was unbearable?" "Indeed." Liluin's countenance was haggard, the pain numbing his senses, and his face bore an unnatural pallor as he managed a faint smile. The suffering and torment were excruciating. Thankfully, the demon's power wanes in the mortal realm, otherwise, the final blow from that bloodthirsty bull would have cleaved me in two. The 2 soldiers assisting him exchanged incredulous glances, as if they had heard something extraordinary. Creel's expression mirrored their astonishment as he skeptically inquired, "Are you implying that you killed that bloodthirsty bull?" Lailoin nodded. The man before him appeared to be no more than 25 years of age, yet Creel, a seasoned elite, could hardly claim he would be capable of slaying a bloodthirsty bull amidst a demon onslaught and surviving to tell the tale. "Brother Lailoin is indeed my lord's chosen one," the gray-robed monk interjected. "He wields the power of the twin-tailed comet and possesses the holy hammer bestowed upon him by my lord." "The holy hammer of my lord?" The eyes of the two soldiers beside Lailoin widened in disbelief, suddenly perceiving that they were not merely aiding a man too weak to speak, but rather a figure of monumental significance. "Are you truly the chosen one?" Creel recalled the dying paladin's words, his tone wavering with uncertainty. In the depths of his heart, the highest officer of the Burii garrison grappled with disbelief. It was difficult to reconcile the man before him with someone capable of such heroic feats. Yet, the shattered demon carcass of the bloodthirsty bull lay right there, rendering skepticism almost impossible. At that moment, an unusual sound emanated from the upper levels of the church, causing the highest officer to react instantaneously. "Everyone be on guard. Form up." Lailoin tilted his head, peering toward a certain direction on the third floor of the church, an ominous premonition stirring within him. "We must ascend, Captain Creel. Priest Zeiss may be in danger." In an instant, the sound of organized footsteps echoed as they slowly ascended the staircase. The second floor of the church was strewn with the corpses of black-clad individuals, intermixed with a few bloodletting demons, whose eyes no longer glimmered crimson. The corridor was thick with the stench of blood. Above the staircase leading to the third floor, a thin mist of crimson slowly descended, and several sword-and-shield soldiers stood perplexed at the top, unsure of how to proceed as the line faltered. "What are you dawdling for? Continue upward." An adjutant, witnessing the situation, quickly surged forward, reprimanding the bewildered soldiers. Under the commander's orders, the soldiers cautiously advanced, the unknown lurking within the blood-hued mist, a sweet metallic scent lingering at their nostrils. They failed to notice the red-purple markings emerging on their exposed faces and hands, where they came into contact with the blood-colored mist. "Wait," Lailoin suddenly called out. The team was divided in two, clearing a path. With the assistance of Luthorus, Laren hastened to the front, where several swordsmen halted in their tracks. "What are you doing?" The officer glared at Laren, suppressing his anger due to Creel's presence. "Get out of here quickly." Coughing, Laren stifled the pain in his chest and continued. "The residual crimson mist harbors chaotic corruption. Even a slight contact would impair the mind." His warning instilled a sense of panic among the soldiers, prompting them to retreat from the mist. "Please, step back." Laren appeared exceedingly frail, yet with Luthorus's support. He steadied himself and gestured for the soldiers to withdraw a few steps. "What are you planning to do?" The officer remained discontent, his gaze fixed on Laren. Creel approached silently, observing Laren without intervening. Laren felt the thin strands of magical wind within him, barely sufficient to sustain the radiant light spell for a few minutes. He mused to himself, "This is a splendid opportunity to increase my piety. Once I cast the radiant light, my identity as a chosen one of Sigmar will be solidified." Closing his eyes, he concentrated for a moment, deliberately positioning himself at the forefront of the group, silently chanting. All eyes were upon him, filled with curiosity, and Creel instinctively edged closer. As the moment approached, Laren slowly opened his eyes, extending his palm, and spoke calmly, "In the name of Sigmar, grant me strength." Casting a sidelong glance at Creel, he summoned the radiant light spell from his mind. With utmost devotion, he proclaimed, "Holy light." At that instant, a miracle unfolded. A pearlescent sphere of light materialized in his palm, radiating brilliance that illuminated the entire corridor. The soldiers present were left wide-eyed in astonishment. "He is indeed the chosen of our Lord. The power of our Lord." Several soldiers, fervent followers of the Sigmar faith, knelt, tears welling in their eyes. This was a divine miracle, a living testament before their very eyes. "Pinch me, is this real?" One soldier who had supported Laren earlier asked his companion. The latter paid him no heed, fixated on Laren with awe and reverence. The officer, who had glared at Laren moments ago, now wore a vacant expression, his eyes hollow as they remained locked on the radiant sphere in Laren's palm. He gaped, pinched his own cheek, and struggled to swallow. Only Laren could perceive the system panel that continually displayed, "1 piety point, 1 piety point, 1 piety point." Watching his piety points surge, Laren felt a surge of exhilaration, His confrontation with the terror demon had not been in vain. Merely by showcasing himself publicly, he had accrued nearly 150 points of piety. Intensifying the consumption of the radiant light spell, the luminous barrier expanded to envelop the entire corridor, gradually dispelling the crimson mist. After several seconds, however, Laren's internal reservoir of magical energy reached its limit. Silently observing the reactions around him, he deemed it time to conclude the display. With a flick of his palm, the pearlescent sphere vanished, dispersing into shimmering motes around the spectators. This performance had thoroughly drained Laren of his strength. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed to the ground. Several nearby soldiers rushed to support him, while Creel, alarmed, hurried to his side. Having witnessed that scene, Creel could swear he had never encountered such power in over 40 years. An inner solace enveloped him. "We may proceed now," Laren declared weakly, feeling utterly drained. A mere dagger could end his life at that moment. "What are you waiting for?" Creel commanded loudly, "Advance." This time, the officer led the way, shield in hand, seemingly remorseful for his earlier behavior. The soldiers, awakening from the recent miracle, followed suit, their gazes toward Laren increasingly filled with veneration. No one noticed the smile that crept upon Laren's lips. Chapter 15. Lord Leaf. When the soldiers discovered Priest Z's in his private prayer chamber, they all presumed him dead. His body was covered in wounds, stretching from his neck to his legs, many of which were fatal. A grievous gash in his chest could have caused the demise of an ordinary man, while a faint crimson mist clung to the old priest's skin, permeating the air with a scent of decay that deterred the soldiers from approaching. Z's. Laren rushed forward, the chaotic corruption's power instantly scorching his shirt to a charred black, yet failing to harm his body. Sensing a flicker of life within the old priest, he breathed a sigh of relief and summoned a brief radiance to purify the violent chaotic energy that enveloped Z's. A gray-robed acolyte promptly followed suit. Creel emerged from the crowd and noticed a striking symbol resembling the number 8 upon the wall of the prayer chamber, beneath which a monk had been brutally impaled. His chest violently opened, ribs splayed like the wings of a blood eagle. He was still alive. Accepting the bandages from Luther House, Creel hastily tended to the old priest's wounds, which were soaked in crimson stains, blood continuously seeping from the grievous hole in his chest. A heavy gloom settled in Creel's heart as he commanded, "Immediately transport Priest Creel to the Church of the Lady of Mercy." "Yes," replied his aide, and several soldiers quickly brought forth a stretcher. Laren collapsed onto the ground, utterly incapacitated, fatigue overwhelming him and clouding his mind. His body lacked robust healing abilities, and the continuous loss of blood had rendered him drowsy. Finally, leaning against the wall, he felt a warm trickle descend from his head and could not resist closing his eyes, his head drooping as he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Take him away as well." The commanding officer, noticing Laren's condition, immediately ordered a stretcher be brought for him. Witnessing the miraculous events that had just transpired, the soldiers regarded Laren as the chosen one of Sigma, moving him onto the stretcher with utmost care, fearful that even the slightest movement might affect him adversely. "I will go too." Luther House stood upright, gazing earnestly at Creel. "Very well." After Creel departed with a contingent of soldiers, the gray-robed acolyte approached the center of the hall, lifting the ram warhammer that Laren had left behind. The warhammer still bore a faint trace of the dual-tailed comet's power, shimmering with a soft glow. An epiphany dawned upon Luther House. In the eastern district of Blaytown, an all-night vigil unfolded as nearly 200 city defense soldiers gathered urgently. Under Captain Creel's command, patrol forces were tripled, and throughout the night, hurried footsteps echoed along the dilapidated roads of the eastern district. On the other side, the White Wolf monks of the White Wolf Church, under the direction of Priest Uric, dispatched around 30 monks at midnight to collaborate with the city defense soldiers. Meanwhile, Lord Leaf of Blaytown reacted swiftly. Reinforcing his brother Creel with elite guards from the castle, the White Wolf Hunters, a cadre of 20 heavily armored infantry skilled in wielding two-handed greatswords. This lord, in his 40s, had devoted his life to quelling banditry and securing peace since inheriting his title. Blaytown served as an outpost within the Midden Territory, and Lord Leaf had experienced no fewer than 20 skirmishes, managing affairs with exemplary order. The following morning, the streets of Blaytown buzzed with discussions surrounding the events of the previous night at the Sigma Church, with some inciting rumors of conflicts between the White Wolf Church and the Sigma Church. The imperial divide between the North and South, coupled with religious disparities, fueled the people's intrigue in such ideological clashes. Lord Leaf had dispatched scouts at dawn to post proclamations throughout his territory, forbidding the propagation of rumors. This initiative was met with support from various churches within the town, though some followers of Uric from the White Wolf were left dissatisfied. In the Church of the Lady of Mercy's hospital, on the second floor, Lurin exhaled softly, opening his eyes to find himself in a clean, tidy private room. 2 braziers burned within, utilizing an expensive resin-like fuel that emitted a faint scent of pine, devoid of any acrid odor. He was covered with 2 layers of bedding, indicating the caregiver's concern for his well-being. Outside, the sky was a deep, somber blue, the morning sun unable to pierce through the clouds. The northern weather of the Empire was notoriously poor, with low temperatures year-round. Only a small area near the Reek River could yield crops twice a year, while the northern regions of Nord and Oster harvested grain only in summer. As for the winter wheat cultivated by the Tal faction, it was rarely seen beyond the Terabek territory. Lurin vaguely recalled a massive cannon exceeding 10 tons in the Midden territory of the medieval world, said to require the strength of a simpleton giant to operate. It was curious for such an agriculturally underdeveloped land to possess such an incongruous heavy industry. Aside from feeling weak, Lurin perceived no other unusual reactions, as though his battle with the frenzied bull was merely a dream. Yet, the dull ache in his chest and abdomen reminded him that the events of the previous night were indeed real. He threw off the covers and stretched his body. For over 2 months in the medieval world, Lurin had slept on a hard wooden bed, with only a layer of straw beneath him. The sole bed in the entire beggar outpost belonged to Captain Taka, and it had been far too soft for his accustomed taste. Lying in such a plush bed felt akin to sinking into a mire, and Lurin found it somewhat disconcerting. Seizing the opportunity to be alone, Lurin's consciousness stirred, and he summoned the system panel. Host name: Lurin, race, human, level, LV3, experience points, 700-2500. Equipment: Ram Warhammer, purple tier. Luther House's Holy Emblem, blue tier. Luck, 42-100. Fervor, 167-1000. Skills: Melee Apprentice 1, Defense Apprentice 1, Reckless Charge 1, Radiant Purification. Traits: Majestic Presence, range for morale. Holy Hammer, chance to double fervor. In 2 months, Lurin had ascended from level 1 to level 3, acquiring equipment from nothing, and gaining an additional trait alongside his existing Majestic Presence. The second trait seemed somewhat superfluous, offering a chance to double fervor. What he truly needed was to enhance his strength, and he had yet to thoroughly review the rewards on the Lord's panel. After engaging in a genuine battle with a demon, Lurin realized the insignificance of his power. Fortunately, the frenzied bull had been summoned. The demon's energy was unstable and would gradually diminish over time. Furthermore, the battle had taken place within the Sigma Church, where the church's relics and faith suppressed the demon's strength. In simple terms, he had merely fortuitously encountered a substantial experience source, a pure act of reaping. Sighing, Lurin acknowledged the weighty importance of enhancing his strength. The road ahead was daunting. At that moment, a new notification appeared on the panel. Detected that the host has one unused skill point. Oh. After slaying the frenzy bull, the quest reward had granted him 40 points of luck and 1 skill point, which he had forgotten to utilize in his haste to find Priest Z's. He quickly accessed the skill panel, realizing that enhancing his strength was paramount. The panel displayed the illuminated skills of Melee Apprentice, Defense Apprentice, and Reckless Charge, while a series of skills remained shrouded in gray. However, it appeared that the skills he had learned could also be enhanced, and upon strengthening, they would display as Melee Mastery 2, Defense Mastery 2, and Reckless Charge 2. The enhancement effects were modest: 6 melee attack, 6 melee defense, and 15 charge power. Without hesitation, Lurin allocated his skill point to Melee Apprentice, watching as the panel transformed to Melee Mastery 2. As the proficiency in weaponry gradually increased within his mind, if one were to compare Liloan's previous skill level with that of an ordinary soldier who had undergone 2 to 3 years of training, it was now akin to that of a professionally trained Imperial Knight, thanks to systematic enhancement. Mastery of weapon usage is of paramount importance, especially when faced with adversaries that are not only mightier, but also more formidable in stature. Mere brute force alone cannot secure victory. In critical moments, even the slightest alteration in a strike can lead to a favorable outcome in battle. After completing his enhancements, Liloan excitedly summoned the first reward from his devout points, the Lord's panel. He rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat parched, but in the next instant, His expression of excitement abruptly ceased. Territory? None. Category? None. Population? None. The host has yet to acquire a territory. Does the Lord's panel require one to first possess a territory for it to be functional? What, then, is the purpose of your system? Acquiring land is no simple feat. Is it really so easy to become a lord in the empire simply by leading a group to claim a patch of land? Absolutely not. First and foremost, one must garner the recognition of the electors, and at the very least, obtain the acknowledgement of a certain count, who must bestow upon you a title, thus signifying that your territory conforms to the imperial noble code. Otherwise, your land would belong to the secessionist factions of the empire. Before long, a horde of ambitious generals seeking military merit would gallop over on their steeds, accompanied by a throng of fervent imperial soldiers, intent on laying waste to your territory. It seemed the system was well aware of Lailuan's predicament, as a task panel appeared. Territory task issued. Acquire a territory. Task reward. 2,000 experience points. Lost Knight's plate armor, green grade. Zoko war hammer, blue grade. Random reward. Building blueprint. The tasks have already been issued? Then becoming a lord is absolutely inevitable. A sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Lailuan, are you awake? Moments later, a gentle knock resonated, and it was likely Captain Creel, whom he had met the previous night. May I come in? Please, do come in. Lailuan hastily stowed away the system panel and moved to open the door. But a sudden tingling sensation surged through the outer side of his thigh, nearly causing him to lose his balance, forcing him to lean against the wooden cabinet beside the bed. Upon opening the door, Creel entered alongside a robust man who bore a striking resemblance to him. The high-ranking officer was clad in military attire, the smooth surface of his plate armor reflecting the light from the window, while the man beside him, draped in a deep blue cloak, his blue-brown tunic meticulously sewn, was adorned with golden trim, clearly indicating a noble status. Noticing Lailuan's current state, the high-ranking officer stepped forward, assisting him to sit up and placing 2 pillows behind him for support. After this, Creel let out a soft whistle, a smile gracing his face. I never imagined you would be able to get out of bed so soon. Bishop Zayat said you would need at least a week to move around. I would prefer a more gradual recovery, Captain Creel, Lailuan replied, reclining against the pillows with a wry smile. Thank you for your assistance last night. Otherwise, I shudder to think where I might have ended up by now. Quite remarkable. The chosen one of our Lord. Just call me Creel. May I refer to you as Lailuan? Of course, Lailuan replied casually. He cast a glance at the imposing figure beside the commanding officer, surmising, might I inquire about this gentleman? It is an honor to meet you, Lailuan. The chosen one of our Lord. The robust man stepped forward, exuding an air of authority without anger, extending his right hand with a remarkably gentle tone. I am Leifan Rosian, the Lord of Bray Town and the hereditary Count of Draven. A hereditary Count of Draven? And the Lord of Bray Town as well. This meant that the sturdy man before him was a grand noble controlling the southern defense of the Dracovald Forest. The Beggar Outpost and 3 others fall under the governance of Bray Town. Thus, these 2 individuals could be considered Lailuan's immediate superiors. For an ordinary soldier, being attended to by such esteemed figures would be a source of astonishment, yet for Lailuan, their value paled in comparison to that of a young Luster Haas. Lailuan extended his hand to grasp Lord Leif's, smiling warmly, yet maintaining his dignity. It is an honor to meet you, my lord. After releasing his hand, Lailuan turned to Creel. What transpired last night? Has Priest Ziz regained consciousness? The situation for Priest Ziz is rather grim. However, a white-robed bishop from the Church of the Lady of Mercy is doing everything possible to treat him, Creel replied straightforwardly. Lailuan felt a jolt of shock within, sighing in resignation. Priest Ziz was far too old. In the medieval world, anyone who could live beyond 60 could be considered a longevity. The average age of nobles barely reached 50. A battle-hardened priest who had endured countless trials in his youth, now facing new injuries on top of old wounds. His survival depended solely on the favor of Sigmar. However, there have been new discoveries regarding the Chaos Worshippers. Oh, Chapter 16, Champion Warrior or Lord. Lord Leif continued, stating that the patrol team dispatched overnight discovered 3 blood ritual altars within the slums, located 500 meters from the church, with at least 40 lives claimed upon these altars. It was a grave oversight on my part not to intensify the scrutiny within the slums. The highest city defense officer, Creel, expressed his remorse, acknowledging his shortcomings and errors. Approximately 40% of the population in Bree Town resides in the slums. a diverse assembly of individuals with exceedingly complex beliefs. Moreover, the majority of the chaos worshippers are significantly more challenging to manage, as the profound corruption of chaos has led to considerable physical mutations. The heretical and depraved followers can wield sorcery and plague magic, further complicating matters. By the way, Lylan, Lord Leaf did not cast blame upon the guard commander. He sat in a corner of the sickbed, his gaze fixed intently upon him. My brother claims you possess the power of the twin-tailed comet. Is this true? Count Draven's eyes bore a pleading look. When Creel informed him that the young man was a chosen one of Sigma, Lord Leaf felt a tinge of disbelief. How could a chosen one remain so obscure? Furthermore, a mere sentry soldier? Leaf had been observing the young man before him, whose demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, and whose tone was calm. Creel's introduction elicited no signs of panic, which instilled some measure of belief within him. A flicker of surprise crossed Leyland's eyes. Lord Leaf was a devout follower of Sigma. The Anlosian family had once followed the Redeemer, His Majesty Magnus. Creel, sensing Lyland's silence, elaborated with a sense of pride. The Northern martial tradition places great emphasis on strength and heritage. The ancestors of the Anlosian family participated in the battles of Talabium and the War of Tears, fighting valiantly against the invading Chaos armies, ultimately securing their current territory. In comparison, my Lord's chosen one can surely display his powers without reservation. Devout followers possess an unparalleled reverence for their faith, and Lord Leaf was eager to connect with the power of the twin-tailed comet. Creel's actions were intended to alleviate Lyland's suspicions, as cultivating a friendship with the chosen one could only yield benefits. Lyland recognized this as a golden opportunity to convince a prominent noble of his status as a chosen one, undoubtedly advantageous for himself. However, I must state a condition, Count. You must keep my identity strictly confidential, especially concerning the soldiers who witnessed my powers last night. I hope they can remain tight-lipped. Lyland cast a glance at the two of them, proposing a small stipulation. He had no desire to be perpetually haunted by chaos worshippers. Reputation is a double-edged sword, and at this moment, he could not wield such a weapon. Caution is imperative. Throughout history, the Empire has seen its fair share of chosen ones, among whom the most renowned was the chosen of Tal, Alganus, a humble imperial noble who gained the favor of the nature god Tal. Merely in his second year, during a vast war against the Beastmen, he summoned the forces of nature, conjuring numerous griffons to defeat the three-headed Beast King. His heroic deeds during the conflict propelled Alganus to the pinnacle of fame, yet he succumbed to a sudden demise the day after his birthday that year. In the aftermath, the Elector of Talabek was particularly enraged, ordering a thorough search of the realm, dispatching numerous witch hunters, and even requisitioning the Silver Knights of Reichland. After several years of fruitless efforts, the search was hastily concluded. Not a problem. Creel will manage this matter. Lord Leaf readily assented. Now, please watch closely. Lyland raised his hand, closed his eyes, and after murmuring a few incantations, a small orb of light materialized, seemingly filled with flowing liquid. The dimly lit sickroom was suddenly illuminated, with a milky glow enveloping the three of them. Count Draven stared intently at the orb, his throat moving as he slowly reached out to touch it, appearing dazed and murmuring, "The power of my lord." The closer he drew, the more he felt the warm sensation emanating from the orb, as the soul of the devout follower silently accepted its purification, a formidable effect of the radiant spell. Creel's expression mirrored disbelief as he observed the scene before him, although he had witnessed something similar the previous night. The visual impact of the orb's sudden appearance was akin to a solitary wanderer, accustomed to the darkness, abruptly confronting a radiant environment. A prompt from the system soon followed. 2 devotion points. The orb of light persisted for only a brief moment, gradually shrinking into a glowing bead, before dissipating under Leyland's control. The 2 men before him took a while to regain their senses. Lord Leaf's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, as he felt a wave of comfort wash over him the instant he touched the orb, warmth flooding his limbs, and the restlessness in his heart dissipating. Lord Leaf's gaze towards Lyland transformed, as the room fell into a brief silence. Just then, 2 female physicians clad in green gowns entered, one of whom slightly bowed and said, "Count, the patient's wounds require reapplication of medicine." Count Draven rose, adjusting his attire. "Come in." The physicians carefully unwrapped the thick bandages from Lyland, extracting ointment from a green flask to apply around the wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Lyland recognized the holy emblem on the physicians' chests, identifying them as healing priests of the merciful church. The minor wounds from the bloodshed had scabbed over, yet the prominent injury from his chest to abdomen remained in a state of decay. As the bandages were removed, a sharp pain surged through Leyland's abdomen, causing him to grit his teeth and emit a faint groan. As the physician applied the ointment, a cooling sensation alleviated the fiery pain in his abdomen. After rewrapping him in a thick layer of fresh bandages, the two physicians took their leave. Creel, you may step outside and order the soldiers to completely seal off the surrounding blocks of the church, Lord Leaf indicated to his younger brother. Understood. Creel nodded, exiting the room while reminding, Leyland, take good care of your injury. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach the Lord. Thank you. Leyland responded as he closed the door behind him. Lord Leaf retrieved 2 cups from a cabinet and opened a bottle of low-alcohol fruit wine, the faint aroma wafting through the room. Such a bottle of fruit wine would typically be priced at around 10 silver coins, often scarce in most places. It was blessed by the priests of the merciful church, and its effects were akin to a potion, aiding in physical recovery. Every noble household would possess a few bottles. While ordinary soldiers could find ample healing remedies in the apothecaries of alchemists, as the merciful church would not sell to them. Lord Leaf poured a glass and handed it to Leyland. Try this. It's freshly brewed wine from this year, and I instructed them to add some honey for flavor. Thank you. The robust man sighed deeply. To be honest, I never anticipated the emergence of such audacious chaos cults within this territory. Leyland observed the weariness in his eyes. The Draven County lies adjacent to the Midden Territory and the Drakavold Forest, merely a 2-day ride southeast to the Count's fief of Grimhagen. Further east, traversing another Count's domain, one would arrive at the residence of the White Wolf War God, the capital of the Duchy of Middenheim. To the north of Breetown lies the infamous Grimhagen Gorge, a strategically significant passage to the heart of the Midden Territory, also renowned as a beastway frequented by countless beastmen, resulting in the city walls of Grimhagen often adorned with the corpses of numerous war beasts. In response to the relentless assaults of the beastmen, Lord Leaf found himself utterly exhausted, burdened further by the insidious presence of the chaos cult lurking within Breetown. The room fell into a heavy silence. Leyland, uncertain of what to say to the Count, offered some words of consolation. There is nothing that can be done without diligence. Your Excellency has performed admirably. At least the outposts along the border testify to this, as the territory of Draven remains relatively peaceful and stable. Is that so? Leyland mused inwardly. Not only have I been there, but I have served as a soldier at the outpost. You have left us in dire straits. I am a soldier from the Beg outpost under Breetown, Your Excellency, and I am also your soldier, Leyland continued. You still serve at the outpost? Leaf responded, astonished, suddenly perceiving the absurdity of it all. I possess a soldier's insignia among my former garments. Your Excellency may send someone to search the chapel for it. After a long silence, Leaf spoke again, his voice tinged with excitement. Very well, Sir Leyland. Would you be willing to serve as my personal champion? I can offer you a salary far exceeding that of any outpost officer, at least 200 gold coins annually. Additionally, you would hold the title of Imperial Captain in Breetown, enjoying the privileges of the castle, and alongside Creer, command the forces of the Draven territory. Given time, I shall grant you 2 villages of your own. What do you think? The Count recognized Leyland's potential. A chosen one so young could engage in combat with demons of the most fearsome caliber and survive. Given 20 years, he could evolve into a formidable legendary warrior. Every noble sought to cultivate a personal champion. In the face of disputes among humanity, war was the least favored and most extreme option. In such instances, champions would duel to represent their lord's interests, preventing conflicts from escalating. Being nominated for such a duel was the pinnacle of honor for a warrior. Regardless of the outcome, their actions would save countless lives. From Leyland's current display of prowess, the offer from Count Draven was exceedingly generous. 200 gold coins a year overshadowed the meager existence of a common soldier by 100-fold. By converting the value of gold to copper, this sum would suffice to maintain an elite guard of 100 for an entire year. Such riches could afford a comfortable life in the southern electorate, freeing him from the struggle for survival. Faced with such enticing terms, Leyland felt a flicker of temptation. System notification: should the host choose to join a particular faction, it will be regarded as a renunciation of the Lord panel. Automatically removing the Lord panel. Establishing a host level cap of LV5. The once fluttering heart was now struck by the cold, iron fist of the system, leaving it as a weary stag. To lose the Lord panel was one thing, but imposing a level restriction was utterly intolerable. System, you are merciless. I am terribly sorry, Your Excellency, but I must decline your offer. Liloan managed to suppress the anguish within. If Archaic were akin to a dagger in the back, his was riddled with wounds. I prefer a life of unfettered freedom, unbound by constraints. Upon reflection, becoming a lord was indeed a splendid prospect. The autonomy to act as he wished, without inhibition. Furthermore, the secret of the system within him could not be divulged to any outsider. Serving as the Count's personal champion would draw countless eyes upon him. A single misstep could expose him, and Liloan would find it difficult to explain. Of course, Your Excellency, should you require my assistance against the forces of chaos in the future, I shall lend my full support, he concluded, weighing the overall benefits and drawbacks. Very well, Sir Liloan, I respect your decision, Leaf replied with a sigh of relief. The position of personal champion will always remain open for you, should you ever wish to accept. The terms shall remain unchanged. Rest well, I will ensure the matters at the chapel are resolved. I have already instructed the priests of the Church of Mercy to spare no effort in treating Z's, so you need not worry. Oh, before I forget, Count Draven removed a badge from his waist and handed it to Liloan. This is a pass from Count Draven. Every town in the Midden and Nord territories will welcome you with open arms. I hope you can visit my castle in 3 days. Chapter 17. The stir caused by Emperor Karl Franz of the Empire was of little consequence. Under the efficient execution of Lord Leaf and Creel, the only rumor that circulated in the town of Bray was that of a chosen one emerging. The diligent citizens of the Empire even harbored a certain disdain for the chosen one. Their ignorant minds attributed the war to the restlessness of a few individuals, oblivious to the fact that those very malcontents formed the bedrock of the Empire. Only 2 months had passed since Karl Franz was elected emperor. Yet in the eyes of the nobles of the Reek territory and surrounding factions, he too was seen as a restless figure. His adeptness at handling affairs was evident. The decree he issued in his first month was a radical measure aimed at purging dissenters, which incited animosity among many nobles towards the new emperor. 2 nobles from Reek openly criticized Karl Franz, and beneath the surface of the newly established Imperial Council, currents of discontent swirled. At this moment, the embattled new emperor sat in his office within the Brunswick Palace, behind a massive wooden desk occupying over 10 square meters, reviewing various decrees. The year 2502 in the Empire would be etched in Karl's memory forever. Just 2 months prior, he had showcased his prowess in the Imperial Council, where, by a narrow margin of 1 vote, 6 in favor, 5 against, and 1 abstention, he had outmaneuvered the northern elector Boris Todbringer and retained the imperial throne within the Reek territory. This marked the 3rd time the princely house of Friedrich had produced an emperor, following in the footsteps of Karl's grandfather and father. Ludwig, how are those dissenting nobles faring? The emperor pinched the bridge of his nose, fatigue evident on his face. After 3 consecutive days of traversing the Reek territory to stabilize the situation, he had to scrutinize every movement, a necessity for any newly elected emperor. Despite his predecessor being his father, the old noble class he inherited was largely comprised of inept individuals. The new emperor privately remarked on the shamelessness of some nobles who, while feasting, gazed hungrily at the pot, with some even daring to plunge their hands into it. Your Majesty, Baron Robert and Sir Sherry have been apprehended by the Reek Guards and are currently detained in the Reek Guard fortress. Before the desk, a stout warrior stood rigidly, clad in splendid dark gold armor that glimmered under the light, with the most striking feature being Ludwig's flowing white beard, smooth as that of a dwarf. The formidable Ludwig Schwarzheim, the Sword of Justice, served as Karl Franz's champion, standard-bearer, and personal bodyguard, one of the knights of the inner circle of the Reek Order. Having thwarted multiple assassination attempts against the emperor, he had saved the emperor's life on more than one occasion. During the emperor's childhood, the previous emperor had taken young Karl on an excursion that was abruptly interrupted by an attack from Beastmen. Thanks to Ludwig and several Reek knights who steadfastly barred the tavern doors, they prevented the rampaging, bull-headed creatures from breaching the inn. This formidable warrior was among the legacies left to Karl by the former emperor, along with the irascible chief mage, seen as German, whose sulphurous presence was known throughout the realm. The emperor stretched, his neck stiff from prolonged labor at his desk, the golden embroidery on his purple and gold noble attire glinting brilliantly. And what of Sir Dorrel? I recall his public address a week ago, espousing that the empire does not require an emperor to lead, How could those cubs from the Midden territory forget such remarks? The emperor silently chuckled, a glint of irony in his eyes. Sir Dorrel had vanished before the Reek Knights arrived. Intelligence indicated that a gray carriage had appeared at his residence 2 hours after the arrest order was issued, lingering for half an hour. Did we send someone to intercept it? No. Why? I see. Carl nodded, as a servant brought forth a cup of hot coffee. After taking a sip, the emperor casually inquired, "How many nobles have we received complaints from in Midden? The 5th or the 7th? Your Majesty, a total of 7 nobles have departed from the Reek territory." The emperor picked up a document from his desk and commanded, "Confiscate all their assets, lands, estates, shops, and residences within the territory, including those granted to them by the late emperor. Let them return everything." Carl scoffed, a cold light flickering in his eyes. "This is fortuitous, as the military expenditure issue is pressing. Why should I refuse when they come begging for me to seize their assets? The newly promoted military noblemen are certainly 100 times more competent than these idle pretenders." In the vast expanse of the empire, very few parcels of land remained unallocated, and the issue of land consolidation had worsened, leading many yeomen to fall into the status of serfs and tenants, leaving even fewer lands available for bestowal. Carl had secured the crucial vote from the Count of Wason in the south, thanks to his established rapport with the Reek Marshal and the prestige of the imperial army, enabling him to outmaneuver the elector from Midden. The new emperor particularly welcomed the disobedience of the old nobility. "Is there anything else, Ludwig?" The celestial mages from the Grand Observatory report that a large army of Norska is expected to march south within the next 2 years, and they wish to alert the emperor to remain vigilant regarding the north. The emperor harbored skepticism towards prophetic warnings, often finding them inaccurate and leading to a series of futile efforts due to objective factors. A notable instance was the Elector Boris from Midden, who had placed undue faith in the prophecies of the White Wolf priest, resulting in his underestimation of the first campaign against the Beastmen. Lured deep into the Dracoval forest, his army of over 10,000 was encircled by a 5-fold number of Beastmen. It was only due to the valiant Teutonic guards holding the line that the imperial forces managed to regroup and provide support. Otherwise, the elector from Midden might have already met his end at the hands of the enemy. Norska's army? Did not Nord and Oster resist their forces just this past spring? The emperor fixed his gaze upon the warrior before him and asked, "By the way, Ludwig, have the supplies I promised them arrived?" "Approximately 60% has been delivered. Weapons and armor are still en route, expected to arrive in early spring of next year. The northern roads are not as secure as those in the south, with issues of beastmen and greenskins complicating matters. Select 500 from the reserve troops to form a new standing army, with Sir Holt appointed as the new general. Equip them with the firearms recently sent from the Nun factory. We must also prepare." The emperor commanded. "Yes, your majesty. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave to rest." The emperor regarded the aged warrior, Ludwig, who was likely over 70 years of age. Given his legendary prowess, Ludwig could certainly be considered advanced in years. Carl spoke in a congenial tone. "You have worked hard these days. It is my honor to serve your majesty." Ludwig exited the office. The emperor, momentarily lost in thought, could not help but lament the absence of such loyal individuals among the empire's nobility. Shaking off his reverie, Karl Franz resolved to push forward. There remained many tasks awaiting his attention as he retrieved the next document. Under the rule of Count Drakenberg in the province of Middenland, the Sigma Church in the town of Brate was severely damaged 2 days ago by a chaos cult. 14 paladins, 43 flagellants, and several acolytes lost their lives, while the stationed priest sustained grave injuries. "Damn those chaos worshippers," the emperor muttered under his breath. The Sigma Church typically responds promptly to such calamities, dispatching witch hunters and battle priests to investigate and search for traces of chaos, a systematic norm. Attack incidents occur incessantly throughout the empire, rendering them a commonplace occurrence that hardly warrants the emperor's concern. As he prepared to turn over the document, Karl Franz noticed a particular line. It was reported that the chaos worshippers had summoned a chaos portal within the church through blood rituals. In the direst of circumstances, a chosen of Sigma appeared and vanquished the terror of the bull. Witnesses among the paladins attested to the miraculous event. Retrieving the document once more, Karl Franz furrowed his brow. The significance of the phrase chosen of Sigma was profound. Throughout the long history of the empire, the appearance of such chosen ones has been exceedingly rare. Legend has it that 2 centuries ago, the devout Emperor Magnus, in his early years, was merely an ordinary Sigma priest in the city of Neuen. By chance, he became a chosen of Sigma, leading the Imperial army to victory against the forces of chaos and saving the old world. Rumors about chosen ones in the populace are typically investigated by dedicated witch hunters to ascertain their accuracy. Indeed, most are mere fabrications. However, the appearance of this term on the Emperor's desk bore a different significance. "Someone come." Karl Franz called out to the hall. A knight of Reichland entered. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" "Secretly dispatch a team of Reichland knights to Middenland," the Emperor commanded, extracting the document and handing it over. "At all costs, find this chosen one. Uncover the news of the blockade." "There is one more matter," Karl Franz recalled. "Have the Grand Master of the Inner Circle of the Reichland Knights come to see me." "Understood." The knight exited, and the Emperor raised his now-cold cup of coffee, draining its contents. Karl Franz was determined not to overlook any formidable ally. His utmost desire was to protect his people from the encroachment of dark forces. To this end, every ounce of strength must be exerted in the battle against evil. The Emperor was also tirelessly working to unify the Elector Counts as much as possible, to face external threats together. The power bestowed by a chosen one is self-evident. He sought to secure this potential ally, largely to prevent Elector Count Boris of Middenland from gaining the support of a chosen one. More tasks awaited him. Chapter 18. Hospital visit far away. Thousands of kilometers from the Imperial Palace, Laren remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within. Having lain in bed for 2 days, most of his wounds had begun to heal. The minor cuts had scabbed over, thanks to the effective healing potions administered by the priests of the Merciful Church. On that morning, Creel sent someone to deliver his warhammer, placing it on a distant table in the room. In the battle 2 days prior, the hammer of Freelam had soaked in the blood of demons, and Laren's radiant magic had fully awakened its true form, the dark silver hammer emanating a faint white glow. The soldiers tasked with delivering the hammer struggled under its weight, marveling at the sheer force it could unleash. Wherever it swung, destruction followed. Lord Leif, in a bid to curry favor, had sent several finely crafted garments and left a substantial sum of gold coins, urging Laren to focus on his recovery. Other nobles might learn of this, but they would not wrest him from Leif Anlo's grasp. Such a notion was but a dream. Around 11 in the morning, under the care of the physician from the Merciful Church, Laren reluctantly partook in a splendid lunch: a whole lamb chop, a vegetable salad, 2 buttered barley loaves, a small piece of goat cheese, and a glass of rich fruit wine. After such a lengthy period, his arms had nearly healed, aside from some lingering bruising and swelling. He could eat without issue. Moreover, having spent much of his life caring for himself, he had never enjoyed such a privileged treatment before. Reluctantly, he accepted this kindness, choosing to go with the flow. During the meal, the young female physician's eyes lingered on Laren, her elbow playfully nudging his chest. Laren, however, maintained a stern expression, avoiding her gaze, speaking only when necessary to chew his food. In her mind, a young man with strength, favored by the Earl, must surely possess a knightly title. Laren was not unattractive. His chiseled features and piercing gaze exuded a remarkable charisma. With a rare opportunity to be alone with a knight, she was determined not to let it slip away. A gentle knock at the door interrupted their moment. It was Loser Huss. "Laren, may I come in?" Startled, Laren quickly wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Please, come in." He sighed softly, turning to the young physician with a gentle tone. "Thank you for your help. You may leave now." With a playful glance, she shot him a teasing look, her voice sweetly melodic, causing anyone who heard it to feel weak at the knees. Loser Huss, clad in his monk's robes, typically remained at the Sigma Church, so his attire posed no issue. However, in this moment, with the attention of a beautiful young woman upon him, a blush crept across his face. Seeing the gray-robed monk standing in the doorway, lost in thought, Laren called out, "Hey, Huss." When there was no response, he raised his voice. "Loser Huss." Laren gasped, lowering his head to rub his eyes. The glare from the monk's bald head was blinding. "Laren, are you all right? Is your eye bothering you?" Loser Huss, unaware of the impact his shiny dome had caused, inquired. "No, it's nothing," Laren replied, blinking rapidly, tears forming in the corners of his eyes from the light. He forced a smile. "Have you finished your business at the church? I heard from Captain Creel that a group of battle priests from the Imperial capital has arrived, along with some witch hunters." Indeed, the gray-robed monk nodded solemnly, pulling up a small stool beside Laren's bed. "The church has suffered great losses, Nearly 70% of the clergy have been slaughtered. Of my peers, only Helic and Baromo remain. Laren felt little concern for those insignificant figures. As long as loser Huss and priest Zeiss were safe, he would only offer a moment of silence for the others. The Archbishop of the Merciful Church had said that in a few days, priest Zeiss should awaken. Perhaps this was the old man's greatest fortune. Changing the subject, Laren smiled silently. His injuries were even more severe than mine. I never expected him to wake up. From now on, Huss, make sure to learn well from priest Zeiss. He knows much more than I do. I will. Loser Huss replied earnestly. Laren, I have something else to discuss. Go ahead, Huss. Loser Huss scratched the back of his head, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. May I touch your warhammer? What? Loser Huss, a man of order, had such a peculiar quirk? That night when I lifted your hammer, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Familiarity? Laren was taken aback. The Hammer of Freelum was a weapon bestowed by the system. Although there were no clear records of its users in this medieval world, could it truly be that simple? Was Loser Huss somehow connected to the hammer? He quickly dismissed the thought, knowing the gray-robed monk would only awaken the power of the dual-tailed comet after enduring several life challenges. But that did not mean Loser Huss lacked latent power. Moreover, the Hammer Soulfire effect was an advanced skill unique to the Sigma Battle Priests, a tool for purifying chaos. With this in mind, the explanation of shared origins seemed quite reasonable. It's fine, use it as you wish. This hammer. Realizing he had misspoken, Laren quickly corrected himself. This hammer is a gift from my lord. Not even the ferocious bull left a mark on it, so it should be quite sturdy. Thank you, Laren. Having received permission, Loser Huss felt immense joy. Laren, seizing the moment, discreetly accessed his system panel. Name, Loser Huss, legendary. Race, human. Class, Sigma, Church Monk. Equipment, none. Traits, Faith Barrier, 5 melee defense, for morale within range, not awakened. Unyielding Faith, -4 corruption. 2 Order, not awakened. Potential, 8-10. Affection, 8-10. Extremely trusting. Loser Huss's affection for Laren increased by 1 point. An unexpected thought crossed Laren's mind. If he suggested that hitting Loser Huss would help grow his faith, would the monk stand there and let him do it? Laren squinted at the grinning bald man, uncertain about his intentions. Curiosity tugged at him. Perhaps he would try it someday. Huss, let us go for a walk. I've been cooped up in this room for too long. Laren waved his hand, throwing aside the covers. Laren, are you well enough to move around freely? The young monk asked, surprised. Raising an eyebrow, Laren flashed a carefree smile. Come, tonight I shall take you to a splendid place, the Buzzing Tavern. Chapter 19, A New Hero. Huss, you should still retain your secular identity. Laren suddenly recalled the doctrines of the Sigma Church regarding the daily lives of monks and priests, who are required to practice asceticism and cultivate their minds. While occasional indulgence is permissible for the better service of the empire, excessive relaxation on the part of the clergy only invites scrutiny from witch hunters. Loyalty is beyond words. Loyalty is beyond words. Indeed, Loser Huss pointed to his bald head. As long as the priest has not adorned me with a penance ring, I remain a secular citizen of the empire. Entering places that violate church prohibitions should be acceptable. That's good, but your bald head is too conspicuous. And this robe of yours makes it seem like you want everyone to know you're a church monk, Laren teased, patting the monk's bald shoulder. Take off this robe. I'll find you some ordinary clothes. Loser Huss scratched his head but complied with Laren's suggestion. After recovering well from his injuries, he dressed appropriately and left the infirmary, summoning a paladin stationed at the Mercy Church Hospital. In a matter of moments, he was clad in a set of brown-gray civilian attire. Though still youthful, Luther's stature had already begun to surpass that of his peers, standing just over 6 feet tall, only slightly shorter than Laren. Having changed attire, the monk who had just moments ago been immersed in ecclesiastical austerity now appeared as a rustic bumpkin emerging from a remote corner. The stark contrast in clothing, coupled with his shiny bald head, created a striking visual impact. Laren suppressed a laugh as he tidied up the items in the infirmary. After stowing a few silver coins and a gold coin in his pocket, he temporarily borrowed 2 travel horses from the church hospital stable, and the two set off towards the Buzzing Tavern on South Main Street in Braytown. The afternoon sun had begun to tilt towards the horizon. Along the way, Laren noticed an enhancement in his observation and vision, as the goods in the surrounding shops and the faces of passers-by became increasingly vivid. He surmised this was an added effect of his level up, accompanied by slight boosts in strength and agility. Judging by the current circumstances, Each level increase granted him a maximum strength boost of 10. In other words, if he could lift 10 pounds with one arm before, after leveling up, he could now lift 11 pounds. Such changes in power provided a sense of reassurance. Lurin's character favored the slow and steady approach, reveling in the delight of surprising others by revealing his true capabilities. The two rode their travel horses leisurely, appearing unperturbed. Luther was less concerned with their surroundings. His mind was preoccupied with questions from his readings and the sincerity of faith. By the way, Huss, why did you shave your head? Isn't that something only priests would do? Lurin casually broached the topic, sharing his own curiosity with the small, bald figure beside him. I believe that hair may impede my communication with the Lord. After becoming a monk, I implored priest Z's several times before he finally consented to shave my head. Whether it truly hinders communication, I cannot say, but it must certainly make it easier to clean your scalp, Lurin chuckled, delivering a rather cold joke, which surprisingly elicited a faint smile from Luther Huss. Indeed, it makes scalp cleaning quite convenient. The small bald monk concurred, then mused, if only the church could be as clean as my head. Huh. Lurin did not quite catch Luther's words. His attention diverted to a lumber shop nearby. Nothing. Luther shook his head. Soon after, he reminded, Brother Lurin, we are almost there. The most striking feature was the Buzzing Tavern's iconic structure. A towering 7-meter stone tower painted entirely in black, home to 3 tavern guards. It was said that they would emerge drunk from the stairs. Yet this did not hinder their vigilance day and night. Those daring enough to cause trouble were swiftly bound and tossed out of the second-floor window. Speaking of which, my travel horse is still lodged here. Lurin dismounted and continued, I'll wait for you at the entrance while you take the horses to the stable. There's a stable hand missing a front tooth. As he spoke, Lurin pulled out 2 copper coins and handed them to Luther, instructing, give these to him and ask him to feed our horses well. And remember to include some black beans, if he dares to add yellow beans. I'll smear horse manure on his face. Understood. Luther Huss was quick and capable, certain to fulfill the task. Lurin approached the tavern entrance, paused briefly, then pushed the door open. As evening approached, the tavern was still bustling with patrons. Bottles of imperial ale, barley wine, and wine transported from the Grey Mountains were continuously uncorked. Some burly men stood atop tables, drinking heartily with their neighbors. In the center, a hanging cauldron simmered with rich meat stew, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Many patrons were content to dine on hard black bread, ravenously tearing into it. Lurin, familiar with the place, settled into a corner waiting for the tavern maid's service. His fingers tapped idly on the well-worn table. Despite the long use of the table, its surface gleamed from daily polishing, devoid of any lingering grease. It was no wonder that the buzzing tavern attracted travelers and adventurers. Lurin sensed more than one pair of eyes watching him from the shadows, likely drawn by the fine craftsmanship of his outer garment. Honestly, he had no reason to be concerned. If they wished to stare, so be it. With a slight smirk, he retrieved the only gold coin from his pocket, deliberately showcasing it by pinching it between 2 fingers, blowing on its edge to produce a sound, then holding it to his ear to listen to its pleasant chime. The sound of the coin was indeed melodious. With a decisive slap, he placed the gold coin prominently on the long table, intentionally allowing those who had been watching him to see it clearly. Want to look? Then look all you want. This gentleman, a tall tavern maid, approached Lurin, her expression one of surprise. She recognized him as the soldier who had tipped her with 2 silver coins just days prior. Given his finely tailored attire and the gold coin now on the table, he appeared a transformed man. Lurin turned slightly, a charming smile gracing his lips. Beautiful lady, do you remember me? Of course, the tall maid replied, her shoulders gently shrugging as she smiled alluringly. Gentlemen like you, who are so generous, are becoming increasingly rare. To be remembered by a lovely lady for merely 2 silver coins is quite an honor, Lurin replied playfully, then inquired, I recall I had requested a 3rd-class suite. How did it get changed to a 2nd-class suite? Were you feeling sorry for me, wanting me to enjoy a little more? Sir, you jest. How could I do such a thing? The tavern maid maintained her smile, well aware of the many troublesome patrons who sought to ensnare her with both words and actions. She was seasoned in handling such situations. She leaned slightly, meeting his gaze playfully. You, with your generosity, might have some other intentions towards me. Thus I sought a small tip for peace of mind and to maintain my virtue. I see, you are quite thoughtful. Lurin nodded in appreciation, then laid out 10 silver coins in a row on the long table. Pushing 5 of them aside, he looked up at the maid and said, This is today's tip. With the remainder, order a few of the finest dishes the tavern has to offer, along with a bottle of special honey wine. Has the lady of wealth favored our guest? The tavern maid smiled as she swept the 10 silver coins into her hand, weighing them lightly. She was indifferent to the amount of money, confidently pocketing the tips, knowing that should trouble arise, the tavern's proprietress was not to be trifled with. Encountering minor issues, especially those related to the lord, was not uncommon. Laren shrugged and removed his leather shoulder guard. Is that so? The maid smiled softly, twisting her slender waist as she departed. The temperature inside the tavern contrasted sharply with the outside chill, and the lively crowd only heightened the sensation of dryness in the throat. Shortly thereafter, a waiter and the maid brought forth an array of dishes, filling Laren's table to the brim. In the center lay freshly baked barley bread with a knife, accompanied by a large platter of roasted lamb, 2 servings of lamb chops, pies, a pot of stew, and a bottle of the tavern's specialty honey mead. The tangy sheep's milk, cheese, and honey butter served as condiments, perfect for spreading on the bread. The aroma was intoxicating. Within the tavern, patrons animatedly discussed amusing tales. As the evening wore on, their spirits soared. Bragging required no expenditure, and the intoxicated dared to stir trouble in the barracks. Luther Huss entered, spotting Laren waving at him from a corner. The bald man made his way over, plopping down across from Laren with an expression of delight, his eyes fixated on the platter of roasted lamb, glistening with anticipation. Did you order so many delicacies? In the past, the meals at the church had been quite frugal, consisting mainly of dark bread and stews, occasionally mixed with a couple of eggs. The rations for the paladins and priests were scarcely better, with meat only appearing on the table during Sunday service. Since a large influx of clergy from the northern Nord and Oster territories migrated south months ago, the Sigma Church in Braytown had doubled its usual capacity. Food had become scarce, leading to a reduction to 2 meals a day. Given the recent events, not indulging in a good meal to reward oneself seemed unjustifiable. Smiling, Laren handed him a set of cutlery and a wooden plate. Tonight, it's on me. Eat to your heart's content. Luther Huss nodded vigorously, fully embracing the idea. Laren uncorked the honey mead bottle, filling 2 large wooden cups. The pale yellow liquid was exceptionally sweet, while it could not be deemed a fine vintage. It was indeed a blessing to have it accompany dinner. The bald cleric stuffed his mouth with lamb, quickly downing the cup of honey mead, his greasy hands grasping a lamb chop as he gnawed on it at the table. Muffled, he said, Brother Laren, our visit to this tavern surely entails more than just dining, does it not? You are correct, came the response from someone across the table, slicing a piece of bread and spreading butter upon it. I am primarily here to seek someone. Seek whom? The tavern's proprietress, Laren replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I wish to discuss a matter with her. Very well. The person Laren sought was not at the tavern's bar at that moment, but he could wait. During their meal, commotion erupted from the second floor of the tavern. Laren learned from the maid that an adventurer and a ragged ranger staying upstairs had gotten into a heated argument. The noise escalated, accompanied by the sound of shattering bottles, indicating the situation had become more complicated. He had no desire to intervene in such trivial matters, nor did he wish to attract attention. Get out of here, you filthy swine. A burly man with a bushy beard descended the stairs, dragging the ranger with whom he had been arguing. In full view of the crowd, he swung his arm, hurling the ranger down the stairs. While I am still in a good mood, you better leave now. I wouldn't mind adding another dirty corpse to my tally. The ragged man struggled to rise, groaning in pain. His mud-caked and gaunt face suggested he was in his 30s, a prominent scar running down his cheek. And he wore a brown-gray cloak resembling that of a soldier. You brute. What skills do you possess besides your brute strength? The disheveled ranger retorted defiantly, tilting his head and sneering. Had I known this would happen, I should have shot you against the wall when I was with your mother. At this, the inebriated patrons erupted in raucous cheers, thoroughly entertained by the scrawny, foul-mouthed man. Their faces flushed with excitement. The drunken crowd reveled in the insult. Insulting one's family was tantamount to declaring a fight. While northern taverns might lack fine spirits, they certainly had no shortage of troublemakers. Indeed, nobles from the northern Nord territories often organized fights to resolve disputes. Whoever emerged victorious was deemed in the right. Luther Huss, a man of strong convictions and disdain for bullying, was quick to take offense, even when the victim was somewhat brash. Just as he prepared to stand, Laren restrained him, instinctively narrowing his eyes and shaking his head, signaling Luther Huss to refrain from becoming involved. For at that moment, The system had reacted to the appearance of the downtrodden ranger. Name: Albert Talinda, Green Tier. Race: Imperial. Class: Ranger. Equipment: Hunter's Longbow, with a concealed short-barreled pistol. Traits: Hunter's Eye, 15 chance to detect ambush. 10 range precision. Potential: for 10, relationship, for 10, neutral. A Green Tier hero. Chapter 20. The Brawl and the Meddler refrain from interfering for the moment. Huss. That down-on-his-luck ranger is feigning weakness. But that fellow appears to be no match for the brawny man at all. Luther Huss's words proved prophetic as the scene unfolded with dramatic flair. The hulking brute hoisted the hapless ranger as if he were a mere chick, his arms flailing ineffectually, unable to even graze the strong man's garments. The ranger's futile struggles were a farcical spectacle. Urged on by the jeering crowd, the brawny man relentlessly slammed the ranger onto the ground, repeating the brutal act 4 or 5 times. The emaciated ranger could offer no resistance, instead unleashing a torrent of eloquent invective, assailing the strong man's female ancestry for generations. Bravo! Strike him! Aim for his face! The onlookers roared. The one-sided drubbing delighted the inebriated patrons, who cheered with gusto. The ranger's pathetic movements sent waves of laughter through the tavern. Many ordered another round of drinks, much to the delight of the barmaids, who earned a commission on each sale. The tavern owner, Fildar, directed his bartenders to bring out more barrels of ale. Emboldened by the audience, the brawny man grew increasingly arrogant, his blows landing with greater force. The ranger's already grimy face became a grotesque mask of bruises and swelling. Luther Huss could no longer restrain himself and rose to intervene, this time without Laren's objection. Laren, however, noticed 3 tavern guards descending the tower stairs, their faces flushed with drink. Still mouthing off, are you? Enraged by the ranger's ceaseless stream of insults, the brawny man's face contorted in a sneer. I'll send you to meet more himself. He drew back his hand, gathering his strength for a devastating blow aimed at the ranger's head. Just as the ranger seemed doomed, Luther Huss reacted with lightning speed, his right arm shielding the ranger's face. The burly man, sporting prominent side whiskers, instinctively checked his blow, his beady eyes fixed on the young, bald-headed man before him. Get out of my way, the brawny man demanded, stepping forward to shove aside the meddler. No. Luther Huss stood his ground, blocking the strong man's path. I'm warning you, move. Seeing the obstinate fool refusing to yield, the brawny man continued, you want to take his place? Then you can suffer the rest of his punishment. His fleshy face quivering with rage, the brawny man saw an opportunity to vent his fury without restraint. His massive hand descended like a hammer. Luther Huss, still inexperienced and untrained, was ill-equipped to defend himself. The brawny man, in contrast, possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary men, bordering on elite levels. The acolyte, barely managing to parry a few blows, quickly grew flustered and overwhelmed, absorbing several solid punches. He retreated towards the aisle between the wooden tables, struggling to fend off the assault. The downcast ranger, clutching his salvaged belongings, watched the unfolding conflict with an inscrutable gaze. Momentarily stunned, as Luther Huss rose, Laren followed suit, noticing several pairs of eyes fixed upon him with increasing intensity. Some patrons subtly shifted their positions, edging closer. A group of burly men, sporting similar side whiskers to the brawny man, hesitated, seemingly unsure of Laren's capabilities. Laren scanned the room, gauging the distance between the tables. Huss has taken enough punishment, he thought grimly. It's time to intervene. Still dodging, are you? I'm done playing games. Get out of here. Seizing an opportunity, the brawny man lunged forward, delivering a crushing blow to Luther Huss's chest. The acolyte staggered back, feeling a sharp pain and struggling to catch his breath. Before he could recover, the brawny man's fist hurtled towards his face. Reckless charge activated. A figure darted forward from behind Luther Huss, leaping into the air and driving a knee into the brawny man's abdomen. The strong man stumbled backward, nearly falling on the stairs, but managed to steady himself by grabbing a nearby wooden pillar. The searing pain in his gut robbed him of breath, and he stared in disbelief at the figure who had appeared from nowhere. Laren had turned the tide with a single move. The brawny man's companions surged forward, surrounding Laren with menacing glares, their fists clenched and ready. The nearby patrons, sensing imminent trouble, scrambled to move away from the fray, fearing becoming collateral damage. The barmaids and bartenders swiftly cleared the surrounding tables of drinks. The kitchen fell silent as 2 cooks emerged from the doorway, leaning against the wooden frame to observe the unfolding drama. Hey, What's going on here? Who's causing trouble in my tavern? A gruff voice boomed from the other side of the room. An older tavern guard, his face lined with wrinkles and sporting an eye patch, strode forward, his face flushed with anger. Nothing, nothing, Laren replied, turning to face the guard with a placating smile. He clapped Luther Huss on the shoulder. My friend here can't stand bullies. He has a soft heart, you see. Oh, so you can't stand bullies? A noble sentiment, the tavern guard remarked casually, having witnessed the earlier events. He sized Luther Huss up and down. Too bad. In this place, good intentions often pave the road to ruin. The seasoned guard quickly assessed the situation. The newcomer was formidable and polite, not someone to be trifled with. But even if the sky were falling, the landlady would handle it. Besides, the tavern owner, Fildar, was present. No matter how tough someone was, they had to answer to the owners of the Buzzing Mead. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fildar, the owner of the Buzzing Mead. The tavern owner, who had been observing the scene from behind the bar, stepped forward, clad in an ochre-colored tunic and buckskin boots. He was a portly man with a fair complexion and a perpetual smile, giving the impression of being affable and approachable. Fildar waved his hand, signaling the guards to step aside. The three guards immediately positioned themselves behind him, flanking him on either side. The tavern owner extended a hand, smiling warmly. May I ask your name, sir? Just call me Laren. Laren shook his hand, his grip firm but not overpowering. Well, Laren, perhaps you would do me the favor of letting these two settle their dispute themselves? Of course, if your friend feels he has been wronged. I am willing to offer 5 silver coins as compensation, as a gesture of goodwill. What do you say, Laren? Fildar's reputation for generosity was well known throughout the town of Beastmen, and his actions seemed to confirm it. Laren offered a polite compliment, his expression appearing somewhat troubled. However, I have a principle. I always return a punch. He pointed towards the brawny man near the stairs. My friend was struck by him. If you can persuade that fellow to let me land one punch, we'll call it even. The onlookers turned to Laren, their reactions ranging from disbelief to amusement. Even the drunken patrons slumped over the bar seemed to recognize the absurdity of his demand. The last person who dared to speak to Fildar in such a manner was likely fertilizing the local flora. This newcomer was undeniably audacious. I'm afraid your request is rather difficult to accommodate, Laren, Fildar replied, his smile unwavering, though a glint of coldness flickered in his narrowed eyes. The tavern guards, sensing a shift in their employer's demeanor, placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. The brawny man's companions clenched their fists, poised to strike. Once Fildar encountered someone unwilling to compromise, they rarely left the Buzzing Mead through the front door. Though Lord Laren possesses considerable strength, how shall he resolve this predicament? The tavern owner remarked with a significant tone, clapping his hands. In an instant, the once lively tavern fell silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. Nearly half the patrons in the hall rose and encircled him. Some intoxicated souls brandished daggers, their gazes directed at Laren like a pack of wolves eyeing a majestic stag. Can the stag, no matter how audacious, withstand the onslaught of a wolf pack? Would you grant me a favor? Lord Laren, I advise you to leave with your companions now, and no cost shall be incurred. The corpulent tavern owner spoke amiably, yet his words were laced with veiled threats. Are you attempting to coerce my submission? This is the first time I have encountered someone even more arrogant than myself. Laren thought. To depart in disgrace would not only irk him. Having discovered a promising hero, how could he allow this opportunity to slip away? The tavern radiated warmth akin to early spring, yet the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point. The crowd pressed closer, their cold stares piercing. Laren recalled possessing a valuable object that might aid him, and thus spoke. Let us do this, Master Filda. Regarding the conflict between these two, we shall leave it to others to adjudicate, shall we? Oh, with all due respect, Lord Laren, there are prominent figures in Bore town with whom I share some rapport. To be candid, even the town mayor is quite friendly with me, Filda stated openly, spreading his palms. Rest assured, this individual will prove invaluable. Laren produced a medallion bestowed upon him by Count Draven, emblazoned with the insignia of the Anlosian family. Summoning Luther Huss, he quietly instructed him. Go outside and seek the patrolling soldiers. Inform Captain Creel that Laren requires assistance. Captain Creel? Luther Huss exclaimed in disbelief. Laren quickly winked at him, signaling silence, and the attendant promptly sealed his lips, discreetly stowing the medallion away. Turning to Filda, he inquired, is it permissible for my friend to seek someone? Of course. The tavern owner replied generously, gesturing for the crowd to part, creating a pathway to the main entrance. Filda was eager to discern the source of Laren's confidence and what sort of individual he might summon. He hoped Laren's friend would arrive promptly, for his humble establishment still required patrons. It won't take long, Laren interjected, at most, a few minutes. Yet, given Filda's grand demeanor, it would be remiss not to offer some fine spirits. Without hesitation, Laren seated himself at a nearby wooden table. The tavern owner chuckled, taking a seat across from him. Not a problem. If you are inclined, I am more than willing to extend my hospitality. Someone, fetch a bottle of Avellini's original stout from the cellar. One quick-footed bartender wiped the table clean, setting down 2 large goblets, while another retrieved the desired stout from the tavern's cellar. In the Kingdom of Britannia, wine reigns supreme in the Old World, while the Empire is celebrated for its beer, with Avellini's stout reigning supreme throughout the human domain. The dwarves, renowned for their brewing expertise in the towering peaks, even import it from the Empire's southern regions, said to be present before the throne of the Eternal Summit. I hope Lord Laren's friend will open my eyes to new horizons. Indeed, Laren responded as he raised his goblet, savoring the exquisite brew, his gaze fixed intently upon the tavern owner. Open your eyes. I shall ensure your very eyeballs are widened. Chapter 21. Mission accomplished. Reward. Heroic potential points. Lord Laren, you are not a local, are you? Well, I can be considered a local, though I do not frequent Blaytown often. Oh, are you a merchant then? Not at all. Then perhaps you are a mercenary? That is also incorrect. Huh. You wouldn't happen to be a wanted criminal from the church, would you? This tavern, being small and weak, cannot withstand the chaos caused by witch hunters. Do I appear to be a villain? That could be the case. Come, let us share this drink. My lord. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, oblivious to any tension. They occasionally raised their glasses in a toast, savoring the fine wine, resembling newly acquainted friends indulging in casual banter. In the tavern's main hall, dozens of eyes were fixated on Laren at the long table, waiting for the tavern owner, Filda, to give a signal. I wonder if Lord Laren now regrets not leaving this place. Your companion does not seem to be a wealthy man. 5 silver coins is neither too much nor too little. Wouldn't it be pleasant to buy something nice with it? Ah, he indeed lacks funds. Yet I possess these few silver coins as well. Why not use them to vent my frustration? In your eyes, is avenging oneself the utmost priority? Filda's perception of Laren shifted, leading him to believe the man before him was rather petty. Your name is Albert Talinda, is it not? The ranger's eyes glinted coldly as he turned the package towards himself and spoke in a low voice. Do you know me? Laren nearly rolled his eyes. Knowing was an understatement. Everything about you, from your origins to your expertise, is laid bare on the system panel. It is akin to having a resume displayed before me. How could I not know? 2 years ago, you were a hunter from Hawk territory. This spring, you fought against the Norscans in Nord territory. After your defeat, you wandered to Midden territory. Am I correct? Laren gazed at the system panel and Albert's pupils, reciting the hero's information, while Albert's expression grew increasingly grim. My lord, you know him? Filda inquired, growing more perplexed. In his eyes, Laren's identity was shrouded in a thick veil of mystery. Recalling his earlier doubts about the identity of the man before him, Filda was struck by a peculiar thought. From his observations, the bald young man who had just departed exuded an air of dogmatic restraint. With his seasoned eye, Filda concluded that the young man must be a member of the church. This inevitably led him to recall the rumors of a demon appearing at the Sigma Church in Blaytown 2 days prior, which had caused quite a stir throughout the town. To this day, various witch hunters were still monitoring the eastern districts. Filda had heard whispers of a powerful battle priest being present at Sigma Church during the demon invasion. A name circulated among the townsfolk, the Holy Hammer. How do you know? Albert stepped closer to the table, a feeling of deep unease creeping into his heart. It felt as if a pair of eyes were constantly scrutinizing his every action, his experiences laid bare like an open book. Laren had no intention of revealing the truth. With a smile, he replied, a person leaves behind too many traces in this world. Even someone of imperial stature cannot completely conceal certain matters. As long as there are those in the know, your experiences are visible to all. Are you one of the Night Watchmen from Hawk Territory? The Night Watchmen of Hawk Territory were a special military unit trained by the Elector, few in number and skilled in tracking, investigation, and assassination, legendary even in the 1,000-year history of the Empire. Not at all. Laren shook his head and downed his drink. I am merely interested in your identity. I am conducting a slight investigation. The burly men standing by exchanged glances, their eyes now filled with apprehension. They had assumed the down-and-out ranger was a mere insignificant figure, only to realize that a significant person had taken an interest in him. Filda's demeanor subtly shifted. Lurin's identity was entirely different from the powerful mercenary he had envisioned. No mercenary, no matter how formidable, could possess the capability to investigate information. Only those wielding influence could possess such abilities, often members of the nobility or affluent merchants. "Pray tell, what caused you to argue with the individual who harmed my friend?" Lurin asked, his gaze unperturbed. "This matter is clearly the fault of the newcomer." Lurin nodded, his words startling. "Filda, this is your negligence." The bartender's eyes nearly popped out. It was exceedingly rare for someone to publicly reproach their own employer. Such occurrences were few and far between. "My lord Lurin, that seems a bit unreasonable." Filda's demeanor turned icy. "There are rules for the tavern. How we handle this matter is not within your purview." "You are correct." Lurin placed a gold coin on the table, pressing it down with his finger, and presented it to the tavern owner. "Bring forth the finest suite, the best food, and the most exceptional service your tavern has to offer. I believe a single gold coin will suffice to cover all expenses." Some patrons exhaled sharply, their eyes fixated on the gold coin Lurin had produced. The coin shimmered in the firelight, dazzling their pupils. A single gold coin is worth 100 silver coins. The finest guest room in the buzzing tavern costs merely 10 silver coins for a night. Even if one ordered every dish on the menu twice, it would not exceed half a gold coin. In Blaytown, an average family's living expenses for 6 months amount to less than 60 silver coins. In the affluent elector territories of the south, a single gold coin is sufficient for a month of comfortable living in an inn. Albert stood nearby, somewhat taken aback. Lurin felt no remorse about spending the money. It was a sum provided by Lord Leaf. After all, why not use it? "My lord Lurin, you certainly possess a wealth of resources. I will immediately prepare the finest guest room for this ranger. As for this gold coin, I graciously accept." Filda was no fool. Mere speculation would not intimidate him. He had encountered many who played the fool to deceive. "Please wait a moment." Lurin requested a large wine glass from the bartender and unreservedly took a bottle of AV's original stout beer. After filling 3 empty glasses, he handed one to Albert. "Come, sit down. You must be parched after standing for 10 minutes. Your legs must be weary. Thank you for your hospitality." The down-and-out ranger accepted the glass without hesitation, pulling over a high stool from a nearby table to sit beside Lurin. Filda could no longer remain seated. A current of tension coursed through Filda's eyes as he leaned forward and asked in a hushed tone, "Who exactly are you?" Filda's mind raced. How many people did he bring? Approximately 30. Only 30? There is no need to panic. Suddenly, a tavern guard rushed in, exclaiming, "But that bald young man is followed by soldiers from Blaytown. The nearby patrol has arrived. If I am not mistaken, the leader is Knight Creel." "What?" Filda was both astonished and furious, clenching his fists as thoughts raced through his mind. What business does the city defense commander Creel have here? Could it be? Filda's gaze fell once more on the man before him. He could not fathom that the inconspicuous Lurin had connections to one of the influential figures in Blaytown, Creel. He was reminded of the city defense commander's elder brother, Leif Losion, the hereditary Earl of Draven and the Lord of Blaytown. Shortly after the guard entered, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the main door. In the next moment, the front door of the buzzing tavern was forcibly kicked open, and over 30 soldiers, shouldering long spears and wielding sharp swords, surged in from both sides, forming an orderly half-circle to encircle the crowd. It was quite a lively scene. The imposing figure of the White Wolf, with a fierce and terrifying visage, was draped in silvery wolf pelts that enveloped his entire back. His heavy warhammer struck the ground with a resounding thud. Creel, a knight sworn to the domain of Count Draven, was also a member of the White Wolf Knights. Under his command were nearly 30 Imperial Knights, all vassals of Lord Leaf. Since the incident at the Sigma Church a few days prior, Creel had taken it upon himself to patrol the town's streets each night to ensure a peaceful slumber. Today, he encountered the familiar bald monk for the second time. Upon seeing him, the monk immediately informed Creel of Liloan's situation. Upon hearing this, Creel swiftly gathered his men and rushed to the buzzing tavern. A sense of delight welled up within him. Liloan seeking his assistance signified that the Chosen One intended to forge a connection with Count Draven's domain. Although his brother had failed to recruit Liloan, this did not hinder the warming of their relations. When one of their own was wronged, it was only natural to lend a hand. Creel's gaze was sharp as he swiftly scanned the crowd, and soon spotted Liloan seated at a long table surrounded by people. who was looking back at him with a calm demeanor. The tavern owner, taken aback, quickly resumed his cheerful facade. He hurried over, bowing as he greeted. Lord Creel's sudden visit has truly graced my humble establishment. Ah, Filda, you audacious fellow, do you dare detain a guest of the Lord? Shall we expect you to storm the Count's castle tomorrow to claim your lordship? Creel scoffed, his breath heavy with indignation. I would not. But to think that a guest of the Lord is being held here? Filda stammered, attempting to placate the situation. All eyes turned to the solitary figure seated at the table. The latter rose calmly from his chair, a composed smile gracing his face, and said, Creel, you must have had a taxing journey. Haha, dear brother Liloan, it is only fitting for me to assist in maintaining order. Creel's last remark was directed at all present. The raucous man causing the disturbance trembled uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that seizing a room would attract the attention of a White Wolf Knight, let alone the esteemed Lord Creel of Count Draven's domain. I require your presence primarily to adjudicate a minor matter, but the tavern owner claims I lack the authority to intervene. Thus, I must trouble you, Lord Creel, to preside over this issue. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the tavern grew increasingly frigid, as everyone sensed the wrath of the White Wolf Knight. Is this so, Filda? It is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, the tavern owner stuttered, attempting to smooth things over. A misunderstanding? Creel's eyes narrowed, yet he refrained from further inquiry. Had it not been for Lord Leaf's order to suppress information, Liloan, by virtue of being a chosen one, would have had the right to partake in the duchy's deliberations. To claim that one cannot adjudicate a trivial matter? It was a ludicrous jest. Whatever the issue, it is now entirely entrusted to Lord Liloan's discretion. Filda, do you have any objections? Why, yes, we understand. The tavern owner nodded vigorously, while the three guards behind him bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word. Liloan, I must continue my patrol of the streets. Time is of the essence. So I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Of course, you may also directly approach the Lord. Liloan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. One last thing, the Lord invites you to join him for lunch tomorrow. Liloan, do not fail to attend. The White Wolf Knight reminded him as he departed. Certainly, I shall be there on time. With that, Creel stepped forward, and the soldiers swiftly fell into formation, following closely behind the White Wolf Knight. With a creak, the door of the buzzing tavern was shut. Liloan resumed his seat, nonchalantly picking up a bottle of wine, filling the tavern owner's cup as he said, Filda, how can we let this fine bottle go to waste? Indeed, Lord Liloan speaks wisely, Filda replied. Sensing an opportunity for reconciliation, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. If you find this wine to your liking, I have plenty more in my cellar. At that moment, Liloan's system panel registered a new response. Hero relationship change, 610, slight affection. To have gained a point of affection from resolving a matter was quite unexpected. Quest, discover heroes, 3-3, completed. Quest reward, 1,000 experience points, 1 hero potential point. Usable for potential heroes from levels 1 to 8. New quest. Use a hero potential point. Hero potential points increased? Despite the curiosity bubbling within him, Liloan suppressed his intrigue and calmly stated, Let us proceed to inspect the guest rooms. I shall not pursue any other matters. Of course. Chapter 22. Does the Emperor covet our people? What a fantasy. To the southeast and northwest of Burii town, there stand 2 hills, with the former being more than 4 times the size of the latter. Geographically, Burii town resembles a human settlement nestled within a basin, which implies that any adversary can only besiege from 2 directions, significantly alleviating the pressure on the defenders. The Sigma Church is constructed on the hillside of the southeastern hill, while the Lord's Castle of Burii town occupies the summit of the entire northwestern hill. The town's defensive structures are limited to a low wall, and atop the towers encircling the town, only 3 cannons are mounted, reputedly dating back to the era of the 3 emperors. The focus of defense lies not in the town itself, but rather in the Lord's Castle, built against the hillside. The castle primarily consists of timber structures and spans a broader area, while the outer fortress, situated along the hillside, features wooden walls. Only through the 4-meter-high outer wall's narrow entrance can one access the stone inner fortress. During times of war, most of the elderly and weak residents seek refuge within the Lord's outer fortress, while the able-bodied are summoned by the Lord, organizing themselves. After receiving weapons and armor from the town's armory, these conscripts undergo a brief training period of merely 2 weeks, or even just a few days, before they are thrust into the battlefield. In a little over an hour, Lord Leaf is expecting us for lunch. Laren pushed open the inn's door. Impeccably dressed in a tailored deep blue attire, his cuffs fastened snugly. "Oh, I'll be ready shortly, Mr. Laren. I haven't changed yet." Luther Huss had just rushed out of the restroom, bare-chested, swiftly donning a clean set of clothes to present a decent appearance. Only a zealot unbothered by worldly affairs would disregard their appearance. Evidently, Luther Huss's faith had not yet reached such heights. After last night's affairs concluded, the innkeeper hosted a gathering, nearly emptying his cellar of fine wines to mend relations with Laren, persistently urging drinks upon him with a smiling face. By the wee hours of the morning, he was found hunched over the restroom, retching incessantly. I advised him to drink less, but he wouldn't listen. His hand clutched the bottle, unable to be restrained. Laren leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and smiled at Luther Huss. "If Pastor Zeiss were to find out that you missed a day's morning service due to drinking, I wonder what punishment he would impose upon you." "Perhaps he would make me transcribe the scriptures 100 times, Luther replied. "Haha, you're fortunate. Sleeping until noon means you needn't worry about breakfast," Laren teased, shifting his gaze to another occupant in the room. "Albert, will you accompany us?" Last night, Laren had engaged in extensive conversation with Albert, and due to the deepening bond, the latter had lowered his defenses, sharing his myriad experiences from the past 2 years. After a night of dialogue, Albert resolved to rejoin the Imperial Army in search of sustenance, and Laren seized the opportunity to invite him to accompany him to the Berg outpost, successfully recruiting this novice hero. The ranger reclined in a chair near the window, basking in the autumn sun, his attire refreshed. Waving languidly towards the door, he murmured dreamily, "Lord Laren, you may go. Lord Leaf has little interest in the likes of me. I believe it would be best for me to sleep a bit longer." Relenting, Laren called out to Luther Huss and exited the inn. Outside the main entrance, the toothless stable hand from the buzzing tavern awaited them, leading 2 pack horses. Last night, he and Albert had stayed at the buzzing tavern, where the innkeeper provided them with the finest suite and utmost comfort. Before their departure in the morning, Phil had rushed to the entrance, attempting to return a gold coin, but Laren had declined. The two mounted their horses and meandered aimlessly along the bustling main street of Burii town, plenty of time remaining before Lord Leaf's invitation for lunch, allowing them to proceed without haste. The commercial development in the north was languid, fraught with perilous trade routes, beset by lurking beastmen and scattered chaotic war bands, akin to spring weeds that spring anew after every harvest. The garrison strength of every human settlement proved crucial, especially for Burii town, nestled near the Dracovald forest, where the standing military force exceeded 5 standard infantry companies. 2 centuries ago, His Majesty the Savior Magnus instituted military reforms, leveraging his immense influence to alter the imperial army structure, consolidating forces, and establishing foundational company standards. Each standard melee infantry company comprised 1 captain and 40 to 100 infantrymen, while the numbers for ranged companies were fewer, typically between 40 and 80. The cavalry standards also underwent changes, with auxiliary cavalry, such as the Vanguard Knights, numbering about 40 per company. The Imperial Knights, including the White Wolf Knights of the Ulrich Church, the Cheetah Knights, and the Rick Knights, which belonged to the Emperor of the Southern Rick territory, maintained a strength of 30 per unit. The Knights of the Orders symbolized the backbone of humanity, their thundering hooves capable of shaking the earth as they charged into the enemy ranks, piercing through with their sharp lances. The garrison in Burii town numbered approximately 400 to 500 men, more than sufficient to handle unexpected situations, such as Beastmen raids or small-scale assaults by greenskin marauders. Furthermore, Burii town housed the Sigma Church, the Ulrich Church, and the Moor Church, with the number of paladins exceeding 100. Due to Creel's dual role as the captain of the White Wolf Knights, a contingent of these knights was stationed at the Ulrich Church in Burii town. In the reception hall of the Lord's castle, a grand wooden table was laden with food, from simple bread and stews to roasted chicken and succulent lamb chops, the enticing aromas wafting throughout the hall. A fruit platter displayed some rare fruits, while servants continuously entered through the side door, setting iron cutlery for the esteemed guests. Footsteps approached from afar. The castle guard opened the hall door, bowing respectfully. "My Lord Creel, today Lord Leaf is hosting a luncheon for Laren. You have changed into noble attire for this occasion. Wearing armor would be deemed disrespectful, especially as you are one of the barons of the Draven territory." "I understand," Creel nodded, striding into the reception hall with confidence. Lord Leaf stood by the window, his back turned, holding a document, with a shattered glass at his feet. Two maids stood nervously, heads bowed, unsure of what to do. Upon entering, Creel immediately sensed something amiss. "Brother, what has happened?" he inquired, frowning as he approached his lord's sibling, gesturing for the maids to leave the hall. The maids exchanged grateful glances with him before hastily departing. Creel was well aware of his brother's temperament. He was typically rational, and very few things could provoke him to such anger. "This is a report from our spies in Brunswick," hastily delivered from the Rick territory. Lord Leaf inhaled deeply, calming his simmering anger, and handed the document to Creel. "Spies? Brother, you are still deploying spies in Brunswick? No wonder you informed me of Boris the Old Wolf's failure on the very day the Imperial Council concluded," Creel remarked, taking the document with a puzzled expression. Upon confirming the wax seal bore the Anlosian family crest, he broke the seal and unfurled the report, muttering softly. "It has been confirmed that Emperor Karl Franz has received intelligence about the Count to investigate the Chosen One. The Rick Knights have dispatched 3 of their knights expected to arrive in 3 days." Creel's eyes widened in shock and fury. "Our Emperor is aware of Laren's existence. It has only been a few days? From the night of the Sigma Church attack to the present, merely 4 days have elapsed. Within mere hours following the incident, Count Draven ordered a media blackout. Yet, astonishingly, the Emperor of the Reek Empire, situated thousands of kilometers away, managed to obtain news of the event in that very time frame. Were it not for the timely dispatch of intelligence, by the time the Reek Knights arrived at our doorstep, we would have been utterly oblivious." Leaf scoffed lightly and continued, "Fortunately, we managed to contain the information. Had Liluan's name been disclosed, it would have attracted not only the Emperor's intervention but also the Sigma Church's pressure, compelling the elector families to acquiesce, a burden we cannot bear." Count Draven had not anticipated that the Emperor would receive such news in such a brief period. Should the Reek Knights come to investigate and locate Liluan, the situation would become precarious. Otherwise, I could lead a group to deal with those Southerners. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Creel's eyes as he mimicked a slicing motion across his throat. The White Wolf Knights were notorious for their reckless disregard for consequences, with ferocity deeply ingrained in their very essence. Leaf harbored similar thoughts. Eliminating the Reek Knights discreetly might prove beneficial, yet he was not as impulsive as Creel. Years of experience as a lord tempered his fury. After a moment of contemplation, Count Draven weighed the pros and cons and shook his head. "No. The risks of such actions are too great. A slight misstep could escalate the situation beyond our control." The newly elected emperor exhibits an assertive demeanor, evident from his purging of dissenters in Reek since his election. If the knights we dispatched meet their demise en route, Karl Franz will undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Boris Todbringer, the elector of Middenland, harbors no affection for the Reek Grand Prince. Following the Imperial Council's ruling earlier this year, nearly 10,000 troops have been amassed along the borders, and their numbers continue to swell, with large-scale conflict looming ominously. Moreover, the State Church of Sigma and the Northern Ulrich Church have been embroiled in minor skirmishes and tensions for millennia, with Liluan being a chosen one of Sigma. Both churches would inevitably exacerbate the situation. Should the conflict escalate to a religious war, the nature of the struggle would transform entirely. At this critical juncture, no one wishes to witness civil strife among humanity. Creel exclaimed, "What shall we do then? We cannot simply stand by and watch as those Southerners reach in to seize our own. Over the years, their influence has grown ever stronger. We, the Northern folk, have borne the brunt of resistance against Norska, battling the chaos from the south, yet the spoils are theirs. Why should we accept this? The northern lands are barren, yielding far less grain than the southern duchies. In times of peace, trade in foodstuffs sustains our people, but during wartime, southern merchant guilds begin hoarding supplies, waiting to sell at the peak of profit, even if it means allowing their stocks to rot. In recent years, southern merchants have become increasingly unscrupulous, particularly this spring when Nordland was invaded, leading to significant non-combat losses in the hastily assembled armies due to logistical issues." Leaf sighed, a flicker of insight passing through his eyes. The Blackfire Pass in the south has also been tumultuous of late, plagued by the orc warlord Askin the Butcher ravaging the peaks of the world. The empire is fraught with insecurity, and our subjects endure immense suffering. We cannot afford to let Liluan slip away. Creel sighed heavily. The weight of these thoughts made his head ache. Politics was not his forte. What justification shall we employ? Leaf directed his gaze toward his brother, clearly disapproving of the notion. There were over a dozen surviving paladins and clerics from that night. Are we to hide them as well? Even if we could, where would we conceal them? In the Ulrich temple? Creel found himself at a loss, gaping for a response. After much contemplation, he could only scratch his head. The unique status of the paladins exempted them from the direct commands of local lords. If all the paladins and clerics were confined within the castle, the trouble it would invite would not be limited to the emperor alone. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired. By the way, I had asked you to investigate Liloan's background. What did you uncover? Oh, the investigation is complete, Creel nodded. Liloan hails from an utterly unremarkable farming family, residing in the town of Delbers within the Midden Territory. A year ago, due to defense needs, he was conscripted into the local garrison. 3 months later, owing to a significant personnel gap in the Dracovald forest defenses, he was among those drafted from the local troops. Without any titles? Indeed. Leaf tugged at his well-groomed beard, finding a potential solution. What other fiefs remain unallocated within our domain? Count Draven's eyes widened with urgency. There should still be a few, though they are all impoverished villages. Brother, why do you ask? Creel looked puzzled at Leaf's inquiry. No time for such concerns. Bring someone. Seconds later, a castle guard entered. My lord, how may I assist you? Immediately fetch the full map of the territory hanging in my private office. At once. The guard turned on his heel and exited in haste. Creel stood frozen for a moment, finally grasping his brother's intentions. Brother, you aren't considering granting Liloan a barony, are you? Isn't that rather sudden? A barony? If feasible, I would prefer to have Liloan join the Anrosian family and inherit the next countship. Leaf sighed in relief, taking a seat at the expansive wooden table. You understand what being a chosen one entails. Bestowing a baronial title would attract excessive attention, while open threats can be evaded. Covert ones are far more insidious, and we cannot dismiss the possibility of other factions investigating Liloan in secret. What is your plan then? To elevate Liloan to the status of knight under the Draven territory, granting him a knightly fief of 1 village and a complete set of knightly equipment. You must go to the Ulrich temple immediately and find a priest of the White Wolf to serve as a witness for the ceremony. Leaf extended a hand, clenching his fist with an authoritative tone. As soon as Liloan arrives, the knighting ceremony shall commence. Count Draven could not suppress a smile. Once the ceremony concluded, the die would be cast. Even the emperor would not be able to pry Liloan from his grasp. Chapter 23. A visit to the castle an hour later. Laren rode leisurely through the bustling honey district of Bray Town, the lord's castle now in sight. Beside the grand 2-story outer gate, several armored guards stood resolutely, their long halberds poised as they vigilantly surveyed the passing crowd. The imposing edifice evoked a sense of awe in ordinary folk. After all, one cannot help but feel insignificant when standing before towering structures, which inevitably stirs a sense of trepidation within. As a time traveler, Laren had frequented many historical sites, and to him, this Gothic castle, while intriguing, did not evoke feelings of peculiarity. Huss, we have arrived, Laren announced, dismounting his steed. Oluther Huss seemed momentarily dazed, as he had never beheld a castle up close. Their presence caught the attention of the guards, and one stepped forward, greeting them. Good afternoon. May I inquire if you are Mr. Laren? Please. The guard accepted the reins of Laren's horse, and the outer gate swung open, welcoming his arrival. A man clad in a brown and black uniform, exuding an air of a butler, approached with a beaming smile. Mr. Laren, I am the castle steward, Daniel Mail. You may simply call me Mail. Lord Lev has encountered an urgent matter. Allow me to escort you to a private room where you may wait. The dining room is currently being arranged. Thank you, Steward Mail. Laren nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Please, follow me, the steward beckoned, guiding Laren and Luther Huss to a cozy anteroom. There, he personally poured them each a glass of sweet wine. I must attend to the arrangements in the dining room. Mr. Laren and this young man Mail, I am Luther Huss, a squire of the Sigma Church. Luther Huss introduced himself. Ah, splendid, the steward responded, his face a picture of contrition. Please, rest here for a moment. I shall return promptly once the count has concluded his affairs. It is of no consequence, Laren assured him, feeling no urgency, as there was still time before their scheduled meeting. The nobles within the empire wielded considerable authority, and the affairs of a count were often complex. For a responsible lord, the matters to attend to could span from dawn until dusk. Sharing lunch with Lev was indeed a rare privilege. As they sat idly, Laren observed the decor of the anteroom. The inner castle walls, typically constructed of stone, lacked the benefit of natural light, rendering the interior dim and damp without sunlight. A fireplace had been intentionally lit to provide warmth, adorned with the skull of a brown bear above it. The floors were covered with bear skin rugs, and the opposing sofas exhibited a sense of rugged elegance. Evidently, the bear had been slain by Lev himself, evidenced by the longbow and a bloodied arrowhead hanging on the wall. Laren gazed at the bear's head, a smirk forming on his lips. It appears that the people of Midden not only possess martial prowess, but their noble lords are equally formidable. Luther Huss, more interested in his glass of sweet wine, replied dismissively, "The northern nobility differs vastly from the inept gluttons of the south. Those incapable of defending their domains have long been eradicated by Orcish beasts and chaotic marauders." Indeed, Laren agreed, his brow slightly raised in affirmation. In the medieval world, if one was a formidable warrior, achieving countless victories on the battlefield, ridding the land of banditry and chaos, it was only natural that noble recognition would follow, leading to elevation in rank. The only noble families that had endured since the founding of the empire 2 millennia ago were likely the electors. Yet, even these illustrious families were not immune to decline due to various circumstances, as evidenced by the fates of the Soul and Dracoval domains. The former fell to a devastating greenskin war, resulting in the annihilation of the Elector family, while the latter succumbed to decadence, as the Elector drowned in drink, neglecting governance during the infamous Black Death period. The Emperor of Midden, known as the Rat Catcher, could not tolerate such excesses that oppressed the Empire's subjects, leading to the demise of the Dracoval domain. The symbolic Elector sword, the tooth of the ruined beast, subsequently vanished from history. Other noble houses emerged and perished through the vicissitudes of war, where conflict both forged and destroyed them, ensnaring generations in an unending cycle of bloodshed. Yet Laren, at present, lacked even the title of knight, far from attaining the status of a noble warrior. "Huss, I intend to depart from Braytown tomorrow. What are your plans for the future?" Laren mused, calculating the time since his departure from the Beg outpost. Today marked the final day. Having experienced these events, he found little to yearn for in Braytown. In a world rife with conflict, it would not be difficult for Laren to earn glory through his prowess and ascend to knighthood, thereby gaining a fief. Luther Huss, momentarily stunned, questioned, "Laren, why do you wish to leave?" Their time spent together had fostered a deep trust in Huss, particularly due to the life-saving debt he held towards Laren. "And what about you, Huss? What are your aspirations?" "Me?" Luther Huss felt momentarily lost in thought. His future held little clarity. He merely wished to remain devoted within the church as a squire. To become a priest like Zeiss would be even more desirable. "I have no particular plans. I suppose I will stay at the church." Stubborn and steadfast in his ideals, those possessing such character, once they have experienced enough, may find their initial thoughts subtly influenced by the world around them. Perhaps in some future moment, Luther Huss would forsake his ordinary path as a priest to become a battle priest, stepping onto the battlefield to fulfill his mission, casting aside his complex feelings. Laren smiled encouragingly. "Then you must diligently fortify your knowledge in the church. Aspiring to be like Zeiss is no simple endeavor." "I will, Brother Laren." At the Lord's castle in Braytown, the reception hall. "Lord, Mr. Laren is already in the anteroom. Shall I bring him in now?" Steward Mail stood beside the long table in the reception hall, bowing respectfully. "He has arrived?" Lev, seated at the head of the table, rose, deep in thought. "Bring them in." "Understood." The hurried footsteps echoed from the hall as Clear rushed in through a side door. "Brother, I have brought the White Wolf priest for the witnessing ceremony. Immediately prepare the prayer room. As soon as Laren consents to become a knight, the ceremony will commence." "Excellent." The captain of the White Wolf Knights could not contain a howl of excitement, feeling that this was more exhilarating than slaying Orcish beasts on the battlefield. "Mind your demeanor." "Clear. The White Wolf Knights are not wild wolves reeking of their own scent," Lev admonished, a frown creasing his brow, though he too felt a tinge of anxiety as he clenched his fists. Count Draven had never envisioned a day where a chosen one would become his knight. The door to the anteroom swung open. "Mr. Laren, Mr. Luther Huss, the Count has concluded his affairs. This way, please," Steward Mail beamed, inviting them to join him in the reception hall. As they traversed the long corridor, a guard stood at intervals of 20 paces. "Has Lord Lev encountered some troublesome matters?" Laren inquired casually during their walk. The old steward, momentarily lost in thought, chuckled lightly and remarked, "It is not a challenge. It is merely that the White Wolf Church has sent a priest to the castle and the esteemed Count has taken a moment to receive him. I see. Laren nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at the portraits adorning the corridor walls. The old steward, Mel, fearing discovery, quickened his pace. My lord, Mr. Laren has arrived. Upon pushing open the door to the reception hall, the wooden floor was adorned with various animal pelts, while the walls displayed an assortment of collectibles. Prominently displayed were crossed swords, and beneath them, a kite shield hung, with a grand long table positioned centrally. Count Draven stood with his back to the door, evidently having waited for a while. Lave turned around, his opulent attire accentuating his noble demeanor, and he appeared invigorated. Upon seeing Laren enter, he hurried to greet him. Welcome to my castle, Laren. I was delayed by some matters earlier. It is my honor to share a meal with you, my lord. Laren placed his right hand over his heart and bowed respectfully, while Lave's gaze shifted to the figure of Luther Hughes behind him. This is esteemed Lord Lave. I am Luther Hughes, a squire of Priest's Ice. Luther introduced himself. Oh, my memory fails me. The older I grow, the less I remember. Krier has spoken of you. No wonder you seem familiar. Lave laughed heartily, his sincerity akin to that of an old friend, devoid of any condescension. Please sit down. Lave gestured to the two men, his demeanor warm. Laren, the last time we met was in the infirmary of the Mercy Church. How is your wound healing? Thank you for your concern, Lord Lave. I owe my swift recovery to your care. Laren expressed his gratitude. Without Lave's attention, it would have been impossible for his injuries to heal so quickly. The expenses for the white-robed priest of the Mercy Church alone surpassed 10 gold coins, not to mention the exorbitant price of the healing ointments, which Laren could hardly afford. Hearing Laren's thanks, Lave's smile widened as he waved his hand dismissively. It is the least I could do. Krier has often spoken of your bravery. To have single-handedly slain a bloodthirsty bull is a feat worthy of knighthood in the kingdom. With a couple of light claps, Count Draven summoned the side door to open, and several castle servants entered, bearing an array of dishes. One servant filled the wine glasses of the three men. Do taste this. It is a fine wine from the Duchy of Luang-Golmi in the Night Kingdom across the mountain, renowned for its exquisite flavor and great health benefits. Inhaling the rich, rounded aroma of the wine, Laren found himself enveloped in a delicate fruit fragrance. Indeed, the wine from the Night Kingdom was exceptional, far superior to that of the Empire. This wine is undoubtedly brewed by the Empire, exclaimed a drunken patron at a tavern in the Kingdom of Brittany. Speaking of which, Lord Lave, where is Commander Krier? After savoring the sweetness, Laren inquired, puzzled. As soon as he finished speaking, Krier strode into the reception hall through the main door, winking at Lave to signal that all was ready. Lave returned the glance, understanding immediately. The captain of the White Wolf Knight Company burst into laughter. Laren, how could I not be present in my brother's castle when you are here? Chapter 24, Ziv, Ascension to Kingdom Knight Commander Krell. Lord Krell, Laren and Luther Huss both rose to their feet, displaying their reverence. The White Wolf Knight captain did not immediately acknowledge Laren, his gaze first settling upon the acolyte to his left. I recall you, Luther Huss, is it not? He stated approvingly. The latter nodded profusely, deeming it a great honor to be remembered by a White Wolf Knight. Had you not located me in a timely manner, more lives would have been lost. Your contribution was substantial. Furthermore, your collaboration with the combat priests and witch hunters in the investigation of the chaos cults has added to your merit. Krell exclaimed. Addressing the Earl at the head of the table, should not Lord Earl bestow some reward upon Luther Huss? Indeed. Leaf responded with a beaming countenance, clapping his hands lightly. A castle guard entered through a side door, bearing a tray upon which rested a neatly folded white robe embroidered with golden thread, accompanied by a belt adorned with emeralds. This priestly robe and belt had been intended for Priest Z's as a token of appreciation for the baptism, but circumstances had rendered such a gift inappropriate. Leaf declared in a resolute tone, I now bestow this gift upon you, Luther Huss, as a reward. The castle guard approached the acolyte with solemnity and presented the tray. This, Luther Huss stammered, his countenance displaying anxiety. He hesitated, unsure whether to accept the offering, due to the presence of magical winds within him. Laren sensed the unique nature of the emerald-encrusted belt. A subtle luminescence emanated from its surface, suggesting that it granted the wearer a degree of magical resistance. It was, at the very least, an item of verdant quality. To give it away so readily? The nobility certainly possesses a lavishness. Krell clapped him on the shoulder and boomed. Luther Huss, accept it. Surely you would not refuse the Earl's generosity? Aye. The acolyte remained indecisive, glancing at Laren for guidance. Krell subtly observed Laren, a bead of perspiration forming on his palm. Just as he was about to offer further encouragement, Laren interjected with a gentle smile. Luther Huss, accept it. It is rightfully yours. Seeing that Laren supported his acceptance of the gift, the acolyte had no further reason to decline. Accepting the tray, he bowed deeply to Leaf. Clerical personnel are not required to kneel before ordinary nobles. Thank you, Lord Earl. Rise, rise. Leaf waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. I have heard that even Priest Zeez's inquiries are no match for your knowledge within the church. Excellent, excellent. Before long, you will be fully deserving of the priestly robe. This was the highest form of praise for the acolyte, and Luther Huss bowed once more, his heart brimming with emotion. Laren patted Luther Huss on the shoulder, consoling him. Lord Earl speaks the truth. In the near future, you will be an outstanding priest, and perhaps the fate of the Empire will be altered by you. Krell, sensing that the moment was opportune, exchanged a glance with Leaf, and upon receiving a subtle nod, hastily departed from the reception hall. Lord Earl, what is the meaning of this? Laren inquired, observing Krell's hurried departure. Leaf rose to his feet, gazing directly at Laren, and proclaimed in a solemn tone, Laren, for your valorous deeds and invaluable contributions, I, too, have prepared a reward for you. A reward for me? Laren had anticipated this. Sharing luncheon was not as simple as it appeared. Regardless of the magnitude or influence of his actions, any noble would offer some form of recompense. The only question was the extent of it. Laren possessed only a purple-grade Rom warhammer as a weapon. While the warhammer boasted considerable offensive power, the wielder himself was vulnerable. To date, Laren possessed no suitable armor. A mere infantry breastplate and tattered, patched-up military uniform offered little more than psychological reassurance on the battlefield. Laren's adversaries were not limited to humans. He faced all manner of monstrous entities from the old world. Against behemoths, even a wall of iron would prove futile. Luther Huss, who had diligently served, received a green-grade belt. Therefore, Laren, who had displayed both valor and diligence, could expect at least a blue-grade item. Laren, accompany me. Leaf beckoned him with a wave of his hand, his tone grave. Luther Huss, remain in the reception hall for the time being. Steward Mel will attend to any needs you may have. Go on, Brother Laren. Lord Earl surely has something even grander in store for you. Luther Huss exclaimed, grinning broadly. Laren adjusted his attire, took a deep breath to compose himself, and swiftly followed. They traversed several corridors and ascended the staircase leading to the castle's third floor. The reward I offer carries significant weight. It is both a responsibility and a choice. Leaf stood before an ornately decorated wooden door, seemingly leading to a private chapel. He turned, his gaze fixed upon Laren, and inquired in a somber tone, Laren, are you prepared? Indeed. Laren nodded in affirmation. He had steeled himself for this moment. Even if a mountain of gold awaited him behind the door, he would not betray any outward sign of avarice. The door swung inward. A resplendent blue and white tapestry, emblazoned with the emblem of the white wolf, cascaded from the ceiling to the wooden floor, immediately capturing the eye. The chapel was bathed in natural light, its walls adorned with stained glass and intricate murals. It was a place where religious significance, noble beliefs, and imperial decrees converged. Leaf parted the first layer of the tapestry and entered, followed closely by Laren. For knights clad in full suits of silver-white plate armor stood within, facing forward. Wolfskin cloaks, bearing the white wolf insignia, draped from their shoulders to the floor. They stood motionless, each gripping an unsheathed longsword, resembling lifelike silver statues. White Wolf Knights, to a man. The solemn and reverent atmosphere of the chapel evoked a sense of déjà vu in Laren, prompting a single phrase to surface in his mind. Investiture ceremony. Could it be that the reward is a knighthood? Laren's heart quickened. He cleared his mind, striving to banish any distracting thoughts that might impede his judgment. To bestow a barony upon him would be preposterous, but even the lowliest knighthood would be a significant boon at this juncture. In the old world, knights without fiefdoms were known as errant knights. They possessed only basic equipment and a warhorse, joining the fray when the duchy called for their service, fighting in the name of their family. Errant knights were often impetuous, adorning their knightly equipment with flamboyant displays of heraldry to flaunt their status. Though they lacked their own estates, the army provided them with stipends equivalent to those of a greatsword. In their daily lives, knights were not without means of income, such as escorting merchant caravans, defending villages from threats, and participating in impromptu conflicts. When needed, Errant knights would also accept commission tasks. One rank above the errant knight was the kingdom knight. In addition to their knighthood, they were granted a fiefdom by a local lord or the duchy. Many errant knights aspired to distinguish themselves in battle in order to gain the recognition of a noble, thereby ascending to the rank of kingdom knight and becoming true aristocratic knights. To be ennobled as an errant knight was already a significant leap in social standing, elevating one from the lowest stratum to the middle class. Count Draven's expression was grave as he cast a lingering glance at Laren before stepping into the second curtain. A brief moment later, Creel emerged from behind the curtain, his demeanor sincere as he beckoned. "Enter, Laren, for this is your due." Two knights stepped forward, parting the curtain with the hilts of their swords. The scene before them was one that ordinary mortals could only dream of. Count Draven stood before the statue of the white wolf god, Ulrich, with a roaring fireplace at its base, symbolizing the eternal sacred fire of the wolf deity. Two fierce, white wolves bared their teeth, positioned beside the statue of Ulrich. To Laren's right stood a priest clad in black robes, silently observing. Adorning his chest was a wolf howl insignia, with a cluster of coarse wolf fur embellishing the collar and waist of his robe. The iron circlet upon his brow symbolized the rigorous doctrine he adhered to, marking him as a devout follower of Ulrich, the white wolf priest. Before Laren, at the foot of the steps, lay a kneeling pad. For white wolf knights entered from behind the curtain, forming ranks on either side, their long swords gripped tightly. Blades pointed skyward. The black-robed white wolf priest fixed his gaze upon Laren, his voice resonating with authority. "In the presence of our lord Ulrich, as his descendant, bow your knee in reverence to our lord and to the count." Laren's breath quickened as he hesitated momentarily. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the Ulrich priest and the white wolf knights, he clenched his right fist against his chest and knelt before Laren. Witnessing Laren's kneeling figure, Creel, the captain of the white wolf knights, could not suppress a swallow. Holding Count Draven's sword, he stood aside, while two attendants raised a complete set of royal knight armor behind him. "Laren, you single-handedly vanquished the bloodthirsty terror of the savage bull, exiled the demons, and rescued the people of the empire. Through your courage, glory, and faith, you have proven your worth to our Lord Ulrich and Emperor Sigmar." Laren spoke solemnly. "Here, in the name of Count Draven and the honor of the Anlosian family, I bestow upon Laren the title of Knight of the Kingdom of Midden, hoping you will continue to fight for the empire and humanity with your loyalty, your life, and the weapon in your hand." Upon finishing, Laren received the sword from Creel, who lightly tapped the blade over Laren's head, then on each shoulder. Creel inhaled deeply. The promotion ceremony was solemn and required no mistakes. He softly declared, "Now, recite the knight's oath with me. I vow to uphold the knightly code. Humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, soul. In the face of formidable foes, I shall not cower. With courageous loyalty, I shall honor my lord. With unwavering integrity, I shall stand firm against death. I shall protect the weak, without transgressing divine law. I vow to treat the weak with kindness, and to bravely confront tyranny. I vow to resist all wrongs, and to fight for the defenseless. I vow to assist anyone who seeks my help, and to never harm any woman. I vow to aid my brother knights, and to treat my friends with sincerity. I vow to remain steadfast to those I love, unto death." The four white wolf knights joined Laren in solemnly reciting the knight's oath. They would forever remember the scene of their consecration, a moment of glory befitting knights, a testament to humanity's enduring strength against chaos. After the ceremony concluded, the white wolf priest presented Laren with a ring symbolizing the knight of the kingdom, along with the knightly sash, which Laren accepted with composure. Count Laren beamed with joy as he regarded the newly appointed knight kneeling before him, gesturing with open hands. "Laren, as a knight, rise." With Creel's vigorous applause, the white wolf knights conveyed their congratulations to Laren. The birth of a kingdom knight was a moment brimming with honor, marking yet another stride in humanity's struggle against chaos. Amidst the resounding applause, Laren rose, exhaling deeply. "There is one more matter." Count Draven, feeling immensely pleased, recalled something and spoke warmly. "Every kingdom knight bears a title, usually named after their weapon and character. What do you think of the title Saint Hammer, Laren?" Count Draven proposed. "Saint Hammer?" This resonated perfectly with the holy hammer trait bestowed by the system. Laren did not contest this suggestion, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, a piece of parchment was presented before Laren. Count Laren explained, "This is your fief, Oak Village, located southwest of Blaytown. Creel will guide you there. However, you will need to learn more about Oak Village on your own. As Laren accepted the parchment detailing his fief, the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally issued a new prompt. Fief task. Own a piece of land. Completed. Task reward issued. 2,000 experience points. Lost knight armor. Green grade. 3 lucky draw chances. Random reward. Building blueprint. Unlocking level 5 reward. Campaign map perspective. As Laren felt the surge of strength within him, he became even more captivated by the campaign map reward. Undoubtedly, it represented a monumental leap forward. Chapter 25. The Lottery After Becoming a Lord. Part 1. Under the witness of Priest Uric, Leyland was bestowed the title of a Knight of the Kingdom of Midden. Priest White Wolf offered Leyland a few encouraging words before departing from the Lord's castle. According to imperial regulations, newly appointed knights receive a complete set of plate armor from their lord, which includes a full chainmail, chain coif, greaves, and breastplate among other equipment. Count Draven had similarly prepared a set of knightly armor for him, but the system awarded him a set of green-tier lost knight armor, which was undoubtedly superior. Leyland graciously declined the plate armor and requested instead to exchange it for a monetary reward, fabricating a story about knowing a skilled blacksmith who could craft the armor for him. Lev was unperturbed by this. The rewards for the newly appointed Knight of the Kingdom were quite generous, comprising an entire territory, up to 150 gold coins, and 3 imperial warhorses, accompanied by a groom. Additionally, Count Draven had thoughtfully prepared several knightly garments for Leyland, as well as seasonal attire, each exquisitely crafted from the finest materials, with the least being delicate cotton and linen. The kingdom's knights represent the Lord's dignity. Their fortunes are intertwined, necessitating utmost care. Before lunch, Lev, understanding the sentiments of the new knight, allowed Leyland to change into his knightly attire in a private chamber. When Leyland reappeared in the reception hall, he seemed transformed from head to toe. The fitted garments accentuated his appearance, bestowing upon him an air of vitality, composure, and authority. With the long sword at his waist swaying slightly with his stride, Creel grinned broadly, while Butler Mel regarded Leyland with increased respect. A genuine knight of the kingdom was a rare sight, and to be esteemed by Count Draven indicated that he was no ordinary individual. 20 minutes ago, it was not so, but now it is, Leyland remarked half-jokingly. He then withdrew his smile, and, facing Count Draven at the head of the long table, bowed deeply in a formal knightly salute. The dining experience was delightfully pleasant, with Lev occasionally discussing matters pertaining to the territory, imparting wisdom on how to manage one's domain to avoid becoming a tyrant. Notorious knights who have sullied their reputation often meet their end in disgrace. Some are born as exceptional warriors, capable of leading a formidable army, yet when entrusted with the management of even a small village, their prowess fails them. Leyland, you are now a knight of the Kingdom of Midden, and I shall not conceal the truth from you, Count Draven said after thoughtful consideration. Is there something you are withholding from me, my lord? Leyland inquired. Indeed. Lev placed his tankard down and gestured for the servants to leave. Leyland and the others likewise set down their cups, attentive to what was forthcoming. Once the servants had vacated the hall and the doors were closed, Lev continued. I had initially planned to wait until your accomplishments warranted your knighthood. However, time is of the essence. Leyland was somewhat perplexed and asked, why? He nodded, having some knowledge of the Emperor of the Empire. From the knightly kingdom west of the Grey Mountains to the far northern civilized borderland of Kislev, the name of Emperor Karl Franz was known to all. Our emperor has received word that Sir Rick is heading this way, before long. Your name will appear on the prominent documents of the Brunswick Palace, on the emperor's personal desk. In due time, His Majesty will surely invite you to the realm of Rick. To speak frankly, you will receive a larger territory, a higher title, and perhaps even a baronial rank. However, as a noble of Midden, I harbor my own interests. The chosen of Sigmar belongs to the north, and I shall not allow the southerners to take him. Bestowing upon you the title of knight was merely to ensure your ties to the north, making it impossible for you to depart. Lev took a deep breath. Speaking earnestly, Leyland, I hope you do not hold it against me. The people of Uric need your strength, and so do the northern principalities. Leyland fell into a contemplative silence, his thoughts tumultuous. The Emperor Karl Franz is seeking me? Such a paramount figure in the Empire has taken notice of me. As Leyland remained silent, the reception hall was engulfed in stillness. Count Draven awaited the response of the newly appointed knight. Would Leyland express the fury of the chosen one, or reveal deep-seated resentment? You have obstructed the Emperor's connection to Leyland solely due to your selfish motives concerning the subjects, echoed a voice filled with indignation. My lord, Leyland is the chosen of Sigmar, not of Uric. You have no authority to decide the fate of his chosen. The first to speak was Luther Huss, a fervent believer of the Sigmar faith, rising in anger against such deceit and sacrilege. Creel, sitting at the opposite end of the table, immediately stood to counter. His tone icy. Brother of the Sigmar faith, do not forget. Charlemagne was also the chosen of Lord Uric. This is an undeniable fact. Luther Huss, undeterred, shouted, Our Lord Sigmar has long since ascended. The wolf god and our Lord stand on equal ground. This chosen relationship has long been nullified. He held firm in his beliefs. As the centuries-old rift between the Uric and Sigmar churches remained unresolved, with each faction's adherents steadfastly refusing to be swayed. The crown of Charlemagne was placed upon his head by our Lord's own hand. Only with the wolf god's acknowledgement can it be deemed legitimate. Creel's tone grew harsh, igniting a violent impulse among Uric's followers. Silence, all of you. Lev's voice thundered from the head of the table, his beard twitching slightly. Creel, sit down. This is the Lord's castle, not the chapel of the White Wolf Knights. Yes. Creel seethed, begrudgingly taking his seat, his wolf-like gaze fixated on Luther Huss. My lord, I can understand your perspective. Leyland maintained his composure, gently patting Luther Huss's arm to encourage him to sit. Being appointed as a knight of the Kingdom of Midden is already my greatest honor. In truth, it was easy to comprehend. While imperial soldiers toiled to earn accolades for noble recognition and promotion, Leyland had already attained the title of knight, along with his own fief. Even if he only received the title of ranger knight, it would save him years of struggle. With this realization, he felt he was gaining more than he was losing. Rest assured, my lord Lev, Midden is my homeland. I shall never leave. Leyland's words filled Count Draven with relief, and before he could interject, Leyland raised a brow and continued, However, I do have a small condition. A small condition? Lev's expression shifted momentarily. Then he responded heartily, No problem. Leyland, please state it. And I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Having secured Leyland's promise, Lev would acquiesce to even 10 conditions. It was only logical to care for the knight under his charge rather than for a foreign knight. Then I shall not be polite, Leyland grinned. I request that the bag station be incorporated into my fief, and that the station troops their answer to my command. Leyland's condition was straightforward. It was all about personnel. In a village with a population of no more than 40 households, can a meagerly equipped militia, poorly trained, truly safeguard the settlement amidst the myriad of malevolent forces that plague this ancient world? Clearly, it cannot, regardless of how well managed or prosperous a territory may be. Without a formidable defense, it is but a tempting morsel exposed to the wilderness. At the Beg outpost, 20 imperial soldiers are stationed. Having long been assigned to this border post, their training and combat proficiency far surpass those of ordinary militia, granting them a fighting chance in smaller skirmishes. Moreover, Laren is intimately familiar with the Beg outpost, and given his previous demonstrations of strength and his intent to unite the hearts of the people, summoning them was undoubtedly a prudent decision, rendering management more convenient. Not a problem, declared Count Draven with evident delight, immediately ordering the territory encompassing the Beg outpost to be granted to Laren. He also took into account the development of Oakwood Village, providing Laren with the soldiers' salaries and necessary supplies for 2 years. As lunch neared its conclusion, Leaf presented the newly appointed Knight of the Kingdom with a short-barreled firearm crafted by dwarven artisans, accompanied by a wooden box containing 10 silver bullets blessed by the White Wolf's priests. It was not until evening, as the sun began to set, that Laren and Luther Huss mounted 2 robust imperial warhorses and departed from the Lord's castle. The following morning, Laren was to journey to his fief, with Count Draven sending Creel to accompany him, ensuring their safety along the way. The church had undergone some renovations, at least from the outside. It appeared largely unchanged. Yet the absence of clergy was palpable. Over the course of a few days, paladins and acolytes had been continuously summoned from other regions to fill the personnel void. Thanks to his merits and Lord Leaf's verbal commendations, Luther Huss had now attained the status of a trainee priest. It was merely a matter of time before he became a true cleric. With numerous responsibilities still awaiting him, he bid farewell to Laren and departed. Observing the small, bald acolyte's retreating figure, Laren took a moment before turning his horse toward the buzzing tavern. Upon entering, the tavern owner, Filda, was already there to greet him. No wonder Laren had forged a friendship with Creel. A knight of the kingdom is indeed a rarity. Kindly prepare a dinner for me, Mr. Filda, and have it sent to my room, Laren said with a smile as he made his way to the staircase leading to the second floor. Of course. No trouble at all. I'll send it right away. Filda replied with a beaming smile, nodding eagerly. The boiler room has hot water ready. You may bathe at your convenience. Thank you. In the corridor, Albert was engaged in casual conversation with a mercenary. Upon seeing Laren approach, he merely raised his hand in greeting. Laren paid it no mind, offering a slight nod before stepping into his room. After locking the door to ensure no one could intrude, Laren, as if having held back for ages, suddenly shouted, Drawl system. This time, you must present me with something extraordinary. Chapter 26. The Lottery After Becoming a Lord. Part 2. Author's Note. I kindly request that some readers refrain from discussing the lore and background of Warhammer 40k. The protagonist is neither a space marine nor a missing pre-march. Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Fantasy are not part of the same universe. The only connection lies in the concept of the four chaos gods. Warhammer is a niche community, and there are few readers familiar with this genre, particularly regarding Warhammer Fantasy. Confusion in this regard may draw ire from dedicated fans, and the author is acutely aware of their own writing capabilities. Readers should simply enjoy this as a fictional world. Main text. Lailuin felt a flicker of awareness as the system panel materialized before him. The system, having unlocked the Lord panel, now featured a campaign map mode. Intrigued, Lailuin examined this new addition. Unlike the conventional parchment maps of the old world, the system's campaign map resembled a miniature topographical sandbox, with the contours of mountains, rivers, and valleys vividly rendered, showcasing the distinct characteristics of forests and the snowy peaks of the central mountain range. It presented a remarkably realistic depiction of a diminished geographical world. Lailuin gazed intently at the campaign map sandbox, his eyes sparkling with fascination. In the upper right corner of the map, a directional coordinate indicated north above, south below, west to the left, and east to the right. Enveloped in a shroud of black mist, only 3 areas on the campaign map glimmered, each marked with textual identifiers: Beg Station, Bray Town, and Dracoval Forest, Outer Ring. Several gray areas on the map bore question marks, but the most conspicuous was the village of Oak Village, situated near the lower left corner. A river named York flowed from the peak of the central mountain range, traversing through Bray Town before branching into several tributaries to the west. One tributary led to the southwestern position of Oak Village, which was Lailuin's fief. From the campaign map's perspective, Oak Village was a mere 20 kilometers from Bray Town and only 5 kilometers from the Beg Station to the northwest. The geographical positioning was rather favorable, with a river to the east providing a natural barrier, while a hill to the west effectively obstructed the southern advance of the Beastmen from the forest. Curiosity piqued. Lailuin pondered the meaning behind these markers and the areas marked with question marks. The panel displayed a line of small text. The campaign map sandbox is scaled down to actual proportions, displaying the geographical locations of the host area. Lit areas indicate unlocked zones, while unlit areas signify those yet to be unlocked or discovered. The colors denote the relationship between factions and the host: green, friendly; blue, allied; red, hostile; white, non-hostile. Upon reviewing the system's explanation, Lailuin promptly tapped on Bray Town within the campaign map sandbox. Bray Town, allied; Lord, Leaf and Losian; category: human town; faction: Barony of Draven; population: 2,643; order: 47; good public order; development: 180. The town's data was laid bare. The relationship between Bray Town and Lailuin was quantified at 23 points, yet it remained classified as an allied status. As a knight of the kingdom bestowed by Count Draven, they shared mutual fortunes and misfortunes, truly embodying the essence of allies. As for Beg Station, Lailuin had little interest in perusing its details. The brightness of its marker on the map paled in comparison to that of Bray Town, akin to the faint glow of fireflies against the brilliance of the moon. Lailuin surmised that the illumination of areas on the map varied according to population and scale. Turning his attention to the location of Dracoval Forest, Outer Ring, he opened it for inspection and encountered a starkly different presentation. Dracoval Forest, hostile; Lord, category: chaotic faction; population: order: -84, unrest; development: -200. This situation left Lailuin somewhat bewildered. Given the presence of beastmen and greenskins within the forest, the hostile relation was understandable. The absence of detailed information regarding the lord and faction was also logical, as chaos warbands and greenskin tribes were numerous and often led by the strongest. Following nearly 2 years of conflict initiated by the Midden League against the Beastmen, the chaotic presence in Dracoval Forest had been significantly diminished, lending credence to the state of unrest. However, the negative values in order and development were quite concerning. Lailuin chose not to dwell on it. Beastmen were a blight upon nature, a plague that gnawed at the very essence of existence. Unless Dracoval Forest was thoroughly cleansed, these wretched creatures would remain an enduring menace. Let them wreak havoc. After all, Lailuin currently lacked the strength to intervene. Should the sky fall, other nobles would bear the brunt of it. It was time to commence the lottery. Having perused the newly added campaign map, Lailuin eagerly anticipated the appearance of the lottery wheel. As a reward for becoming a lord, he had gained 3 additional chances to draw. His personal panel's luck value had reached 100 due to a triggered special event, granting Lailuin 4 chances to draw. In the previous world, this could be likened to a small tenfold draw, which surely promised some delightful rewards. At that moment, a line of small text appeared on the system panel. Detected maximum luck value and additional draw chances. Would you like to upgrade the next draw? Upgrade the next draw? What could this mean? Lailuin furrowed his brow, wary of potential pitfalls the system might present. Upgrading the next draw will consume all luck value, transforming the next draw's rewards into 3 items, allowing the host to receive 3 connected rewards in a single draw. Consuming all luck value meant that Lailuin's original 4 chances would be reduced to 3, but he would ultimately receive 5 rewards, a guaranteed profit. Without hesitation, Lailuin declared, "Upgrade." A flash of light enveloped him as the original lottery wheel interface transformed, adopting a resplendent golden hue. Such extravagance, Lailuin remarked inwardly, though he felt a greater anticipation for the rewards. The wheel reappeared, now divided into 8 segments. For purple sections, for blue sections, 6 green sections, with the remainder in gray. Upon inspection, the lowest tier gray segment offered a mere 10 copper coins, while others fared little better. The best of the gray segments contained a villager's aspen bough. Lailuin felt a bead of sweat form. Should he draw such pitiful items, he would prefer to strike himself dead with a loaf of black bread. The special, equipment, resource, and magic segments remained unchanged. Lailuin paid little heed to the resource segments, which were predominantly gray. His gaze first turned to the magic segments. This time, the Eye of the Eagle spell did not appear, leaving him somewhat disheartened. The sole purple tier spell available was Soul Flame, which summoned several orbs of milky white fire to descend upon the area, specifically noted to counter chaos. A highly useful spell. Visually impressive, and precisely what Lailuin required to combat chaos. Next, among the blue tier spells, Lailuin discovered Thorn Shield, one of the life spells from the Magic of 8 Winds. True to its name, it provided a layer of thorny vines to the armor and shields of himself and his allies within the vicinity, a formidable defensive spell. Additionally, there was the basic fire spell Fireball, the simplest damage spell, while the rest were mere trifles, lacking the potency of Lailuin's Radiant spell. In the equipment category, perhaps due to Lailuin's previous draw of the Rallam Warhammer, the highest tier blue equipment included only a protective amulet and a knight's lance. Lailuin took a deep breath, holding it in as his focus rested on Soul Flame, silently praying for a favorable outcome. In a lottery event with 3 prizes, the probability of winning the Soul Flame was 1 in 8. After failing to draw the Eagle Eye last time, he was determined to secure the purple tier magic this time. His gaze fixed intently on the spinning wheel, Laren gently rotated it. He held his breath, fearful that the light might land in one of the gray squares. Had he accumulated his chances for so long only to squander them? The light flickered, its pace gradually slowing, inching forward agonizingly. 10 silver coins, passed. The knight's halberd, passed. The thorn shield, also passed. Yet, Laren's focus remained solely on the approaching soul flame. Suddenly, the light halted, landing squarely in a blue square. Laren thought to himself, "It's over." The light settled on a blueprint for a basic infantry camp, and the 2 subsequent squares lit up. 3 beams of light emerged. The special building blueprint for a basic infantry camp, the special building blueprint for the Sigma altar, and the special personal trait, Language Master. 2 blue tiers and 1 green tier. Not a single purple tier in sight. Despair washed over Laren. Was his luck truly this abysmal? Had Lady Luck consigned his name to the list of the unwelcome? 2 rolls of parchment firmly in his grasp, Laren felt like weeping without tears. After a moment, he accepted reality and scrutinized the 3 rewards. Basic Infantry Camp, blue. Effect: Infantry Training Time -20. Trained soldiers gain 4 leadership, Sigma, Alter, green. Effect: Reduces corruption in the area by 2. Troops within friendly territory gain 2 leadership and 2 order. The Kingdom Knight examined the effects of the blueprints and perceived the situation was not as dire as he thought. Although the tiers of the drawn blueprints were mediocre, their enhancements were undeniably useful, capable of bolstering the strength of his territory. Particularly, the basic infantry camp's -20 training time meant that while a militia typically required a month to train, under his command, it would take only 24 days to be ready. Moreover, both buildings provided leadership bonuses, signifying that his soldiers could endure a higher casualty rate. In large-scale military operations, personal valor is merely one aspect. When both sides are evenly matched and devoid of mages, it is the side with superior leadership and greater capacity for casualties that tips the scales toward victory. Take, for instance, the Battle of Waterloo, where, amidst the French army's rout, 3 battalions of the Old Guard, numbering over 1,500 men, covered the retreat, resulting in the annihilation of 1 battalion and severe losses for the others, leaving fewer than 400 survivors, a staggering casualty rate of 75. Such indomitable will, aimed at preventing a more catastrophic rout for the French and buying precious time, illustrated the high morale and acceptable casualty rates. This principle equally applies in the medieval world. Leadership is the true measure of military strength. An invincible army is invariably legendary. Laren then turned his attention to the trait he had drawn. Language Master, blue. Effect: Proficient in all racial languages, the succinct description brought a profound shock to Laren, far exceeding that of the Soul Flame. Mastery of all racial languages meant he could directly communicate with elves, dwarves, and other races in the future. Freedom and ease of communication. How much complexity could that eliminate? The subsequent 2 lottery draws yielded no purple tier rewards either, one being a battle flag, and the other adding a new retainer slot. Laren found the latter intriguing, as it allowed him to acquire a special retainer, with effects determined by the retainer's traits. A series of knocks interrupted him from behind. "My lord, your dinner is ready." Laren hastily tucked away the 2 rolls of parchment and the rather conspicuous battle flag. After adjusting his attire to appear more presentable, the Kingdom Knight unlocked the door from within. "Your dinner, my lord." A short, healthily sun-kissed innkeeper delivered a tray to the dining table. "Please enjoy." With that, the innkeeper descended the stairs, returning to his duties. Within the room, the aroma of roasted lamb wafted into Laren's nostrils. Chapter 27. Departure to Oak Village. The sun blazed in the heavens, radiating intense heat. At the crack of dawn, the Knight of the Realm donned the Lost Knight plate armor, a reward from the system. Standing before the towering, translucent glass mirror in his chamber, he beheld a figure embodying the very essence of a feudal knight. "Lord Laren," rang the voice of the ranger, Albert, from beyond the door. "Sir Creel and the others await you below." He was aware of their impending journey but remained ignorant of their destination. "Shall I fetch your warhorse from the stables?" Just as the ranger was about to knock, the oaken door swung inward, revealing a knight in full panoply. "Good heavens!" Albert exclaimed. "What is it, Albert?" Laren inquired, removing his helmet and smoothing back his long hair. He was pleased with the ranger's reaction, a radiant smile gracing his features. "Did I startle you?" I, Albert stammered, finally managing. "For a moment, I thought I had mistakenly knocked on the chamber of some other noble knight." "As of yesterday, I am the Knight of the Realm of Middenland," Laren reminded him, a heavy gauntlet clapping the ranger's shoulder. "Come, let us depart." Albert, trailing behind the knight, shrugged. "My curiosity regarding our destination deepens, Lord Laren. My fiefdom, and your future home," the knight replied, offering no further explanation as he descended the stairs. The tavern's great hall was far from the boisterous scene it became at night, though the lodgers were beginning to stir, opting to partake in a simple breakfast. A fried egg, a glass of milk, and a bowl of oats or a slice of black bread could be had for a mere 12 copper coins. As Laren entered the hall, the desultory sounds of spooning oats ceased. A tavern keeper approached, Adam's apple bobbing nervously, and bowed deeply at the foot of the stairs. "Lord Knight." "Indeed," Laren responded, his noble mien radiating authority as he gestured for the tavern keeper to rise. "Is the proprietor, Filda, present?" I understand. Lurin nodded, surveying the hall, his gaze met by expressions of reverence. Prepare 3 breakfasts and summon Sir Creel from without. At once, sir. Moments later, a towering figure strode in, his booming voice laced with impatience. Lurin, you are in no hurry, are you? Creel, take a seat here. Lurin gestured to the opposite side of the table, a smile playing on his lips. You would have me rush to my fiefdom on an empty stomach? Would you have me subsist on cold wind along the way? A fair point, Creel conceded, unceremoniously seating himself across from the knight, much to the astonishment of the other lodgers. Is that not the commander of our city guard? One whispered. He seems quite familiar with the Knight of the Realm. 2 minutes later, Lurin's breakfast arrived. Fried eggs with crisped edges, prepared with butter, and 3 bowls of oat porridge, uniformly colored and emitting an appetizing aroma. Lurin, the Count's gifts are loaded onto the wagon outside, Creel announced, devouring half an egg and washing it down with a gulp of milk. 150 gold coins, for sets of knightly attire, 10 sets of standard infantry armor, 10 halberds, 5 crossbows, 200 bolts, and so on. All is requested. Do you even resemble a knight? The White Wolf Knight captain chuckled, adding, were I in your place, I would forego the finery, exchange it for coin, purchase a manor in Braytown, or reside within the inner keep. As for the fiefdom, I would entrust it to a tax collector, collect the annual tithes, and live comfortably in town. Lurin smiled wryly, refraining from argument. I relish the experience of cultivating a territory, the fulfillment derived from it, he simply stated. Creel nodded thoughtfully. I am more suited to leading troops in a battle, hunting with my wolf pups during times of peace. But the moment I sit at a desk, my head throbs. As long as I avoid the convoluted texts and the droning petitioners, my mind remains clear. I have entrusted my fiefdom to my elder brother, a decision that has brought me peace of mind. Creel's words held a kernel of truth. A knight's primary duty lay in protection of the empire and humanity. Knights skilled in both arms and governance were a rarity. Yet, the authority over a territory rested largely with the knight. When a knight lacked administrative acumen, the populace suffered. In such cases, it was often wiser to delegate authority to a capable individual while the knight enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Lurin settled the bill, and he and Creel, accompanied by the ranger Albert and a squadron of 10 White Wolf Knights, set out for his domain. They proceeded at a leisurely pace along the roads of the Draven County, their war horses, prized breeds from the northern reaches of the empire, carrying them steadily. A town within the Draven County was renowned for its horses. These northern steeds could reach speeds of up to 20 kilometers per hour, with a few exceptional animals capable of covering 150 kilometers in a single day. Such feats were rare, limited not only by the endurance of the knight and horse, but also by the treacherous terrain. Leaving Braytown behind, the landscape gradually transformed into untamed wilderness and dense woodland. The autumn sun warmed the land, and the tracks of wagons marked the paths across the fields, evidence of merchants and travelers who had passed before them. Your domain lies just ahead, Lurin, perhaps a kilometer distant, Creel announced, surveying the surroundings. The White Wolf Knights accompanying them erupted in laughter. Devotees of the wolf god. They reveled in the wild, where unexpected prey might be found in the dark forests, and perhaps, if fortune favored them, they might even encounter a white wolf. It was no wonder that the White Wolf Knights were often derisively referred to as wild wolves by other knightly orders. The Middenland was predominantly flat, with mountainous terrain confined to the central Hawk County and the World's Spine Mountains. The Empire's lands were fertile, yet much remained uncultivated, owing to concerns about security and the burden on the populace. Help, help, slaughter, help me, save me. A cacophony of cries and shouts erupted from around a bend in the road. Someone is calling for help. Albert, the ranger, said, his keen ears picking up the sounds. I also hear the sound of hooves, at least 10. Whatever it is, let us investigate. It could be a band of brigands. Creel exclaimed, spurring his warhorse forward and drawing his sword. Prepare for battle. He roared to the White Wolf Knights. Huh. The White Wolf Knights responded, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they raised their warhammers and swords, eager to offer sacrifices to Ulrich. Forward, Lurin commanded, spurring his horse alongside Creel and the others. The Hallam warhammer glinting in the sunlight. Save me. Someone save me. A peasant, his clothes caked in mud, fled toward them, pursued by a dozen or more beastmen wielding crude swords, their crimson eyes burning with bloodlust. In a state of panic, the farmers caught sight of Laren and his group charging down the road, desperately shouting, My Lord Knight, save us. It's the Beastmen. In the name of Ulrich, slay them. Creel led the charge, his wolf-like battle cry greatly bolstering their morale. The White Wolf Knights swung their warhammers and surged forward with remarkable speed. For Ulrich, for the White Wolf God. The thunderous hooves of their steeds pounded the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. Creel's mount leaped high, crashing into the throng of Beastmen, sending the foremost horned beast flying from the ferocious impact. Kill. Laren, undeterred, plunged into the fray. With a single swing of his hammer, Creelum shattered the filthy heads of two horned beasts, leaving their headless corpses sprawled on the ground. Together, the two of them dispatched the majority of the horned beasts in their charge. As the White Wolf Knights joined the battle, the Beastmen who had been pursuing the farmers were swiftly annihilated. The fight concluded rapidly, leaving the shaken farmers huddled behind, their hands trembling, clearly still reeling from the perilous encounter. These brutes, both weak and repugnant, seem endless, akin to the green-skinned orcs. Creel sheathed his sword and spat contemptuously upon the scattered Beastmen corpses. The White Wolf Knights dismounted and began to clear the battlefield, using their long swords to sever the heads of the horned beasts. These chaotic creatures possessed an astonishing vitality. A moment's inattention could allow them to rise again. They glanced at the headless bodies before them, casting a wary look at Laren, as Freelam's hammer pulverized the remains of yet another horned beast, ensuring it could rise no more. Creel approached a ragged man, gesturing for him to rise, and with a furrowed brow, spoke in a chilling tone. Are you not aware of the dangers of wandering into the wilderness alone? Had we not encountered you today, you would have been disemboweled by these brutes long ago. Thank you, my lord knight. Thank you. The man scrambled to his feet, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Laren, equally displeased with the reckless individual, inquired sternly. Which village do you hail from? Why are you here? The farmer cautiously glanced at Laren and urgently pleaded, I beseech you, noble knight, save Oakwood village. If we delay any longer, the men, women, and children of our village will be devoured by those beasts. Please, noble knight, save my village. Oakwood village? Creel could not help but glance at the kingdom knight beside him. That is your fief. Laren, with an exasperated expression, pressed, what has transpired? Speak quickly. This morning, while I was felling trees in the northern woods of the village, dozens of inferior horned beasts suddenly emerged. There was also a creature with the head of a bull, the claws of a chicken, and bat-like wings, oozing pus from its mouth, which snatched away old Farmer Jack in a single lunge. Bull-headed with chicken claws? Albert pondered the characteristics of the Beastmen, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. It is a predator beast, a massive monster typically found in the black pit of Drakavald Forest. How did such creatures from the dark forest end up here? Creel inquired, curiosity piqued. Enough of this. Let us take this man with us. We must hasten to Oakwood village, Laren declared, swiftly mounting his steed and urging it forward. Onward. Creel followed suit, and with a commanding shout, all the knights spurred their horses towards Oakwood village. Chapter 28. The situation in Oak Village. Kill. As the gallant knights surged forth from the flank of the Beastmen, most of the cunning livestock remained paralyzed in place, emitting a cacophony of beastly roars. The White Wolf Knights offered them no opportunity to react, violently breaking through the ranks of the beasts. With the heavy thud of warhammers and the swift flight of arrows, at least a dozen horned beasts were toppled to the ground, greeted only by the relentless hooves of horses and the specter of death. The ranger Albert moved swiftly, drawing his bow from horseback, unleashing a flurry of arrows that struck a solitary large horned beast. With a resounding crack, a headless corpse convulsed and collapsed upon the grass, mingling crimson and ivory liquids in its wake. Laren delivered a hammer blow, ending the wretched life of the horned beast, scattering bone and flesh across the field. For Ulrich, for the Empire, the shrimp is powerful. The beast horde is weak. Flee. The unprepared beast horde was driven into disarray. Many of the demoralized lesser horned beasts collapsing under the weight of despair, their instinct to bully the weak compelling them to abandon their tattered weapons. Their eyes filled with terror as they fled for their lives. It is the White Wolf Knights. The knights have come to save us. May our Lord bless us. The militia of Oak Village, witnessing the sudden appearance of the knights, felt their spirits lift immensely. Just moments before, the village had been on the brink of destruction under the assault of the Beastmen, and now, the horde was scattering in panic before the knights' charge. The White Wolf Knights have arrived. Let us rush out and slay these beasts. Charge. Kill. The defending militia summoned their courage, bursting through the gates of the village, gripping their crude spears and cleavers tightly. Outside, in the fields, The still-breathing lesser-horned beasts met their demise beneath a flurry of thrusts from the militia. The knights, mounted on their steeds, moved far more swiftly than the two-legged horned beasts. Approaching the pine forest to the north of Oak Village, the knights pursued relentlessly, having already felled over 30 of the lesser horned beasts, with only a few large horned beasts roaring in panic as they fled into the depths of the woods. Oh! Captain Creel of the White Wolf Knights took a deep breath, his resolute face smeared with blood, yet adorned with a smile. No more pursuit. The remaining beastmen posed no threat. The knights, having breached the pine forest, reined in their horses, ceasing their chase. Within mere minutes, the beastmen's assault had been utterly dismantled. The knights, trained with great effort and resources by humanity, proved their might. A fully armed ranger knight could stand against 5 lesser horned beasts without faltering, let alone the 10 or so knights, including Laren. As the battle concluded, Laren observed his increasing experience points, steadying his breath. Huff, huff, huff. The jarring of the saddle and the charge had drained some of the knights' stamina, and they boasted loudly of their feats. One knight, having charged ahead, had slain 6 lesser horned beasts and 1 large horned beast, earning the admiration of all. The militia hastened to catch up, their eyes wide with incredulity as they beheld the knights. The leader, a middle-aged man resembling a militia captain, exclaimed, "Thank you, noble knight. We of Oak Village shall forever remember your valor. Look at him, how eloquent." Creel laughed heartily, pointing at the Kingdom Knight who was a horse's length away. "This is your new lord, the Kingdom Knight Laren, bestowed by Lord Midden." Laren removed his helmet, riding forth to meet the gazes of the Oak Village militia. "Lord Laren," they exclaimed in awe, their voices unified. "Very well, tread carefully." After bidding farewell to the departing White Wolf Knights, Laren, accompanied by the militia, entered the walled confines of the village. The dirt paths within were devoid of life, akin to a forsaken old settlement. "Lord Laren, the villagers have taken refuge in their homes due to the beastmen's attack." The militia captain followed closely behind Laren, his expression somewhat awkward as he explained. "The steward, Pittman, had prepared a banquet to welcome you, but now, should I summon the villagers?" "Go ahead, summon the steward of this village." "Pitt." "What was it?" "Pittman, my lord. Let Pittman come to see me. I have vanquished the beastmen, and they shall not return in the near future." Laren issued a series of commands. "And one more thing. Gather all able-bodied men in the village and collect all the beastmen corpses outside, setting them ablaze to prevent any outbreak of disease." The Kingdom Knight added, "Any spoils recovered shall belong to you. There is no need to hand them over." "Understood, my lord." The militia captain beamed with joy upon hearing the last statement, quickly setting off to fulfill Laren's orders. The horned beasts had a penchant for hoarding shiny objects, mostly silver and copper coins, and if fortune favored them, they might even uncover a small diamond. Outside, the dozens of horned beast corpses could yield at least a dozen silver coins, a considerable sum for the villagers of Oak Village. The militia instantly dispersed, knocking on doors, rallying the village's able-bodied men to scour the battlefield. Before long, the once desolate village regained its former vibrancy, as men and women of all ages, having heard that the beastmen had been driven away, emerged from their homes. The bolder among them joined the militia in venturing outside to claim their share of the spoils. Laren caught sight of the ranger gazing at the bustling crowd, a smile gracing his lips. "Albert, you should join them. I shall credit your deeds." "Yes, my lord." The ranger dismounted, bowing respectfully to the Kingdom Knight before hurriedly making his way outside the village. Laren also dismounted, leading 2 war horses toward the most prominent building in the southern part of the village. It was the residence constructed by the previous night bestowed upon Oak Village, a grand wooden fortress, its outer ring of logs sharpened at the top, dividing the castle into an outer and inner courtyard. On either side of the walls stood wooden towers, serving to guard the surroundings and observe the movements of the entire village. Within the inner courtyard lay a 3-story longhouse, with rooms ample enough to accommodate over 30 individuals. Before Laren could approach the outer courtyard wall, a middle-aged man clad in a long black cotton robe, accompanied by several servants, approached, taking the reins of the war horses. He appeared no older than 50, his steady gait accentuated by a notably thick beard that drew attention. "Lord Laren, I am Modi Pittman, the steward of Oak Village and its local administrator." "Modi Pittman?" Laren's expression shifted slightly, extending his hand for a handshake. "Greetings, Modi." "No, greetings, Pittman." "Lord Laren, You are indeed a formidable knight. The steward Pitman spoke with genuine reverence. Your journey must have been arduous. I have instructed the servants to prepare the inner fortress for your rest. There is much paperwork awaiting your personal review, including the detailed charter of Oak Village, encompassing all pertinent information about the settlement. I shall review these later. Laren nodded, taking hold of the documents. He needed to familiarize himself with the village's situation. But there were still matters to attend to. Pitman, instruct the militia outside to deliver the supplies to the warehouse within the inner fortress. Also, I require a change of attire. The Kingdom Knight strode directly through the outer courtyard wall, approaching the front door of the two-story longhouse, pushing it open. After briefly arranging some details regarding the room setups, Laren changed into a deep brown tunic and ascended to the private study on the second floor of the longhouse. The study, spanning over 30 square meters, featured a sunlit balcony, ensuring excellent illumination. The soft hues of the raw wooden furniture imparted a sense of comfort. Seated at the pristine wooden desk, Laren picked up the charter of Oak Village, his consciousness stirring. The system's Lord panel promptly materialized before him. Oak Village, Lord. Laren, category, Human Village, faction. Resources, 70 silver coins, 30 stone, 60 wood, 25 food. Population, 176. Order, 24. Stable. Development, 20. Constructed, Lord's Longhouse. Farmland, logging camp, available for construction. Simple infantry camp, blueprint available. Sigma Shrine, blueprint available. Granary, wooden bridge, church, army, 10 spearmen. 6 archers. Gazing at the data panel of Oak Village, Laren let out a deep sigh. It had truly become a mere village at the start, with all equipment reliant on conquest. However, the ratio of military to civilian in Oak Village stood at a reasonable 1:10. Should he resort to a militaristic approach and conscript all able-bodied men, he could potentially muster 40 to 50 conscripts, a substantial number indeed. Upon closely examining the newly emerged categories of resources and buildings, he discerned a straightforward relationship. Constructing buildings necessitated a certain expenditure of wealth, stone, and wood. Without resources, construction would be impossible. Furthermore, buildings required time to erect. Laren clicked on the simple infantry camp, which required 30 gold coins, 10 stone, 20 wood, 10 food, and 30 days for completion. This was merely the basic construction. To double the size of the infantry camp, he would similarly need to expend double the resources. Laren also realized that increasing the labor force on construction would expedite the process, albeit at the cost of additional gold and food. From the perspective of territorial resources, Oak Village could currently only construct the Sigma Shrine and the Granary. Moreover, the daily stipends for the militia, the officer Pitman, and the servants of the Lord's Longhouse would also need to be covered by Laren's own funds. In summary, it was indeed true that one does not comprehend the value of sustenance until they are in charge. Even the landlord's household was devoid of surplus provisions. Chapter 29. Establishing authority. Roland silently stored away the documents on the wooden table, engrossed in contemplating future strategies. Primarily, it is imperative to fortify his own power using Oak Village as a base. Established merely a decade or so ago, the village suffers from a severe deficit in both population and developmental strength. The recent Beastmen raids starkly illustrated the inadequacy of their defenses, as well as the militia's lack of combat experience and low morale. Upon entering the village, Roland had already noted the deficiencies in weaponry. Most of the militia wielded rudimentary spears, consisting of slightly straightened pine poles paired with iron tips. The sharpness was questionable, and the strength of grip was even more concerning. Should these dispirited militiamen confront the Narsika raiders, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. To acquire superior weaponry and a more formidable army, a robust power base is essential. He turned his attention to the territory panel, where a list of potential constructions appeared, detailing an array of beneficial buildings. Available for construction. Basic infantry camp, level 1 military building, reduces infantry training time by 20, provides for leadership for locally trained troops, consumes 10 stone, 20 wood, 10 food, and takes 30 days to complete. Sigma Shrine, level 1 security building, reduces local corruption by 2, provides 2 leadership for troops within one's territory, offers 2 local security, consumes 5 stone, 10 wood, 5 food, and takes 10 days to complete. Farmland, level 2 resource building, generates 150, 100 food, 30 gold. 10 development, consumes 20 wood, 30 food, and takes 30 days to complete. Barn, level 1 resource building, offers 50 food yield for 100 storage capacity, 20 development. Consumes 10 stone, 30 wood, 20 food, and takes 20 days to complete. Basic palisade, level 1 defensive building, provides 2 security, 10 development, adds local walls. Consumes 10 stone, 200 wood, 20 food, and takes 30 days to complete. Lumber mill, level 2 produces 30, 20 wood, 5 development, slightly increases lumbering efficiency. Consumes 50 wood, 20 food, and takes 15 days to complete. These are the entirety of the constructions available for Oak Village. They are categorized into 3 main types: military buildings, defensive buildings, and resource buildings. Among these, the resource buildings present the most substantial advantages, making them Roland's primary consideration. The kingdom's resources were displayed. Resources: 30 stone, 60 wood, 25 food. The resources across the territory were barely sufficient for the construction of a single building. It was not merely a shortage of stone. Wood and food were also in short supply. The pressing task was to enhance the output and efficiency of the lumber mill. For the path to wealth begins with the cutting of trees. Holding resources in hand is never excessive, especially since military buildings and defensive buildings demand an alarming quantity of wood. Roland resolved without hesitation to commence the upgrade of the lumber mill the following day. Reflecting on the population within the territory, he felt a twinge of concern. With a village of just over 100 inhabitants, the number of able-bodied men was insufficient to even form a complete infantry company. Population growth was linked to development, yet enhancing development necessitated the construction of barns and farmland. Consequently, the infantry camp and shrine could not be established in the immediate future. The number of militia could be reduced, and once the soldiers from the Beg outpost arrived, the defensive strength would be adequate. Roland rose and approached the balcony of his study. Maintaining the militia would be a waste of manpower. Sir Knight, the battlefield outside the village has been cleared. Ranger Albert hurriedly entered the Lord's longhouse. Roland set aside the documents concerning Oak Village. Let us go and take a look. Very well. To the north of Oak Village, dozens of villagers gathered around a blazing pyre, the acrid stench mingling with the aroma of roasted meat. The twisted corpses of inferior horned beasts, mostly mutated livestock, lay upon the fire. The meat of these creatures had become foul and toxic due to their chaotic corruption. During the reign of the 3 emperors, a famine sparked by corruption had devastated Hawk territory, where crops grew faces that smiled foolishly, rendering them inedible. In one village, driven by extreme hunger, the inhabitants resorted to butchering the starved beasts from the forest, only to suffer a sudden demise the following day. From that point onward, no one dared consume the flesh of beastmen again. Upon seeing the arrival of the kingdom's knight, the villagers bowed deeply in respect. Have you finished collecting the spoils? Roland gestured for the villagers to rise. Sir Knight, we have recovered a total of 32 silver coins and 74 copper coins. The militia captain handed a pouch to Roland. We also stripped the beasts of their weapons and armor. The captain pointed to a pile of scrap metal to the right of the pyre. The weapons and armor of the Beastmen, having been in close contact with them for extended periods, showed signs of corruption. My lord, I suggest we burn these as well. Ranger Albert advised, having traveled extensively through the northern principalities and gained insight into the habits of the Beastmen. Have you heard? Follow his suggestion and burn them all. But such a waste of weapons and armor. The militia captain gazed longingly at the breastplates of the larger beasts, feeling envious as he donned his tattered leather armor, while others were even worse off, lacking proper garments. We shall acquire better equipment, free from any corruption. There is no regret in burning the Beastmen's weapons and armor, Roland stated decisively, instructing the militia to proceed. Very well. The captain appeared somewhat disheartened as he summoned a few subordinates to gather firewood. The surrounding villagers gazed eagerly at the pouch in Roland's hand, aware that surrendering the spoils was customary. Previously, men who had been conscripted from the village harbored deep resentment toward tax collectors who seized their hard-earned loot. Roland, understanding their thoughts, untied the pouch and poured the coins onto a half-meter-high tree stump, proclaiming loudly, as a knight of the kingdom of Midden, I, Roland, shall not go back on my word. This money belongs to everyone, and I shall not take it for myself. He then turned his gaze toward the brave militiamen who had fought against the Beastmen to protect the village. All militia, step forward. Form a line. The ragtag militia hesitated, some still clutching their spears, nervously stepping out from the crowd. The knight commands you to line up. Albert bellowed. The militia, varying in height, formed a sparse line. Yet each tightened their expressions, striving to stand tall and present themselves well. Rollin scanned the line, praising them. Your performance today has been commendable. You have protected the village and repelled the Beastmen. Each of you deserves recognition. 1 silver coin for each of you. Standing nearby. Albert immediately counted out enough silver coins from the pile and distributed them among the militia. Under the envious gazes of the villagers, the militiamen received their rewards. They were exhilarated. This was an unexpected boon, as their annual pay rarely exceeded 7 silver coins, and they had just received a bonus equivalent to 2 months' wages. Rollin did not allow them a moment to react and continued loudly. Any militia who has slain a horned beast, step forward. As his words resounded, 5 militiamen stepped forward, standing tall. The youngest among them, appearing no older than 20, bore a youthful face marred with dirt and blood. Rollin pointed at him, asking, "How many beastmen did you slay?" The knight nodded, shifting his gaze to the next. "And you?" "Sir Knight, my name is Filippo. I killed 2 horned beasts." "I am Sean. I killed 1 horned beast." "My name is Bodes." 5 militia members swore that this was the most nerve-wracking self-introduction they had ever experienced. The moment their gazes met with Lurin's, an intangible aura of authority emanating from him instilled a sense of reverence within them. "Excellent." Lurin nodded approvingly after listening to their introductions. "You 5 are indeed commendable soldiers. An additional reward of 5 silver coins for slaying a formidable beast, and 2 silver coins for defeating a lesser one." "Albert." "Yes, my lord." Before long, the 5 militia members at the forefront found themselves cradling several more silver coins than their peers, particularly the young Gavin, who held 6 silver coins in his hands, more than his entire annual salary. The villagers looked on with eager eyes as the coins were distributed, filled with envy. Several young farmers inwardly regretted not becoming militia members themselves. Should the knight require more volunteers, they would surely be the first to step forward. "Don't you want to express your gratitude to the Lord?" Albert seized the opportunity to chide them. Having allied himself closely with Lurin since his elevation to a knight of the realm, Albert was resolute in his commitment to follow Lurin, envisioning a future where securing the position of constable would be a mere formality. Lurin's stature among the militia was only to his benefit. "Thank you, Lord Lurin, for your generous rewards." The militia members blushed, expressing their gratitude sincerely. "All the villagers deserve credit as well," Lurin proclaimed loudly to the crowd. "Firstly, you maintained order in the face of the Beastmen's attack. Secondly, everyone who participated in the cleanup of the battlefield has contributed. Therefore, each of you shall receive a copper coin, and all spoils will be distributed." "Thank you, Lord Lurin." A greater cheer erupted. And under the self-organized order maintained by the militia, the villagers formed an orderly queue to Albert to collect their copper coins. Observing the surge in his faith value on the system panel, Lurin felt a surge of satisfaction. What could a few dozen silver coins achieve? Would they simply languish in a storage room, gathering dust? Distributing them under a legitimate pretext in exchange for beneficial faith value was the pragmatic approach. His actions bore a resemblance to the methods employed by Shan Yang during the Qin dynasty to earn the trust of the populace. On a deeper level, this was also a means to establish his own prestige, facilitating a series of future governance endeavors. However, employing the same method a second time would yield diminished returns. Lurin would need to seek other opportunities to further augment his faith value. Upon returning to the Lord's longhouse, he was met by the steward, Pitman. "Moreover, my lord, the supplies you requested are all stored in the inner fortress warehouse and can be accessed at any time." "I understand, Pitman. Please go to the outer fortress and assign a bedroom to Albert. I will summon you if needed." Reclining in the large armchair, Lurin closed his eyes to rest. "Very well, my lord. I have already informed the kitchen to prepare dinner. Please take your time to rest." With that, the steward left the hall. In the spacious hall, a young maid stood in a corner, her exposed skin glowing with a healthy wheat-like hue. She was one of 4 personal attendants appointed by Count Draven to serve Lurin, all of whom were trained professionals accustomed to serving the nobility in the castle, significantly alleviating Lurin's burdens regarding the management of the longhouse. The underlying implication was that these attendants were placed to monitor the knight on behalf of Count Draven, effectively embedding watchful eyes around him. "The fire in the hearth is insufficient. Please add more firewood." Lurin snapped his fingers, feeling a chill linger in the hall. Of course, Lurin, preoccupied with the development of his territory, remained oblivious to these underlying motives, feigning ignorance. He pondered a pressing matter. how to utilize the gold coins bestowed by Count Draven, as every resource within the territory was scarce, leaving him uncertain about where to focus his investments. The feeling of possessing wealth, yet lacking direction on expenditure, was far from pleasant. Perhaps he should procure some armor? Lauren shook his head, dismissing the thought. While armor was indeed essential, the quality of his soldiers was still lacking, necessitating rigorous training. Blindly equipping them would only result in waste. Furthermore, the cost of a single suit of armor was no trifling matter. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a box in the corner. A realization struck him. Chapter 30. The first day as Lord on September 25th, 2502 of the Imperial calendar, the second day after arriving at Oakwood Village. Lauren awoke before the first rays of dawn. "Good morning, my lord. Breakfast is ready," announced Pittman, whose chamber was located on the first floor of the inner fortress. In the absence of a lord, he had been the de facto ruler of Oakwood Village. "How did you sleep last night?" Lauren yawned, stretching leisurely, and remarked nonchalantly. The scent of wood in the bedroom was rather overpowering. It was somewhat suffocating. "Have the maids open the doors and windows for ventilation. I apologize for this oversight. The furniture in your room is newly crafted by the carpenter, and I neglected to air it out." The steward bowed in explanation. The knight waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned by such trivialities. "Pack the breakfast in a food box to take along. There's no rush to eat." "You are leaving now?" Pittman inquired, a hint of surprise on his face, yet he quickly departed to prepare a food box with the breakfast. Lauren retrieved a simple map of the village from his study and, accompanied by the ranger Albert and steward Pittman, began to explore the surroundings. As they visited various locations, Pittman provided detailed descriptions of each area. The crisp autumn day remained chilly as Lauren stepped out of the longhouse, exhaling a plume of warm breath before embarking on a tour of Oakwood Village. The village spanned an area approximately equivalent to 4 football fields, with no distinct inner or outer zones. It comprised 37 households and a total population of 176, including 67 adult males, 59 adult females, and a mix of 27 children above and 23 children below the age of 13. Established less than 15 years prior, Oakwood Village boasted a commendable demographic structure, with a significant proportion of its population being young, able-bodied laborers. Lauren was particularly concerned about the village's population, understanding the simple yet profound truth. Losing land means losing people. Losing people while retaining land can sustain both. In the Empire, disappearances occurred constantly, especially in the slums of large cities, where countless impoverished individuals crowded into confined spaces, often embroiled in various chaotic cults, leading to bizarre incidents that the soldiers responsible for maintaining order had long grown desensitized to. Consequently, many nobles turned a blind eye to disappearances within their territories, treating them as inconsequential. Children were a particular concern for Lauren, who reminded Pittman, "Children are our future. We must ensure their safety above all else." The northern perimeter of the village featured only a low wooden fence, offering little more than a psychological comfort. In the event of a large-scale attack, Oakwood Village, being a small to medium-sized settlement, would likely be among the first to succumb. Defensive structures in both the east and west were scarce, with merely a few wooden fences at the entrances and no sign of the commonly seen wooden watchtowers. Pittman explained that the cost of constructing a proper wall was exorbitant. Most of the village's annual taxes had to be paid to the local baron, leaving insufficient funds for even the timber needed, let alone the labor and food required, which represented astronomical figures for Oakwood Village. Lauren's plans to reconstruct external defenses would have to be postponed. Given that the village was in dire need of revitalization, he recognized the necessity of allocating available resources judiciously, prioritizing the enhancement of resource production over constructing walls that would remain unguarded without sufficient manpower. Not far from Oakwood Village flowed a tributary of the York River, its wide, gentle waters serving as the villagers' primary source of daily water. The riverbank led to the well-cultivated, fertile farmlands to the west, which the self-sufficient farmers of Oakwood relied upon for their livelihood. The taxes and food necessary for the villagers' sustenance were produced from these fields, and the current arable land was adequate to support the entire community. The quantity and yield of the farmland directly influenced the village's growth. As the stockpiled grain was linked to the population, Lauren had no desire to witness famine in his domain. In the lumberyard, neatly stacked logs awaited processing. Oakwood Village derived its name from its proximity to the Dracovold forest, abundant in timber resources, which served as the backbone of the village's tax revenue. My lord, the majority of your tax income comes from the sale of raw timber. Merchants from other villages and towns arrive monthly to transport the lumber. Pittman explained as he walked ahead of Laren. Laren nodded as he surveyed the stacks of logs. Each year, Oakwood Village could yield an income of 40 to 50 gold coins, yet this revenue needed to cover various expenses and daily military costs. Additionally, Laren was obligated to pay religious taxes as a knight of the Kingdom of Midden. He could also impose tolls on travelers and merchants, similar to the head tax required in larger settlements like Braytown. However, given Oakwood's sparse population, enforcing such burdensome taxes would hinder the village's development. Let us proceed to inspect the village's outer perimeter, Laren suggested after a brief survey of the lumberyard. As he walked along the path, villagers knelt on one knee in respect. Although Laren's title was merely that of a knight, he was the legitimately recognized lord of Oakwood Village. In this medieval world, villagers seldom left their birthplace, and in their eyes, the lord was akin to a deity. Laren endeavored to maintain a relatable persona, offering words of encouragement to the hardworking villagers. You planted just yesterday, and it seems we will have to wait until May of next year for the harvest. How many able-bodied individuals do we have available in the village? Laren questioned. My lord, do you intend to summon them for labor? Pittman asked. I plan to expand the lumberyard. Ideally, we should commence work this afternoon, Laren replied. However, we are somewhat lacking in manpower, Pittman cautioned. That is easily remedied, Laren interjected. See some of the ongoing tasks and enlist as many as possible to participate in the construction. But doing so may cause discontent among the populace, particularly the self-sufficient farmers. Inform all subjects that those who assist in the expansion of the lumberyard will be provided with a daily bowl of meat soup, Laren said lightly. Dismissing Pittman's concerns. Food is paramount, and given the impact of yesterday's display of authority, at least the villagers believe their new lord will keep his promises. My lord, I fear the grain reserves in the inner fortress will not last until the lumberyard is completed. Pittman expressed his worries about Laren's approach. If Oakwood's storeroom lacks surplus, failing to pay the spring taxes could lead to significant trouble. Do not concern yourself with that, Laren retorted. Just ensure the tasks I assigned are completed swiftly. Yes, my lord. With that, only Laren and Albert continued their exploration. The rural roads, crisscrossed with paths, lay blanketed in fallen leaves, while a series of wooden fences clearly delineated the boundaries between the dirt roads and the cultivated fields. The joy of farming was a legacy ingrained in the very blood of the peasantry. Before calamities, the only means of survival lay in the grain, and enhancing one's quality of life was directly tied to the land. Yet, dangers lurking within the deep woods could emerge at any moment, threatening to obliterate everything, compelling Laren to remain vigilant about security. Mobilizing a large workforce to construct the lumberyard and engage in logging also required consideration of the safety of the villagers. Given the current state of Oakwood Village, it was imperative to allocate some resources to swiftly train a contingent of combat-ready militia on the existing foundation. Albert, what are your thoughts on these militia? Laren inquired, directing his gaze toward the ranger beside him. The latter wore a deep green hood and a snug leather armor, carrying a longbow and a quiver of arrows, silently trailing behind the knights of the realm. When unexpectedly questioned, Albert pondered briefly before responding in a soft voice. Their equipment is subpar, their training inadequate, and their morale low. Are these all mere shortcomings? Laren raised an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping his lips. In your eyes, do they possess not a single commendable quality? The ranger found himself momentarily speechless, and after a deep contemplation, he managed to utter, they are inexpensive, capable of depleting the enemy's forces and buying time. Seemingly dissatisfied with his own words, Albert added, they should be able to. It seems a bit unfair for you to have said so much, Laren remarked, amused. I never imagined they could boast such an array of strengths. Laren turned his gaze towards the roadside, observing the industrious farmers laboring in the fields and the children, clad in tattered clothing yet carefree, frolicking amidst the meadows. He continued to inquire, would you entrust such soldiers with the protection of a village? Clearly, not, came the reply. Then, Albert, Laren turned to face him, his gaze steady and his tone earnest. There is a crucial task that I entrust to you. Chapter 31. Training the militia in the clearing at the heart of the village, an ancient oak tree, thick enough for two people to embrace, swayed gently. Encircling the old oak was a ring of stone bricks, half a meter high. This tree symbolized Oakwood Village and served as an object of reverence for its inhabitants. In the clearing, The summoned villagers had divided into two groups. To the left stood a mixed crowd of approximately 70 individuals, men and women alike, wielding axes, hoes, shovels, and baskets of various sizes. To the right, a uniform assembly of able-bodied men displayed slightly tattered clothing, each armed with a long wooden spear, while those in better condition carried a machete at their waists. Among them were the 5 best performers from the recent skirmish against the Beastmen: Gavin Clinton, Filippo, Sean, and Bodis, standing at the front of the line, each flanked by a young man, resembling 5 small squads. "My lord, the manpower and tools for clearing the lumberyard are ready, and I have managed to arrange 3 carts for transporting the timber," Pittman reported, walking alongside Laren, who also held a hoe, ready for action. "Only 3 carts?" Laren frowned. While human labor was undoubtedly vital, it did not negate the necessity of animal power. Transporting the mounds of earth and timber required vehicles. Relying solely on human effort would exponentially prolong the process of establishing the lumberyard. "My lord, the village has few mules, oxen, or sheep. Each year, the villagers must rely on their own strength for spring and winter plowing, as has been the case for several years." Pittman's voice trailed off, fully aware of the trouble that a lack of draft animals would cause. "I will go to Braytown and seek Count Draven's assistance with these issues." Laren waved dismissively. "For now, take the villagers to the lumberyard in the north." "Understood." The officer turned and led the summoned villagers away. Before long, the clearing was no longer crowded. Laren stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the remaining crowd. The autumn and winter seasons marked a lull in agricultural activities, making it an opportune time to provide basic military training to the village's able-bodied men. Otherwise, if they waited until the infantry camp was constructed to begin training, they might have to delay until the following spring, risking significant losses in the upcoming planting season. Moreover, the Beastmen of the Dravenwald forest were becoming increasingly restless on the outskirts of the woods, and a larger horde was anticipated this winter. Laren needed to prepare for confrontation. Oakwood Village's current resources could not sustain a standing army. Training the militia and enhancing their overall capabilities was the most feasible course of action. At present, there were 67 adult males in Oakwood Village. Excluding the older and physically unfit individuals, Laren aimed to supplement the existing militia to 30 members. Most of the new recruits were self-sufficient farmers, whose years of labor in the fields had endowed them with commendable physical condition, making them well-suited for the upcoming military training. Laren led them to the threshing floor outside Oakwood Village, arranging them into 5 lines according to height. The idle, elderly, and children from the village followed, curious about the threshing floor. That morning, the eligible recruits had enjoyed a hearty breakfast, each soldier receiving an egg, a portion of stew, 2 generous pieces of bread, and a substantial bowl of thick rice porridge. Although some veterans were mixed in, the 30 men gathered together created quite a cacophony. The hearty meal left them invigorated, exchanging excited chatter about their privilege to participate in the training. As Laren surveyed the group, he noted the disarray among the young farmers, some leaning on their spears, while the original militia members appeared no better, stumbling against each other without any semblance of discipline. In stark contrast, the 5 leading militia members stood at attention, particularly Gavin, who held his head high, his body taut with resolve. "A rabble," Laren scoffed before commanding, "Everyone, stand at attention." The crowd instinctively straightened, falling silent, their innate fear of the night evident. The surrounding villagers, both young and old, were similarly startled by his shout, even the children refraining from their usual noise. With a serious demeanor, Laren, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed each face with a piercing gaze. Beside him, Albert held a sturdy wooden staff, equally grave. "Do you understand why you were chosen for this training and not others?" Laren inquired, scanning the crowd before selecting Gavin. "You. Step forward." "Yes." Gavin stepped out, his face taut with determination, his spear firmly planted in the ground. Gavin met Laren's gaze without flinching, stating resolutely, "Because the knight believes we are stronger than the rest. However, your performance has disappointed me. I, Laren, do not tolerate soldiers who cannot even stand properly." "Full." The response from the 30 young men was drowned out by Laren's voice. "I cannot hear you." "Louder." "Full." "You have eaten well. This meal comes from the granary of Oakwood Village. In other words, it is food provided by all the villagers for your benefit." Laren's expression turned fierce as he declared, "In the past, you consumed your own provisions, and I did not blame you for your lackadaisical attitude towards training. But now, you are consuming the food of the entire village. Not a single copper coin spent. Not a grain contributed. The knight strode to the edge of the threshing floor. Gesturing towards the surrounding villagers, look at them. Do you think you deserve this food? Some of the young men lowered their heads, unable to meet Laren's gaze. The chaotic monsters of the forest covet our village. They may emerge at any moment, using their claws to slay your parents, murder your wives, and abduct your children. Laren's voice rose. The Beastmen are not human. They know not the meaning of mercy. In their eyes, there is only blood and slaughter. The more diligently you train, the greater your chances of defeating them and protecting your families and Oakwood Village. His words grew increasingly fervent. I do not wish for a day to come when you hold a deceased loved one in agony, helpless to do anything, not even able to seek vengeance. His last statement was almost a scream. Do you wish to see that day? No. Louder. I cannot hear you. Have you not eaten? No. 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 The deafening roar echoed, startling the birds in the nearby woods, while villagers in the northern lumberyard paused in curiosity to observe. The young men, faces flushed, stood with necks strained. Albert's eyes widened in amazement. This rabble of recruits seemed to have transformed, exuding a semblance of military spirit. Morale can be cultivated, Laren nodded, satisfied. His efforts in rallying the group had not been in vain, his throat nearly hoarse from shouting. Instilling a sense of honor and duty in soldiers was paramount. Everything he did aimed to provide a lost group with a clear purpose. An army that does not understand its reason for fighting possesses little cohesion. Only when a person fights for what they cherish does their courage and resolve manifest in its most potent form, ultimately coalescing into an unstoppable force. After delivering an impassioned address, Laren instructed Albert to assist him in teaching the young men the fundamentals of standing in formation, as well as executing left and right turns, marching in step, and beginning to run. Prior arrangements had been made for several farm wives to prepare a fragrant pot of meat soup, which was now served at the threshing floor, though it was only enough for 10 individuals. Liloan decreed that only those young men who performed excellently during training would be granted the privilege of savoring meat soup. As for the others, Liloan ensured they received sustenance sufficient to fill their bellies to a satisfactory degree, yet they were relegated to merely inhaling the fragrant aroma of the soup, without tasting even a strand of meat. For those who exhibited particularly poor performance, Albert's sturdy wooden club was not a mere ornament. Curiously, every young man who faced Albert's wrath would invariably excel in performance that very day. There was a time when some soldiers, dissatisfied after being lashed, dared to resist Albert, only to find themselves personally rewarded by the kingdom's knight. If these inadequately trained militia were akin to 15-year-old boys, Liloan was a robust 30-year-old man in the prime of his strength. The outcome was predictable. Those who dared to defy were met not only with Liloan's formidable blows, but also received an additional reward from Albert's club. Nonetheless, Liloan held a deep appreciation for the audacity of those who dared to rebel. The White Wolf Knight Order particularly favored spirited individuals when selecting new recruits. Under the stringent enforcement of a reward and punishment system, everyone aspired to partake in the meat soup, fostering a healthy competition that significantly enhanced the training results. Thus, after several days of rigorous training, the summoned young men exhibited commendable postures and formations. Liloan would not allow the slightest hint of complacency, while instilling discipline. He organized daily morning and evening runs to bolster their physical endurance. Each morning, as dawn barely broke, the village would resonate with the rhythmic chants of 1, 2, 1, 2. After a few days of this regimen, the majority of Oakwood Village's inhabitants developed the habit of rising at the sound of the chant. From the 4th day onward, some farmers, along with villagers of all ages, would be seen squatting by the roadside at the village entrance, munching on chunks of dark bread while watching their lords sprint ahead, trailed by a panting line of young men. "Old Jeff, your Gavin is running faster and faster," exclaimed a slender elder, perched on the curb with a wooden bowl of porridge. "He can even keep pace with the knight now." "Nonsense. Lord Liloan is already on his 7th lap, while Gavin has just completed his 5th. Old Jeff sighed, yet the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed his delight. "Keep pretending." The former chuckled, nudging old Jeff again. "I heard from my lad that Gavin has been made captain." Cannot say. Old Jeff feigned mystery, declining to elaborate, which only piqued the curiosity of the other elders. "You do enjoy being enigmatic. Yesterday, the knight rewarded the young men in training with provisions, and your household received a pound of meat, right? I even saw Gavin and a few other fine lads donned in scale armor. They looked quite spirited. And regarding these inquiries, old Jeff simply chuckled, remaining silent. Chapter 32. The construction of the water wheel on the previous day, October 3rd, 2502 of the imperial calendar. The militia trained by Lilowin received their first set of armor and weaponry. The vigorous development of Oakwood Village was greatly supported by Count Draven. Initially, the kingdom's knights intended to assemble a defensive force of merely 30 men. However, the village's young men were eager for the generous rations provided to the militia by Lilowin. Many approached Modi Pittman, hoping to join the ranks of the Knight's army. The officer, unable to resist the persistent pleas of the villagers, took advantage of a particularly jovial evening when Lilowin was in good spirits to present their requests. Lilowin, pleased to see such enthusiasm, took into account the food reserves and his personal gold stash, and exceptionally decided to recruit an additional 10 men. In the great hall of the Lord's Longhouse in Oakwood Village, 2 soldiers stood at attention by the entrance, each bearing a long spear. The ample rations provided over the past 10 days, coupled with a substantial intake of nutrition, had rendered the militia more robust. Their eyes sparkled with vitality. Aside from slightly inferior attire and equipment, they bore no distinction from the professional soldiers of Beastmen Town. Lilowin had taken care to procure carrots from Beastmen Town, distributing one to each militia member daily to combat night blindness. The rural folk of the old world often lacked meat in their diets, leading to significant nutritional deficiencies. Furthermore, the dimly lit nights rendered them unable to afford candles or oil lamps, which only exacerbated their visual impairments. Over time, approximately 70% of the population in rural villages suffered from night blindness. The terrain of the Dravenwald forest, with its towering trees and dense foliage, obscured light to such an extent that day and night became indistinguishable. For soldiers afflicted with night blindness, entering such environments recklessly was akin to courting death. Addressing night blindness is not an instantaneous remedy. It requires gradual improvement. Lilowin contemplated whether to acquire some bitter herbs to complement the carrots. "My lord, at the rate you are spending, we shall soon be bankrupt," Pittman lamented, clutching a stack of hastily compiled documents. The dark circles under his eyes matched the hue of his brown robe, indicative of many sleepless nights. "The weapons and armor you purchased from the Beastmen Town smithy have consumed nearly half our gold." The officer spread a ledger across the long table, explaining, "A chainmail coif costs 2 gold pieces, a long-sleeve chainmail shirt 6 gold pieces, and a set of scale armor 12 gold pieces. The custom heraldic cloak alone has cost us 200 gold pieces, but isn't the smithy offering us an 8% discount? These custom items should depreciate somewhat, thus reducing the total. But my lord, do not forget that we must provide rations for the conscripted villagers daily. Each day, we expend 4 silver pieces on their sustenance. Over the last 10 days, that amounts to another 20 gold pieces. And the weapons? You purchased 30 iron spears and 10 iron cleavers. Enough, Pittman. Just tell me one thing." The knight waved his hand in resignation. "What remains in our accounts?" Pittman, holding a piece of parchment, quickly replied, 37 gold pieces, 69 silver pieces, and 133 copper coins. "Isn't there still some money left? Why are you so anxious?" "Spring taxes, my lord. Do not forget that we must pay the spring tax when the season arrives." For a moment, the earnest officer seemed overwhelmed, looking at Lilowin with a mixture of pity for his misfortune and frustration at his lack of ambition. "Is that all?" Lilowin chuckled, setting down his book and sitting up straight. "Count Draven has exempted Oakwood Village from taxes for 1 year. We will not need to pay spring taxes until the spring of 2504. I believe this is still 2502, giving us a whole year of preparation. Why the urgency?" The officer was momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately falling silent. The knight, seated in a high-backed chair, laughed, pouring 2 cups from the sole bottle of Draven's original dark ale he had left, and handed one to Pittman. "Taste this. I am nearly finished with the wine gifted by Count Draven." Pittman accepted the wooden cup, contemplating, "My lord, there is still a stockpile in the cellar, ready for consumption at any time." "I was already aware of that." Lilowin waved dismissively. "Let us keep those wines for a more significant purpose." Pittman sighed softly, feeling the burden on his shoulders lighten considerably. "Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." He had initially presumed that the new lord would be reckless with finances, leading to the ruin of the territory, which he would then have to salvage. However, it seemed Lilowin's grasp on the territory was far beyond his expectations, making pitmen feel at ease serving such a lord. Go. And while you are at it, visit the threshing floor outside the village and summon Captain Gavin. Understood. Once the officer departed, the hall fell silent. Lilowin activated the system panel, eagerly examining the territory data. Oakwood Village, Lord. Lilowin, category, human village. Influence, holy hammer. Resources, 37 gold pieces, 69 silver pieces, 133 copper coins, 30 stone, 90 wood, 85 food. Population, 189. Order, 27. Approaching stability. Development, 25. Constructed, Lord's Longhouse, Level 1. Farmland, Level 1. Sawmill, Level 2. Available for construction. Simple infantry camp, blueprint available. Sigma Shrine, blueprint available. Granary, church, farmland, Level 2. Water wheel, Level 1. Army, 30 spearmen, 10 crossbowmen, 1 kingdom knight. In just over 10 days. The territory had undergone noticeable changes. Observing the resources, 30 stone, 90 wood, 85 food, Lilowin felt a sense of relief as he noted that the sawmill, after 15 days, had been successfully constructed. The newly felled trees during its establishment had been counted towards the wood inventory. The stone count remained unchanged, while the wood had seen a significant increase. Going forward, the sawmill would provide Lilowin with 50 units of wood each quarter, should the opportunity arise. Lilowin wished to elevate the sawmill to Level 3. However, upon checking the panel, he discovered that a Level 2 Lord's Longhouse was required to unlock it. Yet, a Level 2 Lord's Longhouse necessitated a population of 300, leaving him disheartened. The disparity in numbers was vast. 300 inhabitants equated to nearly double the entire population of Oakwood Village. If he could recruit from Burii Town, Lilowin would spare no effort to do so. The increase in population was also linked to the development metric. As a region reaches a certain level of development, it attracts settlers. In the past few weeks, some outsiders had perceived Oakwood Village's promising growth and the reliability of its militia, prompting them to settle there. Lilowin welcomed these new inhabitants with open arms. After a brief health inspection of the newcomers, he arranged for new houses to be built within the village for their temporary accommodation. While reviewing the panel, Lilowin discovered that an additional construction option had appeared. Water wheel, Level 1. He extended his hand to click on the details. The water wheel, Level 1-5 development. 20 increase in local farmland value. Unlocks blacksmith shop construction. Consumption, 40 timber, 10 grain. Time required, 15 days. Is this structure truly worth its investment? Laren furrowed his brow. Overall, the resources consumed by the water wheel do not equate to the benefits it provides. Its cost-effectiveness is rather poor. However, the phrase unlocks blacksmith shop construction piqued his interest. In Oakwood Village, the number of blacksmiths is scarce, with fewer than 3 present, and their craftsmanship is primarily suited for crafting agricultural tools. While they might manage to forge swords, creating armor such as scale or chainmail is exceedingly challenging with only the village's rudimentary blacksmiths. The current state of Oakwood Village starkly contrasts with Laren's vision for the future, where his territory's military would achieve self-sufficiency in weaponry and equipment. The necessity of this water wheel is becoming increasingly apparent. Laren sighed deeply, recognizing that the construction of the barracks would have to be postponed once again. At present, the population and resource constraints loom like 2 insurmountable mountains, stifling Laren's ambitions as if a thorn lodged in his throat. Moreover, the recent rapid development of Oakwood Village has become a significant burden, with the daily consumption of grain escalating alarmingly. Initially, Laren believed that the gold and weaponry bestowed by Count Draven would suffice to sustain their early growth. He envisioned a future army capable of engaging in small-scale skirmishes against beastmen in the forests or clearing out nearby bandit hideouts. However, it has become evident that his initial aspirations were overly optimistic. The expenses for weaponry alone have consumed a substantial portion of his savings. And as he gazed at the figures in his accounts, he could almost hear the sound of gleaming coins being squandered. Yet, if the money is not spent, what distinguishes it from mere scrap metal? Furthermore, the Knights of the Kingdom are not inclined towards amassing wealth. Only the funds expended to enhance one's own strength can truly be deemed valuable. A solution must be sought. At this rate, it could be an eternity before he could muster an army of thousands. The kingdom's knight reclined further, propping his feet up, and picked up the documents from the table, placing them over his face. At that moment, a militiaman knocked on the hall door and respectfully announced, "My lord." Captain Gavin has arrived. Let him in, Laren replied, shaking off his lethargy, pushing himself up with both hands. Yes. A soldier entered, adorned with a chainmail coif and a helmet, draped in a gray-brown scale armor. The machete at his waist swung with each step. A wooden plaque hung from him, featuring a radiant warhammer on one side, while the other bore the insignia of Count Draven, identifying him as a soldier of Oakwood Village. Gavin. My lord. You summon me? Chapter 33. Integration training to forge a battle-ready army in less than a month is akin to chasing a mirage. Lailoin is not one to indulge in unrealistic aspirations. He understands the importance of a solid foundation and gradual progress. From the blacksmith guild in Burii town, he procured a batch of chainmail shirts, helmets, and cloaks, prioritizing the equipment of the newly trained young men in close combat. Considering issues of weight and finances, the ranged militia were equipped with simple leather armor and cloaks. The soldiers, clad in tattered attire, exuded an air of inferiority, a fact he was determined to rectify. He meticulously selected 10 individuals from the 40 militiamen, outfitting them with the fine infantry armor previously bestowed upon him by Count Draven, which included Gavin and 4 others. During this period, Lailoin also made slight adjustments to the militia of Oakwood Village, dividing the newly trained youth into 2 primary combat categories, melee and ranged, in a ratio of 3:1, thus forming 4 squads of 10 men each. Each squad was assigned a captain, namely Gavin, Filippo, and Sean. In the melee squadrons, all 3 teams wielded spears paired with shields, a strategy that proved effective in the Old World. The phalanx of spear wielders was undoubtedly more reliable than swordsmen, with polearms proving advantageous against large adversaries such as cavalry and giants. The ranged units were uniformly equipped with hand crossbows, led by the ranger Albert, whose hunting eye trait was tailor-made for a ranged army. The empires of the Old World had reached a certain level of industrial capability. Large-caliber cannons and firearms were being produced incessantly in the southern armories, where the thunderous clatter of steam-powered machinery echoed day and night. Crossbows, which lagged behind in technology, were nonetheless widely utilized in the armies of various elector principalities. However, the cost of military-grade crossbows was considerable. The most inferior hand crossbows could fetch between 3 to 5 gold coins, while the finest dwarven hand crossbows in Burii town were sold for over 7 gold coins each, surpassing even the price of a musket. Despite the steep price of crossbows, Lailoin resolved to purchase them for the newly trained crossbowmen. In the northern reaches of the empire, a saying among hunters traversing the deep woods goes, 3 years to master a sword, 5 years to hone a bow. To ensure the accuracy of long-range archery, an archer must endure 5 summers and winters of relentless practice, often costing the lord more to maintain squads of archers than to support melee infantry. Furthermore, the materials required to craft war bows were somewhat demanding. In the knightly kingdom across the Grey Mountains, the serfs utilized longbows primarily made from sturdy and resilient woods such as catalpa or hazel, which thrived in the vast hazel forests of Bretonnia. These serf archers often numbered in the hundreds. They did not require precision, merely the ability to unleash a storm of arrows to obstruct their foes. The empire's military approach starkly contrasted with its neighbor, which heavily invested in cavalry. The empire instead favored a more standardized and systematic army, capable of enduring significant battle losses. The technological marvels of the empire, such as the crossbow, boasted considerable range and decent accuracy. Rather than allowing a throng of peasants to fumble with bows and arrows, it was far more efficient to equip them with hand crossbows and instruct these rural farmers on how to effectively pull the trigger against their enemies. Although the greater draw weight of a crossbow resulted in a lower rate of fire, the training period for crossbowmen was significantly shorter than that for archers. The complementary nature of their respective advantages further magnified the former's benefits. Moreover, Lailoin lacked the luxury of time to cultivate exceptional archers. The annual raids by Beastmen necessitated that the militia be prepared to defend their village, rather than shut themselves away to practice archery. At this moment, the lord of Oakwood Village, Knight Lailoin, stood in the newly established training grounds, with a rectangular wooden shield strapped to his left arm and a spear in hand. He lowered his center of gravity as he focused intently on a scarecrow positioned 20 paces away. With a mighty shout, the knight surged forward, his speed causing the collar of his military garb to billow in the wind. With a muffled thud, the sharpened spearhead pierced the scarecrow's neck with precision. Bravo! Such prowess! resounded from the other side of the training field, where the militia, lined up in perfect formation, applauded vigorously. The three captains at the front of the line were particularly enthusiastic, their palms reddened from clapping. Liluin turned back to signal them to cease their applause, scanning the faces of the militiamen he had come to know intimately over the past few weeks. The iron spears wielded by the Oakwood militia measured 4 meters in length, ensuring a minimum effective stabbing range of 2.5 meters. The weight was manageable for the sturdy farmers, while their left arms bore half-sized wooden shields, capable of defending against ranged attacks and forming a tighter shield wall. In addition, each militiaman carried either a machete or a short sword at their waist, providing them with a means of defense should their spear break or in cases of close combat. Drawing forth his iron spear, the knight proclaimed, "If you can strike with precision from 20 paces, your chances of survival against beastmen and greenskins on the battlefield will be greatly enhanced. Remember, aim for vital spots such as the head, neck, and heart. Stab with conviction. Channel your focus. With unwavering determination, you will slay your enemies and survive." After concluding his exhortation, Liluin pointed to Gavin at the front of the line. "You shall begin. Step forward, one at a time." Gavin quickly stepped out, took a deep breath, and assumed position. After a brief moment of mental preparation, he thrust his spear forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. The iron spearhead struck the scarecrow's heart with blinding speed. "Excellent." Liluin's eyes gleamed with approval. As a seasoned veteran who had slain beastmen, Gavin exhibited a composure that set him apart from the other young recruits, allowing him to maintain his focus during training. A few days prior, Liluin had utilized his system rewards to enhance Gavin's hero qualities. Name: Gavin Clinton, Green Tier. Race: Imperial. Occupation: Imperial Soldier. Equipment: Infantry Spear. Trait: Militia Instructor, 2 Leadership for Own Army. -10 Training Time. Potential: for 10. Relationship: 9-10. Loyal. Liluin was delighted by Gavin's traits, which not only bolstered army leadership, but also reduced training time. With the support of the basic infantry camp extracted from the system, the overall training duration was reduced by 30, meaning that a force that would typically take 60 days to form could now be ready in just 42 days. Based on the training outcomes observed over the past few days, it was evident that the militia's daily training yielded better results than before. The recruits were grasping the fundamentals with increasing speed. Good. Next, another militiaman stepped forward, poised with his spear and focused intently as he charged. The iron spear struck the scarecrow's abdomen, failing to hit a vital area. His performance was mediocre. Next, as each militiaman took their turn, Liluin began to form a clearer understanding of their training results. Most were able to strike the abdomen or chest, but hitting the head or neck remained a challenge. Liluin recognized that honing close combat skills required time and perseverance, and he remained patient. As he observed his army gradually taking shape, Liluin felt a surge of joy. However, the dwindling resources in Oakwood Village weighed heavily upon him. The logistics of a strong army could never be neglected. The necessary expenditures must remain constant, as any reduction could yield adverse consequences. The assistance that Count Draven can provide is exceedingly limited. He has generously exempted Oakwood Village from taxes for a year and bestowed the private seal of the Anlosian family upon Laren, granting the latter certain privileges from the Merchants Guild of Brea Town. However, with the northern duchies of the Empire facing the onslaught of the Norskar in spring, vast tracts of land lie fallow, leading to a sharp surge in food prices. The cost of provisions in the Midden Territory remains exorbitant. 100 pounds of rice exceeds 20 silver coins, while the prices of mustard, chickpeas, and lentils have doubled. The villagers of Oakwood have scant reserves, barely sufficient to last until the summer harvest of the coming year. Should Laren cease the provision of 2 daily meals and compel the villagers to procure their own sustenance while fulfilling their labor duties, it would not be long before a small fraction succumbed to starvation. Oakwood Village cannot withstand such a demographic decline. Feeding over 100 individuals daily constitutes a significant expenditure, and the funds available will only sustain them until the onset of spring next year. The Knights of the Kingdom are deeply troubled by this predicament and urgently seek a solution. Upon the completion of the lumberyard, Laren has devoted all available manpower to 2 construction projects, the infantry barracks and the water wheel. Currently, Oakwood Village possesses 30 stone, 90 wood, and 85 food resources. With the construction materials still at hand, the immediate objective is to fortify their strength, also preparing for the future establishment of a blacksmith shop. It is far more prudent to produce than to purchase. Armor and weaponry are critical for defense, and Laren has no intention of continuously spending on expensive purchases, especially when the quality of workmanship from various blacksmiths is inconsistent and unguaranteed. Laren aims to address the village's weaknesses by investing judiciously. Presently, over 20 individuals are laboring at the lumberyard in the northern part of the village. Following its upgrades, the efficiency of tree felling has improved, yielding 10 units of wood weekly. Laren had initially intended to prioritize the construction of a wall. However, the village is currently protected only by a fragile wooden barrier, tied together with knots, which is adequate against wild animal attacks, but utterly inadequate against a large-scale assault. The construction of the wall requires 10 stone and 200 wood, which is insufficient even if all projects in the village were halted. Moreover, the time required for such a construction is considerable. Even with universal participation and in the absence of proper tools, the endeavor would be exceedingly cumbersome, likely extending beyond the expected timeline, well into the spring sowing season. Thus, Laren reluctantly sets this ambition aside for the time being, just as the orderly development of this border village in the Midden Territory is underway. An urgent command disrupts the tranquility. Chapter 34. The mysterious altar of the Brass Fortress. While Laren was training the militia, a sentry from the ranks hurriedly approached the training ground, reporting that a group of White Wolf Knights was making its way from the northwest. It was evident that the only White Wolf Knights coming to Oakwood Village were led by Creel. "Gather everyone," Laren commanded, putting away his staff. "Go summon the crossbowmen." "Understood." Before long, a group of over 10 men came running along the dirt path from the east of the village. The leader, Albert, trotted up beside Laren, confusion written across his face as he saluted. "My lord, what is the situation?" The crossbowmen, with their weapons readied, stood alert, anticipating an invasion. "It's nothing serious. Let the crossbowmen lower their arms. We have guests arriving." Laren waved his hand, signaling the approaching crossbowmen to fall back into formation. "Line up and march to the northern road." With synchronized footsteps and a rallying cry, the well-organized troops advanced along the dirt path outside the village. As the group of White Wolf Knights arrived, they were greeted on either side by soldiers standing tall and rigid like pines. The militia maintained their focus, chests puffed out, some with minor bruises on their arms, suggesting they had endured rigorous training. "This is intriguing. Laren certainly has a knack for training," Creel remarked, seated on his horse. Smiling at the knights behind him, he scanned the soldiers, noting their unwavering stance, resembling a row of wooden stakes. Creel and Losion. Laren, the lord of Oakwood Village and a knight of the realm, stepped out from the intersection, arms wide open, welcoming him with a smile. "Good lad. What is this? Are these soldiers standing here to show off to me?" "Not at all," Laren replied with a smile. "I merely brought them out for your assessment." "What is there to assess?" "By their spirit alone, they are on par with old Todd Blinger's provincial army." As they spoke, Creel carefully observed the militia, pondering whether these soldiers were indeed drawn from the sentry posts. "If only I had known earlier that you were capable of such training. I would have insisted that my brother not send you away. I might as well have entrusted you with the few hundred men from Blaytown." The knight of the realm chuckled, leading the White Wolf Knights to the Lord's longhouse. To display his hospitality, Laren instructed the steward, Pitman, to prepare additional roasted meat. Knowing that the wolf pack favored such fare, and the knights, who revered the white wolf, were particularly fond of it. Within the grand hall of the longhouse, a row of large tables was set. As the lord, Laren naturally took the seat of honor, with Creel and the White Wolf Knights on his left and the various stewards of Oakwood Village, including Pitman, Gavin, and Albert, on his right. Large platters of roasted lamb and stews were continuously brought in, while the two fireplaces blazed warmly, filling the longhouse with a comforting heat. Although the northern late autumn was not as harsh as winter, the cool winds made those in lighter clothing shiver slightly. Whenever Laren thought of the temperature in the Midden Territory, he couldn't help but wonder what extraordinary force sustained the lives of the people in the far northern kingdom of Kislev. "Laren, do you have enough provisions stored in your village to last through the winter?" Creel inquired, devouring a piece of meat, tearing off a juicy lamb leg with greasy hands. As the temperature in the hall gradually rose, the captain of the White Wolf Knights, finding his wolfskin cloak cumbersome, casually tossed it aside. "I recently purchased additional grain from the Merchant Guild, and I estimate it will last until next summer's harvest." The knight of the realm set down his wooden goblet, and the attentive maid refilled it with sweet wine. Nodding, Creel expressed his relief upon hearing about the provisions and, after swallowing a hefty chunk of roasted meat, posed a question that had been on his mind. How did you train these soldiers? I focused intensely on the fundamentals, drills, marching, and maneuvers. Once they had mastered the basics, I taught them to wield weapons. Is it truly that simple? Your soldiers appear so spirited. It's clear they have robust logistics. Could it be that every household in Oakwood Village has had a bountiful harvest this year? Creel pressed further, his understanding of Oakwood's soldiers limited to the conscription level. With limited resources, the Lord could hardly afford to support a large number of soldiers who would merely consume provisions without contributing. Oakwood was still a small village with fewer than 200 inhabitants, and it seemed improbable that such soldiers could be trained. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he questioned, could it be that you were personally funding their logistics? Laren nodded slightly. Creel's eyes widened in disbelief. By the gods, does Oakwood Village possess a gold mine? Laren, surely you Haven T stumbled upon a treasure. Bardic tales are often filled with miraculous stories, and the people of the old world delight in hearing tales of unexpected fortunes, hoping to become characters in such narratives themselves. Have you forgotten the 200 gold coins bestowed upon me by Count Draven? Laren replied leisurely, pouring more sweet wine into Creel's goblet. Upon hearing this, Creel set aside the platter of roasted meat, letting out a long sigh, seemingly lamenting the expenditure Laren had incurred. As the wine flowed, the White Wolf Knights honored their host, Laren, by ensuring the empty platters were swiftly replaced with fresh servings of meat. Sated and content, they leaned back in their wooden chairs, their bellies full. Having feasted well, it is time to discuss matters. The commander of Blaytown's defenses wouldn't come all this way just for a meal. The maid swiftly cleared the table, leaving the hall somewhat quieter. Laren took the initiative. Creel, your visit must be for a reason. Speak plainly. Does Count Draven have a task for me? I, Creel, appreciate your straightforwardness. No beating around the bush. The captain of the White Wolf Knights reclined against the back of his chair, raising a hand in approval. Please, go on. Then I shall be forthright. Creel, are you aware of the Brass Fortress? The Brass Fortress? Laren mulled over the name, nodding slowly. This infamous fortress stands amidst the central mountains of the Northern Hawk territory, once the haunt of a necromancer, now a haven for chaotic worshippers. Several years ago, a daring hunter ventured inside, only to return months later, raving mad, and claiming that the fortress was teeming with demons. Creel lowered his voice, speaking enigmatically. The recent invasion by the Norska was aimed at an altar within the Brass Fortress. An altar? The curiosity of the Knight of the Realm was piqued. The Brass Fortress had existed since the era of the Three Emperors, and over the centuries, countless treasures had been lost within its walls. An altar? Surely it wouldn't warrant a full-scale invasion by the Norska. At first, I too found it hard to believe. Creel's tone turned serious, each word deliberate. This intelligence was extracted from a Norska warlord captured by the Imperial Army, and it was personally verified by the commander of the inner circle of the White Wolf Knights. The White Wolf Knights had long been renowned, and every member of the inner circle was a legendary powerhouse, especially with the commander himself involved. This significantly bolstered the credibility of the information. Laren pressed further. What sort of altar could possibly compel the Norska to mobilize 20,000 men to seize it? Unfortunately, I do not know. Creel shook his head, reflecting for a moment before continuing. The commander only mentioned that the altar is associated with a shadow god, but which deity it concerns remains unknown even to him. Albert, seated to the right, listened intently and interjected, then simply pressed for more details. The truth will soon come to light. If one were truly able to inquire, the questions would have been posed long ago. Plural let out a cold snort and cast a glance at him. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Northco warlord, upon uttering the words shadow god, perished instantly within the temple of our Lord, dissolving into a pool of putrid matter, transforming into a viscous substance? How could this possibly be? Albert's eyes widened in disbelief. Laren, after a moment of silence, elucidated. A vow curse. The Northca warlord must have sworn some form of oath, one of considerable potency, and upon revealing a crucial secret, the curse would immediately rebound upon him. A life oath sworn to chaos, if violated, would not provide refuge even in the highest sanctum of Midheim, nor amidst the eternal flame of the White Wolf. What remains unknown to us is the identity of the shadow god connected to the altar within the Brass Fortress. The thief god of the Empire, the god of death more, the bardic deity of Bretonnia, and even the dwarven god of death, all wield powers that encompass shadows. Yet, these matters are of little consequence to us. as the path leading to the brass fortress is littered with the corpses of countless Imperial soldiers. I surmise that there are not merely 100,000, but at least 50,000. Lurin's gaze remained fixed on Klurl. He could hardly believe that Count Draven would send his knights of the realm to their demise in the brass fortress. Indeed, it bears little relevance to us. Klurl nodded, stating the truth. In the territory adjacent to Count Draven, Baron Yorn's domain harbors a band of Northka remnants, who have taken control of a village named Seen. Intelligence suggests that the Northka will slay all the villagers of Seen and, through a grand blood sacrifice, elevate them into demons. Elevation to demonhood, one might ponder. Lurin furrowed his brow. The challenges posed by chaos are manifold, one of which is this very elevation. A prime example is the followers of terror. The more heads they sever, the greater the blood they offer, the more unimaginable rewards they receive. Once elevated, these followers transition from mere mortals to demons, serving as the vanguard of terror. Some may even ascend to become demon princes of their respective chaos gods, possessing vast forms and unfathomable might. However, the probability of becoming a demon prince is exceedingly low. That band of Northka is far more likely to devolve into grotesque, mindless chaos spawn, stripped of humanity, reduced to repulsive abominations at the mercy of the chaos deities. Yet, even in such a state, they are not to be trifled with by mere mortals. Chapter 35, Departure. Within the dominion of the Old World Empire, countless enemies lurked in the shadows, their gaze fixed intently on the movements of the Imperial army, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. The region of Midden was predominantly forested, teeming with bandits and chaotic warbands. Each year, tales emerged of border villages being mercilessly slaughtered, with chaotic followers stacking severed heads as trophies, offering flesh to their demons in horrifying rituals, leaving every lord in distress. Laren spoke gravely. How could the remnants of Noskar penetrate deep into Midden? Shouldn't they have been intercepted at the shores of Nord? Krill recounted the situation in detail. This infiltrating Noskar force was a vassal of the Cold Beach faction, led by the infamous lone wolf, Korshog, a towering figure exceeding 6 feet in stature and possessing elite strength. As the defensive forces of Nord and Oster engaged the Noskar at Maple Creek Harbor, the longships of the Blood Wolf tribe evaded confrontation by altering their course and blending into the river leading to the sea. The cunning Korshog, opting for small-scale plunder along the way, skillfully avoided the patrols and continued southward, ultimately landing on the northern tributaries of the York River, near the border of Count Draven's territory. In the ensuing weeks, the Blood Wolf tribe, adept at evading encirclement, descended upon border villages, burning homes and slaughtering inhabitants, causing immense turmoil. Alarmingly, their numbers swelled to over 200, each massacre appeasing the malevolent deity they worshipped, rewarding the tribe further, while also drawing the attention of the Beastmen war bands in the Drakewald forest. Upon hearing this, the residents of Oak Village felt a profound sense of crisis. The affairs officer, Pittman, turned pale. The village was weak, and the threat of the Blood Wolf tribe loomed perilously close, leaving them powerless to resist. Laren tapped his fingers on the table, stating seriously, "This matter is grave. Surely, the Count will send troops to eradicate that lone wolf? The call to arms has been issued, yet the Count's forces will not partake." Krill replied, shaking his head with a sigh. "Why?" Laren frowned, struggling to comprehend the Count's reluctance to engage. The old wolf, Todbringer, disregarding the counsel of his courtiers, sought to resolve the imperial succession through war, determining whether the throne belonged to Boris Todbringer or Prince Karl Franz of Reek. The captain of the White Wolf Knights wore a bitter expression as he mockingly remarked, "The forces available to my brother have all been dispatched to Cairn Fort. Thus this battle may only see a handful of ranger knights and a few village militias joining the fray. Is the elector mad? The northern provinces are severely weakened, and he chooses to wage a civil war?" Rage surged within Laren as he exclaimed. Moreover, how many men can a village militia muster? Even if their numbers are significant, they face a horde of ruthless, bloodthirsty warriors, born executioners. Laren, we must eliminate them swiftly, Krill cautioned. The latest intelligence from the border outposts reveals several Beastmen war bands moving suspiciously towards Seen Village. If these chaotic factions converge, eradicating them will become exceedingly difficult. All eyes turned to the Kingdom Knight at the head of the table, the hall enveloped in silence as the White Wolf Knight awaited his response. After a long pause, Laren inhaled deeply and declared, "I shall lead all the soldiers of Oak Village into battle." he resolved to confront the Bloodwolf tribe. Firstly, to thwart the Noskar from advancing southward to harass Oak Village, and secondly, to avenge the fallen citizens of the Empire. Yet, for every compelling reason to engage in battle, there existed 100 to refrain. Oak Village was in desperate need of growth and population, and the soldiers he would take were its most precious young men. Any loss would severely impede the village's development, especially with winter approaching, adding to the logistical burden. Krill, aware of Laren's predicament, offered to provide a portion of weaponry and supplies, promising to dispatch aid the following day. In the afternoon, Oak Village entered a state of readiness for war. Laren decided to take 2 squads of spearmen and 1 squad of crossbowmen into battle, leaving another squad behind to defend the village, for the borderlands were perilous, and he could not bear the thought of returning from battle only to find Oak Village ravaged by bandits. Pittman, possessing some military experience, would oversee the defense in Laren's absence, coordinating the spearmen and calling upon all villagers if necessary. Albert, with his ranger skills, was essential for reconnaissance, joining Laren alongside Gavin and Sis. Furthermore, considering the logistics, Laren formed a supply team of 20, bringing forth several recently tamed wild horses and preparing flatbed carts. Engaging in battle was not akin to defending a city. In the wilderness, without provisions, soldiers would fight on empty stomachs. Laren gathered 10 days' worth of food from the inner fort's granary, sufficient for over 30 men and several horses. Additionally, the crossbowmen would require more bolts than what they could carry. Thus, he ensured to pack extra barrels, along with tents, cooking utensils, shovels, baskets, and water containers. Most tents were crafted from the pelts of hunted beasts, with coarse fabric draped within to prevent wind from entering when erected. The promised weaponry and equipment from Krill arrived that very evening. To minimize casualties, Laren endeavored to equip each soldier with 2 layers of chainmail, under which they donned thick cotton garments, and overlaid them with sleeveless scale armor to afford some protection against slashing attacks. He also distributed several round iron helmets from the storeroom to the spearmen, arming them from head to toe. The crossbowmen received basic leather armor and cloaks, as that was the extent of the available gear. Albert replaced his longbow with a new hazel one, still dressed as a ranger, adorned with a cloak emblazoned with the holy hammer. On the eve of their departure, Laren visited every home, giving each soldier set to depart 10 silver coins, leaving behind a sack of grain and several pounds of meat for their families, alleviating the soldiers' worries. No lord would pay their conscripts. Witnessing the heartfelt gratitude of his men, the Kingdom Knight found it difficult to feel joy. In the early hours of the following day, Laren and his soldiers, alongside the supply team, set forth. All the villagers of Oak gathered at the northern road to bid farewell. Amidst the crowd, soldiers' parents and families waved goodbye, their expressions laden with sorrow. As names were called out, symbolizing the hopes of each household, many shed tears, and the departing soldiers were no exception. Yet, they gritted their teeth, holding back their emotions, fully aware that this battle was to safeguard their families from the threat posed by the Noskar. Retreat was not an option. Clad in knightly plate armor, Laren rode to the front of the ranks, his heart a tumult of emotions as he prepared to deliver a simple pre-battle address to bolster their spirits. Taking a deep breath, the Kingdom Knight proclaimed, "Warriors of Oak Village, my soldiers, to the north. The Noskar army is annihilating everything in their path. They act with impunity, slaughtering our kin, pillaging all possessions, burning our homes. They draw ever closer to Oak Village. Their blades are raised against our loved ones. Do you wish to witness the tragedies of the North unfold before us?" Laren's piercing gaze swept over all present as he bellowed, "In this battle, we shall annihilate the Noskar people. Let them feel the wrath and fury of the Sigma folk. For our families, for the Empire." He abruptly raised the Herlam warhammer, thrusting it towards the heavens, and proclaimed with fervor, "Victory is ours. Victory, victory, victory." The roaring cries crescendoed, each shout eclipsing the last, as the soldiers, fueled by fervor, flushed with excitement, raised their voices in unison, their pikes rising like a forest, undulating like waves of grain. Amidst the clamor, Albert's eyes brimmed with tears of fervent emotion. In this moment, he would gladly sacrifice himself for Oak Village. The officer, Pittman, felt an urgent desire deep within to join the ranks of the soldiers. Along the dirt road, the weeping had ceased, leaving only the hopeful calls for the soldiers' victorious return. Forward. Chapter 36. The advantage is mine. In the year 2502 of the Empire, on October 8th, the second day of the Oak Village Army's expedition. This significant battle takes place in the central territory of Baron Yorn, surrounded by dense forests. The journey is long and fraught with peril, as wild beasts frequently roam the wooded expanse. The already treacherous paths are further hampered by ambushes, limiting the army's march to less than 15 kilometers a day. Deep within the forest, 6 horse-drawn carts stand in the middle of the road, surrounded by the carcasses of several lesser horned beasts, their wounds still oozing blood. Nearby, Oak Village soldiers, having just endured an ambush, are meticulously cleaning the battlefield, prodding the fallen beasts with their pikes to ensure no threats remain. Lyron emerges from the depths of the Black Forest, accompanied by several spear and shield soldiers, his dark silver plate armor stained with black blood. He carries the gruesome head of a howling shaman, a clear trophy of their victory. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the ranger Albert approaches, reporting, "My lord, the battlefield has been cleared. We have slain a total of 14 lesser horned beasts and 6 greater horned beasts." He glances at the head in Lyron's grasp, adding, "And 1 howling shaman, which you dispatched yourself. What of our casualties?" Lyron inquires, handing the shaman's head to a nearby soldier. The howling shaman is a significant threat among the Beastmen, its presence imbued with a chaotic corruption far beyond that of the lesser beasts. A powerful shaman can easily annihilate a 100-man army with a single wide-ranging spell. Fortunately, the one they encountered was still in its juvenile stage. Unable to wield even basic chaotic magic proficiently, it had charged out of the forest, only to be met with a decisive blow from the kingdom's knight. There are no fatalities, though 6 are injured. The most serious injury is a shoulder wound from a greater beast's blade. Thankfully, his chainmail absorbed much of the impact. And the wound is not deep, Albert reports. Have the supply troops gather the beast carcasses into a pile for burning. Clear the trees along the roadside to establish a camp, ensuring that the wounded can rest first, Lyron commands, cleaning his warhammer. Understood, the soldiers respond. Shortly after the knight's orders are given, the militia tasked with guarding the supply carts begins to efficiently chop down trees, erect tents, and set up wooden barricades around the camp. They gather firewood to boil water and prepare meals. Within the first tent constructed from beast hides, several wounded soldiers lie on clean, coarse cloth mattresses, their wounds tended to by the village apothecary with soothing herbs and bandages. After inspecting the wounded, Lyron instructs the supply troops to prepare more meat broth to reward the soldiers. Over the past 2 days of marching, they have faced ambushes no fewer than 3 times. Nevertheless, the newly trained soldiers have performed admirably, adhering to orders with commendable discipline. Aside from a brief moment of confusion during the first encounter, they have shown marked improvement during the subsequent attacks, swiftly forming ranks and executing coordinated volleys. 3 temporary wooden platforms serve as lookout points, each manned by a crossbowman. The remaining spear and shield soldiers take turns standing guard in groups of 4 for 2-hour shifts. Those resting in their tents engage in lively discussions, recounting their exploits. The knights permit them to loot the beastmen they have slain, allowing them to keep the spoils without submission to higher authority. After several skirmishes, each soldier has amassed some rewards, with some collecting over 30 copper coins, while others have only a few. They are satisfied with their fortunes. Earning wealth through battle is far more lucrative than toiling in the fields. Many harbor a sense of anticipation regarding Lyron's selection of attendants. Lyron's tent is centrally situated within the camp, covering several square meters. 2 braziers provide light and warmth, while his polished plate armor hangs on a wooden frame. His helm's warhammer is prominently displayed, and a simple bed lies in the corner, accompanied by a low table and several stools. A rudimentary map is spread across the table, alongside a pot of hot water and several mugs. To maintain military discipline, Lyron has refrained from bringing any alcohol, opting instead for boiled water to warm and quench his thirst, avoiding the distractions of inebriation. During this respite, he accesses the system panel. Host name, Lyron, race, human, level, LV5, experience points, 1762-3000. Equipment, Helm's Warhammer, purple grade, Lost Knight's plate armor, green grade. Loser Huss's Holy Emblem, blue grade. Luck, 37-100, Devotion, 789-1000, Skills, Melee Proficiency 2, Defense Proficiency 2, Reckless Charge 1, Radiant Spell. Traits, Commanding Presence, Morale Range 4. Holy Hammer, chance to double devotion points. Through 3 battles, Lyron has accrued 562 experience points, leaving him with just over half the points needed to reach level 6. As his territory continues to develop, he recognizes numerous shortcomings. While his hard power relies on the system, his soft power must be cultivated through personal effort. Taking a deep breath, the knight shifts to the campaign map panel. The battlefield is shrouded in a fog of war, with a bright holy hammer banner symbolizing Lyron's position. South of the banner, the insignia of Oak Village is clearly visible. To the west and north, several flags approach the blood-red wolf's head, encircling Lyron's holy hammer banner. The most prominent of these flags belongs to the army of Grail, which nearly parallels that of Oak Village. Despite Count Draven's inability to send reinforcements, Grail, as the captain of the White Wolf Knights, possesses authority to mobilize the Uric Church's troops from Blaytown, alongside his personal retinue. Lyron clicks for details. 13 White Wolf Knights, 36 Uric monks, 35 sword and shield, 27 archers. The diverse troop composition includes both church warriors and imperial soldiers. Lyron deduces that the 36 Uric monks represent the maximum strength the church can muster from Blaytown. Grail commands over 100 men, but only 13 are White Wolf Knights, the most formidable among them. Lyron explores other factions, noting varying troop numbers, with each contingent led by at least one knight. The largest force, led by Sir Duran, consists of 87 militiamen, 21 archers, and 4 ranger knights, while the smallest comprises little more than 20 individuals. They are 2 to 3 days' march from the rendezvous point, while the majority of the forces within Baron Yorn's territory have already arrived at their designated locations, setting up camp and awaiting further reinforcements. From the situation on the map, Lyron observes that the Imperial side has summoned over 500 troops, whereas the numbers of the Norska Blood Wolf tribe warriors fall short of even half that count. 500 against 200 creates a clear advantage for him. The Empire holds a significant numerical superiority. However, Lyron is acutely aware of the ferocity of the Norska warriors, strong and towering, often exceeding 6 feet in height, with a notorious bloodlust and extensive battlefield experience. Years prior, in a wild battle near Bloodmoon Forest in the Nord Territory, 800 Norska invaders decimated an Imperial army exceeding their numbers by more than fourfold, claiming over 300 heads as trophies and conducting a massive blood sacrifice, even summoning a terrifying bloodthirsty demon. It was only with the help of the Nord, Midden territories, and a mysterious group of forest dwellers that the Imperial forces managed to drive back the demon and eradicate the Norska army. This forthcoming battle, if mishandled, could easily replicate the bloodshed of the Blood Moon Forest conflict, leaving Lyron uncertain of his chances of victory. Chapter 37. The reindeer camp. On the afternoon of the second day, Lyron's army, after a 3-day march, finally arrived at the reindeer camp situated in the territory of Baron Yorn. All soldiers arrived punctually, with none lagging behind. Upon reaching the camp, they were greeted by a vast encampment composed of numerous tents, wooden walls, barricades, watchtowers, and trenches. It was midday, and in accordance with the Empire's custom of 2 meals a day, the camp was filled with the fragrant smoke of cooking, while several campfires blazed brightly at the periphery. The reindeer camp was constructed on the plains near a river within Baron Yorn's territory. Directly to the north lay the village of Seen, a stronghold for the Northka Bloodwolf tribe. Seen, perched between 2 hills, was easily defensible and difficult to assault, surrounded by lush forests leading to the expansive Drakavald forest. Dressed in knightly plate armor, Lyron rode at the forefront of his company, accompanied by a standard-bearer proudly displaying the flag of Oak Village. As they drew closer, they noticed a disheartened group outside the camp, covered in blood and mud. Leading this weary band was a ranger knight, seated atop his steed with his helmet in hand, his head bowed in silence. The guards at the camp's entrance frowned and shouted for them to be allowed in, treating them as if they were a swarm of filthy insects. Countless eyes, both within and outside the camp, were fixed upon the ranger knight, their gazes laden with complexity, some filled with surprise, others with amusement. The ranger knight, eyes closed, silently bore their scrutiny, still too ashamed to raise his gaze. Little did they expect that Milton Sane, the stag knight of the Sane family, could not hold the front line any longer. Indeed, if memory serves, this was already the 3rd reinforcement sent to the forward post. The previous 3 knights had met with such disastrous fates. Who would dare to become the 4th reckless fool? The Sane family had previously clashed with Sir Duran before the battle. With this failure, one could only wonder how Baron Yorn would deal with Milton Sane. It would be wise for us to observe the situation from the sidelines and refrain from getting involved. I concur. As they watched the defeated troops return to camp, a few ranger knights gathered outside, whispering among themselves, their voices hushed yet still audible to Lurin. The atmosphere was decidedly grim. Patrols of soldiers moved restlessly within and outside the camp. As Lurin approached the entrance, several guards stepped forward to take the reins of his steed and proceeded to inform the camp. Soon, a quartermaster hastened towards him from within the camp. His demeanor respectful. "Are you a kingdom knight from the Draven territory?" "Indeed," Lurin replied. "Ah, esteemed kingdom knight, your quarters have been arranged. Please follow me." The quartermaster guided the Oak Village troops to a clearing near a water source. The sunlight was favorable here, surrounded by tents, yet there remained ample space. Evidently, the astute quartermaster aimed to curry favor with the kingdom knight from Draven. In the outer stables, a few pack horses and mules were present, as knight steeds, of course, were not to be housed with their inferior counterparts. Lurin's warhorse was currently stabled within the inner camp, cared for by dedicated grooms. Speaking of stables, one must mention the kingdom of Britannia across the Grey Mountains. A certain Count of Bastogne, unable to tolerate the filth of serfs, confined his warhorses within his castle, even dedicating an entire floor for their exclusive use, an extravagant stable indeed. Groups of infantry gathered in a training ground, the cacophony reminiscent of a slum, while occasionally, a few ornately armored ranger knights strutted through the infantry camp, basking in the awe and reverence of the onlookers. The reindeer camp prohibited horseback riding to prevent impulsive knights from trampling or injuring infantrymen, yet such regulation could not quell their inherent arrogance, leaving Baron Yorn with no choice but to adopt this desperate measure. Upon Lurin's arrival at his quarters, he received an invitation from Baron Yorn to join him in the main tent. The kingdom knights summoned his subordinates, issuing a few directives. Albert, Gavin, Sis. Ensure that the tents are erected before nightfall. Also, keep a vigilant eye on the supplies in the transport wagons. If necessary, move everything inside the camp. Our allies may not be trustworthy. Yes, the three replied, promptly attending to the camp's affairs. Lurin harbored a deep disdain for theft. If soldiers could not control their hands, it reflected poorly on their leaders' capabilities. Thus, the Kingdom Knight had established a series of military regulations aimed at eradicating this vice fundamentally. While the soldiers of Oak Village could refrain from stealing, one could not guarantee the same from the troops of other factions, especially when provisions were paramount in warfare. No caution would be excessive. Inside the central large tent, several fully armed knights occupied 2 rows of seats, with a broad wooden table at the center, upon which a sheepskin map was unfurled. Beside the table stood a young knight with neck-length hair, wielding a command baton, gesticulating passionately, his words growing increasingly fervent. The surrounding knights clearly expressed dissatisfaction with his battle plan, yet none dared voice their grievances, for the dynamics within the tent were delicate. As Lurin approached the large tent, he overheard discussions regarding battle strategies. He paused momentarily, signaling to a nearby soldier that there was no need for an announcement, and quietly lifted the tent flap to enter. He had come to participate in the council, and there was no need to draw attention to himself. It was prudent to remain understated in the presence of more influential noble lords. While the knights were gathered around the central table, Lurin found a discreet spot to sit. However, he was soon spotted by the indolent White Wolf Knight, Krill Anlo. "Ah, gentlemen, the formidable knight I mentioned has arrived." At once, the knights turned their gazes toward the direction Krill indicated. With a broad smile, Krill approached Lurin, linking arms with him and leading him to a position beside himself. "Allow me to introduce the Holy Hammer Lurin, the newly appointed Kingdom Knight of Count Draven." Unable to contain his delight, Krill exuberantly proclaimed. Lord Lurin once single-handedly vanquished a bloodthirsty bull along with over a dozen sanguine specters. Such prowess eclipses that of anyone present. Lurin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that Krill's introduction seemed more like a declaration of rivalry than praise. "Baron Yorn," he said, "allow me to correct a minor embellishment made by Lord Krill. I was aided by dozens of holy paladins in banishing the demon. In terms of strength, I am far inferior to Lord Krill. How fortunate that our Lord has dispatched such a powerful knight. Your presence, Lord Lurin, surely tips the scales of victory in our favor." Baron Yorn, clad in noble garb, his hair and beard flecked with gray, yet his keen eyes sparkled with vitality, extended his right hand to Lurin with a warm smile. "It is an honor to fight alongside you," Lurin responded, feeling the firm yet measured grip of the Baron. As Baron Yorn shook Lurin's hand, other knights quickly gathered around, and soon Lurin found himself surrounded by a throng. The young knight holding the command baton regarded Lurin with a sullen expression, his gaze dark as he perceived that Lurin had stolen the spotlight, particularly with Krill's effusive praise making him feel increasingly uncomfortable. Sensing the undercurrent of hostility, Lurin discreetly glanced at the young knight and turned to Baron Yorn. "My lord, may I inquire who this knight is?" "He is my second son, Sir Yuga Yorn, who was knighted just last year," Baron Yorn replied with a smile. "Yuga, have you forgotten the etiquette befitting a nobleman?" "Greetings, Lord Lurin." Yuga managed to force a smile, extending his hand to shake with the kingdom knight, applying a slight pressure. "Greetings, Sir Yuga," Lurin replied, maintaining a cordial demeanor. His Excellency the Baron, being the second son of a baron and enjoying the support of the baron himself, is destined for a resounding victory in the impending battle against the forces of Norska. The Knight of the Draven County appears less of an eyesore now. Yuga Yorn, dissatisfied with the interruption of his speech by the White Wolf Knight, originally intended to suppress the arrogance of Laren, making it clear that this battle was led by Creel, not Baron Yorn. However, since Laren is being so agreeable, he shall adopt a more magnanimous stance. "I have long admired your esteemed name, and I have eagerly anticipated fighting alongside you, Sir Laren. As Knights of Midden, let us vanquish our foes in the name of our Lord. And I hope for your cooperation in this endeavor." After introductions, Baron Yorn first inquired whether the forces from Oak Village were lacking in supplies. Laren candidly expressed the dire scarcity of provisions, stating that the relentless assaults of Beastmen along the way had left his troops weary and famished. At this moment, Yuga Yorn stepped forward, offering to provide food assistance at fair prices, garnering widespread praise and subtly enhancing his own prestige. As night descended, the pre-battle meeting within the grand tent finally concluded. The knights engaged in discussions that revolved not around strategies for combating the Norscans, but rather the logistics concerning supplies, weaponry, and reinforcements. Some asserted that since the battlefield lay within Baron Yorn's domain, all logistical responsibilities should rest upon him. Others lamented the approaching deep autumn, indicating a shortage of winter garments and the loss of pack animals, urging for support from all sides. This farcical pre-battle assembly, rife with absurdity, left Laren and Creel conversing about matters concerning their respective territories, while observing the escalating disputes among the others, who seemed on the verge of physical confrontation. It became evident to Laren why Creel found the proceedings so tedious. The reindeer encampment was divided into two sections, one for the forces of Draven County and the other for those of Baron Yorn, with Creel's quarters conveniently situated near Laren's. "Is Yuga Yorn harboring some discontent towards me?" The pampered noble heir, displaying such behavior. Creel remarked nonchalantly, "Sir Yuga is publicly recognized as the second son of Baron Yorn, and in truth, he is destined to inherit the barony, indulged by the old Baron's affection, which has shaped his temperament since childhood. I have encountered Yuga Yorn many times, and the sight of his face makes me wish to imprint my fist upon it. Are you not a noble yourself, Sir Creel?" Laren replied with a smile, finding the situation amusing, and inquired further, how could Yuga Yorn, as a second son, inherit the barony? Is it possible that his elder brother met an untimely demise? If his brother did indeed perish young, he might still be deemed a worthy noble. Creel sighed. Regrettably, all of Yuga's elder brothers betrayed him. Betrayed? Laren found himself perplexed by the White Wolf Knight's implication. Had they turned against the Empire, or was there another context? Many years prior, before Yuga's birth, his brothers had all turned to the worship of chaotic deities, fleeing across the Claw Sea into the northern wastelands of chaos. Consequently, Baron Yorn faced scrutiny from witch hunters and the Sigmar Church, narrowly escaping being burned at the stake. "Very well, I understand," Laren said with a bittersweet smile, harboring a sense of foreboding. To be targeted by such an arrogant individual is hardly a favorable circumstance. Upon returning to the encampment, numerous soldiers greeted the two knights with bows and salutations, while many errant knights sought to align themselves with Creel, hoping to be favored and selected for the White Wolf Knights. Even under the cloak of night, with visibility diminished, these errant knights were undeterred from brawling. They were the most impulsive of knights, armed solely with fervor, their knightly armor and lances lacking all else. The captain of the White Wolf Knights held the authority to select candidates for the prospective White Wolf Knights, provided they passed a series of rigorous assessments, including the most challenging of tests for composure. Were it not for Laren's status as a chosen of Sigmar, Creel would have long sought to forcibly recruit him into the White Wolf Order, fighting in the name of Ulrich. The two knights merely nodded in acknowledgement, continuing on without pausing to observe the raucous skirmishes among the errant knights. A patrol of soldiers, upon spotting their lord, instinctively stood tall and saluted. Tonight, they could afford to relax their vigilance and rest well. Laren reassured the patrolling soldiers before entering the quarters. Gavin hurriedly emerged from a tent, exclaiming, "My lord, look at this." He held a handful of inferior wheat, mixed with dirt and stones. A group of soldiers had arrived, claiming to deliver food assistance. Having taken 60 silver coins from Albert, the royal knight immediately thought of a certain baron's son and cursed under his breath. That scoundrel. Chapter 38. The main force and the auxiliary force at dawn the next day, the reindeer camp set forth, marching 20 miles toward the northern Black Forest. Along the way, the Northskin army launched multiple attacks, yet the imperial troops, with over 30 ranger knights led by Creel and Rosian and his White Wolf knights, charged forth like a rainbow, decisively repelling the Northskin assailants and coming perilously close to the Black Crow Bridge, just 5 miles south of Scene Village. Many ranger knights, emboldened by their success, deemed the enemy feeble and sought to cross the Black Crow Bridge to eliminate the warlord Gulik Kalzog of the Blood Wolf tribe. It was only upon the direct order of Baron Yorn that Creel and his men were compelled to retreat, leaving the knights begrudgingly disheartened. Lylan, as a knight of the kingdom, also participated, sharing a tent with 4 ranger knights and over 10 light cavalry. They managed to drive back a wave of attackers, but their spoils were meager. As afternoon approached, the bustling army regrouped, with numerous flags erected prominently on a high slope within the camp. The knights, beaming with pride, exchanged tales of their exploits, and beneath their steed saddles hung several severed Northskin heads, their expressions pale and devoid of life. Outside the camp, the captain of the White Wolf Knights rode his warhorse, adorned with a wolf head sculpture atop his iron helmet and clad in a full suit of finely wrought steel armor, stained with blood, clearly indicating a fierce battle had ensued. The howls of his fellow White Wolf Knights echoed behind him, their spirits high from the exhilarating pursuit of the day. "Lylan," Creel called, lifting his helmet and waving at the Kingdom Knight. "Praise be to our Lord. The audacity of the Northskans to strike at us suggests that our prolonged siege has taken its toll. They cannot hold out much longer." "I am relieved to see you unharmed, my Lord Creel," Lylan replied sincerely. "It is puzzling that the Northskans would dare to harass us, knowing our forces vastly outnumber theirs." "Is it puzzling? I see no issue." Creel laughed heartily, brandishing a long string of severed heads before Lylan. "In my view, they are simply eager to meet their demise. They pose no threat at all." "Huh. Let us hope that is indeed the case," Lylan mused, his gaze drifting northward, a nagging intuition whispering that the Northskans' actions were unsettlingly peculiar. The troops made steady progress, camping near a small stream along a tributary of the York River. The soldiers swiftly boiled water and prepared meals as twilight settled in. The supply wagons, lagging behind, finally arrived at the main camp, and patrols were dispatched. With the hastily constructed wooden watchtowers manned by militia who no longer observed their surroundings with caution, their demeanor relaxed. In essence, both knights and militia alike had lowered their guard. To the knights of the Empire, praise be to our Lord for granting us victory time and again. Let us raise our cups. Baron Yorn, still clad in his battle attire, lifted his goblet within the main tent. Praise be to our Lord. The other knights raised their goblets in unison, drinking deeply. Today's victory is thanks to the valor of each knight, Baron Yorn proclaimed. "I toast to you all, to Baron Yorn." The crowd cheered once more, the atmosphere lively. "Now, let my son, Yuga Yorn, step forward to outline tomorrow's battle plan." Baron Yorn resolved to use this military campaign to pave the way for his younger son, who had shown promise and seized the opportunity. The day's strategic deployments were indeed Yuga's arrangements, and he would be duly recognized for his contributions. Applause erupted within the tent as the other knights, recognizing Yuga's status as the Baron's son and his commendable tactics, were eager to show their respect to Baron Yorn. Lylan stood beside Creel, joining in the applause to foster goodwill. The young knight, his long hair tousled, approached the front of the assembly, bowing slightly to express humility amidst the enthusiastic applause. "Esteemed knights, since the Northskans have wreaked havoc upon the Baron's northern domain, we have never achieved such a resounding victory. I am honored to witness this splendid and forceful counterattack alongside you," Sir Yuga declared passionately. "This battle has exposed the Northskan's significant disadvantage. They are reckless and disorganized. Under our valiant steeds, the Northskans can only flee in terror. I believe the opportunity to utterly annihilate the Northskan forces has finally arrived." Baron Yorn, reclining in his seat with a broad smile, appeared highly satisfied with his son's speech. Sir Yuga clapped his hands, and two attendants promptly unfurled a sheepskin map upon the round table, placing several flag-sized tokens upon it to symbolize the various factions. The attendants arranged wooden castle models on the map, representing the reindeer camp, Black Crow Bridge, Scene Village, and the capital of Baron Yorn's domain, Lonesome Woods. The knights encircled the table, expressing their admiration, yet to Lilan, it was a mere oversimplified representation, lacking substantial tactical value. Nonetheless, the fact that Yuga had thought to create a map indicated a commendable level of strategic thinking. Please observe, I have scaled several key locations to provide a clearer perspective on our formidable advantage. The young knight began to expound upon his plan. Under his guidance, the forces from the Earl of Draven and Baron Yorn were divided into the main force and the auxiliary force. The main force would be led by Baron Yorn, consisting of his troops, all ranger knights, and attendants, tasked with breaching the Northskin defenses directly via the Black Crow Bridge. Upon the revelation of the plan, the tent erupted in uproar, with several knights from the Earl of Draven expressing their bewilderment. Creel and Rosian, representing the Earl, displayed a noticeably cold demeanor. Frowning, he questioned, Sir Yuga's military arrangements appear rather illogical, particularly the division between the main and auxiliary forces. Do you not find this somewhat lacking in consideration? My Lord Creel, I have meticulously pondered the concerns you raise, the young knight responded, nodding slightly toward Creel as he spoke. The Earl of Draven's forces number only 247, comprising 1/3 of our total strength. Their designation as the auxiliary force is not a reflection of any disdain, but rather an effort to minimize potential casualties among your troops. I fully comprehend your sentiments, as the Draven forces have ventured here to protect the citizens of Baron Yorn's domain, the young knight continued with a knowing smile. Rest assured, I, Yuga, pledge in the name of Baron Yorn to provide appropriate spoils of war post-battle, as a mark of respect. Humph, Creel scoffed, about to voice further objections when a deliberate cough from beside him caught his attention. Turning to see Lilan offering a knowing glance, Creel's expression hardened, and he fell silent. The young knight, misinterpreting Creel's silence as capitulation, smiled broadly and pressed on, My Lord Creel, do you have any further questions? I do have a query, Sir Yuga. Lilan interjected from the side. The young knight shot him a sideways glance, harboring irritation toward the untimely interruption, and replied with a forced smile, Please speak, my lord. The Northskin forces are at a significant disadvantage. We should seize the opportunity and engage in battle tomorrow. Tomorrow? Lilan raised an eyebrow in astonishment, the commotion echoing throughout the tent. Tomorrow? Is Sir Yuga not being a bit hasty? My logistical supplies are still en route. To march tomorrow would leave our soldiers fighting on empty stomachs. Indeed, after days of relentless marching, our men and horses are exhausted. They lack the strength to fight. Baron Yorn, seated at the helm, appeared taken aback by Yuga's proposal, while the other knights erupted into heated debate. Yes, tomorrow it shall be. Seated in the position of the deputy, Clear scoffed, Tomorrow, there will scarcely be enough time to prepare the armaments. The young knight paid him no heed. Surveying the expressions of his fellow knights, some were astonished, while others bore a somber demeanor. He raised his voice, proclaiming, You may be surprised, but the people of Norsca will be even more astonished. The enemy's numbers are vastly outnumbered by our coalition. Do you not yet perceive the facade of strength that the Norsca display? As his words echoed, the debates within the tent gradually diminished. Many knights displaying uncertainty regarding such an audacious course of action. Do these knights truly wish to prolong the war until the spring sowing? Sir Yog let out a cold chuckle, taunting, setting aside the immense costs of a prolonged siege. Let us not forget the looming threat of the Beastmen in the forest. They care not for your concerns of spring sowing or logistical issues. The murmurs of dissent within the tent quieted further, as it was evident that the majority of knights concurred with Yog's perspective. The longer the war persisted, the more detrimental it would be for them, with daily provisions consuming their resources. Yog cast a glance at Lilan, his eyes brimming with derision. Now, let us raise our hands to vote. Those knights who agree to march forth tomorrow, please raise your hands. No sooner had he spoken than several ranger knights from Baron Yorn's domain raised their hands in unison. They were eager to gain the Baron's favor and seize the opportunity to showcase their valor. A few knights from the baronial realms exchanged glances, and after a moment of hesitation, they too raised their hands. In stark contrast, the faction of Count Draven remained unmoved. Clear maintained his stoic demeanor, and the Count's knights showed no inclination to support. Yogg raised his chin and joined in the vote, his face alight with a smile, declaring, "Two-thirds of the knights support the battle tomorrow. Lord Clear, you are overly apprehensive." Sir Durand, beside the young knight, chuckled in agreement. The main force and the auxiliary forces are truly different. They say the White Wolf Knights are valiant and fearless, but I dare say they're even outshone by the Ranger Knights. Chapter 39. The enhancement of piety. All eyes were riveted on the audacious individual, and for a moment, silence enveloped the chamber, broken only by the faintest sound. Sir Creel, the White Wolf Knight, wore an expression as frigid and unyielding as stone. He strode forward with purpose, delivering a swift, punishing blow that sent Sir Durand sprawling to the ground. Creel Anlo, a warrior of elite caliber, unleashed his fury with a strike potent enough to fracture Durand's jaw, leaving the latter's cheek visibly swollen and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How outrageous! Baron Yorn was the first to react, pointing an accusatory finger at Sir Durand. "Durand Catton, how dare you defame the noble White Wolf Knight? Do you wish to forfeit your title? Get out of my tent." Sir Durand scrambled to his feet, intent on confronting Creel. He shouted defiantly, "My Baron." Baron Yorn's voice brooked no dissent. "I shall repeat myself. Leave this place." The Baron's command was absolute, and as a noble of Yorn's domain, Sir Durand dared not disobey. "Very well." A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he turned on his heel, parting the tent flaps, and exited in disgrace. "Baron Yorn, it seems your subordinate lacks respect for my lord's knights." Creel's wolf-like gaze bore into the Baron at the head of the table. Yugg Yorn intervened diplomatically. "Sir Durand is my vassal. I apologize for his hubris on his behalf, Lord Creel. I must advise you, however, that the Norscan army lies just a few miles away. It would be unwise to stir discord at this juncture. I hope you can forgive Durand Catton. We must unite against our common foe." With the Earl's delegation departed, the Draven Knights had little reason to linger and soon took their leave. This brief altercation had rendered the relationship between the two parties even more delicate, and the military council ended on an unhappy note. Unbeknownst to all, an unwelcome eavesdropper had attended the entire meeting. A few black crows perched atop the tent flaps now flapped their wings and soared towards the northern forest. "What authority do we possess? That scoundrel Durand Catton dared to insult the White Wolf Knight. Were it not for the war, he would already be languishing in the dungeons of the Uric Temple." As the two entered the tent, Creel seethed with unspent rage, lamenting to himself, "What is Baron Yorn's stance towards us? He cannot even show respect to his allies. His arrogant son, Yugg Yorn, is even more infuriating. What difference does it make between main and auxiliary forces? Before our arrival, they were scrambling for help, sending 3 letters a day. Now that we are here, we are deemed a burden. Creel, I ask you, how many villages and towns have the Norscans plundered along their path? The spoils amassed in their strongholds amount to a staggering fortune. Are you suggesting they intend to claim the spoils for themselves?" Laren nodded, having discerned Baron Yorn's intentions from the very beginning of the meeting. Realizing the Norscans' disadvantage, Yugg Yorn would naturally seek to distance the Draven forces from the battlefield. It seemed that Sir Durand's ill-timed arrogance was orchestrated by Baron Yorn himself. "Your vassal's indiscretion provoked violence, thereby damaging our mutual relations. Thus, the blame lies heavier on the aggressor." In the eyes of the gathered assembly, the authority now resided with Yorn, or more precisely, with Yugg Yorn. This was evident from Yugg's arrangements concerning the auxiliary forces. The number of Beastmen war bands along the route was considerable, and the terrain was treacherous, complicating logistical support, let alone combat. While our forces may be few, we have over 20 knights, yet the forest is no domain for cavalry. To charge across uneven ground and through dense underbrush is a fool's errand. Creel clenched his teeth, muttering in frustration, "Then will they seize all the glory for themselves? Absolutely not. I refuse to acquiesce." In truth, Sir Yugg's arrangements did offer us some advantages. As Laren pondered, the strategic formation was solidified, rendering the battle less daunting. "Oh, what advantages?" Creel inquired, curiosity piqued. Surely, the prospect of losing the lion's share of glory to others was not a palatable thought. It reduces our losses, should Baron's main force be defeated. The auxiliary can swiftly provide support from the flank. Laren articulated his thoughts candidly. After all, we were at war with the Norscans. Although Yugg Yorn was excessively confident, his strategic arrangements were not without merit. Gradually, Creel calmed down, choosing to place his unreserved trust in Laren's words. "I surmise this battle may not be as straightforward as anticipated. As things stand, Lone Wolf Kalshog has yet to appear," Laren remarked slowly. The rumored Beastmen warbands seem to have vanished into thin air these past few days. What led you to that conclusion? Creel instinctively inquired. Perhaps it is merely a figment of my imagination. I lack certainty. Laren shook his head, raising his gaze toward the Draven encampment. A few ranger knights were engaged in a raucous melee with the White Wolf Knights. Bored in the camp, devoid of drink or horse riding, and constrained by prohibitions. They erupted in laughter, noise, and strange sounds, all merging into a cacophony. Had these been the Imperial provincial troops, such chaos would have been unthinkable. These fellows are truly full of energy, a kingdom knight remarked wistfully. Sometimes, knowledge breeds suffering, unlike these carefree ranger knights, who only need to concern themselves with the day at hand. The late autumn breeze was crisp, and those with sense would refrain from venturing outside their tents at night. The tranquil forest exuded an air of enigma, and in the wilderness, only a few flickering torches from the reindeer patrol teams illuminated the darkness, a realm governed by disorder, where even the outlines of nearby villages remained unseen. Around the campfires and the shrine, soldiers congregated. Many were devout worshippers of Uric or Sigmar, and upon learning of the impending battle, they fervently prayed to their deities for blessings, pleading for their survival. As he hesitated in contemplation, a new prompt suddenly appeared in the system. Detected that the host's piety value has reached 800 points. Unlocked. Piety enhancement. Consumes host's piety value to bolster the army. Laren was momentarily taken aback, glancing around at the empty surroundings that echoed with silence. He then opened the system, surprised by the new notification. Beneath, piety enhancement. 4 options were presented. Army enhancement. All weapons within range gain fire damage. Leadership 4. Army skill. Berserk combat. Duration. 5 minutes. Cost. 200 piety points. Territorial enhancement. 10 increase in all output. 20 development. 3 order. Duration. 1 month. Cost. 200 piety points. Strategic enhancement. 25 increase in strategic vision range. 25 ambush probability. -10 ambush probability. Duration. 1 week. Cost. 200 piety points. Personal enhancement. Chosen of Sigmar. 25 attack. 14 defense. Energetic. 20 physical resistance. 30 magical resistance. Attack adds divine power exorcism. Duration. 120 seconds. Cost. For 100 piety points. The Kingdom Knight was taken aback. These enhancements were astonishingly powerful. He had initially thought that piety points were solely for unlocking the Lord panel, never realizing that accumulating a certain amount could transmute piety into a manifestation of strength. He never believed himself to be a chosen of Sigmar, as all abilities were granted by the system. Now, the system bluntly declared him to be the chosen of Sigmar, causing a tumult of emotions within Laren. With this, should he still worry about the Norscan army? The moonlight bathed the reindeer camp, equally illuminating the heads of the Norscans. In the village of Seen, located within the barony of Baron Yorn, a crimson inferno has emerged, a grotesque scene of carnage. Countless seized weapons, armor, and banners surround the 3-tiered altar at the heart of this stronghold, all adorned with the severed heads of the slain. Transformed into a macabre display known as the Blood Eagle, a sanguinary ritual unfolds as a towering Norscan champion warrior, clad in layers of heavy armor, stands atop the highest level of the altar. One by one, the bound subjects of the Empire, amidst their anguished cries, are violently dragged by bare-chested Norscan berserkers to the altar, where their abdomens are ripped open and their heads severed. The terror etched upon their faces captures the final moments of their lives. The Norscan champion reverently cradles their heads, placing them atop the central skull mound of the altar. A thick mist of blood envelopes this formidable Norscan warrior, within which the tormented souls seem to writhe in agony. Kalgrog, the chieftain of the Blood Wolf tribe, extends his arms skyward, finding the terrified screams of the Southerners to be the most exquisite of hymns. The bloodied battle axe, a companion through years of warfare, lies before him, ready to claim the head of the 88th victim, garnering the favor of the blood god. 84, 85, 86. As the count draws near, the sound of brass scraping fills Kalgrog's ears, while the scent of sulfur wafts through the air surrounding the altar. Over 100 warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe kneel reverently, using brass daggers to cut their arms, allowing their blood to flow along the ritualistic patterns etched into the ground. 87. At last, Kalgrog raises the bloodied battle axe high, preparing to strike down the final sacrifice, a captured White Wolf knight bound to the execution rack. His head, a delectable offering to the blood god, awaits its fate. You are fortunate, Southern Knight, a deep, thunderous voice proclaims. To be the most significant sacrifice in this ceremony is your utmost glory. Curse you, Northman. The White Wolf Knight, though weakened, summons the last vestiges of his strength to spit defiantly. The punishment of my lord, Ulrich, is imminent. Faithful scum of the foul deity, your end awaits upon the pyre. I, Bennick Marty, shall forever lament not having eradicated the followers of the dark god. The Norscan champion, with a hint of respect, responds. You are a valiant warrior, Bennick Marty. I shall coat your head in silver foil and display it upon my armor for eternity. The halls of my lord await me. These are the last words of Bennick Marty. The cold glint of the battle axe flashes as the head of the White Wolf Knight droops lifelessly. Kalgrog cradles the severed head, stepping deliberately towards the skull mound, placing it in the highest vacant spot. In the air, the anguished wails of countless souls seem to echo. 88. The gates of hell swing open, and hounds of the blood god leap forth from the abyss. Vicious beasts that swiftly overpower several Norscan warriors, savagely tearing into their flesh. Blood luminescence envelopes Kalgrog as screams meld with roars, culminating in a fervent chant, blood sacrifice to the blood god. Chapter 40. Night Raid Battle. Part 1. From several miles away, the reindeer camp was permeated by a pungent odor of blood mingled with sulfur, wafting in from the north. Within the tents, several priests clad in black robes murmured their prayers, invoking the fire of the wolf god through the camp's numerous bonfires. Ethereal white flames flickered into existence, creating a thin veil that kept the miasma of blood at bay. The ominous red glow rising from the direction of the northern village of Scene unsettled the conscripted militia within the camp, prompting instinctual urges to hide. As if an unspeakable terror had descended upon the mortal realm, the northerners were commencing their sacrificial rites. Creel emerged from the tent, his wolf-like eyes fixed intently on the distant phenomenon. Meanwhile, Laren stood by the banks of the York River, acutely aware of a profound heartbeat resonating powerfully, echoing through the camp as chaos began to unfold. Various factions hastily assembled their forces. Soldiers donned their armor with urgency, while several laborers fitted horses in the inner stables with horseshoes. Countless torches sprang to life like stars, flowing like a tide. Inside Baron Yorn's grand tent, knights gathered, fully equipped and poised to confront the impending threat. The chilling sound of swan flutes resonated from the outer watchtower, sending ripples of anxiety through the ranks. Laren had just donned his knightly plate armor and gripped his ram warhammer tightly. The flute's notes signaled an impending assault. Within the reindeer camp's main tent, the knights remained somewhat dazed by the sudden assembly. Many were still bleary-eyed, struggling to fasten their armor correctly. On the left side of the first seat, Yagyorn, though fully armed, bore the weight of exhaustion in his eyes. He had been roused from slumber by his devoted attendant, still feeling the haze of sleep clouding his mind. Something's amiss. My lord, something's wrong. A hasty soldier burst into the tent, drawing everyone's attention. Speak. What is it? Baron Yorn, though advanced in years and still grappling with the sudden awakening, managed to muster his focus. The forward watchtower reports a large wave of unidentified forces advancing toward us. An enemy assault? Baron Yorn's face paled, and he quickly inquired, how far are they from the camp? Less than 5 miles. What? Panic seized the knights. Some of the ranger knights visibly gulped, while the kingdom knights in the middle maintained a modicum of composure, promptly offering, my lord, we must fortify our defenses immediately. Indeed, there is still time to prepare. Baron Yorn, though anxious, had only faced bandits and small bands of beastmen in his lifetime. Confronting a large-scale nocturnal assault with unknown enemy numbers tested his resolve. He scanned the tent, urgently asking, where's Lord Creel? Where's Creel? Why haven't I seen the Draven forces? Among the coalition, the most formidable knight was undoubtedly Creel Anros, captain of the elite White Wolf Knights. His absence heightened Baron Yorn's unease. My lord, the Draven Knights are stationed on the other side of the camp. They won't be able to reach us in time. Please, give the orders, my lord. If we delay any longer, the enemy will breach our defenses. The knights under Baron Yorn urged urgently. Outside the grand tent, anguished cries pierced the night, signaling that the outer sentinels had already engaged the enemy. Then, relay the order to fortify? Yes. Within Baron Yorn's encampment, a scene of chaos unfolded, with over 400 soldiers struggling to organize amidst the tumult, the cacophony rendering the officers' commands inaudible. Meanwhile, At the Draven encampment, unlike Baron Yorn's indecision, Grail, with Laren's assistance, swiftly gathered all Draven forces. Over 20 knights convened in Grail's tent. The infantry from Patton village is in position. The archers are ready to fire. We stand ready for battle. Lord Grail, the roadblocks you requested have mostly been set up. The remaining supplies are being hastily transported. The troops from Aiden village are also in place. Spears and polearms have been distributed, and the line is tightly formed. Knight after knight rushed in and out, reporting real-time updates to Grail and Laren. Grail, our forces are limited, and we cannot ascertain enemy numbers. I suggest we swiftly erect makeshift roadblocks at these positions to organize a secondary defense line. Laren traced his finger over a rough sketch on the table, having quickly outlined the general situation of the reindeer camp using the system's simulation sand table. Did you hear that? Follow his orders immediately. A white wolf knight bellowed to the messenger within the tent. Oh, yes. The messenger, momentarily stunned, dashed out of the tent. A multitude of scouts fanned out from the Draven encampment to maintain vigilance. Shield walls formed, with approximately 180 infantry blocking several critical approaches to the south, brandishing long spears and cleavers, cautiously watching the movements from the north. On the low wooden palisade, crossbowmen and archers stood tense, peering anxiously into the pitch-black wilderness. 60 more were busily constructing a secondary defense line behind the front. Time was of the essence. The ranger knights had no time to mount their steeds. Hastily supporting the front line in foot combat, wielding finely crafted swords and shields or polearms, clad in chain mail and crested helmets, with only a few donning complete plate armor. At the rear of the line, the White Wolf Knights, led by Grail, stood resolute, armed solely with war hammers, their steel plate armor reflecting the gentle moonlight, poised to charge into the enemy ranks, embodying ferocity and strength. Under the night sky, the bright moon Monaspri and the dark moon Morspri hung high, casting their luminous glow upon the enemies in the wilderness. A massive horde of beastmen surged toward the southern reindeer camp, featuring creatures with grotesque horns, colossal doomsday bulls, and chaotic war hounds, intermingled with numerous Norse berserkers. They are coming. No, don't eat me. No. Mother, help. A chilling and desperate wail echoed through the night, as Laren coldly observed the chaos outside the camp. A wooden watchtower crumbled under the onslaught of the doomsday bulls, and several unfortunate soldiers were engulfed by the tide of beasts, torn limb from limb, their innards devoured in a frenzy of despair. The morale of the forces within Baron Yorn's encampment plummeted. Fear began to take root in many hearts, and at the rear of the disordered line, some soldiers found themselves involuntarily retreating. Those who retreat shall die, Sir Duran proclaimed, cleaving down a retreating conscript with his sword, his voice laced with authority. The soldiers were stunned into silence. None dared to retreat another step, at least until morale completely shattered. The fallen conscript clutched his neck, blood spurting through his fingers, convulsing as his warmth slowly seeped away. At the Draven encampment, soldiers too felt the stirrings of retreat. Yet, whenever Laren appeared prominently at the forefront, their courage would rekindle. Trait: commanding presence for leadership. This was one of Laren's traits, effectively stabilizing the soldiers' spirits on the battlefield. Warriors, steady the line. The Beastmen draw ever closer. Laren, positioned at the Draven forces' encampment, stood resolute, with Albert and a squad of crossbowmen prepared not far behind. Before him, Gavin and Sis merged seamlessly with two ranks of spearmen, forming a solid shield wall, braced for the impending clash. Finally, the swiftest of razorback beasts and chaotic war hounds were about to breach the archers' range. Archers, prepare to fire. The sergeant stationed on the wooden palisade commanded, as archers and crossbowmen readied their weapons. Fire! A flurry of arrows soared through the air, creating a deluge of projectiles above the heads of the beastmen. Dozens of frail chaos warhounds were felled to the ground, their lack of protection rendering them exceedingly vulnerable to ranged weaponry. Yet, the horde seemed to number nearly 1,000, and despite the onslaught, the losses among the chaos warhounds and razor beasts amounted to less than 40%. Within mere seconds, they closed in on the first line of defense. Fire! Came the command, and another barrage of arrows was unleashed. This time, however, the impact was not as devastating as before. Only 30% of the forward beast rank succumbed. Nevertheless, the Beastmen's army was not solely composed of fragile razor beasts and chaos warhounds. Thrust with your pikes. Level your halberds. Prepare the shield wall. Hold the line, roared numerous soldiers. The remaining Chaos Warhounds charged against the tightly packed phalanx of humanity. The sharp tips of their spears pierced through the fragile bodies of the Warhounds and Razor Beasts, pinning them against the shield wall, which remained unyielding. The lesser horned beasts also surged into range, their shoulders and abdomens bearing a degree of protective hide, while their small round shields offered some defense against the incoming arrows. Despite this, the damage inflicted by ranged attacks was still considerable, with only less than 70% of the lesser horned beasts reaching the first line of defense. Some of the horned beasts drew their inferior javelins from their backs and hurled them towards the densely packed human formation. A multitude of javelins arced through the night sky, illuminated by the silvery light of the moon above, resembling a swarm of silver serpents as they whistled through the air. Several unsuspecting human soldiers were struck by the javelins, which, propelled by great force, nearly pierced their armor, causing many to fall lifelessly. The foremost shield wall attracted the majority of the javelins, resulting in some gaps, though replacements quickly filled them. The wooden shields provided to the spearmen of Oak Village by Lylan were remarkably sturdy. The volley of javelins from the lesser horned beasts failed to inflict significant casualties. After a month of intensive training, the soldiers had become adept with their long spears, each thrust claiming the life of a hapless lesser horned beast. A squad of crossbowmen led by Albert also unleashed a continuous hail of bolts, their long arms and short quivers allowing for a steady rate of fire. The positions held by the Oak Village soldiers were narrow, ensuring that each advancing beast faced the thrusts of two long spears. The 3-meter-long weapons granted the spearmen a decisive advantage in attack range. Lylan occasionally swung his ram battle hammer, wreaking havoc among the horned beasts, the sole fire that clung to the hammer drawing the attention of the soldiers around him, akin to a faint glimmer in the pitch-black night. Chapter 41. Night Assault. Part 2. As the formidable herd of horned beasts emerged, the casualties among the human army began to escalate. The horned creatures charged into the shield wall, wielding colossal axes, their strength and size far surpassing that of the lesser horned beasts, resulting in the immediate demise of several soldiers amidst the chaos. Concentrate fire on the horned beasts. Fire. With the mounting losses, various factions recognized the critical importance of focused attacks. From the wooden barricades, dozens of longbows twanged, sending a flurry of arrows plunging into the bodies of the charging beasts. The soldiers fiercely thrust their long spears and pikes, inflicting significant damage upon the horned beasts, with 30 or more of the lesser horned beasts falling before they could breach the ranks, leaving their lifeless forms as a grim barrier before the human encampment. The situation grew increasingly dire as more beastly hordes surged forth from the northern plains. A dozen towering doomsday bulls, each standing over 3 meters tall, appeared at the forefront of the battlefield. These powerful and robust monsters brandished weapons nearly as tall as themselves, long axes and heavy hammers, while their crimson eyes glinted with a ravenous thirst for slaughter and an insatiable hunger for the flesh of the unshod. Cursed be it! How did these beastmen come to Baron Yorn's domain? Sir Creel, the White Wolf Knight, swung his wolf-headed war hammer with relentless ferocity, each strike claiming a life that defied nature. Surrounding him, 10 other White Wolf Knights fought valiantly, their valor living up to the name of Urik's hammer, inflicting damage upon the beastmen that far exceeded their own numbers. Behind the White Wolf Knights, the monks from Urik's stronghold in Blay Town advanced steadily. Clad in black robes stained with blood, their armor bore witness to countless encounters with chaotic warhounds and lesser horned beasts that had met their end against their shields. These monks, the backbone of the Urik Temple's guardianship, possessed combat skills and prowess that surpassed that of ordinary soldiers due to their ascetic lifestyle. For Urik! For Urik! The fervent battle cries inspired nearby allies, gradually stabilizing the morale of the Draven garrison as the battle intensified. On the opposite end of the battlefield, at Baron Yorn's encampment, the hastily assembled defenses were in disarray. When the formidable herd of horned beasts charged, the Baron's forces suffered numerous casualties before finally pushing the beastmen back outside the camp. The archers in the rear, shooting wildly into the fray, managed to inflict some damage on the beasts outside the encampment. Even under the moonlight's glow, they could only see the surging shadows of the beasts. Without any knight to coordinate their offensive, the archers merely wasted their arrows in vain. Yudjorn, surrounded by his retinue, anxiously gathered outside the main tent, the safest spot, fortified by over 200 men. As the frontline soldiers sustained heavy losses, barricades were erected around the central tent, and the platform was finally prepared. Occasionally, A horned beast would breach the second line of defense, only to be swiftly felled by arrows, pinned to the ground. My lord, the defenses around the main tent are complete. What shall we do next? A ranger knight reported. Inside the tent, only a few high-ranking knights remained, gazing expectantly at Baron Yorn. What should we do next? Baron Yorn was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of the Beastmen. He looked uncertainly at each of his confidants, hoping for a response. Silence fell upon them as they averted their eyes from Baron Yorn's gaze. In their hearts, only two choices remained: to hold the line and await uncertain reinforcements, or to abandon the outer soldiers, using precious time to escape. Yug, you speak. Father, let us hold the second line for now. The number of Beastmen is unknown, and a reckless breakout could result in even greater losses. The battlefield was shrouded in darkness, and even with Yug's tactical acumen, he could not discern the full scope of the situation, leaving him with no choice but to propose this cautious strategy. It must be done, sighed Baron Yorn, acquiescing. My lord, the Doomsday Bulls are charging, came a shout from the top of the watchtower surrounding Draven's encampment. Creel inhaled deeply, his wolf-like gaze fixed on the oncoming Doomsday Bulls. He had already lost 3 of his White Wolf Knights. Such monstrous creatures were not easily vanquished. Just as the human lines began to regroup, the tide of battle shifted, the horned beasts began to retreat, their fear palpable in the face of the humans' indomitable resistance. The shield wall standing firm against their onslaught. The human warriors, especially those equipped with warhammers, became relentless human meat grinders, claiming the lives of dozens, if not hundreds, of horned beasts beneath their might. Iron boots sank into the blood-soaked earth, the squelching sound of flesh and gore resonating as Laren led the Oak Village forces forward, each step a testament to their resolve. Humans, steadfast. Beasts, retreat. At the rear of the battlefield, a 2-meter-tall, upright horned beast opened its gaping maw, sounding the horn of the Doomsday Bulls. Boo-woo. Upon hearing the call, the Beastmen engaged in a fierce battle with humans immediately retreated, leaving behind a multitude of their fallen kin. With the Doomsday Bulls serving as their rear guard, they surged back into the northern wilderness, the sinister green light of the evil moon Morazberry cloaking their escape. These accursed chaotic creatures possessed remarkable speed, and while some ranger knights attempted to mount their steeds to pursue, Creel halted them. The White Wolf Knights understood the cunning of these forest-dwelling beasts well. The campfires around the perimeter had all been extinguished, and the ominous glow of the evil moon instilled unease. To venture out now would be to court ambush. Gasping for breath, Gavin of Oak Village raised himself slowly, wiping the sweat from his brow. After the harrowing battle, his back was soaked with perspiration, and his arms ached from exertion. The soldiers around him bore pale faces, beads of sweat trickling down as their taut nerves remained unrelaxed. Outside the encampment, blood stained the ground, rendering it impossible to distinguish between human and beast blood. Many soldiers, witnessing bloodshed for the first time, felt their stomachs churn violently, threatening to expel their earlier meals. Laren, too, felt exhaustion settle in. His knightly armor had been worn since the battle began, weighing heavily upon him. His strength was nearly depleted, for while Ram's warhammer wielded great power, its weight far exceeded that of ordinary hammers. Coupled with the relentless casting of radiant light by the kingdom's knights, the magical winds that sustained them were nearing exhaustion. If the Beastmen were to strike again, he would be unable to withstand it. Their strength was still insufficient. Many ranger knights exhaled heavily, finding themselves in the same state as the ordinary soldiers, grateful to have survived. After the night raid, the officers at Draven's encampment quickly assessed the casualty figures. Over 60 soldiers and 8 knights had fallen, including 3 White Wolf Knights. The number of Beastmen who perished before the human lines was preliminarily calculated to exceed 150, with nearly 100 more shot down by archers outside the encampment. In the largest tent at the center of Draven's encampment, Creel remained clad in his steel plate armor, the corners stained with visible blood. After listening to the officer report the casualty figures, he sighed deeply. The losses are grievous. With the Draven forces numbering barely over 260, losing a fifth of their ranks in a single night raid was dire. He shuddered to think of the consequences if his soldiers had faced the Beastmen in the open wilderness. Fortunately, Laren's troops had sustained minimal losses. Aside from a few injured soldiers, none had perished. Why did our scouts fail to report the Beastmen's approach? The White Wolf Knight could not fathom the reason behind this situation, and at that moment, his disdain for the pre-battle arrangements of Yog Yorn deepened significantly. Meanwhile, Laren, standing on the opposite side, found himself lost in contemplation. His strategic sand table revealed all forces within a 3-kilometer radius. Yet this unanticipated nocturnal assault had shown no signs whatsoever. The kingdom's knights were inevitably reminded of the Norscan rituals. Perhaps some chaotic force had concealed the presence of the Beastmen. Before the night raid, all knights under Baron Yorn had rested. While their troops had been embroiled in raucous clamor as we constructed our defenses, what a pack of ineptitude. The White Wolf Knight slammed his fist onto the table, the legs creaking ominously as a significant dent appeared on its surface. If this continued indefinitely, it wouldn't be long before the relentless Beastmen would drag the war on for an entire month. With such substantial losses, what means do we possess to vanquish the lone wolf Koltrok? Should the Beastmen persist in their ceaseless harassment, the situation would only grow increasingly dire for the human forces. This time, the Beastmen had retreated entirely, leaving a substantial number of corpses in their wake. The knights hastily dispatched scouts to prevent any further ambushes from the forest. Yet they vanished without a trace, failing to uncover any signs even near Black Crow Bridge. The Beastmen were imbued with potent toxins. If left unchecked, this land would succumb to chaotic corruption, forcing us to use the scant firewood available to incinerate the remains. In the vast expanse of the empire, the inability to practice slash-and-burn agriculture stemmed primarily from varying degrees of chaotic corruption threats. Even the slightest infusion of chaotic energy in the fields could cause the harvested grain to bleed, while livestock could transform into beastmen overnight, wreaking havoc upon humanity. To cultivate more territory, one must possess adequate means to suppress the spread of chaotic corruption, such as a revered shrine, a church dedicated to an orderly deity, or regular purifying rituals. After redeploying the night watch, many knights, utterly exhausted, discarded their armor and collapsed into slumber, heedless of the bloodstains. Numerous injured lay within several tents in the encampment, moaning in agony, while a few apothecaries and priests from the Selena church scurried about in a frenzy. The supply militia could only silently draw water, boil it, and dispose of the blood. Others simply sought a sheltered spot to bury their heads and sleep. Chapter 42. The Purification of Radiance. My Lord Laren. The soldiers at the Oakwood Village military camp, having just emerged from a fierce battle, greeted the kingdom's knight with fervor. You have performed admirably. I shall duly record each of your feats, Laren acknowledged, noticing many soldiers wounded and encouraging them. Rest well. It became evident that the acquisition of a substantial number of armors was of paramount importance. The pikemen and shield-bearers of Oakwood Village, clad in double layers of chainmail, exhibited commendable resistance against slashing injuries. In contrast, the front ranks of other territories suffered catastrophic losses, with at least 30 to 40% of their soldiers falling to the axes of the Beastmen. The morale instilled by the kingdom's knight proved remarkably effective. His figure wielding the Rallum war hammer left an indelible impression on the minds of all soldiers. In the simplistic thoughts of the Oakwood soldiers, Laren's warhammer, ablaze with a milky white holy fire, embodied the legendary power of the double-tailed comet. Within the tent for the wounded beside Laren, a muffled groan of pain emerged. He lifted the tent flap and entered. The modest space of roughly 10 square meters housed several sickbeds, with a fire pit in the center exuding warmth and light. Crackling softly, the source of the groan was Gavin Clinton, a young soldier who appeared gravely unwell. His pallid face contorted in pain, he sat on the sickbed, stripped of his garments, biting down on a piece of cloth. The apothecary held a heated dagger firmly, slowly cutting away the necrotic flesh from Gavin's left shoulder wound. Tendrils of black smoke rose from the dagger's surface, accompanied by a sizzle that echoed within the tent. Laren strode up to the soldier, observing the rapid decay of Gavin's injury, as foul pus clung to the incision, threatening to spread. My lord. All soldiers within the tent hastily rose to salute the kingdom's knight. Laren, my lord. Gavin struggled to rise, but Laren gently restrained him. Did you sustain that wound during the battle? Laren inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. After a moment's hesitation, Gavin nodded. How severe is the injury? Why has it worsened so quickly? Laren turned to the apothecary for answers. My lord, his left arm was struck by a beastman's cleaver. The wound has been tainted by their venomous blood, the apothecary explained, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. I used the heated dagger to excise the dead flesh to control the toxin. Has it proven effective? Laren pressed, carefully lifting the young soldier's arm. The decay at both ends of the wound was visibly advancing, the flesh exhibiting an unusual black hue, and emanating a pungent odor. "My lord, you should leave this place quickly," Gavin weakly advised. "I was often bitten by wild dogs as a child. This minor injury I can endure." Laren's brow deepened with discontent. "You are my soldier. If you are injured in battle, I must see to it. Stretch out." "Yes." Moments later, Laren raised his gaze to the apothecary, asking, "What method can eradicate the toxins affixed to the wound?" "Common herbs and salves can merely slow the spread. To completely eliminate the toxin, we require the assistance of Priestess Selena. Only Baron Yorn's retinue has a Priestess Selena accompanying them." The apothecary's throat bobbed nervously, fearing the knight's wrath. "I understand." Laren recalled that Priestess Selena, aided by the power of the Lady of Mercy, could heal wounds and dispel chaos. He had personally experienced their efficacy in Brea Town. Yet, given the recent assault by the Beastmen, the losses sustained by Baron Yorn's forces were substantial, if not greater than those of the Draven faction. Thus, it seemed implausible to borrow even one or two priestesses for Gavin's healing. In a moment of despair, Laren recalled the Radiant spell, a force that inherently countered chaos and served as a nemesis to all things unclean, possessing the ability to purify corruption. After a brief contemplation, he resolved, "It is worth a try. Bring me some clean bandages and bind the area around the wound." Laren commanded, though the apothecary was puzzled. He swiftly complied and delivered the bandages. "Gavin, this may be quite painful. Can you endure it?" Laren's voice lowered as he placed his right hand upon the young soldier's left arm wound. "I can." The soldier gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes as he nodded vigorously. "Then let us begin." The Radiant spell activated, illuminating the wounded tint in an instant, casting a brilliant light against the dark night. The soldiers within instinctively shielded their eyes. Laren's right hand enveloped in a radiant, milky white halo. Gavin felt a warmth emanating from his left arm. Almost immediately, the rotting wound emitted wisps of black smoke under the burn of the halo. Gavin tightened his jaw. His face contorted in agony, his fists clenched tightly around the edges of the sick bed. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air as Laren's palm, akin to a searing iron plate, scorched the soldier's flesh. The milky white glow permeated the tent, provoking gasps of astonishment from the camp. "What is that? Is the tent on fire? Why is it so bright? Let us go see. Let us go see." Soldiers flocked to the Oakwood village encampment, their simple minds unable to comprehend the source of the light within the tent. Inside the wounded tent, the milky white glow dissipated as Laren gradually released his grip. The excruciating pain caused the young soldier to collapse back onto the sickbed, drenched in sweat. Laren stood, exhaling deeply as he addressed the apothecary. "Now, cut away the charred dead flesh surrounding the wound and apply the herbs." The apothecary, still in shock, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sickbed. "Do I need to repeat myself?" "Why, yes," he stammered, as if awakening from a dream, nodding repeatedly with growing reverence for the night. His mind raced, his legs feeling unsteady. By the Lady of Mercy, what did I just witness? A spell or a miracle? Laren then noticed the surrounding soldiers. Their eyes filled with hope and admiration as they regarded him, leaving him with a simple, "Rest well." Upon lifting the tent flap, Laren realized a crowd had gathered outside. The glances from several ranger knights mirrored those of ordinary soldiers. With a stern expression, Laren scanned the crowd without uttering a word before turning to depart. Having exhausted the last vestiges of his magical energy, he too required rest. When he awoke at the behest of Albert, the autumn sun hung coldly in the sky. Nearing noon, Albert, clad in snug leather armor with traces of blood that had yet to be cleaned, appeared fully equipped and invigorated. "My lord, Lord Creel has sent word inquiring if you have awakened. He wishes to convene a meeting regarding the Draven forces' operations." "Very well, I shall attend immediately." Laren swiftly rose from his bed, clearing his throat. As Albert assisted him in donning his knightly armor, Laren recalled, "How is Gavin's condition? Is he awake now?" "He is recovering well, my lord. His complexion has improved significantly, though movement in his left arm remains somewhat restricted." Albert stood behind Laren, helping him into his cloak. "It is unfortunate that I could not witness your divine spell last night." He had known of Laren's status as the chosen one since their time in Brea Town. "There will be many such opportunities in the future. Sooner or later, you shall witness it." Anticipating the arrival of that day, my lord. Within the largest tent at the encampment, Kirill Anlo was already present, accompanied by the knights of Count Dravenberg, all seated at the long table. Additionally, there was the stag knight, Milton, saying, "Lylan, please take a seat here." Kirill gestured towards the position beside him, addressing the knight of the realm. Without hesitation, Lyland took his place and inquired, "Shouldn't we convene in Baron Yorn's tent?" "What?" Across the long table, the stag knight Milton Sane scoffed at the mention of Baron Yorn. A sense of foreboding surged within Lyland as he regarded this knight of the Sane family. The forces of Baron Yorn had already broken camp that morning, retreating towards the northeast town of Onoborg. "This is disheartening," Hero lamented. "What?" Lyland could scarcely believe his ears. A retreat at such a critical moment? Had they lost their senses? The stag knight sighed in resignation, stating, according to reports, Baron Yorn's forces suffered the loss of 160 infantrymen and 11 ranger knights. Sir Yorn believes it unwise to attack the Norskar at this juncture. They plan to reassess their strategy after the spring sowing next year. Reassess indeed. These useless cowards flee at the slightest setback, the White Wolf Knight sneered. His smile twisted and unappealing. Let us begin with the good news. The Beastmen have vanished. The scouts I dispatched have found no trace of them thus far. Although there are dense hoofprints leading towards the Drakavald forest, which appear quite chaotic. It seems the encounter with the Beastmen last night was merely a coincidence. The bad news is that inexplicably, it rained last night, completely washing away all traces of the Beastmen. The area surrounding Drakavald forest is now a quagmire. However, I have informed the garrison at the forest outposts, and several reinforcements are expected to arrive by tomorrow, including those from the Beg outpost. He directed his final remark at Lyland. Chapter 43. 43. Beast King Gorlak to the garrison could only spare a scant number of soldiers. Barely enough to replenish our ranks to their original size. I insisted they travel light and swiftly, which meant the burden of provisions and equipment fell squarely on us, adding to our woes. Consequently, the reinforcements from the garrison would be divided among the territories, the specific number contingent on the losses sustained. What arrangements should be made for the wounded? Lyron inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Many soldiers have been injured and require immediate medical attention. I shall endeavor to transport them to Bree Town, I replied. The wounded are undeniably a hindrance. Creel pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. Without the aid of Baron Yon's army, our auxiliary force is bearing the brunt of the front lines. Retaining the wounded in the ranks at this juncture would be imprudent. A knight of the realm rose to his feet and proposed, once we muster the forces of the earldom, the annihilation of the Norskans will be a simple matter. His notion was swiftly rejected by the assembly. Our current position is precarious, a White Wolf Knight cautioned gravely. If the Beastmen launched a night raid, there will be a second and a third. Should the army encounter an ambush due to a hasty retreat, all will be lost. Silence descended upon the war tent once more. Perhaps we could initiate an unexpected offensive. Sir Milton Sane suggested hesitantly, unveiling his plan. With Baron Yon's army withdrawing to a Nogborg town, the Norskans will undoubtedly take note of their movements, leading to a lapse in their defenses. We can seize this opportunity to lead all our forces, with the White Wolf Knights and Ranger Knights spearheading the charge, break through Black Crow Bridge, and perhaps even slay Lone Wolf Kordig in battle. The Stag Knight, eager for combat, combined all available intelligence to formulate this audacious scheme. It seems feasible. Surely the Norskans aren't so foolish. Sir Tostin, you overestimate the Northmen. The Norskans consort with beasts and think like them. My recommendation remains to fortify our camp and await battle next year. Within the war tent, the knights were embroiled in a cacophony of voices, debating the merits of this daring proposition. Drawing upon his decades of combat experience, the White Wolf Knight sensed a pivotal opportunity for victory. He held the Stag Knight's strategic acumen in high regard, and Creel was inclined to entertain the notion. Just as he was about to open the discussion, Lyron, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "If I were to suggest that another Beastman warband is lurking in the northern forests, Sir Milton might need to reconsider this course of action." Another Beastman warband? How could that be? The Stag Knight's expression shifted. Upon what basis do you draw this conclusion, Sir Lyron? The gaze of all present turned towards the Knight of the Realm in the deputy's seat. Creel, seated at the head of the table, furrowed his brow, leaned on the table corner with both elbows, and awaited his explanation. Based solely on the fact that the Beastman army retreated towards the Drakewald forest last night, I can assert with certainty that there is more than one Beastman army. After a moment of contemplation, Lyron continued. The Beastmen are certain to lie in ambush at some point of passage, awaiting our advance, just as we await their attack. We cannot attack, nor can we retreat. Are you suggesting we merely remain encamped here and await another Beastman assault? Sir Milton Sane challenged. Why? Creel inquired instinctively. He suspected that Lierin's aversion to battle was a ploy to deplete their forces. Lone Wolf Kordig has invaded Nordland no fewer than 5 times in recent years. His army always manages to survive in dire circumstances. The Nordland army's assessment of him is that he is like an old wolf assessing its prey. Lieren raised his head to meet his gaze and began to speak of this Norscan warlord. The Stag Knight listened to Lierin's words, lost in thought. When facing formidable prey, wolves invariably attack from 2 directions, and their target happens to be Baron Yon's army. What we must do is distance ourselves from the tail end of the pack, strike at its vulnerable flank, and liberate the captured citizens of the Empire. That is our primary objective. Lieren rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across each knight. For every day this issue remains unresolved, the taint of chaos will intensify. Once the villages of Baron Yon's territory are corrupted by chaos, Dravenland will lose its northern bulwark against the creatures of darkness. Before he could finish, the Stag Knight Milton Sane understood his implication. He glanced first at Lieren, then at Creel at the head of the table. There is no question that we are unwilling to witness the Norscans running rampant in the Imperial territories. Listening to the counsel of his deputies, Creel formed a new assessment of the situation. His bottom line was to prevent the Norscans from breaching the Earldom of Draven, and to confine the battlefield to the Barony of Yon. The White Wolf Knight made up his mind and rose to his feet, declaring loudly, "Issue orders to all units to rest and recuperate, and to ration food according to wartime provisions. Sharpen weapons, replenish arrows, repair armor, and ensure that all are fully prepared by dawn tomorrow." Yes, having determined the strategic course of action, all soldiers seized the opportunity for a brief respite. With the exception of the scouts dispatched to reconnoiter the enemy's movements and the garrison troops guarding the camp, everyone was diligently engaged in their tasks. The following morning, before the night had fully receded, the reindeer camp was already astir. The early winter in the north was particularly harsh, and the biting wind pierced through every limb, reminding the soldiers that they were on the battlefield, not in the relative warmth of their homes. The Oak Village soldiers brought out several wagons, loading them with neatly arranged weapons and sacks of provisions. Their animal hide tents had been dismantled and packed away in one place. Everyone enjoyed a hearty meal of black bread, salted meat, and warm porridge. By sunrise, all the troops in the camp were fully prepared. The soldiers were arranged in several columns, and the ranger knights and knights of the realm were clad in armor. Reinforcements from the Drakewald Forest garrison had also arrived. After the commander reported to Creel, the reinforcements were divided among the armies of the various knights of the realm. The 13 soldiers sent from the Burg garrison were assigned to the Oak Village army. When the Burg garrison reinforcements saw Lieren, their astonishment was palpable. Abate, in particular, who had a slight acquaintance with Lieren, scrutinized him with a complex expression and said with difficulty, "Knight, all the soldiers from the Burg garrison have arrived. Please inspect us." The Knight of the Realm patted Abate on the shoulder. He had spent more than 3 months at the Burg garrison, and familiar faces were standing before him once more. In the intervening months, their circumstances had changed dramatically. The former remained a garrison soldier, while the latter had become a distinguished Knight of the Realm. "Why hasn't Captain Toka come? What about the new recruits?" The Knight of the Realm couldn't help but ask, noticing that some figures were missing from the ranks. The old soldier Abate replied with a hint of sorrow, "Captain Toka and Raven have fallen in battle." "Fallen in battle? Not a single one." "I see." The Knight of the Realm fell silent. After a moment, he reorganized the garrison soldiers into a unit of spearmen and shield bearers, with Abate as their captain. He distributed the repaired armor and weapons to them, chainmail and surcoats, a roughly made spear, and a wooden shield. The horns of war sounded. The sky gradually darkened, and thick clouds obscured the sunlight. The empty reindeer camp was left behind on the banks of the York River. "Forward! Forward! You lowly peasants! Clear the obstacles from the path." Sir Duran rode his magnificent warhorse, lashing out at the militiamen in front of him with his riding whip, creating a series of cracking sounds. "Move it! Don't be lazy. If you contemptible wretches don't make it out of the forest today, you can forget about eating." In the towering and dense oak forest, thick underbrush flourished, and the space between 2 hills was crowded with people. The cold wind incessantly swept through, forcing the militia to huddle together for warmth, while the knights remained ensconced in their hastily erected tents, indifferent to the world outside. The forces of Baron Yorn had already withdrawn from the reindeer camp the previous day, and the aged Baron, having narrowly escaped disaster, was haunted by the nocturnal raid. leaving him unable to savor food or find peace in sleep, plagued instead by a relentless fever. At this moment, the troops of Baron Yorn had arrived at a dense thicket. Once they traversed it, they would reach the town of Onnoborg. There, the knights could indulge in delectable cuisine, partake in boundless libations, and enjoy the company of beautiful Thuringian maidens, all for the sake of distancing themselves from the battlefield. Yugyorn sat inside the tent, beside the sickbed where Baron Yorn lay, groaning in distress, his forehead burning with fever, leaving the physician Selena at a loss. "Bring in 2 braziers. No, make it 3, commanded the Baron's younger son loudly. Despite his grave illness, the Baron was the supreme authority, and the entire army was bound to heed Yug's commands. The young knight squinted, casting a sidelong glance at him. The ranger knight's throat bobbed as he muttered, "After all, Lord Creel's army is here to support us. To simply cast them aside is hardly what?" Yugyorn scoffed. "Noble conduct? Remember, you are a knight of Baron Yorn's domain. In all your actions, you must strive for the utmost benefit of the barony." Yug's gaze shifted toward the reindeer camp, his eyes glinting with derision. "They are reinforcements and ought to fulfill their purpose. I know Creel's temperament. He will undoubtedly march his forces straight to Scene Village. We shall let the Draven army engage with the Norskar, and once they have worn each other down, we will come to their aid, saving the Draven forces while simultaneously annihilating the Norskar. A perfect solution." The Ranger Knight's expression shifted to one of dawning comprehension, and he ceased to voice further objections. The cacophony of lumbering drowned out the sound of hooves charging through the forest. Hundreds of horned beasts, disorganized in formation, gradually advanced toward the valley of the woods. While minotaurs, chaos war hounds, and razor beasts drew closer, the complacent and self-satisfied Yugyorn having neglected to deploy scouts for surveillance. The shrieking shaman, now transformed into Polas, exhaled heavily, calling upon the dark gods in beastly tongues, seeking their attention for this sacrificial rite. Towering at 3 meters, the beast King Galactak stood atop the hill. Its face twisted into a cruel, bloodthirsty grin, its maw gaping horrifically. "Humans, slacken. Beasts, attack." A pack of crimson horned beasts, their fur resembling metal, bore spiraled horns shaped like the number 8, their armored hides surpassing those of their kind, encircled their king. The inferior beast King Kazak sounded the blasphemous horn, toot toot. The piercing and oppressive sound echoed from the depths of the oak forest. Baron Yorn's forces carried scant provisions, and due to the recent nocturnal raid, their granary had been set ablaze, turning an already troublesome predicament into a daunting challenge. The militia, summoned from among the populace, were also left ravenous, many too exhausted from the journey to muster the strength to lift their weapons. The meager game caught along the way, snow hares and wild boars, was insufficient to sate the hunger of hundreds of mouths. At the edge of the oak forest, several summoned militiamen huddled beneath a tree that required 2 to embrace it, pressed close together to share warmth, their cheeks still tinged with frost. Their garments were woefully inadequate, and after 2 days of arduous marching, their stomachs were empty, leaving a bitter taste in their mouths. "Damn it, I wish I could tie a rope around that knight's neck and hang him from the barn beam," grumbled a burly, bald militiaman in frustration. "The knight sits in his tent warming himself while we suffer in the cold and hunger." His occupation as a miller afforded him a lifestyle comparable to that of free men, yet since being summoned to fight, he had not tasted a satisfying meal, his stomach brimming with grievances. "Denny, such words should not be spoken carelessly. Am I not merely speaking the truth? Keep your voice down. If the soldiers hear, we'll all be in trouble." The bald militiaman named Denny huffed, curling up obediently, casting his spear aside. Yes, wait, did you hear something?" One militiaman inquired, alert. "What sound?" "It seems the sound of horns and hoofbeats." Under the ominous sky, the beast hordes surged down from the high forest, unstoppable in their advance. Denny sensed the shift, detecting a foul stench, one only associated with livestock. With a sickening splatter, the innards of a militiaman were sent flying as a bull beast tore him apart, flesh and shattered bones swirling in the air. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The roars of the beastmen mingled with the cries of the humans, creating a cacophony of chaos and despair. Chapter 44. The second phase of faith rewards please. "No, Ms. Selena, save me." In the oak woods, 40 miles northwest of Onnoborg, a massive bull beast dragged a conscripted militiaman into the depths of the dark forest. He struggled desperately, grasping for a lifeline, but all was in vain. "Where are my attendants? Rally to me." Rally to me. Steady, steady. Form a line. Do not falter. The left flank is breaking. Reinforcements, quick. At the low slope, over 300 human soldiers fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. The sergeants shouted fervently, desperately trying to maintain order. Their voices paled in comparison to the roars of the Beastmen, rendering their efforts futile as the situation plummeted towards utter defeat. Dozens of reckless bull beasts and chaotic eggs plunged into the throng, followed by an astonishing number of horned beasts, ferociously breaching the gaps, seeking out isolated human soldiers or unfortunate knights. The battlefield echoed with cries of despair and anguish. The weapons of the Beastmen, like scythes of death, mercilessly claimed life after life. The chaotic warhounds, though smaller in size, had a distinct advantage in the melee. Having feasted on human flesh, they lunged as a pack towards any lone human, their sharp fangs piercing leather, scale, and even the armor of knights, causing casualties to fall like cans being opened. The taste of human flesh merely delayed their frenzy, while the long-standing hunger and bloodlust of the forest drowned out all other senses, leaving only primal instincts and reverence for the dark gods. Sir Yogg, look there. In the heart of the human encampment, Sir Yogg was alerted by his attendant, his eyes darting towards the eastern intersection. Not far away, Sir Duran of Baron Yorn's retinue was impaled to the ground by a twisted, dark lance, his arms outstretched as if to embrace the heavens. If one overlooked his mangled lower half, Sir Duran appeared almost sanctified. Blood drained from his face, revealing the terror of his last moment. Break through, my lord. Order a retreat. We still have over 200 men, more than 30 knights. A knight beside Yogg urged. As he surveyed the encroaching horde, he realized the naivety of his thoughts. The human army struggled to maintain its defenses, with lives ebbing away every second. The sergeants shouted in chaos, their skilled soldiers trembling uncontrollably. Why? It is winter. Why are there beastmen ambushing us here? Despair overwhelmed Yogg, causing his grip on the expertly crafted knight's sword to falter, clattering to the ground. Fall back! Fall back! Consolidate the line. A kingdom knight, having just severed the head of a large horned beast, raised his sword high, rallying the few remaining knights who had been trained since childhood and seasoned in battles. They fought fiercely, cutting down beastmen that breached their line. To the east of the chaotic battlefield, the beast king Galrak swung a massive cleaver, beheading 3 pikemen beside him, their headless corpses collapsing, blood gushing forth. The beast king greedily seized a corpse, ravenously swallowing the delicious blood. Crows, annihilate. Humanity, kill. The shrieking shaman, the embodiment of fear, Plosk, waved his profane staff. He unleashed the beast magic, feast of crows, and in an instant, countless sharp-toothed black crows surged from the oak woods, incessantly pecking at human eyes and tearing open wounds. The already precarious morale of the human soldiers shattered under the shaman's magical onslaught, sending them fleeing in panic. Do not scatter. Do not run. In the eastern front, a knight of the Sane family, his eyes bulging with rage, watched helplessly as soldiers fled, one by one, struggling against the beastmen who pounced upon them, eviscerating them. The knight went mad, breaking through the defensive line and plunging into the tide of beasts. Inspired by their knight's bravery, his attendants surged forward, unleashing their last ounce of strength, but the overwhelming disparity in power and numbers rendered their courage insufficient. The tide of beasts engulfed them, and the entire eastern front of the human army fell. The piercing cries of beasts echoed as the shaman Plosk commanded, "War beasts, kill. Human nobility. The dark god watches the war beasts. More beasts. More beasts. Kill. Kill. War beasts. Frenzy." The beast king raised his twisted spear. The bull beasts halted their slaughter, heeding the beast king's command, gathering into a formidable mass, charging towards Baron Yorn's line with unmatched brute force. It's the bull beasts. Flee. Flee. Many soldiers crumbled before the charge of these terrifying creatures, as the bull beasts' onslaught shattered the Baron's heavy cavalry. Their sheer strength sent several charging greatsword warriors flying, and knights attempting to escape amidst the chaos were seized and ruthlessly smashed to the ground, their bodies trampled into pulp. The defensive line was breached. Thousands of horned beasts surged through the gap, attacking the human soldiers from the side, widening the breach. Run! Run! In the face of imminent death, Yogg finally regained his senses, shouting heedlessly as he seized the reins of his warhorse and mounted in a rush, trampling over his own soldiers in his desperate bid for escape. Only a few attendants and ranger knights followed behind him, coughing. The aged baron trembled as he lifted the tent flap, darkness swirling before him, nearly causing him to lose his footing. What is happening? Why is it so loud? Baron Yorn remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him, the sounds of roars and screams causing his heart to race. A figure, covered in a reddish-brown hue, suddenly dashed past him, halting abruptly before Baron Yorn, its spear end dripping with blood. Who can explain what is happening? His question was abruptly cut off as he widened his eyes in disbelief, looking down. A twisted spear pierced his chest, the searing pain reaching deep into his bones, shocking him into awareness. What? The last word escaped his lips, and he could no longer speak as a chaotic warhound tore at his throat, shattering his vocal cords. Under the darkened sky, thunder rumbled ominously, and soon, an eerie downpour fell upon the oak woods, washing away all traces of the carnage. Divine decree, war beasts, slaughter, seize the town. 6 hours later, gazing at the overcast sky to the east, Lurin, marching through the outer forests of Drakavard, sensed the situation was escalating into a more troublesome direction. He rode to find Creel and Rosian, instructing him to set up camp immediately and summon all knights. The White Wolf Knights, trusting Lurin implicitly, swiftly complied with his orders without question. The militia had yet to erect their tents, forcing the knights to gather beneath a massive eucalyptus tree, a common sight in the territories of Baron Yorn, whose strength did not rival that of Count Draven. What has transpired? Have we encountered the enemy? Milton Sane, who had just finished arranging the camp, arrived breathlessly, his tone urgent. The Stag Knights' forces, following Lurin's suggestion, were stationed at the rear of the marching column. As his halberd troops were on par with the provincial army, and much of the supplies lay at the back, requiring relatively elite soldiers for protection. None had been sighted. Creel shook his head, his expression grave, clearly indicating that the kingdom's knight had divulged certain matters to him. Immediately, someone vacated a space for the Stag Knight, and a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The White Wolf Knight inhaled deeply to steady his emotions, surveying the assembly before speaking softly. From this moment forth, we shall fight alone. There will be no assistance from Baron Yorn's army. What? The Stag Knight's face registered disbelief, his expression seemingly conveying to Creel that he was jesting. The surrounding knights mirrored his confusion. The White Wolf Knight's subsequent words incited even greater astonishment among the knights. Furthermore, we shall launch a direct assault on the Norscans tomorrow. What on earth has transpired? Milton Sane could no longer contain his agitation. He was visibly restless. Our Lord has delivered a divine oracle. Baron Yorn's army has been ambushed by a horde of Beastmen in the oak groves west of Onoborg town, and it is likely that they have been annihilated, Laren explained solemnly. How can this be possible? The Stag Knight suddenly felt as if he had not fully awakened or was ensnared in a trickery of the god of deceit. He erupted with laughter. Do stop joking. An oracle? Baron Yorn's forces are nearly at Onoborg town. How could they have been ambushed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if what you say is true, there is no way a message could arrive in such a short time, even on a flying steed. The Stag Knight vehemently rebutted, his gaze fixed on Creel, hoping for a counterargument. The White Wolf Knight silently regarded him, remaining speechless. Milton Sane's throat constricted, as though struck by a heavy blow, his voice hoarse as he inquired. Laren, on what grounds can you assert they were ambushed? Divine oracle, Laren stated with a solemn countenance. Huh, an oracle? Which deity? The gods of the Empire? Or some lesser god worshipped by country bumpkins? The Stag Knight found amusement in the situation, openly mocking Laren with relentless sarcasm. Because of your so-called oracle, Lord Creel is supposed to halt our march. Insanity. Ha ha ha, you must be mad. Enough. Milton Sane. The White Wolf Knight bellowed, halting Milton Sane's blasphemous behavior. Even as a knight of our Lord Uric, I will not permit you to malign Emperor Sigmar. Lord Creel, on what basis do you cease our advance due to this madman's nonsensical oracle? Your actions are the true desecration of Emperor Sigmar. Laren is a genuine chosen one who embodies the will of Sigmar. Do you not believe in his worth? On what grounds should I trust? Why? An unexpected halo of light illuminated from behind Laren's head, casting a radiant glow through the dimly lit forest. Everywhere the light touched, decay visibly receded. This. A warm current soothed the heart of the Stag Knight, Milton Sane, as his vision became enveloped in a milky luminescence. His mouth moved soundlessly, unable to articulate any words. All the human soldiers were captivated by the milky light, halting their tasks and gathering around the Kingdom Knight in a daze. Now do you believe? In the eyes of the White Wolf Knight, the Kingdom Knight appeared so sacred that an impulse to kneel before him welled up within. Our Lord has delivered the oracle, Milton sang. Laren's voice, enhanced by the radiant light, resonated with an ethereal quality. Upon hearing his name, the knight's knees buckled, and the profound sense of reverence compelled him to disregard the muddy ground as he knelt before Laren. 269 faith points. Laren sensed a series of system notifications. Reward granted, 3,000 experience points, 2 personal traits, 1 skill point. War mission issued. Defeat any legendary hero from the following factions. Empire, 0. Bretonia, 0. Greenskins, 0. Beastmen, 0. Vampires, 0. Norska, 0. Mission reward. Random. The entire event lasted for a minute before Laren retracted the radiant spell. The Stag Knight, Milton Sane, fell silent, gazing at Laren with reverence and excitement. Every human soldier's eyes brimmed with fervent faith. Should Laren lead them down the path of death, the soldiers would follow without regret. Personal traits. Friend of the Forest, purple tier. Master Builder, blue tier. Chapter 45. The final deployment. As twilight descended, the shroud of night enveloped the old world once more. The Draven army's encampment lay less than 40 miles from the Northscar Bloodwolf tribe. Spending the night in the depths of the forest was unwise. Thus, the Draven forces advanced eastward, seeking a low rise for their camp. The militia members felled coniferous trees, constructing rudimentary shelters from the timber, while they huddled within, kindling fires to ward off the biting cold. The knights, too, remained ensconced in their tents, reluctant to emerge. Lylan stood beside the camp, observing a newly sprouted conifer, its trunk adorned with countless eyes that seemed to writhe like annual rings, fixated on the kingdom's knight. The extent of the chaotic corruption was beyond his expectations, birthing such malevolent entities. Milton Sane, standing beside Lylan, felt the weight of innumerable gazes upon him, sending a chill down his spine. He swore to Ulrich that he had never encountered such bizarre flora. Thus, we cannot remain passive while the Northscar wreak havoc. The severe corruption has altered the natural world. And by next spring, this forest will become a haven for beastmen, rendering it uninhabitable for miles around. The White Wolf Knight, Grail, retrieved a wineskin from his waist, splashing its contents upon the conifer. Accepting a torch from his attendant, he cast it onto the tree. The dry winter would ignite it instantly, flames racing up from the roots to the branches. A horrifying spectacle unfolded as the eye-laden monstrosity convulsed in the flickering light. Several soldiers instinctively caught a whiff of the scent lingering in the air, reminiscent of pine resin yet akin to roasted meat. The beastman's offspring nestled within the conifer's trunk. Lylan explained, "Fortunately, even if we burn them, it won't be long before the horned beasts are birthed anew. The chaotic corruption obliterates the barriers between life and death. Stasis and motion, murkiness and clarity. In places where the corruption is sufficiently potent, even the holy tears of Lady Selena can transform into the most lethal of poisons." The knight's steeds were fed hay and some black beans. The horses were a knight's second life, and they adhered to the code of chivalry, never slaying their mounts unless absolutely necessary. The Oak Village army had established their camp, dining on a meager stew of meat, turnips, potatoes, beets, and barley flour, accompanied by enough bread to fill their bellies. Today marked the 8th day of their expedition, and having endured the trials of blood and fire, the Oak Village soldiers felt fortunate merely to be alive. The pikemen gathered around the campfire, while several veterans regaled the newly arrived sentinels with tales of Oak Village. "Abart, I heard you once shared a post with the Night Lord at a sentry?" Gavin remarked, taking a hearty bite from his barley bread. The veteran Abart nodded in acknowledgement. Driven by youthful curiosity, a young soldier eagerly inquired, "Did Lord Lylan do anything remarkable during his time at the Beg Sentry? Like, perhaps, striking down 2 or 3 beastmen with a single blow? Please, do tell." Yes. Abart, share the tale with us." The surrounding soldiers clamored, eager to learn of the Chosen One's past exploits, dissecting the Night Lord's history through the lens of common folk, which, to put it plainly, was mere gossip. Unable to resist the fervent pleas, Abart swallowed a mouthful of porridge, leisurely wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his cotton tunic. Oh. The soldiers buzzed with excitement, leaning in closer to Abart, straining to catch every word. At the Beg Sentry, there were a few ruffians. The veteran recounted the misdeeds of Maz and his ilk unabashedly, igniting the soldiers' ire against these scoundrels, whom they viewed as no different from marauding robbers, save for the fact that they did not kill. Of course, some avaricious lords were even more detestable, like a certain fellow who delighted in imposing a dinner tax, only to meet his end at the hands of an angry mob. Lord Lylan, back then, he sent that nuisance Maz flying with a single punch, leaving several of those ruffians dumbfounded, standing there like statues, before they finally remembered to flee. One must admit, the veteran Abard's vivid storytelling possessed a compelling allure, rivaling even the most animated of minstrels. And then what happened? What happened next? Gavin exclaimed, impatient to hear of the subsequent thrashing of the scoundrels. Afterward, a few good lads and I teamed up to give Maz and his gang a thorough beating. The dark silver plate armor shimmered in the firelight as the kingdom knight approached, a smile on his face, though behind him, two ranger knights wore expressions of displeasure, disapproving of the casual discussion regarding the chosen one. Knight Lord, Lord Lylan. The two contrasting greetings echoed, clearly indicating that the former had yet to acclimate to the Oak Village Army's environment. The soldiers encircling the campfire set down their bowls and spoons, standing as straight as they could. Sit down, everyone. Is arguing going to resolve our issues? The White Wolf Knight's ironclad fist struck the table, leaving an imprint. The bickering knights fell silent, standing at attention. Lord Grail, Lylan stepped into the tent, the two ranger knights instinctively separating to stand at either side of the entrance. For they had yet to earn the privilege of participating in the discussion. Merely being allowed to listen was a significant reward. Lylan, you finally arrived. Upon seeing the kingdom knight enter, Grail exhaled with relief, removing his iron gauntlets and cradling his forehead in distress. The tent fell into a hushed silence as all awaited the words of the foremost White Wolf Knight. Only Lylan understood him best. What had initially been a moderately challenging encirclement had transformed into a dire predicament. The movements of the Beastmen remained uncertain, their numbers unclear. If knowing oneself and the enemy is the path to victory, then Grail could only ascertain a 30% chance of success. Baron Yorn's forces had been obliterated, the Baroness' fate unknown, and the fate of his fellow baronial knights equally shrouded in mystery. Under such circumstances, one could declare this battle a failure. Yet, the northern threat could not be disregarded. Should the flames of war reach the Draven earldom, encroaching upon Greenmorgan City, the Beastmen's path to Middenheim would be unimpeded, and the enemies lurking in the Drakavold forest would surge through the Greenmorgan Gorge to assail the human empire, unleashing a torrent of beasts upon Midden. With a heavy sigh, the burden pressing upon the White Wolf Knight was excruciating. The entirety of his assembled forces lay here. The regular army of the earldom and the provincial forces of Midden stood at a standoff with the armies of Cairn Castle and Reek. Accompanying the forces of Midden was the old wolf, Boris Todbringer, engaging in a farcical charade. Grail opened his eyes once more, his voice resonating. Lylan, I wish to hear your counsel. How shall we engage in battle tomorrow? Under the watchful eyes of the gathered assembly, Lylan spoke in a low voice. We shall replicate the tactics of the Battle of Astofen Bridge and reclaim the initiative. The Battle of Astofen Bridge? Wasn't that the renowned conflict that marked the rise of Emperor Sigma? The knights were well acquainted with this legendary engagement, where the few triumphed over the many. The Battle of Astofen Bridge was the inaugural battle of the first emperor of the empire, Sigma, as he led 300 valiant Rickons, leveraging the advantages of terrain and precise morale shifts to vanquish over 2,000 savage greenskin orcs from the Grey Mountains. Lylan extended his hand, pointing to the location of Scene Village on the parchment map. There are several reasons for adopting this tactic. First, considering the strength of the Norscans. Our forces cannot afford a direct confrontation. As Knights of the North, you are undoubtedly aware of the formidable melee prowess of the Norscans. Even the most seasoned Ranger Knights, after years of rigorous training, cannot guarantee a decisive kill against a Norscan berserker in single combat. Although our formation is far more orderly than the peasant infantry of the Night Kingdom across the Grey Mountains, Lylan had no intention of deploying them as the main line of defense. The adversary comprises an equal number, if not more, of Norscan warriors, tall, battle-hardened fighters. Their axes are capable of cleaving through chainmail, and their ferocity is unmatched. Any description suitable for butchers applies fittingly to the Norscan warriors. Upon hearing Leyland's words, the knights recognized the vulnerabilities of their own forces. If the melee infantry faltered, no matter how numerous the troops, a rout would merely be a matter of time. Then why not divide into several groups, slowly luring them in, and then encircle them for a decisive annihilation? Milton Sane inquired, leaning towards exploiting the Norskins' arrogance to draw them deeper into a trap. The wolf pack will sense danger. The lone wolf, Karlsrog, will not be easily lured by us, Lylen explained. On the contrary, he would likely use our tactics against us, interleaving our separated forces and ultimately devouring them. The stag knight nodded, falling silent, prompting Lylen to continue. The primary objective of the Battle of Astofen Bridge was to liberate the besieged city of Alboric, and our goal must similarly evolve. The Norskin sacrificial rite is set for tomorrow, the night of the full moon on the 14th of October, during which at least 300 citizens of the Empire are held captive within their stronghold. Our mission is to thwart the Norskans from conducting their second round of blood sacrifice and to rescue the captured citizens of the Empire. But we lack the military strength to effect their rescue. We can barely withstand the pressure on the front lines. A knight hesitated, torn between the code of chivalry and the grim reality of their situation. Finally, one last question arose. The White Wolf Knight stood, his demeanor returning to its usual icy ruthlessness. Are you certain the Norskans will abandon their stronghold to engage us in open battle? They will not abandon their stronghold. They have simply accepted the war's outcome, Lylen replied solemnly. The tent fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as a breathless attendant rushed into the camp. My lord knights, there has been an incident at the western side of the camp. Chapter 46. The wood elves of Lorn Forest look there. A soldier exclaimed, trembling as he pointed towards the western woods. Something approaches, and the scouts dare not venture near. With that, he drew an arrow from his quiver. Lylen accepted the arrow, scrutinizing it closely. The slender shaft bore peculiar and arcane runes, with a faint magical aura swirling at the tip. What is this? Creel inched closer with a torch, marveling at the craftsmanship of the fletching. Even the most seasoned bowyer would be compelled to admire such artistry. Albert, the ranger beside Lylan, recognized the runes on the fletching. He promptly cautioned, my lord, if my memory serves me correctly, this is the arrow of the forest dwellers. Forest dwellers? What is that? Sir Milton Sane, the stag knight, inquired, astonished as he had never encountered such terminology. The other knights nodded in curiosity, equally intrigued by Albert's reference to the forest inhabitants. Esley. They are wood elves, Lylen replied, diverting his gaze from the arrow and focusing ahead. The legendary elves materialized before them, their most notable feature being their prominent, pointed ears. Adorned with vibrant green leaves along the hems of their cloaks, the newcomers concealed their faces beneath masks, revealing only their vigilant eyes as they surveyed their surroundings. They were born archers, each elf bearing multiple quivers on their backs. The daggers and short swords at their waists glimmered in the moonlight, while their nearly full-height recurve bows were nocked and poised to unleash lethal arrows at a moment's notice. Though there were merely a dozen, shadows flitted among the treetops, indicating their extensive preparations for any confrontation. The knights, perceiving the glimmer of deadly arrows, unsheathed their long swords, equally ready for battle. Good evening, esteemed Esley. Favored of the Lorn Forest, Lylan greeted tentatively in fluent and precise Elvish, the advantage of his personal trait, language master. For Lylan, as long as the other party was willing to communicate, even green-skinned orcs or royal knights could engage in dialogue. The leading wood elf stood at a height of 175 meters, her tight-fitting leather jerkin accentuating her form, clearly a female ranger of the forest. Her piercing gaze scrutinized the human knights before her, cautiously relaxing her bowstring, her amber eyes reflecting a mix of wariness and astonishment. When a monkey greeted you in fluent human speech, it would indeed feel jarring. Imperial folk? Lylan inclined his head slightly. The knights continued to appraise the elves and pressed, why does an Esley ranger appear within the Empire's borders? That is not a question for you to pose. Human. The wood elf ranger stepped forward, her voice icy. The forest senses the hostility emanating from you, especially from that monkey beside you. He possesses considerable power. And you, human knight, she added, regarding Lylan with a glint of apprehension in her eyes. Monkey? Lylan couldn't help but chuckle. Out of necessary caution against threats, I hope you understand, milady. The knights sought to avoid further conflict, emphasizing the importance of dispelling misunderstandings. Unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes, Lylan turned to Creel, who gripped his white wolf war hammer tightly, and said, order the soldiers to lower their weapons. The wood elves bear no malice. They fear our army. These pointed ears had better not play tricks. Otherwise, my hammer shall surely find its mark upon their faces. Creel frowned, acutely aware of the 5 arrows aimed at him. With a huff, he gestured for everyone to sheath their weapons. Most White Wolf Knights preferred the company of hardy, honest dwarves. Dwarves enjoyed drinking heartily, and so did the White Wolf Knights. Similarly, dwarves loathed pointy ears. And the knights shared this sentiment. The wood elves behind her moved in unison, lowering their bows, dissipating the tense atmosphere in an instant. Forgive the unintended offense. Cherished children of the magical forest, we ought to be allies, Lylan declared, gesturing between both parties. Now, could you explain why you find yourselves within the Empire's territory? That question should be posed by me, the female ranger replied coldly. Why does your human army encamp within the confines of the forest? We are the forces of Count Draven, stationed south of the Drakavald forest, Lylan explained with an unruffled demeanor. We are here to combat the Norscans. Norscans? The elven ranger gazed eastward, sensing the taint of nature's desecration. As a ranger accustomed to tracking forest beastmen, she was especially attuned to the corruption of chaos and discerned that the human knights were not lying. The knight continued, it is evident that you sense an unusual power. The Norscans have conducted a blood ritual that will further defile this land. The tall female elf crossed her arms, her voice calm, yet indifferent. Humans are ultimately just humans, too easily corrupted by chaos. In the eyes of the reclusive wood elves, whether humans worshipped chaos or the gods of order, they appeared the same. They would engage in brief conversation with the latter who intruded upon their forest, only to decide whether to slay them, while the former would be mercilessly shot down by elven arrows. Lylan felt a pang of sympathy for the elves. Aware of how they were scorned by humans and dwarves alike, a disdain reflected in their haughty demeanor. I am Catalina, a ranger and gray-clad handmaiden of Queen Marist of the Loren Forest. We have come to hunt the Beast King, Goriktak, the female elf stated, noting the impatience on Leyland's face. The Beast King has wreaked havoc in the rain-soaked regions of Loren Forest, slaughtering my kin. 2 weeks ago, a coalition of forest guardians and ancient treants defeated the Beastmen army. In a language that Creel and the others could not comprehend, she continued. The vanguard rangers of the rain-soaked woods discovered that he fled eastward, which is why I led this band of woodland guardians here in pursuit. Loren Forest is an independent elven kingdom located in the northwest of the Empire, nestled between the Nord and Midden territories. The elves take pride in their heritage, believing themselves culturally distinct from other elves. Although most would refer to them as wood elves, the wood elves of Loren differ from the Esli of Isoloren. In fact, the Loren kingdom predates Isoloren, preserving elements of Azurian culture from the original Ojuan colony. For centuries, the elves of Loren have stubbornly regarded the high elves of Azza as hypocrites who abandoned the old world, yet shamelessly contested Loren's independence. To some extent, the Esli sympathize with the dark elves of Nagaroth, for they too have suffered Azurian exile. Goriktak the Beast King? Lylan echoed, recalling the Beastmen warband that ambushed Baron Yorn's forces. It seems your army has clashed with Goriktak's horde. The wood elf ranger sniffed the air, catching a familiar scent from the humans, blood from the war beasts. Are you referring to the night raid from a few days ago? My forces indeed faced an attack from the Beastmen, who left behind hundreds of carcasses of horned beasts while fleeing into the night. Lylan, what on earth are you and that pointy-eared one chattering about? The White Wolf Knight expressed his dissatisfaction, having stood by and listened to the elvish dialogue for quite some time, yet he grasped not a single word. Present here is Katarina, the gray-clad handmaiden of Queen Maristeth from the Loren Forest. This group of woodland guardians has come to pursue the Beast King Goriktak. Lurin fixed his gaze upon the female ranger, explaining to Creel, it is highly probable that the nocturnal raid on the reindeer camp was orchestrated by the Beast King's warband. They were pursued by the wood elf army and inadvertently encountered our forces. So, you are suggesting that the Beastmen were driven here by them? Creel regarded the female elf Katarina with a rather unfriendly expression. To be precise, yes, noble White Wolf Knight, the female elf replied, lifting her chin slightly, continuing in her somewhat halting high Gothic. After suffering significant losses in Loren, the Beast King Goriktak fled into the Empire's territory, and it is only natural that he would face combat. It is fair that humans guard the territories beyond the forest while Esli protects the woodlands. Is this the manner in which elves always converse? Lurin felt a twinge of embarrassment as her words dripped with sarcasm. Had any other human from a different territory spoken so, Creel's White Wolf Warhammer would likely have already met the other's brow. Such an irresponsible approach. In 2 weeks, you could have dispatched scouts to alert the soldiers at the forest's outposts. Lurin sighed deeply. Had the wood elves communicated sooner, perhaps the forces of Count Draven and Baron Yorn could have evaded that nocturnal ambush. At the very least, they would not have found themselves ensnared in the current predicament. We have not hunted the humans from beyond the forest. This is already Kunos's mercy towards them. The female elf removed her veil, revealing a striking visage. Her cherry-colored lips pursed. Her brown hair was elegantly tied back in a high ponytail with slender vines, exuding a sense of efficiency. Please support by voting and collecting. The next installment will be available tomorrow, with at least 2 updates. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 47. Recruitable Wood Elf Hero. Subscription requested. Name: Katarina Allison, Blue Rank. Recruitable. Race: Wood Elf. Class: Esley Ranger. Equipment: Forest Longbow, Starfire Arrow, Green Leaf Longsword. Traits: Swift Shot, 20 increased range speed. Forest Dweller, ignores forest terrain. 30 increased movement speed in forests. Potential: 710. Relationship: 610. Slight affection. Forest Friend 3. The system's notifications echoed continually, heralding the arrival of a hero unit. This female wood elf was indeed a hero that could be enlisted. Larenth's interest was piqued. Observing the relationship score at the bottom, the Kingdom Knight felt a profound impact. The Forest Friend trait had granted him an additional 3 relationship points. Initially believing that the purple rank trait was of no merit, it now appeared exceedingly remarkable. Larenth needed to achieve a relationship value of 510 with the hero provided by the system to trigger the recruitment option. His subordinates, Albert, Gavin, and the legendary hero Luther Hurst, who was far away in Brew Town, had all surpassed the threshold of 5 points. Among them, Luther Hurst held the highest relationship score with 9 points, just 1 step away from the unwavering 1010. In other words, as long as Larenth desired, he could enlist this blue rank wood elf hero at any moment. Since Esley had tasks at hand, he waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to recruit for the time being, stating plainly, "Our army is to engage in battle with the Norscar people tomorrow. We have no time to squander on idle chatter." Compared to conversing with the aloof wood elves, Larenth would prefer to exchange words with the intellectually challenged ogres, as both parties could speak their minds without unnecessary embellishments. "Wait," Katarina called out sharply, halting him. "Human, perhaps we can join forces to vanquish the chaotic beings. The number of forest guardians is too few, and the human army lacks exceptional range strength. Now is the opportune moment for humans and Esley to unite. You wish to fight alongside my army?" Larenth smirked, stopping in his tracks to turn and face the female elf. "Why not? A mutually beneficial arrangement where we complement each other's strengths and weaknesses seems like a win-win choice." Katarina drew a black dagger from the sheath at her slender waist, an obsidian dagger, enchanted by the Eniro mages of the Silver Wood, capable of curbing chaotic corruption to a certain extent. Most importantly, it was bound to a hunting target, the Beast King Gorakta, whenever he appeared nearby. The surface of the dagger would emit a faint green glow. She extended her long, delicate hand towards the Kingdom Knight, the obsidian dagger standing out strikingly against her fair palm. As Larenth reached out to take it, the dagger shimmered with a pale green luminescence, scattering like motes of light. Witnessing this, Katarina smiled lightly, saying, "Human, it seems you are destined to confront Gorakta. You have already been marked by its essence." "What do you mean?" Larenth furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the significance, as not a single beastman was in sight within several miles. "Literally," Katarina replied coolly, placing her finger to her lips, producing a soft whistle. Soon, over 30 wood elf forest guardians materialized before Larenth. The majority of the ambushed wood elf rangers had lowered their guard. The entire process had been nearly silent. Each wood elf responded to the call to defend their homeland, having honed the art of drawing bows since childhood. In the Loren forest, bows were not merely weapons of combat, but also crucial tools for the survival of the wood elves. Upon reaching adulthood, a wood elf would be formally enlisted in the forest guard of the Esley Lord and assigned the duty of patrolling the woods, as their lifespan was exceedingly long, averaging a wood elf's lifespans around a millennium when compared to humans. Thus, the service duration for these long-lived beings would take up 1/5 of their lives, with the entire service lasting for 2 centuries. Through this extended period of training, the archery skills of the forest guardians became unparalleled, especially since even the mightiest human would only live for 200 years. "However, before we join forces, I have one condition." "Speak," Larenth replied. Unperturbed by the prospect of the wood elves demanding excessive resources, enlisting them was inherently advantageous. Assist us in slaying the beast King Goraktah. That is my sole request. After careful consideration, Larinth decided to acquiesce to the gray-clad maid's proposal. When both parties are in need, it is undoubtedly best for elves and humans to set aside their differences. Historically, the wood elves of Lorn Forest had assisted the Nord and Midden leaders multiple times, eliminating potential foes such as beastmen, green-skinned orcs, and certain bizarre creatures from the old world, chimeras, multi-headed serpents, and even dragons. White Wolf Knight Creel expressed his agreement as well. He had no reason to reject this sudden reinforcement, and fighting alongside the wood elves would add a significant chapter to Creel and Ro's legacy. Larinth led the forefront of the group. The patrol team, initially consisting of just a dozen members, had suddenly surged by dozens, their torches forming a continuous line. Have you encountered any other beastmen on your journey? The Kingdom Knight inquired in Elven tongue, addressing the gray-clad maid. He recalled the chaotic power dynamics within the Drakavold forest, knowing that it would not be long before this powder keg ignited. He needed to prepare himself for any eventualities. Most of our time was spent gathering the forest guardians. We traversed through the roots of the Silverwood, which is considerably faster than riding a stag. They require the tree speakers to set up ritual formations, sometimes exhausting magical winds, and at other times, blood. Gathering the wood elf army, huh? Larinth continued questioning. It appears your warriors are not numerous. Why does it take so long? Naturally, there are seasons. Although the forest environment fluctuates, the change of seasons never ceases. Katarina pressed her fingers to the sides of her eyes, needing to remain alert, and shot Larinth a sidelong glance. During this time, all enemies of the forest must be repelled by Esley's own strength. Every woodland requires defenders. It is already a royal decree that I could gather over 30 forest guardians to leave the woods. Once she realized she had inadvertently revealed significant information about the forest to the human knight, a frown creased her smoky brows. Typically, she kept her lips sealed, only providing detailed explanations to close Esley kin. Had she subconsciously regarded this human as one of her own? Katarina cautiously inquired. Human, you wouldn't happen to be a half-elf lost in the human empire, would you? How is it that you possess such a keen understanding of the Esley tongue? Isn't my ears shape enough to reveal the truth? The Kingdom Knight's fabrications were riddled with inconsistencies. By the wooden walls of the encampment, soldiers from the Count's territory stood with wide eyes, gazing intently at the approaching wood elf forest guardians. I have only heard of wood elves in fairy tales. I never expected them to truly exist. Do their pointed ears eat humans? I heard they particularly enjoy appearing in summer, capturing hunters and lumberjacks from the forest. Last year, a butcher in our village died. I wonder if it was the work of the pointed ears. What does the butcher's demise have to do with them? Many gazes lingered on Katarina, their eyes brimming with excitement. The female elf, noticing the attention directed towards her, especially the glances that strayed towards her bosom, cast a cold, disdainful look around before donning her hood and mask once more, her amber eyes reflecting a chilling contempt. What a vexatious assembly of unreasonable human beings. By the huntress above, I am overwhelmed with the desire to cleanse their presence. Beside Katarina, the woodland guardians, still youthful and impetuous, cast scornful glances at their human counterparts, cursing loudly in the elven tongue, much like their proud kin, the high elves. The haughty wood elves disdainfully refused to mingle with the foul-smelling humans, carrying their camping gear with them, some even suspending their hammocks high among the oak tree canopies. When they slumber, a mere wrapping of their cloaks suffices to ward off the chill. A few wood elves, serving as sentinels, stand aloft, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, their forest longbows nocked and ready for swift action. During this interval, Laren dispatched several militia to deliver provisions to the wood elves, these beings seldom indulge in meat, favoring instead the delights of vegetable salads and other pure, natural fare, for the forest abhors flames, and Esley protects it with almost obsessive fervor. Fortunately, their physiology differs from that of humans. Even when fasting for extended periods, subsisting solely on clear water, they remain vibrant and full of life. Aware of this, the kingdom's knights sent only 2 bundles of barley bread and a few bags of fresh water. The wood elves were astonished by this generosity. What is the flavor of Clear, the wood elf's biscuit? After attending to various matters, Laren stood within the tent, examining a topographical map of the entire region surrounding Scene Village. One of the White Wolf Knights took a hefty bite, only to turn green a moment later. Ugh! Is this fit for human consumption? The bitter taste of leaves. Even the Beastmen would refuse it. Chapter 48. Blood battle on the 15th day of October in the year 2052 of the Empire, under the luminous sun of Morazberry. The radiant celestial body dispelled the encroaching darkness, casting its brilliant light upon the old world. The beasts of the forest and the green-skinned orcs of the hills recoiled from the sunlight, retreating into the shadows. Their avaricious and loathsome eyes fixated on the remnants of the past. On the sun's far side, the ominous moon of Morazberry flickered, attempting to consume the light, claiming dominion over the heavens. Tonight, the lairs of the Beastmen would hatch, unleashing a tide of malevolent creatures into the deep woods. Isolated humans could only pray fervently to the divine for a chance at survival. The allied forces of Draven and the Wood Elves had also arrived at the northern edge of Scene Village. This battleground of forest and plain was ideally suited for guerrilla warfare. In the distance, the war cries of the Norscans ebbed and flowed, causing human soldiers to instinctively grip their weapons tighter, their eyes ablaze with long-held hatred. Amid the filth and blood of the Norscan stronghold, the barbarian warriors of the Dark Gods stood atop the walls, hurling freshly severed heads one after another, seeking to intimidate the human forces forming their ranks and undermine their morale. It must be said that their savage antics had a profound effect. Many soldiers, who had only faced Beastmen before, faltered, biting their lips in an attempt to dispel their psychological terror. "Soldiers, steady your lines," commanded the Knight of the Kingdom, clad in dark silver plate armor, as he appeared at the forefront of the battlefield upon his steed. Following closely behind him were a dozen knights arranged in a wedge formation, including 4 White Wolf Knights and 11 Ranger Knights. The commanding figures of Captain Creel Anlo and the Stag Knight Milton Sane were absent from the battlefield, as they were leading the remaining knights to flank around Ravenbridge from the south. Once the battle erupted on the northern front, Creel and his comrades would charge into Scene Village, slaying any enemies within sight, ultimately liberating the subjects of the Empire. Brave warriors, soldiers of the Empire. Laren's gaze was more resolute than ever as he stood at the forefront of the battlefield, his knightly presence a powerful tonic for the spirits of his comrades. The winter sun shone down, and the Rom Warhammer sensed the atmosphere of battle, igniting with a pure white flame of spirit. "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!" roared the soldiers of the Empire in unison, their blood surging with fervor, the fire of courage igniting within them. "If we cannot vanquish the Norscans, they will advance further south. By springtime next year, this place will become a wasteland. Chaotic beasts will roam our homeland. They will continually sacrifice our brethren's blood to appease their ludicrous dark god. By then, no village or town will stand in their way." Laren turned his back to the south, speaking gravely. "Today, we fight to the last drop of blood. We shall eradicate the followers of the dark god. Sigmar is with us." Thud, 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 thud. Gavin was the first to shake his spear, followed closely by the spear-wielding soldiers of Oakwood, and soon, all soldiers brandishing long spears and polearms struck their weapons forcefully against the ground. Let the cowardly Southerners who dare to provoke the wrath of the blood god know the might of the true deity. With scarlet eyes ablaze, the Norscan champion warrior, the warlord Karlshag of the Blood Wolf tribe, hefted his blood axe and strode forth from the Norscan stronghold, his heavy footsteps echoing. Having gained new power from the first blood sacrifice, he towered at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, his bulging muscles gleaming with a metallic sheen. A thick aura of blood enveloping him, and each breath exuding the scent of sulfur. Barbarian warriors surged from the walls like a fountain, their thirst for battle insatiable. Their longing for war intensified by the dark god's sacrifices. Observing the gathering Norscan forces across the plain, Laren felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. At least 6 chaotic eggs loomed before the human army. Positioned on the flanks were the Norscan axe riders, their steeds, corrupted by chaos, bared razor-sharp teeth, exhaling black mist. "What a host of demons," muttered veteran Abath, gripping his shield tightly. Faced with such foes, the hope for survival appeared meager. Gavin glanced at him, unexpectedly stating, "Once this battle concludes, I shall treat you to a drink." The scar on Abath's cheeks scrunched together, his hesitation evident for a fleeting moment. Then, the veteran grinned. "Then it's settled. A promise is a promise." The young soldier smiled, and laughter rippled among the surrounding troops. From this moment forth, They no longer represented their lord, but fought hand in hand for the sake of humanity. Laren gazed toward the forest side, hundreds of meters away, raising the Rom warhammer high. He knew the wood elves lying in ambush could see him clearly. Crossbowmen, archers, focus fire on the large units. Ensure the chaotic eggs are annihilated before they reach our lines. Laren commanded in a booming voice. Over 60 ranged soldiers nodded in acknowledgement, and Ranger Albert drew an oddly shaped black arrow from his quiver, narrowing his eyes as he aimed at the chaotic eggs ahead. A skilled hunter would identify the weaknesses of his prey and deliver a fatal blow. Blood sacrificed to the blood god. Blood sacrificed to the blood god. With a sweeping motion of Karlshog's colossal axe, the Norscans howled, surging toward the lines of the Draven army like a tidal wave. They sought to attack the archers positioned on the high ground from the rear. "Hear my command. Shield wall," commanded the Kingdom Knight. "Hua!" cried the soldiers wielding wooden shields. The first 3 ranks of soldiers quickly pressed together, forming a formidable wall of shields, sharp long spears extending through the gaps, poised to strike like venomous serpents. Over 40 soldiers clad in chainmail and scale armor stood as the backbone of the army, their finely crafted polearms angled upward. Should the chaotic eggs breach the shield wall, the polearm soldiers would stand their ground against the oncoming monstrosities. The sound of heavy breathing intensified as the Norscans drew nearer, the frontline soldiers acutely aware of their pounding hearts. "It is time." Laren suddenly gripped the hammer's handle, closing his eyes in prayer. His voice resonated throughout the surroundings. "Sigmar above, grant me your strength. Instill in me the unwavering resolve to purify all, to strike down heresy, and bring hope to those in despair." The Kingdom Knights raised their warhammers, the radiant glow of the hammer dispelling the gloom within the soldiers' hearts. "Confirm the consumption of 200 faith points." Confirmed. Faith bonus activated. Army bonus. All weapons within range gain fire damage. Leadership 4. Army skill, bloodbath. Duration, 5 minutes. In the name of the twin-tailed comet and the hammer of heroes, I shall charge forth without fear. I vow to never flinch. Never retreat, and unflinchingly march into the purifying flames, casting away the shadows of chaos with your divine radiance. The fervent prayer concluded. A sudden, blinding light erupted from the Kingdom Knight's warhammer, and soon, every weapon of the human army ignited in flames, the fire dancing without wind, captivating all gazes. A miracle. This is a miracle. Sigmar has heard our call. He is with us. The soldiers gasped in awe, and in their eyes, Laren's figure was undoubtedly a symbol of divine intervention. The knights behind Laren were also fully prepared, ready to deliver the most ferocious assault, offering the unclean heads of their enemies to Sigmar. "Warriors of the Empire, advance the lines. For the Empire. For Sigmar." Laren shouted, raising his arm high, his eyes gleaming with a deep golden hue. "Forward. For the Empire. For Sigmar." The soldiers were swept into a frenzy, eager to demonstrate their fervent loyalty. Meanwhile, in the forest, the wood elves stirred to action. "For Father God Kurnus. In the name of Aisha. Esli, advance." The ranger Katarina raised her longbow, issuing a sharp command as she swiftly nocked a starfire arrow. A striking flame arrow sliced through the air, striking the running Northcar berserker from the side. The slender, pyramid-shaped arrowhead pierced through his neck. The immense force of the arrow caused the berserker to stagger momentarily before he stumbled forward 3 more steps and then collapsed with a thud. Over 30 wood elf sentinels, concealed within the forest, lifted their recurved bows, aiming skyward. "Fire!" With a decisive command from the ranger, more than 30 emerald-tipped arrows traced deadly arcs through the air. The archery skills of the wood elves were astonishing. Before the first volley of arrows even descended, a second barrage swiftly followed, the sharp sounds of their flight enveloping the Northcar warriors above. The rapid succession of the sentinels' volleys left no time for any response, claiming the lives of over 10 Northcar berserkers in an instant. Damn those pointy-eared fiends. The arrows raining down from the flank caught the Northcar forces off guard, prompting the lone wolf Karlshog to immediately order his troops to raise their shields in defense. However, once a charge commenced, momentum could not be halted. The Northcar champion warrior understood this well. He led the charge directly towards the human front lines. "As long as we can crush the humans, this battle will be ours. In the name of the blood god, charge! Annihilate the feeble southerners." The towering Northcar champion bellowed, his body enveloped in crimson armor. Regardless of the losses incurred, as long as the ritual of the blood moon was initiated, he would immediately summon a vast army of demonic blood warriors, making the extermination of the elves an effortless task. As the wood elves unleashed their rapid volleys, their arrows found the vulnerabilities in the Northcar warriors' defenses with uncanny precision, causing many berserkers to fall during the charge. "Follow the teachings of Sigmar, and you shall remain unharmed," Laren murmured a prayer. The kingdom's knights surged forth, leading their comrades with unwavering resolve. For Sigmar. Chapter 49. The Chosen of Sigma. The Norsemen brandished their round shields, howling as they surged towards the ranks of the Draven army, the frozen, hard ground upheaved by clods of earth. "The blood god watches over us." The Imperial soldiers, too, succumbed to a fervor of faith, proclaiming the name of Sigma, convinced they were imbued with the power of the twin-tailed comet. The frontline gunshield soldiers advanced together, stabilizing the line, forming a dense array of firearms. "Fire!" In the rear of the battlefield, the Ranger Albert shouted, releasing a black arrow that plunged deeply into the swollen mass of a chaos egg. Arrows from bows and crossbows flew forth in unison, a barrage of powerful projectiles soaring towards the Norse ranks. Thud, thud, thud. A series of blood blossoms erupted among the thrumming crowd. Some Norse warriors pierced from head to toe, their crimson gazes dimming silently, dead beyond revival. For the Empire. For Sigma. The human army commenced their advance. Standing firm against the fierce Norsemen, Lyron entrusted the vital central defense line to the forces of Oak Village, firmly believing that the soldiers he had trained were no less than the elite of other territories. For Oak Village, young Sergeant Gavin, upon seeing the Norsemen, felt a deep-seated hatred coalescing within him. His father had perished on the battlefield against the Norse. He sought vengeance for his father, for the fallen people of the Empire. With a fierce cry, the young sergeant thrust his spear through the gap in his shield, the venomous tip striking the onrushing berserker. The weapon imbued with the flames of the soul tearing into flesh, as effortlessly as a heated blade slicing through cheese. Feeling the sensation travel through his fingers, Gavin swiftly withdrew his spear, pivoting to thrust it into the berserker's face, the spearhead emerging with a mixture of red and white fluid. He roared fiercely, "No mercy! No mercy!" The soldiers fighting alongside him formed a tight formation, as the first wave of Norse berserkers crashed against their shields, only to be toppled by the soldiers' long spears. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the Wood Elf army, having revealed their position, surged forth from the coniferous forest and thickets. They positioned themselves at the rear flank of the Norsemen, continuously drawing their bows to unleash arrows. A relentless barrage of starfire shafts that nearly decimated 1/7 of the Norse forces. Esli, focus fire on the chaos eggs. Do not let them near the human lines. Katarina commanded in Elvish, her longbow drawn to a full moon-s arc, the starfire arrows crafted by elven artisans igniting with flames capable of incinerating all filth. More than 30 starfire arrows whistled through the air, 2 chaos eggs collapsing on the path of the charge, their twisted forms yearning for human flesh in their final moments. The situation on the battlefield was dire. As more berserkers charged forth, the defensive advantage of the Imperial soldiers began to wane. When the Norsebreakers appeared, over 40 bare-chested Northmen wielding massive axes cleaved through shield after shield. The disarrayed Imperial soldiers were swiftly slain by the berserkers. The fragile defense fractured in multiple places, barely held together by the Wood Elf sentinels and the hail of arrows from distant soldiers, as the number of fallen Imperial soldiers surged amidst the chaos. The gunshield soldiers of Oak Village persevered, their movements fluid and coordinated, ensuring their morale remained unbroken. Even though the breakers could shatter a shield and sever a spear, they could not withstand the onslaught of 3 or 4 spears thrusting simultaneously. The battlefield was a cacophony of screams and cheers, weaving a tapestry of bloodshed. Lyron assessed that the moment had come, immediately issuing orders to the ranger beside him. "Ignite now. Notify Milton to commence their actions." "Yes." Albert knocked an arrow, shooting it towards a haystack on the hillside, igniting a roaring flame. At that moment, at the southern end of Black Crow Bridge, a dozen fully armored knights stood poised for battle, awaiting the signal to charge into Scene Village under the command of the White Wolf Knight Captain, to rescue the captured citizens of the Empire. "My lord, look there." The Ranger Knight pointed towards the north, where a plume of dark smoke billowed into the sky. "Lyron's forces have engaged the enemy." Creel furrowed his brow, raising his hand to bellow. "Everyone, prepare for battle." "Yes." Creel pressed down his helmet, Raising the white wolf warhammer high, shouting, "Annihilate the chaos filth." For Ulrich. Behind him, the knights gripped their weapons tightly. For Ulrich. The battle raged fiercely, with the Empire's forces, the Norsemen, and the wood elves entangled in combat. "Sound the horn. Advance the second line," commanded the kingdom knight. "Hurry. Retreat." As the horns sounded, Gavin, still engaged in battle, began organizing a withdrawal. Their mission had been accomplished. The Norsemen, believing the cowardly Southerners were afraid, raised their battle axes, roaring as they charged at the retreating soldiers. "Knights, charge!" Lyran led the knights behind him, ferociously crashing into the Norse lines. The kingdom knights wielded the Ram warhammer, each swing claiming multiple lives. The human infantry served as the anvil, while the knights were the hammer, the momentum of their charge unrelenting. The Norse berserkers, bloodthirsty and frenzied, lacked heavy armor, and as they faced the heavy cavalry, they could only offer a final, futile resistance. A dozen knights, drained of strength, could not break through the ranks of the Northmen as their charge faltered, gradually becoming engulfed in the sea of enemies. The hammers and swords in their hands swung wildly, and despite felling countless foes, they remained isolated, surrounded by dozens of Norsemen wielding long spears. At the rear of the battlefield, Norse whale hunters suddenly launched several harpoons. They were natural-born strongmen. A coordinated volley from the whale hunters could fell a northern mammoth. The sharp heads of the harpoons glimmered coldly, and the close-range shots significantly increased their accuracy, with the penetrating power many times that of a musket ball. The Ranger Knights were far less protected than the White Wolf Knights and Kingdom Knights, and in an instant, 5 Ranger Knights, along with their mounts, were pierced by harpoons, dying on the spot. "That prey is mine." A burly berserker fixated on Lyran, his hands repeatedly crossing over his chest as he caressed his battle axe. Lyran swung his hammer, batting away the harpoons aimed at him. The shattered tips splattered into the densely packed crowd around him. As the berserker lunged at him, poised to strike, the light spell activated. "Ugh!" The Kingdom Knight grunted, expending half of his magical reserves. Centered around Lyran, an unprecedented surge of holy light erupted. The magic of the winds of light, the light of banishment. Boom. In the next moment, the intensely concentrated winds of light exploded. The berserker at the epicenter of the blast felt as though he had collided with a wall, his body flying backward like a loose kite, his innards shattered. The flames of the soul scorching his flesh, the overwhelming purifying force eroding his very being. The explosion sent all enemies within a 4-meter radius flying. What is that? 100 meters behind him, the newly regrouped Imperial soldiers, having just retreated from the front lines, had established a fresh defensive line. They gazed forward in astonishment, witnessing the Chosen One fighting valiantly on his own. For Sigma, the eyes of the Kingdom Knight glowed with a fiery gold, flowing like magma from the Earth's core. With immense strength, the Ram warhammer proved unstoppable, and in an instant, over 10 Norse warriors were reduced to a bloody pulp beneath its blows. A flying axe surged from behind the Kingdom Knight, but his reflexes, far surpassing that of ordinary men, allowed him to grasp the axe midair. Pivoting forward in the next moment, cleaving a berserker's chest open with the sharp blade, blood gushing forth. The surface of the Lost Knight's plate armor shimmered with a milky glow, repelling the splattered liquid. Lailuan's advance was unstoppable. His steed lay slain beneath him, surrounded by foes, deeply entrenched at the heart of the enemy ranks. The nearest White Wolf Knight was over 20 meters away, unable to provide support. The Kingdom's Knight, undaunted, swung his warhammer with great ferocity, trampling the bloodied remains of his adversaries, the crimson essence staining the earth. Before him, the Northscaw warriors revealed their fear, parting to create a narrow passage. At the edge of the throng stood 4 heavily armored Northscaw marauders, their round shields forming an impenetrable wall, skillfully attempting to halt the advance of this formidable human knight. Breathing heavily, Lailuan fixed his gaze upon the shield wall, his blood surging with fervor, his heart racing unnaturally fast. In the face of all his enemies, he relinquished the Helam warhammer, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently, taking the moment to twist his aching wrist. During this brief respite, none among the Northscaw dared to approach. With a final deep breath, his chest ceased its tumultuous rise and fall. Lailuan's eyes swept around quickly, his grip tightening on the warhammer once more, the golden hue in his gaze dimming slightly. He bent his knees, lowering his center of gravity, resembling a lion poised to pounce upon its prey. With a roar, The Northscaw marauders struck their shields with their battle axes in a brazen provocation. The sensation of exhaustion coursed through Lailuin's limbs. Yet he resolved to break their defenses once more. He charged forward, the irises of his armor fluttering with the wind, the towering knight exuding an overwhelming presence. Within 3 seconds, a rich wind of light converged again as Lailuin summoned the last vestiges of magical energy within him, unleashing the second burst of exiled light. For the Empire, the sound of his voice merged with the fiery descent of his warhammer, shattering both man and shield alike. The final, explosive strike drained him of all remaining strength. Darkness encroached upon his vision as he leaned on the hammer's handle, one knee touching the ground. Barely able to withstand his own weight, Lailuin had breached the Northscaw shield wall, vanquishing over 20 marauders in one fell swoop, their charred remains littering the area. At last, he beheld the pivotal figure of this battle, the lone wolf Korgrog, shielded by layers of Northscaw champion warriors. The Bloodwolf tribal warlord stepped forth from the shield wall, clad in scarlet plate armor that exuded an aura of desecration. Atop his massive helmet was the emblem of the malevolent deity, signifying his status as a champion of terror. In his left hand, he wielded a towering brass shield, its surface adorned with deadly protrusions, while his right hand gripped the bloodied serrated battle axe, crimson droplets cascading from its blade. "Your strength is formidable, knight of the false god." Korgrog's deep voice rumbled like steel grinding against steel, offering unsolicited praise. At that moment, Lailuin lacked the strength to respond, waves of dizziness assailing his senses as he fixated on Korgrog, the most unexpected of foes, one being a wood elf, and the other, the secret you bear, knight of the false god. Korgrog planted his brass shield into the ground and approached Lailuin, axe in hand, step by step. Through the gaps in the helmet, Lailuin glimpsed the cold, crimson eyes fixed upon him, akin to a priest preparing for a final sacrificial offering to the divine. Even the fiercest ice wolves had exhausted their strength in the relentless pursuit. "You have slain many of my warriors, yet their deaths hold great significance." With a swift kick, Korgrog sent Lailuin sprawling, raising the serrated axe for a final farewell. "My lord, the blood god, shall delight in your head and grant me greater power." The ritual of retribution was about to commence, and in Lailuin's ears echoed the sound of brass grinding, the acrid scent of sulfur filling his nostrils, leaving him powerless to resist. "Lailuin, my lord, save him." In the distance, the Imperial soldiers, witnessing this dire scene, roared with desperation, unleashing their final strength in a bid to breach the Northscaw lines and rescue the kingdom's knight. Young soldier Gavin from Oak Village thrust his spear wildly towards the marauders, while Albert, his quiver devoid of arrows, could only watch helplessly, his eyes wide with anticipation of the impending moment. "We must save him. Essel, charge!" The wood elf ranger, Catalina, cast aside her great bow, drawing forth her verdant blade. Lailuin could not die now. He absolutely must not perish. Should this battle be lost, the wood elves would lose the support of the human army, and Essel would be powerless to quell the rampant chaos worshippers. When the night of the full moon concluded, this place would become a new haven for the Beastmen, and the heather fields of Lorn Forest would grow increasingly sparse. The swift woodland guardians followed closely in the footsteps of Queen Marister's maid, leaping into the Northscaw ranks, their blades carving lethal wounds at a visible speed, slaughtering the marauders. Yet even this could not close the distance between them and Lailuin. Blood for the blood god, a head for the throne. With a prophetic cry, the blade of the blood reaver aimed menacingly at the neck of the kingdom's knight, confirming the consumption of 400 faith points. The host has activated the status of Sigma's Chosen. In the nick of time, Lailuin unveiled his ultimate trump card. Sigma's Chosen, 25 attack, 14 defense, vitality replenished, 20 physical resistance, 30 spell resistance, attack imbued with holy power exile, duration, 120 seconds. The speed of Korgrog's axe was blinding, yet the golden light surged even faster. Lailuin shimmered in a radiant glow, his wounds visibly healing, his depleted strength rejuvenated. No. Korgrog, now a champion of terror, faltered, his descending axe halted midair by a mysterious force. "You are the chosen of the false god." Why? Korgrog descended into a frenzy, disregarding the purifying power of the golden light as he extended his arms, attempting to pierce the human knight's chest with his talons. The purifying energy immediately charred the crimson armoring. Beside Lailuin, the flames clinging to the Helam warhammer blazed with fervor, the intense heat turning the hammer's head a fiery red, golden inscriptions shimmering along the handle. With a resounding thud, even as the champion of terror withdrew swiftly, he could not evade the wrathful punch. A slight crack appeared on the surface of his red plate armor, harder than fine steel. What has got you so impatient, Northska? Have I disappointed you? Chapter 50, Blood Battle. Part 2. A thunderous roar shattered the sound barrier as the Chosen of Sigma unleashed an onslaught akin to a tempest crashing against the rocks. Each strike of the Helm warhammer carved golden arcs through the air, its power reminiscent of a comet's tail, shattering the bodies of the Norskin foes with relentless fury. Under the unmatched blows of the flaming hammer, the air was filled with inhuman screams and wails of despair. The lone wolf, Korgrog, staggered back a few steps under the fierce assault of Lyran, the champion of terror. This warrior, who had ascended to the legendary tier, steadied himself with a roar. Wielding the Bloodreaver battle axe in a powerful arc, advancing toward the head of the realm's knight. Clad in the last heavy scarlet plate armor, he rose amidst a cloud of blood mist, a gift from the malevolent deity of terror, a reward for the blood sacrifice. Each piece of armor was forged by demonic blacksmiths from the Blood Realm, and the serrated axe ignited with hellfire, ensuring that any being slain by the Bloodreaver would have their soul eternally enslaved as a plaything of the Blood God, reduced to a mindless thrall within the Blood Realm. Twisted bone spines emerged from the crevices, embodying the corruption of unclean chaos, with each fang symbolizing a demonic spirit forever shrouded in dark flames. The chaotic energy violently dispersed the purifying forces. For the Empire, the almost boundless strength coursing through Lyran invigorated him further, his golden eyes sparkling like stars, devoid of fear. For the Blood God, in an instant, the brutal clash between the Chosen of Sigma and the Champion of Terror sent shockwaves through the surrounding beings. Golden radiance and crimson mist struggled against each other. In a flash of lightning, the Helm warhammer and the Bloodreaver axe collided repeatedly. The warriors of the Order and the Chaos deities locked in a fierce battle where purification and chaos were evenly matched. The speed of their movements rendered the surrounding soldiers unable to discern their forms. The air was filled with the roars of battle and the impact of steel, with sparks flying as a testament to the ferocity of their conflict. Wood elves, Imperial soldiers, and Norscans alike were cowed by the terrifying destructive power of the two. Retreating in haste, the war raged on, interwoven with cries and the clashing of swords. The once solid, frozen ground beneath them could no longer bear the immense pressure, fracturing into countless shards. Down with you! The Helm warhammer descended like a comet upon Korgrog. The champion of terror swiftly raised his brass shield above his head, bracing for a strike powerful enough to shatter the skull of a bloodthirsty bull. The impact left a deep dent in the shield, the force sliding off as it struck Korgrog's shoulder. His legs sank into the ground, momentarily dazed by the warhammer's banishment effect, and cracks appeared in his scarlet plate armor. Die! Knight Lyran seized the fleeting opportunity, roaring with fury as he struck with absolute force against the comparatively weak backplate of the Norskin warlord. Beneath the crimson armor lay not the sinewy muscles of a dragon, but a putrid back oozing black blood. The malevolent deity had bestowed upon the champion of terror armor as hard as iron, the price being the eternal sacrifice of his soul, while his flesh gradually decayed, leaving only a bound, blasphemous spirit within the armor. The golden purifying force burned through Korgrog's decaying flesh like a bone-corroding parasite, the searing pain eliciting a cry from him. The Chosen of the false god. A price must be paid. Korgrog forced himself to break free from his stupor, turning his body as the two champions clashed once more. The two banishments disrupted the Norskin ranks, causing their casualties to soar, turning the tide of battle. For the Empire. For Sigma. The Imperial soldiers, spurred by the resonant sound of the horn, summoned their final courage, charging forth in formation, breaking through the Norskin shield wall like a force of nature. Steel met steel, and the air was filled with splashes of bright red blood as pikes and halberds surged forward, cutting down those who dared to resist. Our comrades are fighting for their lives. We cannot stand idly by. On a high ground at the rear of the battlefield, Albert, observing the chaotic struggle of hundreds, felt his blood boil. Drawing his longsword, he bellowed, "Crossbowmen, charge with me. Avenge our fallen warriors. Revenge! Revenge!" The crossbowman closely followed the ranger. "Let us fight." A militia archer under the banner of the Stag Knights made up his mind, discarding his longbow and grabbing a cleaver to join the Oak Village crossbowmen. "We shall fight." We shall fight. Thus, over 60 archers surged onto the battlefield. The moment to decide victory had arrived. Even if it meant biting the enemy with their teeth, they would prevail. For Ulrich, the last of the White Wolf Knights led the remaining Ranger Knights into their final charge, calling upon the name of the White Wolf War God. Drawing upon their last reserves of strength, they plunged into the chaotic ranks of the northern barbarians like a whirlwind. Esli, advance! With a brief yet powerful command in Elvish, the Forest Guardians launched their final offensive. In the center of the battlefield, two figures collided once more, separating with a forceful impact. The Kingdom Knight, clad in blood-stained armor, had been injured. Even in the state of the Chosen, he could not withstand the brutal blows. His energy was plentiful enough to stave off fatigue, and his formidable resilience made it difficult for Lyran to perish, but the Lost Knight's armor was merely of green quality. Its defense insufficient to compare with the heavy plate of the Champion of Terror. A mere 10 paces away, the Champion of Terror bore no unscathed part of his body. His armor had fallen from his arms and abdomen, and the remaining scarlet plate was marred with dents, having endured repeated strikes from the Helam Warhammer. Wounds still smoldered with golden flames, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the pit. Sigma Chosen State Countdown. 20 seconds. The system's notification echoed in Lyran's ears. Time was running out. I sense your weariness, chosen of the false god. The Norscan warlord detected the knight's fatigue. He resembled a battle-weary old wolf. Unfazed by the burning flames, his crimson eyes peering through the shattered helm, intently observing Lyran's decline. Since I descended from the Claw Sea, I have never engaged in such a thrilling battle. I must admit you are formidable, Southerner. I shall swiftly sever your head and mount it upon the war shield granted by the blood god, allowing you to witness your subordinates fall one by one. Countdown, 17 seconds. The Kingdom Knight silently gathered his strength, countless strategies flashing through his mind, preparing for the final strike. Haraha! The purifying force of his wounds made Korgrog's laughter tremble. He removed his helmet, revealing a bald head adorned with dim red war runes extending from his forehead to the back of his head. He grinned widely, his deep-set eyes seemingly mocking his opponent's ignorance. Countdown, 12 seconds. Then let us see. The Kingdom Knight ceased his prattle. Taking a deep breath, Lyran launched his final charge, the Helam Warhammer erupting with golden light, the divine power evaporating the bloodstains from the armor. 10 seconds. The Champion of Terror suddenly seized his brass shield with his left hand, delivering a clash with a Dragon-esque charge, while his right hand swung the Bloodreaver axe. A massive surge of chaotic energy began to repair his broken form, as long as Korgrog withstood the attack. No one on this battlefield would be able to contend with him. 9 seconds. The sharp serrated axe blade met the Helam Warhammer, blinding sparks erupting asunder. The Bloodreaver axe shattered under the influence of divine power, taking with it the Champion of Terror's right arm. 8 seconds. The Champion of Terror's charge collided brutally with Lyran, the already fractured spike penetrating the Lost Knight's armor and embedding itself into the Kingdom Knight's abdomen. With the violent impact, Lyran was sent flying backward. A slender stream of pale golden blood trickled from Lyloin's mouth, the excruciating pain radiating from his innards nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Behold, the chosen of the false god. This is the true power of a deity. Karlshag laughed unabashedly, enveloped in a thick mist of blood. The severed right arm of the Norscan warlord twisted and writhed, visibly regenerating. The Kingdom's Knight, undeterred by the agony coursing through his body, rose once more, raising his war hammer with unwavering resolve. A radiant light seemed to convey a message. This strike is for the vengeance of the Empire's people. Lyluin roared as he charged forward, and in the fleeting moment before his hammer struck the dread champion, time appeared to come to a halt. The knight's consciousness transcended the mortal realm, entering an extraordinary domain filled solely with boundless light. Two eerie blue beams, like venomous serpents, surged towards him. At the limits of his vision, he beheld a golden figure far above in the heavens. Within this realm, an expanse of blue chains stretched for thousands of miles, tightly binding his arms, while the golden figure spread its arms in a cross. Its gaze, as tangible as substance, seemed to fixate upon Lyloin. The golden figure's lips moved, uttering something, and a thunderous sound erupted. Golden lightning surged from the heavens, shattering the blue beams and fracturing the knight's surrounding domain. In the next instant, the disorientation vanished, and a voice of utmost authority, obscure yet profound, echoed from afar. Yet Lyloin understood its significance. All for the Empire. In Ojuan, tens of thousands of miles from the old world, a double-tailed comet streaked across the darkened sky, its two white tails blazing. The sinister moon, Morspri, trembled in response. If Lailoin were to remove his upper garments at that moment, he would reveal a double-tailed comet insignia branded upon his left chest, the true power of Sigmar. On the battlefield, all held their breath, awaiting the final verdict. The burning sensation in Lailoin's chest stimulated his nerves, yet he did not relent. The white flames of the ram warhammer shimmered like stars as it crashed down upon the brass shield. The power of banishment. A thunderous explosion resonated as the countdown concluded, abruptly ceasing. The towering dread champion warrior did not fall. He was dazed by the banishment force. Half of his scarlet plate armor shattered, flesh and blood mangled. Yet Kalshag remained unyielding, blood cascading down his fractured skull, his tenacious life force flickering out, only to surge back once more. All present on the battlefield felt an overwhelming, ferocious aura descend from the heavens. Lailoin's consciousness began to fade. His final card rendered null, his vigor dissipating, while the agony in his chest nearly suffocated him, an infinite darkness enveloping his vision. The sounds of brass clanging and the endless sea of blood materialized in this realm, becoming increasingly tangible. The elves, in despair, covered their ears, desperately attempting to evade his gaze. The final victory belonged to blood. The Norscan warlord let out a triumphant roar. With great effort, Kalshag lifted his left arm. Feeling the starfire arrow that pierced his skull, fear flickered in his eyes. His gradually dilating pupils revealed everything. The lone wolf Kalshag, the Norscan barbarian warrior, observed by the blood god in his dying moments, met his end. 100 meters away, the wood elf ranger, Katarina, released her forced bow, her chest rising and falling as she gasped for breath, relieved she had released that arrow in time. In Lailoin's last moments of awareness, he beheld Kalshag's body slump to the ground, lifeless. The pointy-eared ones are unreliable, the knight thought in his final moments, before his head drooped, plunging him into unconsciousness. The epic battle had concluded. The wood elf ranger swiftly felled a Norscan berserker, rushing to Lailoin's side, who had completely lost consciousness, sinking into deep oblivion. Katarina immediately pressed her pale, slender palm against Lailoin's chest, sensing a strong heartbeat pulsating beneath her hand, and she sighed in relief. He was not dead. You conceal many secrets. Her amber eyes scrutinized him, a smile playing upon her lips as she acknowledged the uniqueness of this human. The woodland guardians arrived in droves. The morale of the Norscan army utterly shattered, their remnants scattering. The Norscan warlord had perished. The lone wolf Kalshag had failed. Kill the Northerners! Kill the Northerners! The soldiers of the Empire, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in jubilant cries of victory, their spirits soaring, their weapons glinting with renewed ferocity. In contrast, the remaining Norscan warriors, stripped of all will to fight, began a frantic retreat. Only 50 or 60 left. Knights. For Ulrich. In the southern battlefield, Captain Creel of the White Wolf Knight Company and the Stag Knight Milton Sane were bloodied, clearly having emerged from a fierce battle. Over a dozen knights appeared in the path of the retreating Norscans, charging fiercely, like a tempest, cutting down swathes of enemies. The disorganized barbarian warriors flailed about like headless flies, awaiting only the wrath of the Empire's soldiers. Half an hour later, the war was irrevocably concluded. Chapter 51. Langini Stonehelm. As Laren slowly awakened, he found the sky outside had turned to dusk. The setting sun painted the clouds crimson, while the encroaching night began to envelop the landscape. He was in a modest, somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin, with traces of charred marks along the windowsill, a clear indication of a fiery encounter. Suddenly, Laren sat up abruptly, a surge of pain compelling him to recline once more. A searing sensation gripped his chest, accompanied by an unusual coolness. The army's apothecary had dressed his wounds with herbs, binding them with layer upon layer of gauze, rendering his movements cumbersome. He rubbed his temples gently, feeling a slight relief from the dizziness. Had we emerged victorious? My lord Laren, exclaimed the Stag Knight Milton Sane, briskly entering the room, his steel plate armor smeared with the blood of foes, while the tattered cloak of the forest deer family hung limply from his shoulders. He scrutinized the knight of the kingdom in bed with concern, asking, "Do you feel any better now?" "Well, overall not too bad, though my head feels rather foggy," Laren replied with a wry smile. "Could you assist me in standing?" With great care, the Stag Knight helped Laren to his feet. moving gently to prevent him from falling. As Laren rose, darkness threatened to overtake him, but with Milton's support, he managed to find his balance. "Thank you." Laren expressed his gratitude. Glancing around the room, he inquired, "Where are we? What of the Nosker forces? Have they retreated? Is Kalsrog truly dead?" "All of this is thanks to you, my lord Laren," Milton explained with joy in his voice. After being defeated on the front lines, the Nosker troops retreated south to their stronghold, just as Sir Creel and I were clearing that very outpost and encountered them. Most of the Nosker soldiers were slain by the knights, with only a few swift ones escaping into the western forests. I doubt they will survive long. That is reassuring. Laren sighed in relief. "Come, let me get some fresh air. The cleansing of Cian village is nearly complete, though some chaotic corruption still requires attention." The stag knight pulled open the cabin door and stepped outside. The chaotic corruption would naturally be addressed by specialists. The accompanying priests of Ulrich could not manage the overwhelming taint in a short time. They merely scattered holy water around the most severely corroded areas and affixed scriptures to prevent further spread. To eradicate the source, extensive rituals would be necessary. Not to mention the significant quantities of pure salt, sacred relics, and holy oils required for purification, all of which the priests lacked. The Draven army had established a camp within Cian village, erecting tent after tent upon the ruins of burned buildings. The surviving soldiers had no time to rejoice in their survival. They were short-staffed and needed to hastily construct their encampment. Dozens wielding torches scattered about, guided by the priests of Ulrich, setting ablaze the houses that had sprouted tendrils and eyes. Some soldiers, caked in mud, chopped firewood for cooking, while cries of agony echoed from the medical tents, the sounds of pain reverberating through the air. To those who initiate war, victory and defeat are paramount. For ordinary soldiers, only life and death hold significance. Laren noticed many Imperial civilians among the camp, including a few dwarves. "Laren, are you feeling better?" Upon raising his gaze, he saw Creel Anlo, captain of the White Wolf Knights, approach with haste. His long hair, pulled back, had become somewhat disheveled, with strands occasionally falling from his temples. After assessing Laren with concern, Creel smiled, saying, "I thought you might sleep for 7 or 8 days, yet you awaken after just a few hours." The duel you had with the Nosker warlord ranks as one of the most thrilling encounters I have witnessed in decades. Creel reflected deeply from the battlefield's deep pits. It was evident that the solitary wolf Kalsrog possessed legendary prowess, far beyond what elite soldiers could withstand. The axe marks carved into the ground bore testament to a power capable of cleaving through the blessed armor of the White Wolf Knights. Alas, your armor was utterly destroyed in that confrontation. It is merely a piece of armor. In comparison to this battle, my losses are trifling, Laren sighed. His primary concern resting with the casualties of the Oak Village army, for military strength is the foundation of all endeavors. Creel nodded, a deliberate cough escaping him. "I almost forgot." The White Wolf Knight turned with a smile, saying, "Laren, allow me to introduce you to Langini Stonehelm, the chieftain of the Stonehelm clan, who tended to your wounds." The dwarf, with his right hand resting upon his chest in the most venerable of gestures, boomed in his characteristic rough voice, "Greetings, human lad. Today is a day of joy for the dwarves." Before Laren stood a stout dwarf, his head held high, with a long white beard cascading down to his belt. Creel continued, "Chieftain Langini and his Stonehelm clan are dwarves of the Empire who emerged from the mountains. They originally resided in Fabian Town within the Nord territory. When the Nosker attacked, Chieftain Langini rallied his kin to resist, but alas, they were outnumbered, and the entire Stonehelm clan was captured. When Milton and I stormed the stronghold, we found Chieftain Langini engaged in battle against the Nosker. Had the White Wolf Knights not arrived so swiftly, I could have throttled those scoundrels with the chains in my hands." Langini Stonehelm laughed heartily, his joy unrestrained. Despite having lived among humans for decades, the dwarves of the Empire retained the societal structures established by their mountain kin. In the Empire, dwarves remained a proud race, bearing lasting and tenacious memories of their deeds and the wrongs they had endured. Most Imperial dwarves preferred traditional mountain professions such as engineers, masons, blacksmiths, miners, and warriors. Only a few engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry, as their earnings paled in comparison to those of engineers, blacksmiths, or soldiers. It is noteworthy that they do not abandon their dwarven customs, placing great importance on age, beard length, wealth, ability, and, most crucially, reputation. Consequently, Almost every imperial dwarf keeps a meticulous record of grievances. However, compared to the grand tome of grievances stored in the Eternal Peak Fortress, Archaic, their records are far less formal. Chieftain Langini, this is Laren, Knight of the Kingdom, Creel added. The lone wolf Kalsrog fell to his hand. Upon hearing Creel's words, the white-bearded dwarf fixed a serious gaze upon Laren, solemnly stating, "My nephew Guri fell at Kalsrog's hand." Thus, he extended his calloused, robust palm and sincerely declared, "I owe you a debt of gratitude, Laren." New hero discovered. Name, Langini Stonehelm, Green Tier, Recruitable, Race, Dwarf, Class, Blacksmith, Equipment, Rune Warhammer, Dwarven Shield. Steel Chainmail. Traits, Longbeard, for leadership for Dwarven soldiers. Skilled Artisan, 5 chance to craft rare equipment limit. Green Tier. Workshop output efficiency 20. Potential, 6-10, relationship, 8-10, very friendly. Laren was taken aback, but quickly came to terms with it. One of the traits of the white-bearded dwarf, Longbeard, indicated that Langini Stonehelm was over 200 years old. In the Dwarven Kingdom, the Longbeards constituted the most significant demographic, possessing the longest beards, the most weighty voices, the highest status, and combat prowess rivaling that of elite soldiers from other races. A formidable army of long-bearded warriors often shoulders the vital responsibility of fortifying the front lines. Few adversaries can successfully breach their shield formations, leaving enemies feeling as though they are battling against an impenetrable stone wall. Lyran, filled with elation, unhesitatingly chose to recruit. The kingdom's knight clasped his hand firmly. Both the man and the dwarf sensed an exquisite vitality emanating from each other's grasp. As the fiery clouds of dusk dissipated, the night quietly enveloped the sky. This evening, a solitary moon illuminated the expanse above the old world. On the night of the malevolent moon, Morspree, the pure radiance of the moon of Manaspree was completely overshadowed by the sinister green of the evil moon. What was once the grand wooden abode of the village elder of Scene now hosted a gathering filled with knights from the Count Draven's domain, flanked by several wood elves and 3 dwarves seated at the far end of the long table. "My lord Creel, the tally of soldier casualties has been nearly completed," lamented the stag knight, Milton Sane, his expression wrought with sorrow. He had not anticipated such staggering losses in this war. With over a third of the soldiers' souls claimed by the Grim Reaper, at the table's end, Creel closed his eyes, his weathered face appearing somewhat haggard beneath the glow of the fire pit. Of the 10 White Wolf knights who fought alongside him, 6 had perished, while 1 lay gravely injured and unconscious, and 3 bore lighter wounds. As the captain of the White Wolf Knights, Creel Amlo felt a profound pride for his fallen brethren. "Speak it aloud. I believe everyone is prepared for the truth." The White Wolf Knight gestured for Milton to commence. After a moment's hesitation, the stag knight slowly began, clutching the grim ledger of the deceased. As the casualties were announced, a heavy silence enveloped the assembly. Katarina, the wood elf ranger who had been absent all afternoon, stood alone in the shadows beyond the fire's reach, once again donning her mask, her amber eyes filled with sorrow. 9 woodland guardians had fallen, and 13 wood elves were injured to varying degrees. This was a grievous toll indeed. In the Lornlone forest, the Essel were few in number, and their reproductive capacity paled in comparison to that of humans. Mature woodland guardians represented a precious strength of the forest, and the wood elves could ill afford such significant losses. Inside the grand wooden house, a profound silence lingered. The casualties of the Oak Village army fell within Lyran's tolerable limits. 7 had perished, and over 10 were injured. Albert, Gavin, and others bore some bruises, while most of the pikemen's armor showed signs of severe wear. Quality equipment maximizes soldier safety and effectively reduces casualties. A well-led army can withstand considerable losses. This battle had revealed numerous shortcomings from the current military situation of Oak Village. Lyran's troops not only lacked robust ranged weaponry, but also suffered from a severe deficiency of mobile cavalry to protect their flanks. The crossbowmen found their bolts often failed to strike swiftly moving foes, a vulnerability Lyran had noted while facing the Norsika cavalry. The infantry's line of defense and the idealized tactics of concentrated ranged fire proved overly optimistic. In field engagements, it is paramount that the enemy does not seize the initiative. Once ensnared by the enemy employing hit-and-run tactics, defeat becomes merely a matter of time. Even the knightly kingdom across the Grey Mountains, despite boasting the most powerful knightly army in the Old World, relied heavily on the coordination of numerous skirmishers on the battlefield. Our army has suffered grievous losses. Yet all of it has been worthwhile. Creel rose, his expression grave. We have slain the Norsika warlord, Kaljog, extinguishing this malevolent northern army and liberating the Count Draven's domain from threat. Humans, dwarves, and elves, let us observe a moment of silence for our fallen warriors. All of the human knights rose in unison. They leaned their swords against the ground and bowed their heads in respect for the brave souls who had perished. The wood elves remained silent, heads bowed. The dwarven chieftain, Langony Stonehelm, thought of his deceased kin, his heart heavy with grief as he recited ancient dwarven ballads, accompanied by the resonant tones of the old dwarven song. Lyron remained lost in thought. Over an hour later, soldiers began to transport box after box of wealth from the grand wooden house, piling it into a small mountain. This was the treasure plundered by the Norsika during their southern incursions, an astonishing sum. The only regret Creel harbored was the inability to locate their longships. Had they been found, the bounty amassed would have been even more substantial. A rough estimate placed the total value of all the boxes at over 1,300 gold coins. Lyron's heart was drawn not merely to the gold, but to the rescued subjects of the Empire. Most hailed from the Nord and Midden territories, totaling 227 individuals, including 123 men, 76 women, and 28 children. The Norsika revered the strong and despised the weak. The captured citizens were predominantly young and robust, representing a valuable demographic. The kingdom's knights prepared to forego a portion of their spoils in exchange for the freedom of all rescued imperial subjects, intending to integrate them into Oak Village. Naturally, this would entail a considerable cost, for the knights of Count Draven's domain required a substantial populace to bolster their fiefs. Over 100 able-bodied men equated to more than 100 soldiers. 17 dwarves were also rescued, all belonging to Langony Stonehelm's kin. Lyron's physical condition permitted him only limited mobility. Strolling outside Scene Village, the kingdom knight leaned against an oak tree, gazing at the now-cleared battlefield not far away. The cold wind swept over the icy ground, and Lyron inhaled a faint scent of nature. "What are you doing here, human?" came the haughty voice of an elf from the branches above. Lyron looked up to find a pair of amber eyes fixed upon him. Chapter 52. The conclusion of war and the return to Oak Village. A tall female elf, her arm gracefully suspended from the branches of the oak tree above Lyron, deftly stowed her longbow and leapt down, landing lightly on her toes before him. Her scaled armor glimmered like flowing water, reflecting a faint green luminescence. Katarina tucked a stray lock of hair behind her pointed ear, her dark green cloak billowing in the breeze, exuding a subtle scent of the forest. "Shouldn't I be the one to ask this?" Lyron raised an eyebrow. Perhaps standing atop the treetops offers a more splendid view of the night? Since the war's end, the ranger Katarina had seldom made an appearance. The kingdom's knights could only speculate whether she mourned the fallen elves or deliberately avoided everyone. "The forest helps me maintain my composure, preventing unnecessary wild impulses," Katarina remarked, her arms crossed, her tone devoid of emotion. Lyron nodded, his gaze drifting toward the vast wilderness to the north, where the territories of Midden and Nord were blanketed with forests and swamps. In the distance, a haunting wolf howl echoed. Were the wolves hunting, or perhaps defending their territory? The two, a man and an elf, stood under the moonlight, one seated and the other standing, both experiencing a subtle awkwardness. Moments later, Lyron and Katarina turned to face each other almost in unison. "When do you plan to leave?" "I have a question I wish to ask." Their eyes met, and the elf instinctively averted her gaze. Lyron chuckled silently. "Ladies first." Katarina frowned at the knight's chivalry, casting him a sidelong glance and huffing. "If you have a question, just speak. Don't be so indecisive." "Perhaps it's best to let it go," Lyron shrugged, leaning against the oak. "I'd prefer not to be beaten senseless for asking the wrong thing." Past experiences had taught him that women could be formidable, and beautiful women even more so. As for beautiful elven women, they were no different. "Let us address my question first." Noticing Katarina's eye roll, Lyron pressed on. "What made you think to take a second shot? To be precise, it was your arrow that struck down Kalsrock." The elven woman paused, hands on her hips, retorting, "Human, didn't you make it clear in your pre-war briefing? When you raised that battered hammer, it signified the start of our action. The light indicated we were to concentrate our fire." "Oh, that is true." Lyron nodded noncommittally. Katarina, the ranger, demonstrated remarkable reflexes, stringing her bow and accurately shooting the lone wolf Kalsrog within mere seconds. Had they concentrated their fire on the Nosker warlord at the onset of the battle, the elven arrows would likely have proven ineffective against Kalsrog. It was only because Laren infused the Rallam hammer with the power of banishment at the last second, rendering Kalsrog momentarily dazed. Combined with a series of fierce skirmishes that nearly shattered the demon plate armor of the Terror Champion, that Katarina found her opportunity to execute her shot. Excellent teamwork, Laren sincerely remarked. I look forward to our next collaboration. Beneath her mask, Katarina scoffed. She scrutinized the knight with a complex expression and candidly declared, "Human, you harbor too many secrets within you. In my decades of experience, you are the most extraordinary one I have encountered. Is that so?" "I'm honored to be the most extraordinary," Laren feigned indifference. "Care to explain those two radiant orbs?" At the moment of their explosion, I sensed the essence of the wind of light. Clearly, you have mastered some form of magic. Katarina's penetrating gaze dissected Laren layer by layer. "Are you referring to this?" The knight raised his right hand. A pearl-sized orb of pale light floated in his palm, radiating a gentle warmth that illuminated the ground around the oak. Katarina was no stranger to the power of magic in the Loron-Lorland forest. The tree speakers adeptly wielded the magic of the wind of life, nurturing the woods and healing the wounded. From the orb in Laren's palm, she felt an essence of purity. The elven woman extended her fair hand, her fingertips grazing the orb, causing ripples to emanate. "The wind of light," she murmured in disbelief. "Indeed, it is condensed from pure wind of light," Laren clarified. Simultaneously, he brought his hands together, slowly twisting them. More light points began to emerge from within him, coalescing in his palm, the orb growing ever brighter, expanding to the size of a palm. Laren gestured for Katarina to step back, and she complied, leaping several meters away to provide him ample space for demonstration. "Watch closely. This is how it blossoms." As his words fell, Laren abruptly thrust his hands apart. The gathered light orb, deprived of its continuous influx of light points, became unstable, and in an instant, it exploded, sending a cloud of dust swirling. "Cough, cough." Laren waved his hand to disperse the dust, his gaze clear. "Did you see that? The banishing light. An upgraded spell derived from the radiant light technique. The user can control the explosion's range and power. During the confrontation with the Nosker army, the maximum power of the banishing light consumed half of my magical wind reserves in one go, proving remarkably effective against chaotic beings. It was perfectly suited for countering the large-scale Nosker barbarian warriors. "Human, you can't possibly be the chosen one, can you?" Katarina's eyes were filled with complexity, struggling to fathom how an ordinary human knight could possess such power. Laren remained silent, slowly unfastening the buttons of his collar, exposing a large expanse of skin. "Hey, what are you doing?" Katarina's eyes brimmed with caution as she instinctively took a few steps back, her hand gripping the obsidian dagger concealed behind her. "I'm showing you the sacred mark on my chest," Laren quipped, raising an eyebrow innocently. "How else can I prove my identity?" The knight halted the buttons above his abdomen, pulling aside the left side of his garment to reveal a prominent scar imprinted on his chest, resembling a double-tailed comet. Two golden tails symbolized an incredibly powerful human warrior from 2 millennia ago, whose brilliance was so piercing that even the forces of chaos were dimmed in its presence. "Katarina, the true chosen one of Sigma stands before you," Laren proclaimed amidst the light. On October 22nd, 2502 of the imperial calendar, the war against the Nosker army had concluded 7 days prior. This army now numbered a mere 170. To be precise, the combined forces of Count Draven and Baron Yorn were reduced to just that number. News of the ambush on Baron Yorn's troops by the Beastmen spread rapidly, and the Baron himself perished in the ambush. Meanwhile, Draven's forces suffered nearly 1/3 of their soldiers, yet they had fulfilled expectations by slaying the Nosker warlord Kalsrog and vanquishing the Nosker army, saving hundreds of imperial citizens. Almost 800 souls were lost, forever entombed on the battlefield against chaos. The soldiers loudly discussed their spoils of war and the few silver and copper coins awarded by their lord. The once boisterous rangers had undergone a transformation through numerous battles, their spirits steadied, no longer as boisterous as at the war's outset. 3 rangers, due to their outstanding achievements, were chosen by the captain of the White Wolf Knights, Grail, to become honorable apprentice White Wolf Knights, awaiting their journey to the White Wolf Knights headquarters in Middenheim for a series of assessments. In due time, 3 more White Wolf Knights would assume the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the Empire. Arrangements for the rescued citizens had been diligently made. Laren had merely expended 150 gold coins and a portion of the spoils to secure the release of 227 individuals. The scene of the fierce battle between the Knights of the Kingdom and the Norscar warlords left an indelible impression on all the knights. In the matter of rewards, Laren was undoubtedly entitled to claim the lion's share of the spoils. The knights were inclined to grant him a favor, hoping to leave a favorable impression before the Chosen One. A dozen dwarves from the Stonehelm clan, led by their chieftain, Langini Stonehelm, settled in Oakwood Village. Most of these dwarves were exceptional blacksmiths, a resource that Laren desperately needed, particularly the green-tier hero, Langini Stonehelm. The chieftain's unique trait, skilled artisan, boasted a 5 chance of crafting rare equipment and enhanced workshop productivity by 20. The mere thought of a future army of Oakwood Village, clad in armor and wielding weapons forged solely by dwarves, brought a smile to Laren's dreams. After the battle, the woodland guardians of the wood elves did not depart immediately, as many were injured and unable to move swiftly. Along the way, Langini's kin found themselves in heated disputes with the wood elves, particularly Langini, whose booming voice dominated each argument. The long-bearded dwarves held a stubborn prejudice against the pointy-eared elves, a bias not easily softened, especially given Langini's propensity for lengthy tirades. Each quarrel seemed to be ignited by the dwarves. Despite the Sons of the Mountains being renowned for their stamina, their naturally short legs dictated a slower pace. Initially, when the dwarves and elves began to bicker and chase each other, the elves could easily evade the dwarves, often leaving them several meters behind with a mere sidestep. Consequently, the Knights of the Kingdom had to plead tirelessly to convince Chieftain Langini to agree to ride in a wagon. By Grimnir, the sight of pointy ears vexes me. Langini bellowed from the front wagon, where he sat, meticulously stroking his white beard. The dwarves, accustomed to speaking in High Gothic, the official language of the Empire, echoed his sentiments with shouts of agreement. Me too. I am equally vexed. The mere sight of pointy ears is enough to sour my morning barley bread. The gray-clad maid, Katarina, rode an imperial warhorse, trailing only a head behind Laren. From beneath her hood, her amber eyes casually glanced at the dwarves as she disdainfully remarked in Elvish, "Little dwarfs." The dwarves, unable to comprehend the Elvish tongue, understood that anything uttered by the pointy-eared ones was likely unfriendly. "Laren, brother, what is that pointy-eared one chattering about?" The long-bearded dwarf shouted, brandishing his ancestral rune hammer, prepared to teach the wood elf a lesson. Laren pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing that he had assumed the role of mediator during these days of discord. Each dispute required his intervention to quell tensions, a task that weighed heavily on his heart. Alas, only Laren possessed knowledge of the Elvish language, serving as the translator amid the strife between the elves and dwarves. "Lord Langini, Katarina is merely lamenting the weather," Laren fabricated an excuse. His feeble explanation was clearly insufficient to placate the long-bearded dwarf. With a skeptical glance, Langini huffed and lowered his rune hammer. "Very well. Laren, you tell her not to attempt to insult us dwarves. Otherwise, I shall personally let her experience the taste of my forging hammer." Once again, a potential conflict was averted. The dwarves could not grasp Elvish, and thus, the matter was easily resolved. Gradually departing the forest, the spacing between trees widened, and the underbrush thinned, signaling their proximity to the settlement. "Am I complaining about the weather?" Katarina chuckled lightly, glancing at Laren's profile, and teasingly inquired in Elvish, "Why not tell this little dwarf the truth?" Laren maintained an impassive expression. "Humans, Kunos will curse you." "Forget it," Katarina retorted, flustered and frustrated, her resolve wavering as she struggled to find the right words. At that moment, the long-bearded dwarf suddenly exclaimed, "Laren, brother, that pointy-eared one has repeated that word for the 3rd time. She is undoubtedly insulting me." Laren sighed deeply as a chill breeze brushed against his face. And in the distance, a human village came into view. The soldiers of Oakwood Village erupted in cheers. Please vote and subscribe. Thank you for the generous donations. Chapter 53, A Bountiful Harvest. In the wilderness, the branches and leaves of the winter grass were coated with a thick layer of frost, as the temperature plummeted, causing breaths to form mist. 3 days prior, Count Draven's territory had welcomed its first snowfall. Upon exiting the forest, the group spotted a wooden marker at the crossroads, signifying the time for the army's disbandment had arrived. "Thank you very much, Sir Creel," the Kingdom Knight expressed with a sincere smile, his thick cloak billowing in the wind. The two nobles from the Amlosian family, Count Leaf and the White Wolf Knight Creel, had rendered tremendous assistance in the development of the territory. After more than half a month of warfare, the troops were weary, and it was time for a well-deserved respite. Lord Laren, when I have the opportunity, I will surely visit you in Oak Village. Don't you dare keep me at bay. The White Wolf Knight's retinue included the stag knight Milton Sane, who bid farewell to Laren with a firm handshake. The knight from the Sane family chose to accompany Creel to Blaytown, his eyes filled with anticipation at the honor of fighting alongside the Chosen One. Of course, my longhouse will always be stocked with beer and roasted meat. Welcoming your arrival, the Kingdom Knight replied with a smile. When you come, don't forget to send word ahead. I might be busy chopping wood at the lumberyard to avoid wasting your time. Laughter erupted among the knights, appreciating the Chosen One's wit. The Ranger Albert, walking alongside Laren, wore a smirk, his mustache curling upward, vividly recalling scenes of his lord laboring in the lumberyard. After bidding farewell to everyone, the Kingdom Knight turned his horse's head and set off down the dirt road at the other end of the crossroads. The gravel, exposed from years of wind and sun, created a bumpy ride, while the trees lining the road stood at clear intervals, maintained by lumberjacks. The familiar territory drew ever closer. After several days of interaction, the relations between the humans and wood elves in Oak Village had improved, no longer as tense as at the start. At least the human soldiers no longer feared contact with the pointed-eared folk. In contrast, the relationship between the mountain dwarves and humans was evidently much more amiable. As a cold breeze swept by, Katarina tightened her dark green cloak, attempting to conceal herself further within its folds. Only her amber eyes peeked out, observing the snow-laden wilderness. As she complained in a crisp voice, I detest leaving the forest in winter, dressed in autumn attire. The wood elf wore only a fitted leather coat and green leaf-scaled armor. The Loren forest had a unique magical web, maintaining a mild temperature even in winter. However, suddenly enduring the cold of the Northern Empire proved challenging for the frost-resistant wood elf. Laren couldn't help but chuckle. It was a rare sight to see Katarina flustered. He unfastened his cloak and offered it to her. We will reach Oak Village soon. Just endure a little longer. Katarina refused the cloak, deliberately averting her gaze, disdainfully retorting. Esley does not require human pity. This cloak is of no use to me. You might as well discard it. Feigning to toss the cloak away, Laren was intercepted mid-air by the wood elf, who swiftly secured the garment around herself, still stubbornly refusing to meet his eyes. After all, having been draped in the cloak by the Kingdom Knight, she felt the warmth of its lining through her leather attire. A few hours later, in the Lord's Longhouse. On the second-floor hall, the Kingdom Knight was now wrapped in a thin gray robe, steam rising from his body. The exposed skin of his sturdy chest, sharply defined, contrasted against his damp black hair, which hung loosely to his shoulders. Reclining on the sofa, his bare feet sinking into the soft bearskin rug, he savored the comfort beneath him. Two fireplaces blazed fiercely, continuously providing warmth to the hall, while a maid added several braziers in the corners, further increasing the temperature and keeping the cold at bay. Laren felt a gentle warmth enveloping him as he lifted a tin cup from the wooden table and took a large gulp. The sweet wine, freshly retrieved from the cellar, carried a hint of chill that countered the heat, leaving him feeling utterly at ease. Laren accessed the system panel to review the details of his territory. Oak Village. Lord Laren. Category: Human Village. Resources: 763 gold coins, 60 stone, 170 wood. 265 food. Monthly production: 51 gold coins, 5 stone, 50 wood. Population: 479 humans, 18 dwarves, 33 wood elves. Order: 38. Stabilizing. Development: 40. Constructed: Lord's Longhouse, Level 1. Farmland, Level 1. Lumberyard, Level 1. Water Wheel, Level 1. Basic Infantry Camp, Granary, Level 1. Available constructs: Sigma Shrine, Blueprint available. Church, Tavern, Blacksmith, Level 1. Lord's Longhouse, Level 2. Army: 31 spear and shield soldiers, 10 crossbowmen. Monthly expenses: 8 gold coins. 25 food. Heroes: 4-5. Aside from the apprentice Sigma battle priest Luther Huth stationed far away in Blaytown. The current 4 heroes included the Wood Elf Ranger Katarina Ellison, Dwarf Chieftain Langany Stonehelm, Sergeant Gavin Clinton, and Ranger Albert Tataroon. Each hero possessed unique traits that enhanced Oak Village's strength in various aspects. With the hero recruitment capacity reached, Laren realized that only through expanding his territory and increasing his piety could he recruit more heroes. Seeing the soaring figures of both population and territory resources, Laren's spirits lifted greatly. More importantly, the total population had surpassed 300, prompting the system panel to notify him that he could construct the Lord's Longhouse, Level 2, unlocking additional buildings and enhancing the territory's benefits. The dream of transforming Oak Village into a sprawling town was no longer far-fetched. The gold coins seized from the Nosker stronghold amounted to over 100, significantly alleviating Laren's persistent concerns regarding funds and provisions. With financial security, he felt emboldened, capable of pursuing any endeavor. Currently, Laren commanded 31 spear and shield soldiers, 15 crossbowmen, and 4 hero units. Upon leaving Oak Village, the Kingdom Knight had stationed a squad of 10 spear and shield soldiers to guard the village, only taking 3 squads, totaling 30 soldiers, with him. With well-equipped forces and more than a month of rigorous training, the casualty rate among the soldiers had been minimal. And with the addition of 13 soldiers from the Beg outpost, the number of Oak Village soldiers had seen a slight increase. Laren also took note of the maintenance costs. Each spear and shield soldier incurred a monthly expense of 20 silver coins, while each crossbowman required 25 silver coins. Converted to gold, this meant that every 5 spear and shield soldiers cost 1 gold coin monthly, and every 4 crossbowmen also cost 1 gold coin monthly. Currently, Oak Village's monthly income stood at 51 gold coins, indicating that 1/5 of this income was allocated to military expenses. Theoretically, if Laren were to adopt a militaristic approach, reckless enough to disregard all costs, he could muster 180 spear and shield soldiers and 90 crossbowmen within a few days, equivalent to 3 standard Imperial infantry companies. However, it was clear that he was not inclined to such madness. Recruiting soldiers required population. All the men in his territory barely exceeded 200. Should he proceed with such a plan and suffer significant casualties, losing a substantial portion of able-bodied workers, the sharp decline in monthly income would be sufficient to cripple the village. Nevertheless, there was no need for self-deprecation in the face of numerous formidable foes. The current military force combined with Laren's strength could sufficiently defend this small human village. Just as the Kingdom Knight was lost in the boundless visions of his territory's future, the sudden sound of footsteps shattered his reverie. "My lord, do you find the temperature in the hall still suitable?" Pittman, the steward and Lord's Longhouse manager, cautiously stepped into the hall, oblivious to the fact that he had disturbed the Lord's sweet dreams. "Ah, it's Pittman. Come, take a seat," Laren said, stretching lazily on the sofa, instantly revitalized, and gestured warmly for him to approach. The steward approached the Knight of the Kingdom, adhering to protocol, sitting half in the air, his formal attire accentuating his slightly tense visage. Laren observed all of this with a calm smile, pouring a glass of sweet wine for his steward, casually inquiring, "Pittman, when was the last time we sat here sharing a drink?" Unbeknownst to him, 20 days had slipped away. Feeling as if one moment he was battling the Norscans on horseback and the next, seated here, Laren chuckled silently. No, my lord. You are the one who has endured the most, defeating the Norscan warlords and saving so many of our kin." Watching the steward abruptly stand, gesticulating animatedly, Laren was taken aback. "I apologize, my lord." Pittman realized his rudeness, bowing his head in sincere apology. Laren responded with a polite smile, asking, "What is troubling you?" He pondered inwardly whether this fellow had lost his senses. "It's nothing, my lord, truly nothing. I am merely too excited," the steward replied candidly. As a devout follower of Sigma, honesty was a fundamental tenet of his faith. The Knight of the Kingdom surmised the cause of Pittman's unusual demeanor and, fixing his gaze upon him, tentatively asked, "Pittman, do you know my true identity?" Pittman was caught off guard. Under the scrutinizing gaze, he found himself unable to lie and nodded hastily. Indeed, Laren had never publicly proclaimed himself as the chosen of Sigma, yet Pittman had caught wind of some whispers. It was no wonder that when parting with Chlorel, he had mentioned that the entire empire would soon know that Midden had produced a new chosen of Sigma. The chosen of Sigma was the earthly embodiment of Sigma. From a faith perspective, Laren's identity held greater gravitas than that of the Grand Pontiff Walkmar of the Sigma Church. For ordinary believers, encountering His Excellency Grand Pontiff Walkmar, though exceedingly rare, was nonetheless a possibility, whereas the chosen of Sigma had only appeared a handful of times throughout the Empire's 2,000-year history. Contemplating this and observing the speechless pitman, Lyron's thoughts began to flourish. He could cleverly utilize this identity to secure more resources, regardless of who has said it. From now on, I hope you can maintain confidentiality, Lyron declared, rising as a radiant aura enveloped him, his expression solemn. Pitman, do you understand? Yes, yes. The stewardess' eyes glazed over as he stared at the milky glow. His knees buckled, and he knelt, tears of excitement streaming down his face. The devout follower had witnessed a true miracle. At that moment, Lyron yearned to place a hand upon Pitman's head and utter words of blessing, wishing that their Lord Sigma would be with him. After some thought, he decided against it. The Knight of the Kingdom firmly believed in a saying, "What is unattainable is the most desirable." Prematurely fulfilling the demands of faith would stifle the growth of devotion. Pitman would remain fiercely loyal to Lyron until the end of the world. 2 days later, at the Lord's command, a wooden platform had been erected in the clearing before the old oak tree in the village. Nearly the entire village, young and old, had gathered beneath the platform. A bustling sea of faces, for a solemn ceremony was underway. Dressed in knightly attire, Lyron stood upon the wooden platform, his long hair tied back, exposing his forehead. The deep brown collar of his outer garment was adorned with flame patterns, giving him an imposing aura without the need for anger. Before the knight, on the wooden platform, dozens of soldiers stood in neat rows, each standing tall and proud. The crowd around them, filled with hundreds of envious eyes, gazed upon this scene, including their parents, wives, children, and friends. At one end of the platform, Steward Pitman held a roster and called out loudly, "Grafton done, for your bravery in battle, having slain 1 Norskin berserker, 3 lesser beasts, and 2 great beasts, you are awarded 12 silver coins." Among the ranks, a soldier with a full beard eagerly stepped onto the platform, excitement coursing through him. In his 32 years of life, it was the first time he stood before hundreds. Almost tripping over his own feet, Grafton Dunn approached the knight, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, struggling to conceal his slight trembling. To be honest, his current nerves surpassed those he felt when facing the Norscans. The bearded soldier awkwardly raised his right hand, using all his strength to thump it against his left chest, saluting the knight. Lyron solemnly praised, "You have done well." "Thank you, my lord." Grafton Dunn's expression was complex. Below, a synchronized round of applause erupted. Chapter 54. Territorial Planning and Construction. A soldier with a full beard strode past the stage, rejoining his comrades while tightly clutching a reward pouch. Gavin Clinton. A total of 4 Northscar barbarians slain, 7 inferior horned beasts, and 3 large horned beasts. Reward, 33 silver coins. In addition, for commendable service in battle, an extra reward of 10 silver coins. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. 43 silver coins. My heavens! This amount nearly equals a common soldier's annual salary. The Lord is exceedingly generous. Envious gazes converged upon the young sergeant, Gavin, who promptly stepped forward, his heart racing, though his demeanor remained composed. He ascended the stage with swift strides, executing a salute with utmost precision. "My lord Lylan." "Well done, Gavin," Lylan remarked, handing him the pouch of silver coins with a smile of approval. "As captain, you have set an excellent example. Keep up the good work. Next time, I hope to see even more achievements." "Yes, my lord." Minutes later, Lylan awarded commendations to the soldiers, whether from the Oakwood Village Army or the reinforcements from the Beg Outpost. Each received their rightful rewards. They weighed the heavy pouches of coins in their hands, delight evident on their faces. The conscripted supply militia received rewards far lesser than their combatant counterparts, yet they too obtained 2 or 3 silver coins. Having toiled for over half a month with logistics and transporting the wounded, the garrison stationed at Oakwood Village received only a few pounds of grain and a handful of copper coins. Witnessing the disparity between themselves and the combatants, the remaining soldiers felt a surge of determination, vowing silently to exert their utmost efforts for the next opportunity to fight. They too yearned to ascend the stage and claim their share of spoils. The disparities among them fostered healthy competition within the ranks. The primary task of the kingdom's knights was to channel their martial spirit towards vanquishing the enemy. As for the fallen soldiers, Lylan generously provided their families with substantial compensation, distributing 50 silver coins in a one-time payment, with additional rewards for any military accomplishments, alongside several dozen pounds of grain for each household. Furthermore, the families of the deceased soldiers could collect 30 pounds of rice and meat monthly from the village granary. When the families of the fallen received the pouches of coins and bags of grain from the Lord, they were filled with both sorrow and gratitude, tears of appreciation streaming down their faces. In the old world of empires, it was customary for nobles to disregard human life, offering no empathy or tangible rewards to soothe their soldiers. Why should soldiers risk their lives for such nobles? A few arrows shot in battle was deemed sufficient to appease the emperor. Lilan, however, would not be constrained by the limitations of feudal aristocracy. The knights of the kingdom fundamentally resolved the soldiers' concerns, instilling courage and willingness to fight, which were paramount for a formidable army. As deep winter descended, the northern expanse of the empire rarely saw human movement. Staying cozy by the hearth at home was the utmost comfort. Yet, Oakwood Village was abuzz with activity. Outside the village, in various clearings, dozens of men and women gathered as several mule-drawn carts laden with timber hurriedly arrived from the logging site in the northern forest, swiftly unloaded by the able-bodied workers. Relief resources were limited to the elderly and those with disabilities. The vigorous and strong young adults had to rely on their labor to secure 3 hearty meals and winter clothing. A few able-bodied young men idled about, consuming enough bread and vegetables to last 5 days in just 2. In the frigid weather, hunting in the forest was futile without arrows, and idleness could only lead to starvation. Thus, a few indolent individuals devised a nefarious scheme, secretly extorting food and clothing from the elderly and weak. That night, the kingdom's knights, led by Lilan himself, swiftly executed them at the village's wooden gallows without a moment's hesitation. The cold, stiff bodies served as a warning to other would-be wrongdoers. These short-bearded humans are clumsy workers. Those carpenters' skills are subpar. They cannot hold a candle to the dwarves. In my opinion, even the bearded folk from the mountains would outperform them. Indeed, as the dwarven craftsmen complained loudly about the human carpenters' inferior skills, the noise and chaos of their surroundings nearly overwhelmed Lilan. They bemoaned the overcrowded and noisy construction site, the inadequacy of tools, and the discomfort of having eaten too much at breakfast. The dwarves were forthright in expressing their dissatisfaction. If it weren't for their undeniable skill and efficiency in construction, Lilan would have long since silenced their complaints. In truth, dwarves thrived in bustling environments. The more raucous the atmosphere, the louder they became, and their minds flowed more freely. This was one reason why dwarves frequented taverns, where the bonds of kinship tied them together. Another mug of barley beer. No cup needed. Just the brew. Outside the worksite, within a recently constructed shelter, several braziers blazed brightly. Lilan, your village is too small. This wooden wall will hinder progress. The clan leader of the Stonehelm tribe, Langini, bluntly stated as he pointed at the map of Oakwood Village's western area laid out on the long table. Having become a hero under Leyland's command, Langini had long considered Oakwood Village his second home and took great care regarding Leyland's commission. Langini rumbled, "Listen, just tear down this wooden wall. The space it frees up could accommodate at least 300 houses, enough to shelter the homeless. But if we dismantle the wall, what if enemies attack? The village will be undefended," Lilan replied, hesitating while holding a cup of hot water. Though the dwarven craftsmen were proficient and reliable, their boldness sometimes led to radical ideas that were hard to accept. Creak. Thud. The sound of footsteps and something dropping on the wooden planks outside drew the attention of both Lilan and the dwarf inside the shelter. After a moment, the commotion ceased. He waved his hand, signaling to continue the discussion. Lilan, you can't go wrong by following the advice of the long-bearded ones," Langini exclaimed, glaring with determination. "Look here. Although the western part is open space, take a closer look. To the far west lies a high hill, and a river flows southward. Once we expand, the only direction that truly requires defense is the north. Only benefits, no drawbacks. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Lilan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, matters of expertise must be entrusted to those who specialize in them. With the construction plan established, the dwarf Langini muttered something in dwarven tongue before impatiently ushering Lilan out of the shelter. Intent on focusing entirely on designing a large water wheel and a dwarven blacksmith's forge, another task entrusted to him, valued at 20 gold coins. Before leaving, the dwarf couldn't resist taunting the pointy-eared elf standing by the door. "Oh, Lilan, remember to keep the pointy-eared ones far away from my work. Even through the door, I can smell a foul, moldy odor." Recently, a massive gray bear had wandered near the northern edge of the village. only to be dragged by Katerina by its hind leg and unceremoniously deposited at the Lord's longhouse door the following day. She even instructed the guards to convey a message of mutual independence to Lilan. With Katerina absent, Lilan smiled softly, indifferent to the ongoing conflict between the wood elves and dwarves. Draped in a bear pelt coat, I gently closed the wooden door of the shed. Just as I turned around, a melodious and crisp female voice rang out beside me. Damn that short stack. The wood sprite, Katerina, wore a fluctuating expression. Her amber eyes filled with ire. Clearly, she had been provoked by Langy's words. As a queen's grey-clad maid in the Lorne-Loren forest, she had never endured such humiliation before. Raising an eyebrow, Laren stepped out of the shed, his tone teasingly playful. What brings the noble Esley here? Conducting inspections, are we? I shall go wherever I please, human. Do you have any say in the matter? Katerina shot a disdainful glare at the kingdom's knight, haughtily huffing as she tossed her high ponytail and walked away. Laren watched the elf's swift departure, shaking his head with a bittersweet tone. TSK, such unruliness. Ever since Katerina had been recruited by him, the kingdom's knights had been shadowed by an unseen presence during each of their outings. Laren was preoccupied with training the infantry and had little time to concern himself with the belligerent elf. Lately, the wood sprites had been appearing near Laren's vicinity, much like they had just moments ago. Inside the shed, a long-bearded dwarf, his hair and beard now gray, had made significant revisions to Laren's pre-established territorial plans, enhancing the layout for better efficiency. The most populous residential area was slated to be constructed to the west of Oak Village, where the terrain was level and the land mostly open, with sparse trees. Moreover, the newly established infantry camp was also located to the west, ensuring that soldiers from the village could arrive promptly in case of an emergency. In the future, the residential area would also feature taverns, inns, shops, churches, hospitals, and other essential public buildings, fostering the development of the territory and accommodating a growing population. Oak Village lacked even a decent workshop, making industrial development a distant prospect. And as an agricultural society, vast tracts of farmland were indispensable. As the backbone of Oak Village's economy, and in response to rapid population growth, Matthias Stonehelm, a long-bearded dwarf of considerable standing just below Langney in the Stonehelm clan, was entrusted by Laren to survey the lands surrounding the village for their suitability for crop cultivation. After a meticulous on-site investigation, the long-bearded dwarf concluded that the land to the south of Oak Village, closer to the water source, was more favorable, flat and conducive for large-scale farming, facilitating convenient harvesting. The envisioned plan included the construction of several water-powered workshops and blacksmiths on the eastern side of Oak Village. Adjacent to the banks of the York River, dwarven craftsmen and human artisans would continuously produce weapons, armor, and essential household tools there. Oak Village was blessed with abundant timber resources, and the northern forest lumberyards tirelessly harvested trees, generating significant revenue for the village. Each month, merchant caravans arrived in Oak Village to procure large quantities of locally sourced high-quality timber for sale across various regions. Laren astutely recognized the importance of trade routes. In the old human empires, all major cities thrived along commercial highways, leading to rapid development. For instance, the waters flowing at the Rick River dock were not mere river waters, but the lifeblood of the golden imperial capital, Aldorf. The free city of Marienburg held 40 of the Old World's trade export capacity, while the basin city of Talabeheim connected the empire's eastern and western mountain ranges. Therefore, the construction of stables, trade markets, and shops must be incorporated into the development plan to achieve financial independence swiftly and ensure that territorial growth was not stifled by monetary constraints. However, the priority remained to cultivate sufficient farmland to support a growing population and train a capable military force to strengthen their hard power. Laren planned to expand the military. Excluding the current soldier count, there were approximately 200 able-bodied men in the village. At this juncture, the newly established infantry camp was poised to play a crucial role. The camp offered a -20 reduction in training time, complemented by the unique attribute of his sergeant, Gavin, as a militia instructor, which provided an additional -10 training time reduction. This cumulative effect resulted in a -30 training time reduction. Typically, it would take 60 days to train soldiers, but now the training period was shortened to 42 days. With over 2 months remaining until the spring sowing of the imperial year 2053, there was ample time to train a new batch of soldiers. The kingdom's knights arrived at the infantry camp west of the village, where a broad circle of two-story wooden buildings greeted them, serving as the soldiers' resting quarters. The upper level housed an armory, supply storage, weapon and armor maintenance area, command room, conference room, and a separate kitchen, accommodating up to 260 soldiers. The entire infantry camp was enclosed by a 2-meter wooden wall, ensuring a controlled environment to maintain military discipline. Inside, several expansive areas were designated for infantry drills. A gladiatorial arena, a long-range shooting range, a physical training ground, and specialized training facilities. The blueprints provided by the system exhibited a remarkably well-structured internal design. After dedicating more than half a month and a significant quantity of building materials, the camp emerged as an impressive establishment. Laren could not help but look forward to how the appearance of the Tier 2 Lord's Longhouse would evoke a refreshing sensation. Chapter 55. The construction of the water wheel. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was mid-November. In a mere 2 months, the village would embark on its first spring plowing. Yet there remained a significant gap between the planned acreage of farmland and the current state. Laren promptly organized manpower to participate in the reclamation efforts. The farmland required for Level 2 agriculture exceeded twice the existing arable land, and currently, the farmland in Oakwood Village was sufficient to sustain a population of 300. Once the farmland was upgraded to Level 2, Officer Pittman estimated that by late summer or early autumn of the following year, Oakwood Village could harvest barley, wheat, and vegetables worth approximately 480 gold coins, enough to sustain 700 individuals. Some winter wheat had already been sown, with seeds for these frost-resistant crops provided by the druids and priests of the Tal sect. The limited supply of high-quality winter wheat seeds came at a steep price and required specific channels for procurement. Rumors suggested that the life mages of the Imperial Royal Mage Academy had successfully developed a new strain of frost-resistant vegetables, and the northern electors of the Empire expressed interest in purchasing them. Laren too wished to partake in this venture. The taxation imposed by the Old World Empire was far less burdensome than that of the Night Kingdom across the Grey Mountains, which enforced a tithe system whereby serfs were compelled to surrender 90 of their hard-earned harvests to their respective Night Lords, with the remaining portion subject to an additional tithe to the Lake Fairy Church. The myriad of taxes weighed heavily on the serfs at the bottom of the social hierarchy, leaving them in a state of indecision between starvation and rebellion. Each year, many serfs attempted to flee during the autumn harvest, preferring the company of wild beasts and bandits in the deep woods to enduring the oppression of their Night Lords. In the Empire, the normal tax rate hovered between 30 and 40, which was particularly manageable for self-sustaining farmers, though tenants and slaves faced different circumstances. Thus, after the autumn harvest, Oakwood Village could expect to collect food valued at approximately 150 gold coins. For the Knights of the Kingdom, this sum held limited utility, at most being invested in road construction, housing, granary expansion, or civil welfare. Laren had no intention of altering the tax rate, fully aware of his influence. Since the Fourth Chaos Invasion, the tax rates established by the Empire over the past 2 centuries had become a benchmark for countless complacent nobles. Should the Knights of the Kingdom attempt to lower the tax rate without the judgment of the Elector of Midden or the local council, it would be tantamount to declaring war on all new and old nobility of the Empire. If memory served correctly, the last grand noble to alter the tax rate was the avaricious Emperor Dieter IV, who reigned a century ago. This emperor, known for his extortionate practices, indulged in luxury and excess, filling his opulent palace with elven trinkets and precious, shimmering gems. Following his removal by the Imperial Council, Prince Rick, the grandfather of the current Emperor Karl Franz, was elected to the throne, while the greedy emperor mysteriously vanished within a week of his ousting. Eventually, the witch hunters of the Sigma Church discovered his lifeless body in the sewers of the slums, impaled with pitchforks. Raising the taxes would incite the wrath of the lower classes, while lowering them would provoke the ire of the nobility. Caught between 2 opposing forces, Laren chose instead to observe the unfolding situation, amassing sufficient influence before making any decisions. One question had long troubled Laren. Why did certain individuals, self-proclaimed as traversers, believe they could enact sweeping changes to the entrenched environment with a single action? Transforming the deeply rooted beliefs of the populace without enduring prolonged upheaval was an insurmountable challenge. Uncoordinated labor releases would only serve to disrupt the existing order. As the knights prepared to reclaim the land, they also sought to recruit 30 new soldiers. They would undergo 40 days of training in a closed infantry camp, after which a select few would be chosen to bolster their ranks. Upon the announcement, a throng of young men from Oakwood Village gathered at the Lord's Longhouse, forming a line that stretched from the entrance to the clearing by the old oak tree. Lurin's generous treatment of his soldiers was well known. Although there was no fixed monthly salary, all provisions were covered by the Lord, ensuring they enjoyed meat at least every 3 days. During training, their families were entitled to receive 25 pounds of grain from the granary each month to support their labor. Many young men had sneakily observed the soldiers' rations during training exercises, witnessing the ample supplies of bread, hearty meat stews, and tender cuts of lamb and pork accompanied by creamy sheep's cheese. At the front of the line stood several burly soldiers, including Graffit Dunn, clad in thick padded clothing and double-layered chainmail, with scale armor for added protection and dark cloaks draping over their rounded helmets, their feet shod in sturdy leather boots. They stood at attention before the Longhouse, exuding an air of authority. These soldiers were the enforcers of Oakwood Village's military, each having proven themselves against the Norska raiders by slaying at least 7 lesser horned beasts to earn their place among the veterans in the provincial army of the Elector. Their accomplishments were enough to qualify them as sergeant-level soldiers. In this medieval world, dominance of the strong over the weak was absolute. Under the piercing gaze of the enforcers, the crowd of over 100 young men fell silent, a few timid souls paling and trembling in their stance. The successful recruits were escorted by the enforcers toward the infantry camp in the west of the village. On the shooting range, the crossbowmen were in training, expertly loading and firing at wooden targets 50 meters away. Their precise execution of the shooting process, with arrows striking the bullseye, left the recruits wide-eyed with amazement. Sergeant Gavin Clinton awaited the arrival of the new recruits at one end of the training field, entrusted with the crucial task of assessing physical fitness, strength, agility, and other tests. He would eliminate several candidates with each round. Several hours later, those who had been dismissed from the selection left the camp with heavy hearts, while the remaining 30 young men, panting and drenched in sweat, formed a disorganized line, exchanging glances filled with joy. Before long, Lurin, the Lord of Oakwood Village, arrived at the military camp, accompanied by the Ranger Albert, the dwarf chieftain Langini Stonehelm, and Officer Pittman. Graffit Dunn was the first to notice the Lord's arrival and bellowed, "Stand at attention." All enforcers stood rigidly, right fists pressed against their chests, saluting Lurin. The newly tested recruits, caught off guard, hurriedly straightened up, their awkwardness evident. Lurin surveyed the unfamiliar young faces before him and turned to the ever-present wood elf beside him. "Katerina, what do you think of these individuals?" Even with her long, dark green cloak, Katerina's curvaceous figure could not be concealed. She cast a dispassionate glance over the training field and replied coldly, "A group of timid humans. In the forest. Esley could hunt them down in a minute." "Indeed, I recall Albert saying something similar last time," Lurin remarked, shifting his gaze from the recruits to the shield-bearing soldiers in training. A ragtag bunch. Katerina bent down to scoop up a handful of snow from beneath the wooden platform, her beautiful amber eyes devoid of warmth. Ragtag, quite fitting for them. The frail humans could not be compared to the wood elves. The gray-clad attendant remained indifferent towards races beyond her own, viewing Lurin merely as a tolerable, yet uniquely positioned human. The Knight of the Kingdom conjured images of a bloody battlefield in his mind and softly murmured, "Is it not their valiant fighting that enabled us to repel the Beastmen and defeat the Northcar forces?" After a brief address, the 30 newly recruited soldiers commenced their training. Days later, the waterwheel blueprints, crafted by the dwarf Langini Stonehelm, were completed. Numerous spring farming tasks awaited, including digging irrigation ditches, transporting water, and diverting river water, all of which necessitated the use of water wheels. Over the course of a month, more than 200 of the 700 gold coins obtained from the extermination of the Northcar army had been spent. The blacksmith shop in Oakwood Village had yet to be constructed, and the few tools forged by scattered blacksmiths were of mediocre quality, insufficient for daily needs. Thus, Laren opted to purchase tools in bulk and simultaneously recruited numerous craftsmen from Blaytown to construct the water wheels, alleviating the pressure of manpower shortages. Water wheels are among the oldest agricultural irrigation tools. Thousands of years ago, one of the dwarf ancestors, Grani, built the first water wheel. Today, the obsidian water wheel connecting Blackwater Lake at the summit of Mount Karaka at Karak on Eternal Peak continues to turn. Residing in the fortresses among the mountains, Sourcing water poses many inconveniences, and the barley fields in the mountains also require irrigation. The dwarven-designed water wheel can directly irrigate 600 to 700 acres of farmland, and smaller versions can irrigate 100 to 200 acres. The water wheel is labor-saving, efficient, and splendid, ranking as one of the most advanced agricultural technologies in the medieval world. Upon hearing that constructing a large water wheel would require 50 gold coins and a small 120, Laren's facial muscles twitched, and his aide Pitman was left speechless, gazing at the knight in a state of panic. With only over 700 gold coins in total, having already spent 200, the remaining 500 would need to be allocated for the blacksmith shop, walls, Lord's longhouse, and other constructions, while also relying on this sum for the monthly army maintenance. Resolutely, Laren clenched his teeth and declared with great enthusiasm, "Build. We must build. Let us first construct 4 large water wheels. If needed, we shall build more. If we are to build water wheels, let them be the largest." The Midden territory, backed by the central mountains, sees a continuous flow of river water from the peaks. Allowing it to flow freely is a tremendous waste. Even the god of the White Wolf, Uruk, would grieve at such negligence. 4 large water wheels would be sufficient to irrigate over 2,500 acres of farmland, enough to sustain more than 2,000 people, assuming 1 acre supports 1 individual. After determining the construction plan, the dwarf chieftain dispatched several dwarves that very day to the riverbanks south of Oakwood village to scout for suitable locations to install the water wheels. The northern forests of Oakwood village were abundant with 2-person hug-sized coniferous trees, and the lumberyard could easily supply the necessary materials for constructing the water wheels. The water wheel bases required wooden platforms for stabilization, and the pre-dug irrigation ditches saved much trouble. After more than 10 days of construction by dwarven and human craftsmen, the 4 large water wheels were finally installed amidst cheers. Given the substantial acreage requiring irrigation, Langony Stonehelm designed each large water wheel for Oakwood village to stand 10 meters high, supported by a 5-meter-long thick wooden axle bearing 24 wooden spokes radiating outward. At the top of each spoke was a scraper and a water bucket. The scraper drew the water while the bucket collected it. As the river water surged forth, it turned the thick wooden axle, filling the buckets with river water, which were then lifted incrementally. Upon reaching the apex, the buckets tilted, pouring water into the trough at the top, gradually channeling the river water into the irrigation ditches. Hundreds of villagers gathered by the York River, all gazing skyward as if in a cathedral, reverently admiring the towering structure. Under the dwarven craftsman's direction, Laren and Langony simultaneously pulled the sluice gate, allowing the water wheel to commence its rotation. Merchants and villagers from neighboring settlements arrived, curious about this ceremony. The construction of 4 large water wheels in the impoverished northern village of the Empire was indeed remarkable, even more so than the savage green-skinned creatures. Unexpectedly, the elusive wood elves, who had remained hidden from view, appeared by the riverbank, albeit mysteriously shrouded in hoods and masks that concealed their pointed ears and other non-human traits, preventing alarm among the timid villagers. Across the old world, the impressions of all races towards elves typically oscillated between unfriendly and life-or-death animosities, with little distinction. With hundreds observing, Laren and the dwarf chieftain approached the water wheel step by step, each grasping a thick hemp rope. At the count of 3, they pulled the sluice gate, releasing the river water into the trough. Amidst the thunderous applause, the water surged in, crashing against the lowest scraper of the water wheel. The thick wooden axle began to turn slowly, and as the torrential flow increased, the massive water wheel spun faster, causing the water buckets at the top to tilt and channel the river water into the ditches, flowing steadily onward. Among the applause, the cheers of the dwarven craftsmen were the loudest. They proudly tilted their heads back, as if to gaze down upon others. With humble boasts, they exclaimed, "Dwarven craftsmanship is merely average, hardly worthy of admiration. These 4 water wheels will last but a few hundred years. Huh, an outdated technique from millennia past. Nothing remarkable. Indeed. Soon, the fame of Oakwood village spread throughout the territory of Count Draven, unexpectedly attracting a considerable influx of settlers. Observing the continuously turning water wheels, Laren felt the last vestiges of regret over the expenditure of 200 gold coins dissipate entirely. His joy was palpable. He generously treated the dwarven craftsmen to several large barrels of imperial beer, alongside platters of roasted meat and bread as a reward. Moreover, the human craftsmen, aside from their rightful wages, received additional silver coins and provisions as bonuses, leading many craftsmen from Blay Town to express intentions of relocating to Oakwood Village. Drawn by the enticing prospect of construction, the Knight of the Kingdom, naturally, consented with delight. Next, preparations would commence to establish the blacksmith shop before the spring farming season. Chapter 56. The completion of the dwarven blacksmith shop to the south of Oakwood Village for massive water wheels were completed just days ago. And now the blacksmith shop to the east of the village celebrated its topping out ceremony. The workshop, established alongside the York River, occupies a vast area of approximately 400 square meters, with the spacious interior divided into a smelting room, storage room, material room, and hydraulic workshop. It is well equipped, containing all the tools a blacksmith could possibly need. Not long after, the Lord issued a decree. Without his explicit permission, anyone trespassing into the blacksmith shop would be deemed a conduit of chaos, and the guards were authorized to execute intruders on the spot. Despite this, many villagers, during their breaks from labor, would stand at the construction site, curiously observing the several workshops along the riverbank that were perpetually belching black smoke. The clan leader of the Stonehelm, the dwarf Langini Stonehelm, had immersed himself in the blacksmith shop since its establishment, accompanied by 8 dwarven smiths. Like the wood elves, he rarely ventured outside, as the workshop's fires burned ceaselessly day and night, and the chimneys had turned black from soot. Lylan had arranged for provisions and water to be delivered daily to check on their well-being. After 5 or 6 days, learning that the dwarves were not distressed but rather reveling in their work, he decided to leave them to their devices. The construction of the large water wheels and the blacksmith shop had cost the kingdom's knights approximately 400 gold coins. These structures were essential for the development of the territory. While the short-term gains were modest, the long-term benefits were undeniably worth the investment. The earlier they were constructed, the more advantageous the outcomes would be. Lylan had purchased only 20 long spears and a dozen sets of armor from the blacksmith in Braytown, spending over 100 gold coins. Now, Oakwood Village had the capacity to forge its own weapons and armor, liberating itself from the exploitative pricing of the blacksmith guild. Furthermore, the products crafted by the dwarven blacksmiths in the territory were superior in both workmanship and functionality compared to those made by the human blacksmiths of Braytown. Long before the establishment of the human empire, the mountain dwarves had already unraveled the secrets of iron and stone, mastering the processes of mining, smelting, and forging tools. In the future, they could also generate income by trading dwarven tools. Lylan noted that the system panel now displayed tools as a new trade item for Oakwood Village. The newly recruited youths were showing promising training results, and under the mentorship of Gavin, the militia instructor, they were advancing rapidly. In the Northern Empire, snowflakes continued to descend from the sky, and the air was frigid, rendering breaths visible as mist. The infantry camp of Oakwood Village remained bustling, with 30 newly recruited youths diligently engaging in morning, noon, and evening drills under Gavin's supervision, achieving standard formations within 10 days. Moving in unison to the commands of the seasoned soldiers. During a training break, Lylan visited the workshop to observe the blacksmith's progress in weapon forging. The soldiers' weapons and armor had suffered wear during the campaign in Baron Yorn's territory, and the chainmail links needed to be repurchased and reinstalled. Most soldiers were not adept at such tasks, so they entrusted all repairs to the dwarven artisans. Inside the workshop, in stark contrast to the icy outdoors, an atmosphere of fervor prevailed, with steam billowing from the forging area and the rhythmic clang of hammers striking red-hot iron echoing throughout. A few human apprentices observed the dwarven smiths at work while absorbing the sage teachings of the long-bearded masters. Their tasks were limited to tending the furnace flames, changing the water in the trough, and fetching water for the dwarves. They were not permitted to interfere with any other aspects of the smithing process. Enemies can take your life, thieves can steal your wealth, and slander can tarnish your reputation, but a skill, once learned, belongs to you for life. A dwarven proverb echoed in the air. Standing nearby, a dwarven craftsman grasped a newly forged model with heavy iron tongs, swiftly plunging it into the water trough, causing scalding steam to erupt. Donning protective gear that shielded his brown beard, he seemed impervious to the hot steam. His robust arms remained steady, with muscles taut and sweat trickling from the corners. The surface of the iron was quenched to enhance the tool's durability. A skilled dwarven craftsman could gauge the required quenching duration merely by the weight of the raw iron. It was said that in the ancient strongholds of the dwarves in the mountain ranges, the oldest and most stubborn rune smiths, with the longest beards, could discern the material and heat just by listening to the sound of hammers striking anvils. Langini Stonehelm, the dwarf clan leader, was in the forging room, wearing goggles and striking the iron meticulously. His white beard, tied with iron rings, hung down to his chest. If a green-skinned orc's head lay upon the anvil, his hammering speed would be even quicker. "Lilan, my lord." The human apprentices bowed in greeting. The dwarven smiths paid no heed to the knights of the kingdom. Even if the supreme king of Eternal Peak were to arrive, they would not be distracted from their labor. "Hey you, add more charcoal to the furnace. And I want to see a water-filled trough," Langini shouted, commanding the human apprentices. He tugged at his white beard, removed his goggles, and, with his hands covered in grime, scooped up water from the trough, noticing the knight standing outside the door. Emerging from the forging room, Langini stroked his beard and exclaimed, "Lilan lad, isn't the workshop I designed splendid? Spacious and ample?" "Ha." Lilan nodded in agreement. "It truly is commendable, though I regret not being a blacksmith myself." "Hey, hold on before you rush to add charcoal to the furnace," the dwarven smith called out to a human apprentice carrying a pile of charcoal, then turned to the towering knight. "Lilan, most of the armor you entrusted us to repair is nearly complete, but there are still 2 or 3 pieces of chain mail with significant damage. I need to wait for the materials to be replenished before I can finish." Lilan walked to the storage room and, upon seeing the repaired armor, replied to Langini, "No problem. The ores and tools you requested will be delivered by merchants in a couple of days, and as for the materials on the list, Lord Creel from Braytown has already arranged for them to be procured." The dwarven smith was pleased with the knight's response. Although the workshop was completed, the issue of raw materials had become a source of concern. Despite the abundant mineral resources in the Northern Empire, Oakwood Village only possessed a small iron mine to the south, yielding enough ore each month solely for farming tools. Expanding the iron mine would inevitably encounter challenges concerning both labor and finances. Lilan wished he could double his workforce, as he simply could not spare manpower for mining. For the time being, he had to rely on trade merchants to acquire raw materials from neighboring villages to address the pressing needs. Next, the dwarven smith guided the knight on a tour of the entire workshop. Adjacent to the York River, 5 small water mills were installed, operating on principles similar to the water wheels, with the coarse wooden axle ends fitted with mechanical hammers instead of round wheels. Originally employed by the Rapids Fortress in the mountain ranges, this machinery was invented by the Dwarven Engineering Association's engineers for mass production. A steady flow of water powered the bearings, which, through a clever arrangement of gears and pulleys, transmitted hydraulic force to the terminal hammers, causing them to lift and fall in succession. "How effective is it?" the knight inquired, observing the 5 water mills in constant motion. As slabs of iron were hammered into shape, he couldn't help but marvel at the dwarves' ingenious technology. The dwarf blacksmith wore a proud expression as he patted his belly and introduced to Lurin. "The water mill operates tirelessly, striking 5 times per minute on average. Typically, forming a single iron plate requires between 80 to 120 blows, which means that in 1 hour, a water mill can produce a maximum of 2 iron plates, amounting to 30 to 40 sets of armor each month. Furthermore, the force exerted on each section of the iron plate is nearly uniform, resulting in a more balanced defensive capability. As long as the York River does not run dry, with regular replacement of certain components, 5 water mills can be operated continuously for 5 to 6 years without issue." The armor set described by Langini includes a breastplate, helmet, chainmail, and shoulder coverings sufficient to equip an ordinary Imperial soldier. Currently, the armory in Oakwood Village can only equip 30 soldiers. Even if the blacksmith's workshop reaches its forging capacity daily, it would still take a month and a half to provide each soldier with a set of armor. After hearing the dwarf blacksmith's explanation, the kingdom knight eagerly inquired, "How many polearms can be produced each month?" The blacksmith hesitated. "Well, forging weapons would require reallocating 1 or 2 water mills, which would considerably slow down armor production." A hint of embarrassment crossed Langini's face as he stroked his beard. "It's hard to provide an exact number, but I estimate that 2 water mills could forge around 60 to 80 polearms in a month. Armor does not require extensive honing, so skilled human craftsmen can assemble a set in 2 or 3 days, while weapons require repeated sharpening. After all, slow work makes fine products." Lurin pondered for a moment. If all production were dedicated to weapons, the monthly output could range between 150 and 200, a substantial figure indeed. In the medieval world, the only thing in abundance is war. Every village, city, and kingdom requires a vast supply of weaponry. A high-quality polearm forged by dwarves can fetch 25 silver coins. And yet there is always demand. In this world, arms dealers are among the wealthiest, which contributes to the prosperity of the dwarf kingdom. Lurin's only regret was that Langany Stonehelm was not a rune blacksmith. Dwarves, by nature, are averse to magical winds, precluding them from directly utilizing magic. Their ancestor god, Grani, the god of craftsmanship, bound the magical winds within ancient texts, thus giving rise to runic magic. The oldest runic magic is capable of shattering mountains and rending the earth, endowing its wielder with unparalleled strength to contend against malevolent deities. Even though the dwarven race has greatly declined, the power of the runes has been preserved, held by a select few rune blacksmiths. A weapon embedded with runes is valued at 20 gold coins, and the more runes it bears, the exponentially higher the price. Runes are categorized into grades, ranging from common to exquisite, finely crafted, and even master level. The stronger the grade, the more potent the runic magic it contains. Legend has it that the holy swords wielded by electors across the empire were forged by the legendary dwarf rune blacksmith Eric the Mad, taking over a century to complete the Tooth of Runes. Each holy sword is adorned with 3 unique master-level runes. Should the Kingdom Knight have a rune blacksmith among his ranks, the equipment of the Oakwood village army would achieve a qualitative leap. Mr. Langany, can you construct siege crossbows? The kind widely adopted by the Imperial Army, Lurin inquired. Of course. The dwarf blacksmith replied, his pride evident. My clan is renowned for crafting exquisite crossbows. Otherwise, the nobles of Nordwood have summoned me to that impoverished region. Dwarven hand crossbows boast long range, great power, and quick reloading, making training crossbowmen significantly easier than archers. Young Lurin, do you wish for me to create some hand crossbows to equip a crossbow battalion? If possible, let us start with 20. It would be splendid to mass-produce crossbow bolts. Lurin nodded, acknowledging that dwarven hand crossbows are indeed superior to their human counterparts. Langany stroked his white beard, confidently declaring, you can count on us dwarfs. After a fruitful tour, Lurin felt reassured. With such a blacksmith shop, the Oakwood village army would no longer need to worry about their equipment. As he prepared to leave, the Kingdom Knight recalled an important matter. He turned to the dwarf blacksmith and asked, by the way, Mr. Langany, I heard that the wood elf, Katarina, has sought you out? The soldiers tasked with protecting the blacksmith shop had reported to the Kingdom Knight that the wood elf had hurriedly visited the shop one night, unusually refraining from engaging in a quarrel with the long-bearded dwarf, seemingly in need of his assistance. Langany nodded and, upon mentioning the pointed-eared visitor, revealed no hint of derision. That sharp-eared one arrived in a rush, her cloak stained with blood. She left behind a bag of gold for me to repair a longsword before departing. The dwarf blacksmith then turned and retrieved a shattered greenleaf longsword from the forge. Was she in such a hurry? The Kingdom Knight mused, picking up a fragment of the blade, furrowing his brow. Blood on her cloak? He could discern one thing. The wood elves never intended to allow external forces to interfere with their affairs. Upon closer inspection, Lurin frowned. This is not her greenleaf longsword. It appears more like a relic, with faint traces of magical winds lingering on the blade's surface. Those were the only insights he could gather. As the Lord, the Kingdom Knight lacked the time and energy to dwell on external matters. Until he had amassed sufficient strength, maintaining a low profile was undoubtedly wise. In the year 2502 of the Empire, November, a rebellion erupted in the Reek territory and surrounding areas. General Alberto Braga of the Imperial Army from the Talabek territory declared his opposition to Emperor Karl Franz's military policies. The rebel forces gathered near the southern edge of the Reek territory in the Blood Pine Forest, with their numbers swelling into the thousands. By mid-month, after several days of negotiations, the electors from both sides reached an agreement, ending a 5-month-long standoff between the Reek and Midden armies. Chapter 57. The arrival of the White Wolf Knight after the completion of the Level 2 farmland and the Level 1 blacksmith shop, the issue of manpower shortages was alleviated, allowing Lurin to command a total of 100 individuals. The system panel for Oak Village also reflected changes. Oak Village, Lord, Lurin, Category, Human Village, Capacity, 504,600. Resources, 380 gold coins, 30 stones, 140 wood, 240 food monthly output, 51 gold coins, 5 stones, 50 wood. Population, 504 humans, 18 dwarves, 33 wood elves. Order, 44. Stabilizing. Development, 40. Constructed, Lord's Longhouse, Level 1. Farmland, Level 2. Lumberyard, Level 2. Water Wheel, Level 1. Basic Infantry Barracks, Granary, Level 1. Blacksmith Shop, Level 1. Selena Chapel, available for construction. Sigma Altar, blueprints available. Tavern, Lord's Longhouse, Level 2. Army, 60 spearmen. 20 crossbowmen monthly expenditure, 14 gold coins, 35 food. Heroes, for 5. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, it directly led to the emergence of ailments among the more vulnerable populations in the territory. The village apothecary employed traditional methods to treat the sick, though with limited success. The Knights of the Kingdom were compelled to petition the chapel of the compassionate goddess Selena in Braytown for the deployment of several priests and physicians. Taking advantage of the time, Oak Village embarked on a new phase of construction, this time focusing on the defensive walls of the village. Given its modest area, low population, and relatively short period of operation, Oak Village had thus far only erected short wooden walls to the north and west. The absence of defensive structures left Lurin with an unsettling feeling. He was acutely aware that should a band of Beastmen or a gang of robbers emerge, they could seize food and inhabitants while the garrison remained unaware, leading to significant losses. Lurin sought to commission the wood elves to scout the movements of the robbers. Yet their hurried comings and goings rendered them unable to assist. In light of this, Lurin dispatched 2 squads of spearmen and a squad of crossbowmen to lie in ambush around Oak Village, stationed in several concealed locations, prepared to report on the surrounding circumstances and ready for both defense and offense. He planned to wait until after the spring plowing, when the dwarven blacksmith would have forged enough weapons and armor to thoroughly cleanse the area of robber strongholds. Basic wall, Level 1 defensive structure, 2 security, 10 development. Adds a wall to the locality, consumes 10 stones, 200 wood, requires 30 days. Although the stockpile of timber was insufficient, the lumberyard provided a steady supply, allowing construction of the wall to commence immediately. The kingdom's knight allocated 80 individuals to the wall construction, while the remaining 20 were dispatched to the lumberyard to increase wood production. The building templates provided by the system did not necessitate a surplus of craftsmen. The villagers instinctively knew their tasks, greatly facilitating the process. Lurin offered those participating in the construction a meat meal every 5 days, ensuring 3 meals a day, along with copper coin rewards based on their labor contributions. Currently, the only task remaining was to await the completion of the wall's construction. The most pressing concern remained the insufficient population. Even an increase of 1,000 people would be welcomed. The knight even contemplated disguising himself as a Noskarian to stealthily capture a group from another village for transport. The 43 newly built wooden houses to the west of the village were now in use, providing shelter for the homeless and temporarily alleviating the issue of spatial inadequacy. Each simple wooden house could accommodate 5 individuals, and the construction process required only food and wood. Over the past 2 months, Lurin had expended a significant portion of his acquired gold on multifaceted development of the territory. As long as he could endure this challenging period, the future would surely hold better days. Lurin found himself with little to occupy his time, often training soldiers in the infantry barracks and practicing combat techniques daily. The foundational constructions within the territory had begun to take shape, while he entrusted the remaining paperwork and numerical tasks to his clerk, Peterman. During this time of recuperation, he also continuously explored the secrets of the dual-tailed comet mark on his chest, gradually uncovering its effects. Firstly, he experienced a surge in vitality. Previously, during battles, the kingdom's knight would find his stamina visibly depleting after merely a few minutes, worsening over time until exhaustion set in after several hours. Now, however, his rate of stamina depletion had diminished by half, effectively increasing his stamina limit by 100. The duration of his endurance had lengthened, granting him a firm advantage in one-on-one duels against opponents of equal strength. Secondly, both strength and speed had significantly improved. Where Lurin once wielded his warhammer with a standard rhythm, he now swung the Rallum warhammer as if propelled by a twofold acceleration. Regrettably, despite his newfound strength, he lacked suitable training equipment, which caused him some frustration. Most of the construction within the territory had reached completion, with 90 of the outer wall now erected. The towering walls, far sturdier than sharpened wooden stakes, reached heights of up to 4 meters at the highest gatehouse, with the wall itself standing at 3 meters. The walkways atop the walls allowed 3 soldiers to march side by side, facilitating patrols by the station guards. Wooden watchtowers were erected every 50 meters, with torches for lighting and warning placed every 5 meters, alongside basic defensive structures such as crenellations and parapets. The inhabitants of Oak Village felt a greater sense of security within the walls, as everyone yearned for a safe existence. Apart from outlaws and any ne'er-do-wells, no one desired to reside in the desolate wilderness. The village's military was equipped with a new batch of armor and weapons, while the crossbowman's gear was also updated, with dwarven hand crossbows crafted by Langini replacing the previous models. The output of the blacksmith shop in the village's eastern sector was modest during the first month, yielding only 15 sets of armor and 27 iron spears. However, as the craftsmen grew more adept, production was expected to meet anticipated levels in the following month. Meanwhile, the White Wolf Knight, Creel Anlo, had arrived in Braytown, accompanied by over 30 soldiers, 7 ranger knights, a full caravan laden with ore and provisions, and several mercenaries escorting the caravan. Creel was astounded by the dramatic changes that greeted him upon his arrival at Oak Village. "Oh, Uric," he gulped nervously, addressing his companion, the stag knight Milton. "Have we taken a wrong turn? Those rotating structures by the river couldn't possibly be water wheels. They're enormous." "Perhaps not," Milton Sane replied, equally astonished. Though he had only glimpsed Oak Village from a distance 2 months prior, he had not anticipated such a transformation. The impressive aqueduct brought water from the York River into over 1,000 acres of farmland. Rows of wooden houses had been constructed, and solid walls extended from the riverbank to the far west, safeguarding the entire village. Above the once barren skies of Oak Village, thick smoke now billowed, as new fields were continuously cultivated in the distance. Many farmers busied themselves with their tasks, joyfully tilling the land, as the Lord had allocated at least 20 acres to each household, greatly motivating the peasantry. The towering water wheels continued to turn relentlessly, each standing 10 meters high, creating a striking impression from afar. A patrol of soldiers appeared at the end of the dirt road, approaching Creel's direction. Creel recognized the leading soldier as Gavin Clinton, a young man under Lurin's command. The young soldier, glancing at the caravan behind the White Wolf Knight, saluted and inquired, "Lord Creel, what are those vehicles behind you?" The White Wolf Knight removed his helmet and grinned. "Those are the ore and provisions purchased by Lurin. Since I had the time, I decided to escort them personally and witness the changes here." "Very well. Lord Creel, please proceed to the Lord's Hall. Lord Lurin is still training soldiers in the barracks." Gavin gestured, allowing the patrol soldiers to clear the path. The patrol had tasks to attend to, and Gavin did not linger, turning towards the opposite road. Watching the retreating figures of the patrolling soldiers, Creel remarked, "Now I truly believe in miracles. In just over 2 months, everything has transformed. If this continues for another 2 years, Oak Village will surely be renamed Oak Town. Soon we shall witness how these miracles are wrought." The stag knight gazed with intrigue at the farmlands, witnessing farmers industriously at work for the first time. "Indeed, enough of these troublesome thoughts. Let us quicken our pace." With a wave of his hand, the White Wolf Knight signaled for the caravan to advance towards Oak Village. As they drew nearer, the changes in Oak Village left the group of outsiders astounded. Upon arriving at the gate, the fully armed soldiers, upon recognizing the White Wolf Knight Creel, did not inquire further and allowed them to pass. Under the stewardship of the Lord, Oak Village thrived. Milton observed the dwarves in the streets, peddling tools and small carts to passing villagers, with a farmer occasionally purchasing a hoe or rake. The rotund merchant, Atrisofran, donned a russet fox fur coat and a fur collar, perched on a merchant cart. Upon seeing the prices of the tools, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Incredible! How astonishingly inexpensive. Only 40 copper coins. These finely crafted tools could fetch at least 5 times that in the Southern Empire. He hastily leaped from the cart, nearly stumbling, his face beaming with a friendly smile, his shrewd little eyes nearly squinting. "Dwarven gentleman, I shall take all of your tools." The brown-bearded dwarf glared at him, sensing that this flamboyantly dressed human was not of good character, far inferior to Lord Laren. The dwarf waved his hand dismissively. "Not for sale. What nonsense is this? Do you need tools? These are all goods ordered by Lord Laren." "Lord Laren?" Atrisofran's smile widened, revealing a merchant's cunning. "What a coincidence. I was just on my way to meet Lord Laren. You see the ores loaded on my merchant cart? They are all goods he has purchased. Dwarven gentlemen, I will pay double the price for all of these tools." The dwarf merchants turned in unison to glare at Atrisofran. The brown-bearded dwarf frowned deeply, his face darkening as he asked, "So, you are not from Oak Village?" "Ah, well." The plump merchant nodded vacantly, What does it matter where I am from in terms of trade? The dwarf merchant ignored him further, impatiently waving him away. The merchant's pleas fell on deaf ears, leaving him dejected and defeated. Throughout the journey, Lord Creel and Lord Milton refrained from discussing the Lord of Oak Village. And combined with the dwarf's peculiar temperament, Atris Offrin's curiosity about Lord Laren only intensified. Creel dismounted and proclaimed, "Your soldiers informed me that Lord Laren is still training in the barracks." Immediately, someone took the reins, and Stag Knight Milton also dismounted. The White Wolf Knight approached, greeted by a smiling Laren, and the two embraced warmly. Creel laughed heartily. "It appears I was deceived by that rascal." "You mean Gavin," Laren replied knowingly, leading the party into the longhouse. "The soldiers at the watchtower reported to me ahead of time. Otherwise, you would have been left waiting in the wind." He scratched the back of his head, casually striding forward, and whispered to Laren, "I have assigned a few tasks to my wolf cubs, and they are all eager for a taste of your wine cellar. You owe me your gratitude, Laren." He turned to face the Stag Knight, who, clad in gleaming steel armor and a flowing black cloak, exuded knightly elegance. "Lord Laren." Milton Sane acknowledged, extending his hand, which was firmly grasped in return, both laughing heartily. "Creel has taken me hunting all day. My bones are about to fall apart. And there is no elegance to speak of." The knights of the realm shared a knowing expression. Several ranger knights performed the knightly salute to Laren, who reciprocated and instructed the steward, Pitman, arrange a sumptuous dinner to properly host the knights. "Understood, my lord. I shall make the arrangements at once." The steward bowed deeply. Lord Laren." Lord Laren, a rotund merchant, adorned in opulent attire, rushed towards the longhouse door, his face flushed and panting as he leaned on his knees. Two guards promptly aimed their spears at him, ready to apprehend the reckless individual. The knight narrowed his eyes, recognizing the merchant. "Atris Offrin?" Seeking votes and subscriptions. Thank you to the readers for their generous support. Chapter 58. Two trading posts. The Lord of Oakwood Village was taken aback to learn that the rotund merchant, Atris Offrin, was familiar with his name. Lylan smiled and explained, "The name of the Offrin Trading Company has long echoed throughout the Midden Territory. I heard many tales of your exploits even during my service as an imperial soldier. By the Lady of Wealth, I never anticipated that my modest reputation would reach your ears." Atris chuckled heartily, patting his belly, and bowed politely due to his size. "Mr. Atris, please come in," invited the knight. "You are most welcome." The longhouse was warmed by a roaring hearth, filling the room with a comforting heat. The decor was quite simple, with shields, long swords, and the Lord of Oakwood's weapon, the Rom War hammer, adorning the weapon racks on the walls. Various trophies and styles of armor filled the space, the most striking of which was a bear's head, a trophy from a wild beast slain by the kingdom's knights. At the center of the hall, a long table was crowded with visiting knights, while the maidens of the longhouse bustled in and out from the lord's private kitchen, serving large chunks of roasted meat and whole roasted chickens. Buckets of beer were consumed with great enthusiasm. "I am increasingly fond of your territory, comfortable and leisurely, devoid of many worries," remarked Craer, as he greedily seized a large lamb chop, repeatedly refilling his oversized mug with beer. The piles of empty wooden plates before him attested to the White Wolf Knight's prodigious appetite. The kingdom's knights displayed slightly better table manners than Craer, mindful of the decorum expected in their lord's domain. Lylan too noted that as his strength grew, so did his appetite. 3 pounds of bread barely sufficed, and the quantity of dishes before him rivaled that of Craer. A massive roasted boar was brought in by 2 guards, eliciting cheers from the hall. The knights gathered around the long table, tearing into the succulent meat while listening to Lylan recount the process of establishing Oakwood Village over the past 2 months. "Dwarven craftsmen," Craer mumbled through a mouthful of hind leg meat. "They are indeed reliable. Their forged weapons surpass those of ordinary blacksmiths. However, to earn the respect of dwarves, you have performed admirably as a lord." Upon hearing about the blacksmith arrangements, Craer nodded approvingly. A few dwarves had settled in Blaytown, and the captain of the White Wolf Knights often dealt with them. The weapons of his knights were frequently commissioned from the mountain folk. Lylan recalled the arrogant noble father and son and inquired, "What of Baron Yorn and his son, Yugi Yorn? How are they faring?" Lylan exchanged a knowing glance with Milton Sane, both sensing an ominous premonition. The Yorn barony, too, was plagued by beastmen from the Drakawald forest, a gateway to the human empire, and a recent ambush had decimated much of their fighting force, a grim tidings for neighboring territories. "Oh, by the way," Craer exclaimed, slapping his forehead, What has become of the wood elf army that accompanied you? My brother sent a letter requesting you to contact the elves and asked them to delay their departure until spring. Lilan asked in disbelief. You wish for me to contact the wood elves? What does the count intend? My brother desires to establish a wood elf trading post in Blay Town to facilitate commerce and exchange goods, Grail explained, downing a large mug of beer and wiping his mouth. Lilan, you cannot fathom how sought after the goods of the wood elves are. Their handcrafted items are worth their weight in gold. That is quite absurd, Lilan gasped, realizing that a diamond necklace could fetch a price exceeding that of 5 large water wheels, far beyond Oakwood Village's annual income. Moreover, the value of the wood elves is not limited to their crafts, Grail continued, licking his lips, especially their herbs, weapons, and hunting pelts. Each fetches a handsome price. If I were you, I would do everything possible to establish a connection. Lilan, you must agree. If the trading post is built, we shall profit immensely. Grail, oblivious to the grease on his hands, clapped his palms heavily on Leyland's shoulders, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Once he changed his attire, only a few maidens remained in the hall to tidy the dining table, while the knights departed from the Lord's longhouse, meandering around Oakwood Village. Atris Offren did not leave. He had matters to discuss with the Kingdom Knight, and Lilan led him to a private office on the second floor. Mr. Atris, please take a seat. Lilan turned his back to the merchant and opened the window for light. The outflow of money was a burden for anyone to bear. Pouring a cup of honey wine, he extended it to the rotund merchant, who stood up in surprise, taking the pewter goblet with both hands. The Kingdom Knight poured himself a cup of sweet wine, and they gently clinked their cups, seated behind the desk. I appreciate your efforts in transporting the substantial goods, Mr. Atris. The merchant, bowing his head respectfully, replied, It is my duty, my lord. You flatter me. His overly ornate demeanor seemed dissonant with his corpulent figure, lending an air of oddity and absurdity to his every move. The Kingdom Knight raised his cup and took a sip. The quantity and list of goods align well. I have prepaid half the gold coins, and my steward, Pitman, will collect the remaining half on your behalf. This rotund merchant proved efficient, gathering the required goods for Lilan in just over a fortnight, without a single coin amiss. A straightforward transaction between two straightforward individuals required no unnecessary embellishments. It is an honor to serve you, my lord. Atris nodded vigorously. I have heard of your esteemed name in other towns. You repelled the Beastmen and defeated the Nosker warlord, saving countless imperial citizens. You are truly a hero. Lilan replied nonchalantly. Each fulfills their duties. Resisting the chaos is the knight's obligation, a burden that cannot be shirked by a lord. Your words are of the highest quality. Atris began to rise from his seat, eager to flatter further, but was interrupted by the knight. Flattery is always easy. Let us conclude the matters at hand first. Of course, Atris said, attempting to sit up straighter, placing his goblet down with impatience. I hope that you will allow my trading company to establish a trading post here. Once it is built, I assure you that any goods you require will be delivered promptly. Such a proposition comes as quite a surprise, Lilan responded. Atris, mistaking Leyland's silence for dissent, hurriedly added, If you permit the trading post construction, I will offer you a 95% discount on all items, regardless of cost. 95%? Lilan inquired, his brow twitching slightly. Atris realized that a Kingdom Knight was indeed not easily swayed. With determination, he quickly revised his offer. A 90% discount is also acceptable. 90%? Is that insufficient? The merchant's thoughts spiraled, his expression revealing impatience. The Lord of Oakwood Village had an appetite rivaling that of an ogre. Offering a 90% discount would slash his profits by a significant margin. Yet, a hefty trade valued at over 200 gold coins would be settled instantly and without hesitation. Such a wealthy lord was a rarity indeed. Since last year, Atris's trading company had faced numerous assaults, some with motives that defied reason. The persistent losses have caused his assets to dwindle rapidly, necessitating a substantial influx of gold to mend the gaps. Thus, a single trade opportunity with Lilan is, for a troll, akin to a timely downpour after a prolonged drought. Reflecting on all he has witnessed in Oakwood Village and the news he just heard at the dining table, a troll is resolute in his determination. He compromised, inquiring, What discount would you deem appropriate, Lord Lilan? After a brief hesitation, Lilan gradually comprehended the reason behind the merchant from Midden's earlier seemingly irrational concession. In a thriving territory, where almost every sector is in dire need of resources, trade is indispensable for resolving such issues. Establishing a trade station in Oakwood Village equates to seizing the initiative, capturing a burgeoning market ahead of competitors. Merchants possess an innate investment acumen. Large commercial guilds from major cities in the Empire dispatch caravans annually to forge new trade routes, all in pursuit of expanding their market share. The matter of determining a discount is negotiable, yet the construction of a trade station is of paramount significance. Lailuan carefully calculated the leverage he held. Clearing his throat, he stated earnestly, "I wholeheartedly endorse and support the opening of trade channels. The potential for generating wealth and increasing profits is unparalleled." However, Lailuan discreetly glanced at the rotund merchant, who appeared somewhat anxious, and replied, "Mr. Lailuan, if you have any reservations, we can address them together." That was the very response he awaited. The Knight of the Realm sighed heavily, his expression tinged with sorrow. "As you can see, Mr. Atrol, to develop this village, I have nearly liquidated all my possessions." He began to weave a tale, an account so poignant that it would bring tears to the eyes of any listener, including an unsuspecting elven maiden. "From that moment on, I vowed to improve the lives of my subjects, liberating them from the clutches of hunger. Hence, I used my last funds to purchase this batch of ore, intending to have my dwarven friend forge weapons and armor to sell in neighboring towns, alleviating our burdens." Alas, he lamented, "Mr. Lailuan truly cares for his people, a commendable endeavor." Behind the desk, the Lord of Oakwood Village spun a tale of profound sentiment. Yet the portly merchant could only discern 3 words: "I have no money." Constructing a trade station is far from the simplicity of erecting a mere building. A troll, wearing a sympathetic expression, proposed, "How about this, Your Excellency? My guild can cover half the expenses for the trade station, while the other half will be your responsibility. What do you say?" Having navigated the mercantile world for over a decade, he was unwilling to be treated as an easy target. Sigh. Oakwood Village is truly impoverished. The last few gold coins must go towards purchasing seeds for spring planting. As you have seen, there are numerous newly cultivated fields outside the village, which promise a bountiful harvest come autumn. Lailuan responded, disheartened, "Your guild is undoubtedly affluent and lacks for nothing. Then, my guild will cover an additional 10 of the costs. In return, the offering guild shall have first priority on all goods bought and sold in Oakwood Village." The portly merchant proposed anew. The Knight of the Realm shook his head, exhaling a resigned sigh. "Not enough, not enough." He gazed out the window at the midday sun, which had just begun to shift, casting winter sunlight across the land under a clear blue sky. "I believe you would not wish to spend the night in a stable, would you?" With that, Lailuan called out to the officer, Pitman, signaling for the merchant to be escorted out. "Mr. Atrol, please follow me," Pitman stated, his expression devoid of urgency as he stood at the office door. The knight reclined in his chair, methodically picking up a stack of papers. Atrol found himself in a precarious predicament, torn between standing and sitting, when the officer outside offered a timely reminder. Gritting his teeth, the rotund merchant conceded, "Your Excellency, please be direct. How much must the Offering Guild contribute for the construction of the trade station to proceed?" The Offering Guild would cover the full cost of establishing the trade station, including manpower and resources, moving forward. "All goods sold to Oakwood Village would be at a 10 discount compared to external prices, and I will grant you the choice of one trade commodity to have priority. Should you agree to these terms, construction of the trade station will commence immediately." Chapter 59. The Tavern of the Moonlit Grove and the Dragon Egg. Lurin's bold declaration only served to solidify Atrol Overland's resolve. Lurin allocated a designated commercial zone for the rotund merchant, envisioning it as the nucleus of future trade. The caravan from Atrol transported a substantial load of ore and raw materials, sufficient to sustain the blacksmith's forge for 4 months. It was anticipated that the dwarven crossbows and infantry armor would be fully equipped for the soldiers of the army. That evening, a system notification regarding the upgrade of the Lord's Longhouse arrived. Alone in the Longhouse, Lurin secured the door and accessed the panel to review the building's details. Lord's Longhouse, Level 220 development, for order, 10 local total output, 2 tax rate. Upgrade available. The 2 tax rate was merely an embellishment. The crucial aspect was the third line indicating a 10 increase in local total output, signifying a boost in productivity from the lumberyard, farmlands, and trade station, making development paramount. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade the structure. Territory construction task, 2-5, completed. Rewards, 2 lottery draws, 1 Lord skill point, 1 hero upgrade point, 200 gold. Expansion of territory size by 2,000. Territory construction task 3.5 commenced. Lord's Longhouse, level 3. Requirement. Territory must have a population of 2,500 as the system notifications flooded in. Lurin's elation at completing a task was abruptly doused upon seeing the stringent requirement for the level 3 Lord's Longhouse. A population of 2,500. A staggering 2,500 individuals. Oakwood Village barely surpassed 500 inhabitants, and the nearest town, Blay, had just over 2,700. The challenge was akin to recreating a town from scratch. Moments later, the Knight of the Kingdom dismissed the dilemma. With the system's support, what was there to fear? The northern provinces of the Empire were rife with warfare, Beastmen, greenskins, and the Norscal barbarians, not to mention the conflicts among nobility. Each battle promised profit. An abundance of land and populace lay tantalizingly before him, just a step away from acquisition. All that was required of the knight was to patiently await the opportune moment. Luck, 97,100. Faith value, 1134. The numbers on his personal panel had changed significantly. Lurin had achieved level 7, with the system deeming his strength as elite mid-tier knight. The additional Sigma Divine Physique granted him the ability to contend against legendary tier adversaries. The lottery panel, dormant for so long, now sparkled with brilliance, illuminating the corners of the room. Familiar symbols appeared, and the items available for the draw had all been replaced. Numerous magical, material, special, and weapon equipment options danced before him. Lurin's gaze was drawn to a piece of purple tier equipment, the Chalice Armor. A complete set of mithril plate armor with 3 additional effects. A few spots away lay a purple tier knight's longsword, the Chalice Blade, seemingly part of the same set. Among the magical category, the only purple tier option was the Soul Flame, while most others were green or even gray tier spells. Basic spells like Fireball and Ice Spike dominated, of which Lurin held little interest. In the special category, a couple of blue tier building schematics had emerged. Rubbing his hands together, Lurin focused on the Chalice Armor's position and spun the wheel with vigor. The dazzling wheel spun and glimmered, a myriad of equipment seemingly intertwining. The light landed on the special category, and the lottery result was revealed. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the blue tier building. Tavern of the Moonlit Grove. Building bonus. Dwarven Brewmaster 1. Description. A lively gathering place filled with merriment and revelry. However, beware of drunken ruffians. Lurin was astounded. In his previous lottery draws, he had never encountered such a scenario. The infantry barracks lacked infantry, the knight's equipment had no knights, yet a tavern yielded a brewmaster. A stream of light emerged from the wheel, coalescing into a hooded dwarf with a long beard appearing in the room. With a hand stroking his beard, the dwarf bowed slightly and introduced himself. Esteemed sir, I am Ellen Saughton, the chief brewmaster of Eternal Peak, at your service. The elder dwarf, who identified himself as Ellen Saughton, bore a weathered face, his wrinkles deep as canyons, thickly accented with the ancient dwarven tongue. His long beard, secured with brass rings, cascaded down past his belt, signifying his esteemed status. Ah, esteemed brewmaster, greetings, Lurin said, scrutinizing his new companion. Aside from having a beard longer than Langini Stonehelm's, there was little to distinguish him. In a flash, the building schematics for the Tavern of the Moonlit Grove materialized, revealing detailed information about the structure. Tavern of the Moonlit Grove, landmark building, dwarven dark beer 30 barrels month, 150 gold, 10 development, 5 order, 01 brewmaster. The mysterious in the building details puzzled Lurin, prompting him to inquire of the system's gifted dwarf. The latter merely shook his head in silence, indicating he too was unaware. Well, acquiring a tavern conveniently filled a gap in the village, saving time on construction. Lurin temporarily set aside the meaning of, as the system had been enigmatic for quite some time. Oakwood Village was in a state of continuous development, and the benefits of a landmark building far surpassed that of ordinary constructions. Although he did not draw the Chalice Armor, it was not a loss, rather a small gain. Special buildings differ from landmark buildings. Neither falls under the categories of military, development, or defense structures. Special buildings signify local specialties, such as furs, pottery, or gold, while landmark buildings are akin to renowned edifices. Mentioning Alboric evokes thoughts of the Blood Moon Tavern and its owner, a former veteran. With the elder dwarf Ellen Saughton now serving as a companion, he inherently carried attributes and could gradually evolve into a special hero, full of potential. Lurin could even select his specialized traits, enhancing his versatility. The Tavern of the Moonlit Grove, akin to the blacksmith's forge, required raw materials for brewing, necessitating a certain quantity of barley. The entire brewing process could be entrusted to Brewmaster Ellen Sockton. With a wave of his hand, the new companion transformed into a stream of light, temporarily stored within the system. The wheel reappeared, and the glowing orb descended once more as Lurin commenced his second lottery draw. He noticed a pattern. The more he desired a reward, the lower the probability of acquiring it. Thus, he closed his eyes, leaving his fate to chance, relying solely on Sigma's blessing. The vibrant lights shifted as the wheel's rotation gradually slowed. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the orange tier building. Dragon's Nest, building bonus, Dragon Egg 1. Description, a lair for mighty dragons, often harboring treasures and corpses. The bold may discover unexpected dragon eggs. What? A stream of light emerged, revealing a crimson dragon egg hovering before Lurin. The egg shell was enveloped in sharp scales, etched with flame-like patterns, and the surrounding air rippled, suggesting an intense heat. Standing a few paces away, Lurin felt as if a furnace had materialized before him, radiating warmth against his exposed skin. Yet, he was unfazed by the heat, his mouth agape, capable of swallowing the dragon egg whole. Dragon's Nest, level 1 special building, -30 hatching cycle. 10 growth rate, a dragon egg. A genuine dragon egg. A rarity from the old world. The era of dragons thrived long before the Empire was established, even predating the golden age of dwarves. Existing literature concerning dragons is scant, primarily derived from fragments of unearthed ancient texts. Throughout history, there has never been a human dragon knight. In the old world, where strange beasts roam, the ideal steed recognized by the knights of the Empire is none other than the griffon. These majestic creatures inhabit the Empire's black forests, embodying both pride and ferocity. Renowned for their swift and precise attacks, effortlessly maintaining their body balance while soaring through the skies. With their sharp claws and beaks, griffins can tear through their foes with remarkable ease. When confronting chaos, they exhibit bravery and resolve. Perhaps they are merciless, but they are never cruel. The electors eagerly bid exorbitant sums to acquire imperial griffins, and years of selective breeding have rendered some of the griffins in the royal menagerie far more formidable than their wild counterparts. Daring adventurers of the Empire seek out griffin nests, pilfering their hatchlings to rear and select the strongest, smartest, and fiercest individuals for their lords. Imperial griffins are trained to plunge into battle alongside their riders, demonstrating an astonishing level of dedication, with many electors regarding these fierce beasts as loyal companions. The current emperor of the Empire, His Majesty Karl Franz, possesses a powerful adult griffin known as Deathclaw. In contrast, the eagles of the knightly kingdom lack such understanding. Their insatiable thirst for fresh flesh is so profound that all creatures in their vicinity can sense their terrifying hunger. Survivors of eagle attacks often find themselves vigilantly scanning the skies for years after the assault. Lylan cradled a dragon egg, feeling the intense heat dissipate, the sharp scales of the shell gradually cooling. He sensed the vigorous life force within the egg, a young dragon awaiting hatching. The knights of the kingdom raised the dragon egg high, examining it closely. A bold thought suddenly blossomed in Leyland's mind. He wondered what a dragon egg might taste like. Under the cover of night, the Lord of Oakwood Village wrapped himself in a bearskin cloak and stepped out of the longhouse. The rewards he had acquired from 2 lotteries remained stored in the system. The dragon's lair was too significant to be placed anywhere other than a secure and concealed location. To better understand the details regarding the dragon, Lylan intended to consult the wood elves, as they were allies of the dragons and might possess valuable insights. As he traversed the path, the sentinel soldiers of the night watch spotted him. Lylan silently gestured for them to continue their duties. In the west of the village, newly constructed low wooden houses stood shrouded in darkness, the sounds of villagers' snores resonating clearly to the kingdom's knights. The weary denizens, having toiled throughout the day, lacked entertainment, while the more vigorous young men occupied themselves with their wives, depleting their energy before drifting into a deep slumber. From this night onward, the villagers would have a new destination. The tavern would fill the void in their nocturnal lives. Soon, Lylan reached the designated clearing, and with a flicker of consciousness, a 2-story building arose before him. The pointed roof, layered with black tiles, featured 2 chimneys emitting wisps of smoke. The second floor appeared to be a guest hall, with a balcony surrounded by iron railings, offering patrons a view of the outdoors. The tightly shut door swung open to reveal a brightly lit interior. The sound of bells jingling as it opened wide. A sheaf of wheat straws lodged in the doorframe indicated that all passers-by were welcome. A neatly crafted wooden sign displayed several Gothic imperial characters, Tavern of the Moonlit Grove. The tavern spanned hundreds of square feet, with rough-hewn wooden tables and chairs scattered throughout the hall. A roaring fire in the fireplace and animal pelts laid upon the floor provided warmth to guests, shielding them from the cold outside. The black and white garb of the brewer bore a hint of earthy aroma, suggesting a touch of the rocky terrain. Lylan nodded in satisfaction and stepped over the threshold of the tavern. In the Systems Followers section, the brewer's bonus caught his eye. Brewer Master, Blue Rank Territory Order 2. All Beverage Production 30, Local Army Leadership 2. Description: nothing brings greater joy than a brewer, and if there is, it is a master brewer. The landmark building's bonuses were significant, and the additional follower bonuses were considerable as well. The Tavern of the Moonlit Grove enhanced Oakwood Village's order by 7, greatly soothing the hearts of the populace. Lylan settled onto a bench and ordered, "A cup of your special dark beer, a barley loaf, and 2 servings of bacon, please." Before long, a tray arrived with his requested food and drink. A large mug filled with frothy dark liquid set before him, accompanied by 2 perfectly golden brown strips of bacon. Their aroma enticing. It was a satisfying late-night meal, delectable and fulfilling. The menu hanging above the bar featured a modest selection of drinks and foods. Yet the prices were notably cheaper than those in other towns, sure to please the villagers. The next morning, the residents of Oakwood Village stepped out of their homes, ready for another busy day. They were momentarily awestruck by the tall, striking building, their nostrils filled with the rich scent of ale. "A tavern? Is that truly a tavern?" they exclaimed. "Oh, are we dreaming? Let us go take a look." The crowd gathered before the entrance of the Tavern of the Moonlit Grove swelled, both villagers and soldiers alike astonished, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Creaking, the tavern door swung open from within, and the master brewer, Ellen Salton, stepped across the threshold. Amid the astonished gazes of all present, the bearded dwarf approached the sign at the entrance and boomed, "Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tavern of the Moonlit Grove." In the next moment, cheers erupted, resonating throughout the entire village.